After all the action and excitement of the Challenger Division, first ever winners of that LSG, we do start the Premier Division in Portugal today with 6 teams, all very competitive. Things are going to go up a notch, and we have 7 more days of ECS action to give away another trophy. Welcome to the weekend. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Portugal Premier Division, and it starts right now. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox. Bon dia, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. Well, it's the start of the weekend. It's actually the start of another European cricket series with 6 teams now in the Premier Division. So we have the Premier 6 clubs here in the country to do battle over the next 7 days. Same format as the Challenger, which was a huge success to start our Portugal tour off. And we have 5 matches every day, starting with match 1, of course, today. And this should be a pretty interesting one. Punjab CC Amadora and Gorka 11 to do battle in this one. We had Stefan Gooch out in the middle a little bit of time ago with the coin and the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Gorka to call.
Tails.
Tails is called. It is tails.
We're going to bat first.
Batting?
Yeah.
Good luck. All the best. Have a good game. Good game. Gorka have won the toss. They're having a bat.
So Gorka 11 win the toss and elect to bat. So a good confident move from them. They're led by Suman Gamira, who's a really, really interesting cricketer. He's very, very versatile. You might see his slower bowling. He's a very stylish bat. And also, if required, he can actually do a pretty good job with the gloves as well. For Gorka, I mean, they're a team we know pretty well on the network. I think they've had 3 golden balls. So maybe they're a bit of a golden ball magnet team to watch. No team ever has played 4 golden balls. So maybe we'll see that from them this week. Watch out for Shahid Rahman as well. He a very talented left-arm bowler that is one of the few people on the network to take 4 wickets in 4 balls. He actually did that for the Portuguese national team against Spain back in November 2023. What I will say though is that we've got 2 teams that are very evenly matched here. I think all 6 teams are pretty evenly matched in this division. Punjab CC Amadora, they're a side that do have an ECN trophy. They won the night series back in 2024, and they've got Imran. I think he's probably the player to watch. He'll lead the side. He's also such a big hitter. So look, these 2 teams, they know the format really well. I think it's going to be very interesting to see how this first match pans out. What I will say is the weather's very, very nice as opposed to last Saturday when I know we had the first Saturday morning match washed out. We've got blue skies. We're expecting 24 degrees actually, so it's a beautiful spring day here at the Zantharam Cricket Ground. Currently about 15 to get this one started. Well, I really enjoyed finals day of the Challenger Division. Yesterday, of course, I was with Phil G. Now I'm with the other half of the G team today to get the Premier Division started, and that is Tina Goff. Well, Tina, we've got plenty to talk about, I'm sure. But right now, let's get ready for the start of this Premier Division. In match 1, it will be Gorka winning the toss and electing to bat. Over to you as we get ready for the start of play.
Recanto escalabitano, rico de história e espiritualidade. Azulejo que a tua história proclama, que enche de vida a mais bela cidade. Tejo que te banha e que a lesíria fortalece, brindando-nos de sabor que tão bem oferece. Campino que te dá cor, movimento e união. Pelas mãos que sentem e sabem o melhor da região. Resiliência e união. Sendo a tua primazia, ruge de pulmões cheios a tua bela sinfonia. Santarém, de paixões, sabores e tradições. Santarém, de portas abertas ao futuro.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to the Santarém Cricket Ground. Well, the match clock has been reset. It's match 1 of this ECS Portugal Premier Division. What a week we've had already in the Challenger Division, culminating in that big final yesterday with the Super Giants standing tall above the rest and taking home that trophy. Well, we've got 30 match days to come before the big final in the Premier Division. And match 1 sees Punjab CC Amadora take on the Gorka 11. I'm Tina Goff. The G-Force has been put to rest for just one day, and Maximina is in the building. Vinny Maximo, very warm welcome.
It's Maximina time. Yeah, great to be with you. I think it's the first time we've commentated together since the Western Shield, which seems like a long time ago, but it's only, it was about 5-6 weeks ago. I suppose that is a long time in ECN cricket. Obviously, we're going to get to match 1 pretty shortly. We have 5 matches every day for 6 days, and then we have finals day on day 7. Punjab CC Amadora versus Gorka 11 here, with plenty of names that we know very, very well. I think, you know, Parveen Singh's obviously a pretty handy one for Punjab CC Amadora at the top. But you've got Simranjit Singh, who's very powerful. You've got Ravi Imran, he's listed down at 10. He's not going to bat down there. He's a guy I think we'll see him probably opening or maybe batting 3. For Gorka 11, Azran Dani, I mean, he is a guy, he's bagged 100 here. I remember when he was playing for the Capitals. You've got Gamire, who's very talented. He's going to have the gloves, but he's also a spin bowling option if they want to use him that way. Shaidu Rahman, one of the few players to take 4 wickets and 4 balls. He did that for Portugal versus Spain in Barcelona. So, yeah, 2 teams that have had a lot of success, and yeah, looking forward to this. So yeah, sorry we had a slight delay, just a couple of technical things stopping us from getting away at 9 o'clock local. Also, don't forget, if you are in Europe, to put your clocks forward tomorrow.
Yeah.
A lot of times it's done electronically these days. We talked about it yesterday with Phil that we did have someone 2 hours late for work a few years ago who put his clock the wrong way. Punjab CC Amadora, given favouritism here, 64%. Punjab did win a night series trophy back in 2024. So as we get ready for the first ball, Tina, it's great to be with you. And how did you see finals day yesterday? I know you were lurking, you had a day off, and you were spending time in Lisbon. It was Lisbon Super Giants that got the win in the end.
Yeah, I was having a bit of a lurk, and I can't keep away from the cricket for too long, but I did have a lovely day out in Lisbon. The weather was exactly like it is today. As you said in the intro, 23 degrees, balmy, perfect day for cricket.
Beautiful day for cricket. And you know, you were there actually for the start of that Super Giants kind of goal. I call it like a golden 48 hours where they just had it click at the right time. And Brothers, conversely, yesterday, who were kind of top of the tree, they had 3 innings where they got into huge trouble in the first 5 overs. And they dug themselves out twice. Third time they couldn't. And in the end, it was a fairly easy win for the Super Giants. And they were thrilled in the fading light to have that moment. And the Challenger Division was a huge success, I think. We've had probably a lot of, I'd say dead rubbers, but, you know, a lot of one-sided matches in Portugal, because when we've involved all 12, 14 teams even sometimes at the one level, it's been yeah, maybe not quite as engaging. Whereas I think separating them into the Premier and Challenger has been great. You do see there, due to Punjab CC Amadora, basically they've been given a time penalty because that technical issue is because they weren't able to get all the pre-checks done on time, and that's why Gorka 11 will be starting with 5 penalty runs. So yeah, Gorka 11 won the toss. They elected to bat. They're probably not the start that Punjab were hoping for, but they will start with 5 runs on the board.
We'll have to double check that they set their clocks correct for tomorrow.
You can't use that excuse today. I will say though, and there's a lot of travel time for almost everyone to get to this ground. But these two teams, they are kind of Lisbon-based teams, so you would imagine they should be able to be a bit more organised. But hey, that's the way it goes. I mean, rules are rules. Syed Ali Naki is going to get us going. Azhar Andani is out there to open the batting with Vishwakarma. Hello to all of our wonderful viewers as well. Welcome to the weekend, even though we're only just getting started here. As we get ready for the first ball of the ECS Portugal Premier Division. And it's full toss. Andani works it away in this outfield. We know it is lightning quick, and that's 4 runs to get things started.
And that takes Andani to 1,600 ECN runs. He was 4 short, and he's decided to get to that milestone on the very first delivery.
Yeah, Andani's bounced around a few clubs as well. He gets Gorka to a good start. Both these teams, I think we'll see across all 6 teams we'll see in the Premier Division, they do bat a bit deeper. So you'll see, you'll have your 6, 7, 8, 9 even that are very capable of clearing the boundaries. Another full toss. This time he bounces it into the hands of the cover. But yeah, it was a really interesting Challenger Division, and I expect Premier Division to be much the same. Teams that know each other really well. I mean, they do have 2 tiers anyway of domestic cricket in Portugal, even outside the ECN universe. So the player groups, they know each other very well. And a lot of them do, play in the Portuguese national team as well. So they know each other's games quite well. It should be a really interesting 7 days. The other thing, this pitch, I quite like it because it reminds me of a turf pitch, the way it plays. There's just sometimes a little bit of a surprise there, whether a ball jumps up, maybe seams around a bit. Occasional one shoots through like that one.
I do prefer that to AstroTurf pitches that are either trampolines or just have nothing in them. Especially as a bowler.
Playing on glass.
Yeah, you want to feel like you've got something there.
Yeah, no, that's one thing I've noticed going around Europe. Different pitches have different characteristics. Goes with a hit this time, and we'll get there. It's fielded by Mubin Tariq, who's also a pretty handy off spinner. Again, guy we've seen playing a fair bit now on the European Cricket Network. Unusual colour scheme for Gorka, with quite a lot of white in their top. Maybe a little bit of a throwback to the traditional game.
Yeah, their kits are actually very similar, aren't they? It's kind of half black, half white.
We'll see a bit of red in this division, actually.
Yeah.
ORS typically have a bit of red as well.
Well, the Coimbra Knights had their red kit, and they also then had their
alternative strip. We saw it with Brothers as well. Maybe they picked the wrong colour yesterday. I thought maybe the blue might have worked better for them. Found themselves collapsing a couple of times. Vishwakarma lefty gets a hit. A little something sounded like maybe a bit of the trousers, but it won't be a wide down the leg side. Hello to everyone in the comment section as well. Hello to Tim Harmer. Hello to Johnny Heasom. Nice to see you. Hello to Paul Kempen. Rob Thompson watching from New Zealand. I know everyone's pretty excited to get the Premier Division going as well. Dave B as well. I think he caught up on the final overnight watching the Super Giants winning their first Challenger Trophy. Hello to Deborah Hall as well. Nice to see you. Anyway, this is going to be hit into the gap. That's going to be 4. And if you haven't seen cricket on this field before, that would surprise me because we've been here a week already. But all roads lead downhill to the rope. It's kind of like an upside-down bowl. Great for drainage. Bad for fielders trying to chase balls down because you rarely win the race.
The only slight help you get earlier in the days, it's a bit wet out there. But by the end, it's just an absolute road.
Still very fast.
Yeah.
That's the thing is.
Yeah, well, it's the downhill, isn't it? And that's why we've had quite a bit of slipping and sliding as well. Players going up for catches and landing about 2 meters lower down.
Also, if you're running as fast as you can and you're running slightly downhill, you end up kind of wiping yourself out
Yeah.
because your legs can't handle it. That's hit and dropped. Oh, straight to Mubin Tariq, although he was hit pretty hard, just burst through the hands. Vishwakarma gets a bit lucky, gets a life at the end of the first over. Gorka 11, 16 without loss.
He saw it all the way, and I thought he might even be able to toss it up to himself, but just spills over his head. Early
Had
chance.
a good question, and I'm not an expert with this. I'll come back to it in a second. I'm going to just reflect quickly on the challenger stats. So we saw 10.9 runs and over the average run rate. I just got a feeling that this will be higher. I think more like 120, 125 par in this division. And even the sixes rate, Maximo rate. They're getting about 7 sixes per 10 overs. I think it'll go up to about 12, if I had to guess. More 4s and 6s. That's often an indicator of how fast an outfield is.
Yeah.
This one is fast. 5.5 wickets per 10 overs is about spot on. We almost had 7,000 runs already in our tour of Portugal as we get ready for over number 2. Paveen Singh is going to bowl left arm around to the left hander, loses the first one down the leg side. So yeah, the question was what is this pitch laid on? And again, I'm not an expert, but it's not concrete. So some pitches are just concrete.
Yeah.
They're flat as you like. This one is kind of dirt, and then there's kind of layers. I think there's like big rocks, and there's some little rocks. I'm not an expert, but I know it's kind of, yeah, it's a slightly uneven surface.
That's a very technical
But in a
description.
good way, yeah.
Big rocks, little rocks.
Shale, I've heard I don't really understand what shale is, but there's some of that. As Vishwakarma gets a big, juicy, full toss and puts it away. We'll check this one out. And it just kind of reached for that. I think that's gone all the way.
Was that
yeah.
was that a no ball as well?
Don't think it's quite a no ball.
No, I think
unless
it
has
has
it been
been
called for
called, yeah.
too many outside the circle?
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what's been.
Yeah. So yeah, when you see the square leg umpire waving his arms around like
Yep.
he's directing an aeroplane, it's generally an indication that there was a fielding indiscretion. So yeah, no ball called there. You saw it straight away from square leg. So we'll be a 7 up. It'll be a free hit. Andrew Winter, good to see that he's out there in this series as well. John Foster and Buck Stoneman as well.
Umpire Andy immediately getting in on the action, counting to 3. Well done him. Good spot early on.
A little bit of a cramper on the free hit. Yeah, we'll say that is John out there that was signalling that. And Buck Stoneman, well, he's pretty happy to still be able to umpire for him. He had his head taken off in a crazy last over scramble yesterday through Yawanchi. Basically threw him a bouncer from about 4 metres. But Buck survived. That's a better angle, I think. I know he's gone to the right-hander now, but Paveen, he's got the gift of being left-handed. I think that's a more natural angle. I even like to see him bowling that angle to Vishwakarma. I see Ronnie Spraggan in the chat as well. Hey, Ronnie. Again, nice bowling, that angle across. And maybe you can tell us a little bit about your day in Lisbon. It seemed like you had a good time. Seems like you were really getting into the culinary delights of Portugal.
It was a bit of an unofficial food tour. We're not too far from Lisbon here in Santarém, about 40 minutes on the train, and every time I saw a bakery, coffee shop, I felt like I had to stop off.
This time he's able to pick the right line, and Dani goes Maximo! He's a class act, Sazaran Dani. And you've got to say, you know, with Punjab CC Amadora for such an experienced team, you know, it's a self-inflicted kind of penalty, the 5-run penalty, and then, you know, the drop catch early. That's not as organised as Gorka so far, and Gorka making the early running. Nicks this one onto his pad, rolling cutter from Paveen. That'll be the end of the over. Another decent one for the batting side, Gorka 11. They are 30 without loss after 2. So yeah, it's your first time in Portugal, is that right? Or have you been here before?
When I was younger, we used to come on holiday here, but it was nice to be back, and I forgot how hilly Lisbon was as well. Yesterday was supposed to be a rest day. Ended up doing about 25,000 steps. I feel it in the morning.
25,000, that's pretty good. And that's even with taking the train.
Exactly.
You didn't walk there.
Yeah. But it's a lovely city, lovely hospitality. As take a look, obviously the standings so far.
See the teams in this division. So you've got, I mean, I'm just trying to think who's won a trophy there. I think everyone's won a trophy, maybe except Gorka. I can't remember if Gorka 11 won a night, so I don't think so. Whereas haven't won a trophy. But Marlow have kind of had the mortgage on this day series. Marlow have always won it. It's just some night series have gone to some other clubs. As this one is up in the air, it's going to fall safely. It's going to blow. Oh. Do you know what? I feel like he might be all right here because he kicks the rope, but he misses the ball when he tried to hit it. This is going to be such an interesting one. Mubin's not having a great start. Just have a look. Is he ever touching the ball? There, so he missed it. Now he's hit the rope. Now, does he touch it there? I don't think so. Now, does he pull his foot off before he touches it? Oh, he's still on the rope. But now he's not. Is that okay?
Well,
because
he's pushed
also
the rope
out. You're meant to judge the boundary as where it originally was.
And he would have been, I think, his toes might have been on that boundary had he not pushed it back. But
this is such a weird one. Again, it comes to the fact of doubt. If there's doubt, it'll go to the fielder. It's such a weird one. I don't know if we can look at it one more time. But his air swing helps. Now, where was that boundary originally? So his foot is actually still over the boundary there. We'll keep going forwards here. We just got to do our best. But then actually, by the time he touches it, he's in the air. So I actually think it's clean, like I called it at the beginning. And it's only clean because he air swung at the ball when he was touching the rope. I actually think it's fine. But it's so
airborne?
weird. Yeah, he's completely airborne by that point. And he's re-established himself in play. It is his first contact with the ball. I'm going to say no boundary, but good luck if you're trying to work this one out at home, or if you're Stefan Gooch. He's given it 4. All right, shows you what I know. Maybe he thought he touched it when he air swung it, flicked his fingernail, it would have been 4, but...
Or if that rope was in the right position, he
sums up the day so far for Punjab CC Amadora. No ball called. Wow. Jeez, I cannot get anything going here so far. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Yeah, must have just had nothing behind the line. I know another free hit coming up. It's an awful start for a team that did actually start favourites. But I'm surprised they're still favourites the way things are going at the moment. Punjab CC Amadora. Freebie. And he hits it pretty well. Maximal for Andani. He plays that one very, very well. Andani, like I said, he's a guy that we know pretty well on the European Cricket Network. Maybe hit a brilliant century here for the Capitals a couple of years ago now. When they were, the Lisbon Capitals, by the way, used to be called Wild Panthers. And I do miss those days.
As opposed to
now they've got they've gone corporate. Lisbon Capitals, capital management, backs away, knocks this out for a single. And yeah, it was 118 not out that he scored in 2022 actually against the Coimbra Knights. And he's a guy we have seen playing for Gorka 11, of course, playing for them now, but he's also played for Whereas, played for the Coimbra Knights, played for Lisbon Capitals. But, you know, he's a guy, as you said, he's just gone over 1,600 runs on the network. Almost a coin toss here. Vishwakarma gets the strike. Walks and smashes it down the ground. That's going to be 4 runs. And, yeah, Punjab CC, it's a Monday morning kind of vibe that they're bringing to this Saturday morning game at the moment, and they're getting hurt in the scoreboard.
It's been a sloppy start, hasn't it? Even before they bowled a ball, 5 runs on the board, and it hasn't got too much better for them after that.
Bit of early shade thrown here. Miggy Machado is in the chat. Hi, Miggy. Hopefully you're well. Also plays for the Portuguese national team. And he said, looks like it's still the challenger group playing. And I think it's probably fair enough if you... I mean, certainly Punjab CC Amadora haven't started well. A lot of it self-inflicted. Now, short, top edge, it's going to fly. That almost goes all the way. I wouldn't mind seeing this one. In fact, it has gone all the way. Maximal, 6 runs. But, he's just got a little bit late on this, but with the pace, it flies. We'll just see where this one comes down. Yep. And yeah, just carrying the rope. So just blink and you'll miss it. This opening partnership's just gone past 50 now, and the score's gone past 50. 53 without loss. Still one ball to go on the power play.
Hands on hips already for Naki, and you can see why. He's gone for 34. Still one ball left. This over's already gone magical. 23 coming off it. Can he get out of it alive?
He says the ball he shouldn't have had to bowl because he bowled a no ball earlier. And he'll have to bowl another one. Good question coming in from Jeffrey Mobb saying, Tina, what was the best thing you ate yesterday and how was the translation?
Well, the best thing, probably the pastéis de nata.
Yeah.
I brought you two this morning. So
Did you bring those in, did you? Or
well, I got given them in the clubhouse.
They just give you stuff here, don't they? It's
Yes.
amazing.
I didn't
In the
even-
clubhouse.
I asked for a bottle of water. They got 2 bottles of water and 2 natas. I was like, oh, thank you very much.
They were very delicious. They were still very hot. They must be fresh out of the oven.
Yeah, that's what I had yesterday. I could bathe, I think, in egg custard.
There's an image for all our viewers. Anyway, that's going to be up. It's going to be over the top. Maximal! Shocker of a power play for Punjab CC, but Gorka, you can only play what's bowled to you. They're flying. They're 60 without loss after 3.
Supersonic over. It's taken just 3 overs of the Premier Division to get there. I don't think we had a single one in the Challenger Division. And third one, there you go. 30 runs offside Ali Naki's over. And yeah, there we see it on the power play, 55.
Yeah. It's a supersonic over. So 55 off the bat, or kind of including the extras, and the 5 for the penalty and force at the start of the innings. So 60 without loss, the total score. Saeed Ali Naki is going to finish with none for 41, so he finishes in the naughty 40s. Yeah, a lot of people thinking Gorka could go a long way in this series. I mean, actually look at all these squads, and they've all got match winners in them. Gorka, I mentioned in the intro as well that they're golden ball magnets. Actually, the first ever golden ball in Portugal was involving Gorka. They're known as Rossio. Love a name change here in Portugal as well. It involved Nippo, the left-arm spinner, bowling the opponent from Oeris on the golden ball, and then jumping on the spot approximately 5 or 6 times. It was almost like he was on a trampoline, but he wasn't. An iconic celebration.
Speaking of iconic, Love 333 name on his shirt. He's coming into bowl.
He's going to knocked away for a single first ball into the power play. So now you're able to have 5 outfielders in place.
We had 999 last week on the back of the shirt. Hussein came in, called the emergency services lovingly, but Love here at 333. If he's a third as good a player, still be a pretty good player because Hussein.
He's pretty handy with his left arm spin. But this one's going to be lit up by Vishwakarma, the lefty, who puts it miles over the right. Maximal, thanks, Mas.
Not much love being shared around there. Love Precinct. First ball went for 1, that one all the way for 6, and Vishwakarma already going 39. Just 11 deliveries. We've seen quite a few big 50s. We had one, I think, of 12 deliveries last week. And I'm sure we're going to see a few big 50s this week. Maybe 100. We had 100, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. AKB.
Yeah.
And he was actually the player of the series in the end.
Well deserved. Got his team over the line.
Yeah, just was their time, wasn't it?
Lots of field rearrangements happening here, I think. This early start hasn't exactly played into the hands of Punjab CC. Not quite had their Weetabix yet.
That one's going to be hit kind of into the gap. Fielder kicks it. We've been had an interesting time. Yeah, just got the official note that it was given for because in the umpire's opinion, he was outside where the rope was.
The shadow of the rope.
Yeah, where the rope should have been. And so that way it was given for. I suppose my... Yeah. Okay, and actually they felt the ball crossed where the rope would have been. So yeah, that's the judgment they had to make. Maybe we need to start jamming the rope into the turf with spikes.
That won't go wrong at all.
Well, that's in the air, and that's going to be 4. 1 bounce and across the line. As Vishwakarma, good match up against the left arm spinner, helps himself to 4 more. I mean, Rico had $1 million idea if ever I heard one, and he had the idea to have the zinger rope that lights up when it's touched. So, you know, sometimes you're not sure if a fielder grazed the rope with their foot or whatever of the ball, touched the rope or not. Zinger rope. Someone call the lawyers, let's get the patent on that. Is there a little bit of bat in this? Maybe. Had 2 noises there.
We had quite a lot of rope antics last week. We had ropes going through legs. We had fielding either side of the rope. That's an ECN classic, isn't it?
By the way, that 6 earlier in the over was a no ball for 3 fielders behind square leg.
Yeah.
So collect them all. As this will be up in the air. It's going to just creep over Tariq. It's going to be 6 more. It's going to be 50 to Vishwakarma. Maximo to bring it up. Gorka flying through the opening match here. 80 without loss and a 16-ball 50 to Rahul Vishwakarma.
Double fist pump there, rightly so. His high score is actually 59. He's 8 away from equaling that. That was in 2024. That was a proper shot as well. Teased the fielder out there. He thought he was in with a chance, but dropped over his head.
Another magical, and again, the no ball for 3 fielders behind square leg, which is a pretty rare one. That extra ball ended up going for 6 at the end of the over. So another magical, and Gorka 1180 without loss after 4.
Look at that run rate going up and up. On for a big score, probably one of the biggest scores we'll see. I mean, we had one massive score last week, but you saw on that, the average was about 109. Well, they're already almost there, halfway.
Time for some off spin. Well, this is in the air, and that's going to be caught. So Mubin Tariq's had an interesting morning so far. And he bowls a full toss here. Andani just completely knocks it to the fielder, completely mishits it. And so it'll be Imran that'll take the catch. And finally, Punjab CC Amadora have something to celebrate in the 5th over. It's 80 for 1.
Well, celebrations are muted, to say the least. And, well, of the two, Azza Andani probably didn't quite get going like Rahul has. He goes 19 off 11. But what a start this is, not even halfway. 80-run partnership, well, 75, depends if you attribute them the penalty runs.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. I suppose you do. They're like any extras.
Well, interestingly, it wasn't in the power play.
Yeah,
so obviously it doesn't count. It counts as a floating 5 runs.
It hasn't been known to get the system sweating, a bit like a man cat or like a timed out the other day. It doesn't actually occur on any particular delivery. Kind of the orphan of cricket scoring. Anyway, time to get happy. I'm into happy. Comes in the number 3 spot. It's a bit higher than he was listed. He's listed at 7. And he's going to start by hammering one down the ground. It's going to be a Maximo. And yeah, more Happy Gilmore than Amninder Happy there as he starts perfectly for Gorka fans.
Bit tossed up there from Tariq, and Happy's eyes lit up on that one.
Jeff's actually said they've tried pegs in the rope. Very dangerous. No give when they slide. Yeah, I wouldn't actually do it. It's pretty rare, actually, to see the rope move and it be relevant. I mean, you see the rope moving sometimes, but that was one of those situations where they were trying to make a judgment call on it.
I think we need some ECN Toblerones. That's what we need.
Yeah. I just imagine they'd be a nightmare to store.
Yeah.
It looked great when they're on the ground, but try getting him in a small storage room. I imagine it'd be pretty tough. Although if you want to work on the circumference of the ECN field, you don't need as much rope as you do even like a 70-metre field. It's like double the area. Tosses this one up, Tariq. Throws his hands at it. Happy he's going to get 4 more. So Gorka continuing on their merry way. Wicket not really slowing them down too much as they move up to 90.
Some start from Gorka 11, exactly how they'd want to start their Premier Division. I mean, nothing is won and lost on the first day. Just ask the Lisbon Supergiants. They got off to a bit of a slow start and went on to win, but it certainly helps to get points on the board.
Oh, that's the misfield. It's going to slow it down enough to stop it going for 4. Thinking of 2. I'll just end up with a long single. So, yeah, Punjab CC Amadora. Not going to say they were seen leaving the clubs at 6 a.m. this morning, but it's kind of looking a bit like that. A little bit village, actually, from a team that we know, a very strong team that have ECN silverware. Again, I suppose each team, they do get 10 matches. And this one's definitely not done yet either. Punjab have some good batting to chase this big score down. Last ball of the 5th. Just kind of drifts in. Vishwakarma gets some bat on it. Again, his outfield so fast. That will be 4 runs to finish the 5th over. And Gorka 11 winning the toss batting. And they are smashing it at the moment. It is 95 for 1. And it gives us an opportunity to welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Tina Goff with me. Great to have you back. You're looking very candy striped today.
Yeah.
And there was a bit of a food theme you said to your day off yesterday in Lisbon.
Yeah, well, I had a great day off, but it's great to get the Maximina team back together just for one day only. But we're going to make the most of it.
I said this to Phil yesterday. I too have been kind of pulled in by the G Force or the G team. I've really enjoyed you guys on commentary. And you had your first golden ball together as well.
Yeah, I was very, very happy for Phil. His first ever. I've already had one, so you know.
I know. Phil's been waiting. The GB for Phil G, that campaign's been out for a while. The hashtag was trending. But yeah, welcome to the Premier Division. I'm just here today. I will be back, I think, on Thursday. I'm going to hand back to the G team tomorrow. But yeah, 6 teams here, all very even, which is what you'd expect. And hopefully we get a lot of close games. As Gurjit Singh is going to come and bowl over number 6. And just notice there, you've been delivered more food. What have you got there?
Well, I'm not saying this is you, Vinny, but I had, I don't think we've had food delivered into the tent all week.
We have
and suddenly
now
you
been
turn
given
up.
a quiche. I don't know if you got, I'll bring this on the camera in a moment, but we'll come back to that.
It smells good.
It does smell good. This is right at the end of the bat. And that's going to be 4 as well. So Amninda will get 4 more. And this score just kind of spiralling out of control for Punjab CC at the moment.
It's the same colour as my shirt almost.
So we have been given these 2 wonderful pieces of quiche. Are they
bit tomato,
given to us
cheese and
cold?
tomato.
But that's okay. I think
Can't
these
have
are
it all.
leftovers from yesterday's lunch, but you know, I feel they're not going to eat themselves. We're going to have a bit of a debate. Okay, we'll do a game, right?
Okay,
Do you want odds or evens?
evens.
Okay, if this is an even amount off the over, then you can
Okay.
eat the first quiche. If it's odd, I'll eat
The quiche
first
ceremony
quiche.
will
So I get an
commence.
over off.
Okay.
Okay,
That's-
come on, odds.
That's
That'll take it
1.
to 5.
Yeah.
This is not gambling. It's just friendly decision making because
Quiche play.
I would like to eat them at the same time, but it's not great for the broadcast. 100 comes up.
It's a whole different category of broadcasting, isn't it? When you have it's ASMR, isn't it? When you have people kind of
Yeah,
chomping on the mic.
can do it. Actually, it happened here. There was a famous eating of a Bakewell tart on the broadcast in 2020 by the cat. True story. And I think it was actually during that Golden Ball game when we played it as a classic, and we all remember it. It's quite famous. He was like, "You'll have to excuse me now while I eat this Bakewell tart." And it was before the mute button was a thing.
Ruining the magic.
Thanks to Gas Guys for bringing us more food. Well, that's carved away in the air. Vishwakarma is just heating up, isn't he, here on the first morning. One team's come ready to play, one hasn't. It's about as clear as that. Gorka up to 104.
Well, this is their only game today. Gorka 11, so they'll want to make the most of it. They'd happily get 4 points in the bank and drive home.
We are 9 off the over, which is odd at the moment.
No.
So for me, I'll gladly take any sort of boundaries. So you need a single, don't you? Or a wide
Yeah.
to get back to even town.
Come on, Goldie. You can do it. That's a 1 in anyone's
boy,
book.
Oh boy, that's not great for me. That's going to put it back into Tina eating the quiche first territory. So now, game within a game for us. You need anything but a 1. A 1 suits me. This is where I'd like to see Happy just to try and control the strike. I mean, Vishwakarma's hogged a lot of the runs so far.
Well, you've got to finish the over with a boundary, don't
So
you?
my
4 or 6.
My stomach needs a single. Last ball of the over. Oh, that doesn't
give
sound
me
like a
that
single
quiche.
off the bat. That's going to be smashed away. It's going to be 4 runs. Tina wins the toss and elects to quiche. End of the 6th over. It is 109 for 1.
Well, I will say, Vinny, that is the first food delivery we've had to the tent, so they clearly know the way to your heart.
Yeah, they have been known to give me a few deliveries here when Maximo hits the town. Anyway, 109 for 1 after 6. And Vishwakarma flying on 60 off 19. Happy 20 off 8. I suppose we could both wait 4 overs and then tuck into it.
Well, that would show a level of self-restraint neither of us have ever learned.
That is true. Hey, early food chat then. We had our inaugural commentators dinner last night, didn't we?
We did.
You, myself and Phil, I think we were all here. Went to the Black Frog and reviews, pretty good.
Pretty good. I mean, I think the three of us going out to eat is quite a dangerous combination in terms of
Definitely.
volume of food.
But we even tried a couple of the local wines. We even had a glass of port. I
did.
thought that was the right thing to do. Even though, okay, we're not in Porto, but same country, good enough.
Trio of desserts. Very nice.
That's it. Oh, that's going to be squeezed away. Vishwakarma moves to 64. If you get it in the gap, then generally speaking, you're looking at hitting a boundary. Have a look at this here. Just watches it once it goes past the fielder. No doubt that was going for 4. Yeah, it was a team effort, wasn't it?
It was.
We shared a big tomahawk steak, and then what do we also share? The starters. We shared the desserts.
Risotto on the side.
Shared some stories.
Yeah.
Yeah,
A beautiful evening all around.
beautiful evening all around. Good company. Well, that's a fraction short, and he lays into it. In fact, he's been tortugued here. Almost has his head taken off. Let's have a look at this on the replay, thanks to 2 circles. How slow we got this one here, because he gets a bounce that basically renders him kind of redundant as a fielder. So that'll be another 4 runs.
He looks for all the world like he's going to stop this, but yeah, he almost gets the Bucks treatment there with the...
It was up and to the right.
Yeah.
Didn't see that one coming. Oh, now Vishwakarma gets castled. So he's knocking on the door of a potential first ECN century. It will be a high score of his ECN career, 68 for Vishwakarma. One maybe just seems a little bit as he tries to play across it. So Anil Kumar comes on and he gets the big wicket. As Punjab CC Amador trying to work their way back into this contest, 117 for 2.
Just cramps himself up a bit by walking down the pitch. And yeah, he gets a bit of a stare down from Anil Kumar, but good effort from him. As you said, Vinny, high score, previous high score 59, well over that. And a good start as well, getting his team up to 117 for 2. He to pass 68 runs, just 22 deliveries.
Yeah, really good innings. He struck the ball nicely. I think he made pretty good decisions while he was there. It's got a good ball, actually, from Kumar. Did a little bit. This is Niloy Islam coming to the crease. There's still no Gamire. I thought he would have batted in the top 4, but I suppose it's showing that Gorka, they do have a lot of options. Nice bowling there from Anil Kumar. And he starts well. Janilo Islam, hello to Barbary. Nice to see you in the chat. Tim just realised there's a honey and a happy playing in this game. Yeah, that's true.
Sounds almost Disney-like, doesn't it?
You could say that. But hello to you. And
Honey, happy and love. 3 most important things in life.
yeah, you said it. I wonder if one day... I don't think we've ever had a player with the surname Cricket.
Mr.
Jiminy
Cricket.
Cricket
Mr. or
comes to
Mrs.
mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had most things.
Have we had any cricket-related surnames? Have we had
a good
Mr.
question.
Stump, Mr. Bale?
This one's actually not from ECN, but I used to play against someone when I was playing juniors in Australia. And his last name was Bowler, but he was actually the keeper.
Oh,
And it was about as confusing as it sounds when they'd say, who caught that? And Bowler. And
Not
they,
caught
no,
bowled.
the keeper. And they're like, Bowler. No, it was the You get it. Kind of cricket's version of who's on first. Anyway, it's the end of 7 overs. 119 for 2 after 7. So they're flying at 17 and over at the moment. We're flying all around Europe this year. And I suppose the big news is the Melton Shield and the Western Shield will be taking place just before the ECC, which will start a little bit later, just 3 days later now. But before that, we've got plenty of exciting destinations. Anything you're particularly excited for? Anything that catches your eye there, Tina?
Well, Switzerland has been added pretty recently. It'd be great to go there to the homeland of ECN.
Yeah, that's true. That's
Yeah.
where the headquarters is. And it's actually going to be in Zurich this time. So
Yeah.
we've had
Home
two series in Switzerland before, one in 2020, one in 23. They've both been St. Gallen. Proper heave job from Happy this time. Gets away from the keeper. Guggendeep doing that job today. It'll be a bye. So, I mean, and that's a great ground, although I do think that we ended up breaking 20,000 euros worth of solar panels, as was discovered later after the series. Because it was the second team ground, or it's actually the training ground for the professional St. Gallen Football Club.
Right.
So the stadium was across the road. Great. It's a 1,000 seat grandstand there. Very nice. Doesn't have a pitch. That's the only thing. It's a beautiful grass surface, but it doesn't have a pitch. So they had to use wooden, the wooden pitch with the carpet hammered over the top. Actually played pretty well, but it was very batter friendly. But now this time we are looking at going to the home of the Zurich Nomads, who we just saw in the ECL. Slow ball, gets it wrong, and Islam lays into it. It's going to be given 4 runs here. So again, you can see he tries the variation. It's the over the top kind of, I suppose, leg spinning, kind of over spinning slow ball. And he waits on it. It's probably too slow in the end. Ill-directed 4 runs. Yeah, so we're going to Zurich for the first time. It'll be a new ground.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Meltle Shield, Western Shield, that's going to be great. I know they're trying to do it so that the tournaments overlap a bit as well, so
yeah,
that'll be great fun.
That's going to fly. That's going to be 6 more. As Niloy, the man for the moment, goes Maximo, 6 carreras. Gorka just making all the running here up to 130. There's still a quarter of this innings left. Yeah, that's the idea with the Western Shield and Meltle Shield, that they're 5 days each, but they're probably the middle 2 days of each, or say the last 2 days of Meltle will overlap with the first 2 of Western, so that there's a bit of interaction with the players as well. Going to get a good community feel going. Again, we'll have players from all around the world there. It's a good comeback here. Parveen being brought back for his second over.
Going back to names chat, well, Tim Harmer says Peter Bowler of Somerset was a batter, so he didn't live up to the family name. We've had some great names on ECN though, haven't we?
Oh, do you want? I'll give you some of my favourites.
I always love hearing the favourites.
Do you have any that stick out to you, or you just want me to
I
start
just want
unloading?
only the ones that you've told me, and they bring me joy
For
every
Albano,
time.
Barty Banger is always a good one. As that's the end of the 8th over, it's 130 for 2.
Well, Ashok Kumar Banger, AKB, that's quite
AKB.
rolls off the tongue nicely.
The Barty Bang with the BB. I'll give you another BB. Bristow Baby in Malta is a pretty good one. But also his wife, Babina Baby, plays the Maltese women's national team.
Love that.
For some reason, one that I love is Nems Magazine, who played for the Bulls and Guardians again. That was in Czechia, actually.
Mr. Magazine.
Nems Magazine. I think it was Zimbabwean, so it's probably pronounced Magazine. But when you see the word magazine,
Say magazine.
it just seems like that's the way to say it. Anyway, time for over number 9 is going to start with Happy, getting happy, gone, Maximo. As Gorka continue to build 1 block at a time. Yeah, I mean, there's probably plenty of others. There's been a few it's been a bit of a one-name epidemic lately.
We had Laxman last week. George. Just George. Just curious about that.
Well, that is going to tease the fielder, but we won't be able to get there in time. He'll have to just eat up the single. Sometimes, and it comes to how players register the legal name when they arrive in the country. Sometimes they just have 1 name, but their documents will require 2 names, so they will basically put the same name twice.
Double it down, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's going to be short, and that's going to be put out of the ground as well. Maximo for Islam. Gorka putting down a marker up into the 140s and counting. So, yeah, you will see kind of, Amninda, or something like that, because that's just what they go by. Some other good names. We've had a couple of princes. So Prince Daman in Spain's a pretty good one. Oh, that's a miss hit up in the air. Oh, well, he's totally misjudged that. He zigged when he had to zag. They go 1, they want 2. Well, one of them wants 2, one of them doesn't. Happy, not happy. Coming back for 2. He'll get the strike. Again, that should have been caught. Just, he ran in when he needed to run around instead.
And then Niloy Bolt runs 1.5. gets himself back on the non-strikers end. Well, if Hamden Happy's going to do that, it's fair enough he wants to keep the strike.
It's going to be given 4. So, not a good ball again. It's one thing if you just get outplayed, but I mean, Punjab CC Amador has been far too many of these hit-me balls. And going to be given 4 runs. Yeah, if you have any favourite names, let us know. I mean, there's probably a lot more. Team names. I've got some of my favourite team names as well.
We were talking about this last week.
All right, well, this is in the air. The keeper wants it, but he's not going to get anywhere near it. Fielder will, but Fielder will drop it. Simranjit got there, but again, not the easiest background to pick it up. Keeper's basically giving Simranjit talking to, even though keeper ran as fast as he could and only got about 5 metres from the ball. Maybe he was put off by the footsteps.
Yeah, not so sweet from Honey there as, well, apparently he was the one that induced the drop, but I mean, Hans really got nowhere near it, and it's a bit of carnage there for the bowlers as well.
Yeah, so end of the ninth, 149 for 2. Mubin Tariq with a wicket, Anil Kumar with a wicket, means going for 29.
We had some of the best names last week already. Brothers, Werewolves, Friendship.
Werewolves, very good. One of mine that always sticks out in Keele, actually, up near where you live, actually, was First Contact.
Yeah.
I called them the aliens.
Yeah. They're still knocking about.
I still think that would be a great branding exercise. Little Nick, that's going to be 4. So keeper up. Never know if he's back. He might have had a chance to catch this, but I suppose to someone like Lovepreet Singh, you're always going to be up to the stumps with his left arm spin. You see that edge taking it just away from the gloves of Gagandeep, and the 150 comes up for Gorka 11.
Bit of rip on that, actually.
Yeah, there's actually a minor league baseball team. I think they're based in Vegas, so near Nevada, or in Nevada, and they're called the Area 51s, or the Las Vegas 51s, and it's kind of based on Area 51.
I like that.
All right, I love. Here we go. And now, false shot. Another one that's going to be skied. Surely this one gets taken. It does. So Happy goes for 37 as Lovepreet will get the breakthrough. Punjab CC Amadora, they know they're going to be chasing a bunch. That makes it 153 for 3.
Honey, the keeper, it looked like he was going to set off after that one as well, but he clearly learned his lesson. We take a look here. He takes 1-2 steps. His helmet's ready, and he goes, okay, I'll leave it to the fielder, because that did go straight down the throat of square leg, and that one was safety taken.
Yeah, good innings, though, from Amninder, who's started in a good vein. Hit the ball nicely, didn't he? He's a guy we have seen before. We haven't seen that much of him. But, yeah, he's a key player, I think, for Gorka up the top. Goes 5 4s, 2 6s in his 37. It's 153 for 3. I like this one from Tim. He said his favourite dismissal he ever saw was Sussex versus Hampshire in 2001, he thinks. That one actually spins a bit. And get through for a dot ball. As this is Jahidul Islam, who's come out there now.
Almost a leg side stumping in the end. Well, offside stumping, but then he goes to the leg.
Actually, true, he took off for no particular reason. I mean, not respecting the keeper's abilities. Maybe hurt to hit the ground, but yeah, if keeper takes it, I suppose you wait for him to go out and then you knock the bails off, and that's a stumping, you're right. That's well bowled though from Lovepreet. Keep things in the zone of reasonability. Yeah, this would test a commentator. Baz Zyderant called Brunchweiler bowled Mascarenus. Fit that on the scorecard.
Brunchweiler sounds like he qualifies for Germany.
Yeah, sounds like it. Be called a wide. I remember that, with some of the Sri Lankan names back when I started watching cricket in the 80s, and one of them had this surname John, and let's just say John suddenly was everywhere as far as the commentators were concerned. Jahid will get off the mark here, but they're just going to walk the one, and he'll hand it back to Niloy to try and finish things off. Gorka 155 in this opening innings of the Premier Division. Can't time it up, and should just be a single. It will be, and that's where it's going to stay. So it'll be 156 for 3 off the 10. Punjab CC kind of made their own bed. They have to line it now. I think it's not quite their best performance in a number of respects, but they will feel they got the batting to chase this down.
Yeah, I mean, it was not a bad comeback, actually, given that the first 5 overs went for 95. You really feared that we'd maybe see near enough 200, but that last over just going for 7.
Yeah, it was an interesting kind of innings. And yeah, you mentioned, okay, if you take out the 5 penalty runs, 90 in the first half and 61 in the second. So they've just kind of kept it in touch, haven't they? But it was Gorka that started strongly. Better late than never, but it did cost the Punjab CC Amadora side 5, according to the regulations. And then it was a pretty decent opening partnership that shaped up. And Dani maybe not hitting his top form, but Vishwakarma, the lefty, was pretty brutal. His 68 set up this score.
Yeah, and it was an exhibition of hitting, and we've already seen already more Maximos. What was that, 11 going to the rope? And, well, some Baximos as well. And it was that partnership between Rahul Vishwakarma and Inda Happy that certainly made the Gorkas happy as they were motoring along, threatened to go really big in the end. I'm sure they're more than happy. 156 on the board. Punjab CC, well, didn't really get going. I think half of them were still asleep. Rocked up late, and then a few drop catches, a few misfields.
This is when the wicket finally came, and it was taken by Mubin Tariq with a low full toss, just knocked up in run route. Did the rest, but kind of the horses bolted and they were chasing it all innings. And I suppose when they had that, when we had this, which we're about to eat, that was also one of the highlights of the 10 overs for us. But I think that Gorka 11 never had the concern they were going to run out of batting here, so they could bat in a certain way. And you could see here that Vishwakarma, actually, he was kind of looking on for 100 the way things were going. He was 68 and flying away. But then he would get castled, and so, okay, that might have pulled it back a little bit. I suppose the fact they do restrict it to around about 12 and over in the second half just keeps Punjab CC in this contest.
Yeah, and we don't know what a good score is. It's just match one, day one. It was about 109 part last week, but we think that's going to go a bit higher, especially with the big hitting. And there was still some big hitting to come. We hadn't seen the captain, Suman Gamiri. We thought he might come in a bit higher. As it was, Happy came in, hit some big shots. He scored 2 6s, 5 4s on his way to 37. That was not so sweet from Honey there, as two fielders got in the way of each other. He looked like he was going to go for that one again. Decided to leave it to the safe hands of Adnan Ali. That was the end of Happy. Niloy Islam, though, he had a nice little cameo towards the end. 19 runs he scored off just 10 deliveries. Jahidul Islam just 1 not out off 3. But it's a threatening start for the Gorka 11. They've got Mohammad Nazrul Islam can still come in, Ahmed Ullah. So you can see there on the batting card there's still depth, and that's maybe the difference between the Premier and Challenger divisions as well. But they didn't need more than 5 batters. Rahul Vishwakarma, he was the star, 68 runs off 22 deliveries, and his partnership with Amninder Happy, who got 37. I wouldn't say took the game away from Punjab CC, but maybe fired a warning shot to the rest of the division. The bowlers, well, there were 6 of them used. There was one supersonic over from Ali Naki at the top. Parveen Singh, well, he only went for 24 off his 12. He went 12 off his 24, sorry. And Gurjit Singh, well, a few runs leaked throughout. So mid-match, Gorka 11, they put on 156 for 3 thanks to Rahul Vishwakarma, Aminda Happy at the top of their lineup. They only had to use the 6 batters, and well, it's already threatening for Punjab CC Amadora, but they'll have a right to reply. 157 runs then needed in 60 balls, 15.7 runs per over. We're still only on the first match of this Premier Division, so 29 matches to come after this one. 4 matches still in this day, but we're still in match 1. Halfway through, we'll be back in just a few minutes' time for the run chase, so join me, Tina Goff and Vinny Maximo as we return for the ECS Portugal Premier Division.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Good morning and a warm welcome back to the sunny Santarem cricket ground, the SCG, and we find ourselves halfway through match one between Punjab CC Amadora and the Gorkha 11, and well, it was a bit of a sleepy start for Punjab CC. 5 penalty runs to their name before they even bowled a delivery, and well, they got put to the sword by the Gorkhas, 156 on the board. So Punjab CC, well, it'd be quite a statement if they managed to chase that down in 7 overs, and Gorkha 11 is their only game of the day. If they take home all 4 points, they will have to reduce Punjab CC to 109 runs as a maximum, as you see the players in the early morning Portugal sun making their way out into the middle. As a reminder, 30 matches coming up in this group stage before we head to finals day. So the same format as the Challenger division, which reached its conclusion yesterday with the Lisbon Supergiants lifting the trophy. Both of these teams will want to repeat the feat on finals day, which will be next Friday. Long way to go before then though, and well, things aren't won and lost on day one, but picking up points early on can certainly help your cause. And Gorkha 11, they'll think they're in the driver's seat here, putting on that imposing total, 156. We saw in the Challenger Series pass score probably around 100, 110. I'm sure we'll see a few more runs in this Premier Division with generally a bit more batting depth in the lineups. And as for the batting, it'll be Aitzaz Arshad and Parveen Singh, we saw with the ball earlier, now taking on the mantle with the bat. Shahidul Rahman, the number 17 for the Gorkha 11, has ball in hand. Just making sure the field is correctly set. 2 fielders allowed out in the first 3 overs of the power play. We saw a few fielding faults from Punjab CC, a couple of no balls in that first innings, so Rahman making sure his field is exactly the way he wants it. Left arm over comes in, and maybe a bit of movement there actually. Nips in and back out. Leaves Aitzaz Arshad through to the hands of keeper and captain Suman Gimiri. We thought we might see him a bit earlier with the bat. It's a good call there. Just whistled past the grill. Umpire Bucks there calling one for the over. It's not an action replay, it's the same delivery, and as a result, well, that's 2 for the over, and despite the protestations of Shahidul Rahman, by Bucks at square leg says, well, it's 1 and you're out, and no ball called here. Have a look at this again, maybe from the side-on angle. The batter Arshad collapses a little bit, doesn't he? And as a result, whistles past. It's one of those 50-50 calls, but if you bowl 2 in a row, you kind of make it a bit obvious what you're doing, don't you? And Rahman, he wasn't happy with it, but no ball has been called, so free hit coming up for Arshad. He trots down the pitch and deposits that ball over the cow corner region. Some early work for our boundary riders there as Zach Grizzly goes for a little roam in the woods. And well, it's an imposing total, but it's the perfect start for Punjab CC. Start with a dot, but came back strong. No ball 6. as I was saying, Suman Gamiri, he's got the gloves for the Gawker 11 and the captain's armband. We thought we might see him a bit earlier on. He was carded to bat at 3. We didn't see him in the end, but that maybe shows the depth that the Gawker 11 have, as Gamiri there almost tries to go for the stumping as Arshad dances down the pitch again. Doesn't make contact with that one, and, well, Shoida Rahman, his tactics are pretty clear. He's going to hit that pitch hard. And, wow, some early morning aerobics there for the teams coming up. And look at that, the hip movement there is quite something. And, wow, I don't think I'd be able to do that at 10 a.m. on a Saturday morning, but that's why I'm sitting here in the commentary box. And, well, someone who's not going to be standing out there for much longer is Aitzaz Arshad. As there's another big swing from his bat, and all that he manages to do is take a swipe at thin air. Shahidul Rahman says, thank you very much. I'll take the top of your middle stump. Well, we've had everything so far in this over. All that was missing was a wicket, and there we have it. Nice in-swinging delivery there from the left armour. Not so nice, that big old swing from Arshad. And it's just the 1-6 off that third ball or second ball of the over, the free hit. Otherwise, swipes at thin air for Arshad, and he does have to depart for an early wicket. Punjab CC Amadora 7 for 1. Still 2 balls left of this first. Bit of an ugly one there from Arshad. And, well, you can see that Shahida Rahman, a bit of feistiness. Maybe not too happy with the no ball call. He's come back strong. It's Raul Imran, the captain, who, well, we didn't see the Gawker captain bat. We will see the Punjab CC captain bat as he comes in at 3. Just chips that one to the long on fielder. Raul Imran, he's got quite a few runs. He's now, with that single, taking his way up to 1,698 runs, so 2 off the next milestone for him. High score 77 back in 2022 against the Coimbra Knights. And we saw one high score buster today as Rahul Vishwakarma beat his previous best of 59 in his 68, that first innings. Parveen Singh now on strike for his first delivery. He's been watching the carnage from the non-striker's end until now. And he says, well, why didn't you give me the strike earlier? As he smokes one over the covers for his first Maximo and the second Maximo of the first over. We do get to the end of it, 14 for 1, an eventful one. The wicket and a no ball, 2 sixes. And, well, speaking of Maximos, there's one joining me here in the commentary box. Vinny, good morning.
Yeah, nice to be back. And, yeah, an early wicket there, although I suppose Judd do get a couple of big hits in the over as well. 14 for 1 after 1. 19 matches since the golden ball. He had a brilliant golden ball the other night in the fading light. You would have thought that maybe that would have favoured the Werewolves. And I did actually say this yesterday. I was a little bit worried. I think the Werewolves, you could actually directly track their fading in form to the further we got from the full moon.
Did notice that.
There's a new moon today, which basically means no moon visible. Anyway, here's Jahidul Islam, who's going to bowl over number 2. He starts pretty well. He's a tall guy. Jahidul Islam is he's a guy I think is going to pose a few problems for opening batters. It's Vishwakarma who set this score up with a really nice looking 68 in the first innings. Jahid coming to bang the ball in. He goes full. I like that. You can see a little bit of out shape he gets. So Punjab CC, we know they didn't have the best start to the day, and I think although they've got 2 key batters at the crease, they're under a lot of pressure with the bat. That rate's already gone up over 16 and over required.
Well, if they could choose 2 batters to have out there, it's probably these 2. Both a lot of experience, a lot of big runs on the network. And they'll both have to chip in here.
And Jahid's actually a really interesting story. We've seen him playing in Malta before, so we've seen him particularly playing for Gozo Zalmi. That one doesn't get up at all. But I can't remember what it was exactly, but I think Corey had a dig at him when they were playing in the commentary. And then Jahid basically started a kind of silent feud against Corey and really intimidated him to the point all the other Gozo Zalmi players would say hi, and Corey was like, "Oh, hello, Jahid," and he'd just look at him. But then it turns out it wasn't actually a feud. He just doesn't speak any English.
Right. I was going to say, it's not unusual for Corey to start feuds, but...
So it's interesting to see Jahid here. Yeah, like I say, played for Gozo Zalmi in Malta, also played for the Bajiba Blasters before. But, yeah, we know sometimes these guys move around a bit. But yeah, every time I go back to Malta, even last time when we were there earlier in the year, some of these guys will say, "Hey, where's Corey?" Because Jahid's looking for him.
It's not a sentence you want to hear.
This one, middle kind of length, just whisked it around for a single. And Imran hasn't the greatest start here, but he's a powerful hitter, very experienced as well. He's put together some big scores on the network before.
Nice bit of fielding there from Amninder Happy. Contributed with the bat and now gets a big round of applause from Jahid.
That'll be the end of the over, or will it be? No, it won't be, not just yet. So this over's gone ... .1.
Don't mind that.
Well, Imran also, remember, when Punjab CC weren't in the competition a couple of years ago, 3 years ago now, I think, he played for Fighters and got them all the way to the final within one swing of the bat. I think they lost by 6 runs to Marlow in that one. Yeah, that hurries him up as well. So that will be the end of the over. And what an over. 5 dots and a 1. And yeah, Suman Gamire. Yeah, I was hoping that would carry to him because I thought maybe it got a little bit of the bat on the way to the trouser. But anyway, what an over from Jahid to announce himself. And after 2 overs, Punjab CC Amadora 15 for 1.
Take a look at, well, less the standings, but more the teams that are joining us for this Premier Division. And, well, who's your early pick, Vinny?
I think you're always crazy to bet against Marlow on this ground. They've never lost an ECS on this ground, and we've had one every year since 2020. So this would be the 6th edition, and they've won all 5. And even last year they were challenged, and it was a big comeback in the final. Actually, it needed a 6 to take it to a golden ball, and then a 6 off the golden ball from Amir Zaib got them across the line. But it's going to be their toughest series ever. As this up in the air, that's going to fly over the boundary. Maximal! It's a low full toss, but you can see there the raw power of Imran, who sends it miles over the boundary.
Low full toss, but he just climbed into that and almost climbed into and what did that hit on the way?
It made a sound.
Oh, it hit
it's hit out.
Are we still live?
Our power cables,
still
yeah.
recording.
I was wondering what was over there. Now, slow ball, it goes after it again and just gets it over the top. Maximal back to back as Imran fights back for Punjab CC Amadora.
Oh, Jahidul Islam, he'll be shaking his head after he put in a great second over, just the 1 run and 2 big hits at the start of the 3rd. All his hard work's almost been undone.
Need a big over to get back in the contest to make up for that 1 run over in the 2nd. He steps away slightly and misses out. I think we'll see Corey back on ECN. It is pretty tough to get him during the summer months. That's the thing as well, because I know he's busy with his coaching Spain. But we do have him for 3 days in Madrid, and we'll probably have a little bit of a break from him. But Corey's amazing, his ability to make enemies all around the world. It's something that actually unites.
It's quite a skill.
That's full toss. That's going to get hammered as well. Maximal, 6 more. One lands pretty close to our igloo. Islam just over pitching that time. And you can see here, it's actually quite a big over pitch in the end.
Yeah.
Sends it up and out of the ground.
Luckily didn't go 7 up there, but we've had one left to our igloo, one to the right, so get your hands ready, Vinny.
Yeah, a few coming our way.
We had a couple last week, mostly on rolling in.
I don't imagine this is the best environment for catching with the small opening of the igloo. We had one yesterday on the bounce. I'm more about rule 1 here.
Yeah.
Because, you know, the Tortugas will come for us. Now, open over the top. There's nobody back on the offside. That's going to be 4 more. So this over does go magical, still with the ball to come. Wow, Imran trying to keep his team in the contest. And they're actually 30% to chase this down.
Overs like this will certainly help. As Niloy Islam hasn't exactly had the joyous of starts.
So, for example, even few things unite people, but like Jersey and Guernsey both had feuds with Corey, and they have a natural rivalry, but it's something they could agree on. And I just think it's nice.
Hornchurch, they can add them to the list, I think.
Yeah, on there.
Should we have a list of people who like Corey?
Be a short broadcast. Anyway, it will be 4 runs to finish the over. 5 boundaries in the over. It goes for 26. And so I suppose it does kind of compensate for the really tight over. I wonder if they bring Jahid back straight away. I probably would, you know. It's the end of the power play. It's 41 for 1.
Well, just one of those good overs or bad overs really hits that run rate. And it's currently 16.57, so maybe bring Jahid on. Looks like they are doing so because they need another win to the Gorka 11, especially with Rao Imran. He's threatening 28 off 12. Look at that. We've got a little bungalow there in the second over and then a big old skyscraper in the third.
Yeah, they kind of cancel out, don't they? By the way, it's all in good jest. Even, you know, Corey is someone that entertains us with his antics.
Love Corey, yeah.
He's funny. He knows his cricket, though.
Absolutely.
Taken Spain to the top 30 in the world. I'm always happy to have him on. Have you ever thought about coaching? You're a good coach. Got the patience for it?
Done my coaching badges.
I'm a pretty patient person, but I think it would test me. Over number 4. They do go back to Jahid. Bit of respect there from Parveen. Hands it back to Rao Imran.
I don't think I could do kind of beginners cricket or
really?
kids cricket because I think kids cricket is more about herding
I
sheep.
think I would be more patient with kids than trying to coach professionals who
think they know it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I think I'd be the other opposite.
To be honest, I love. I've done a bit of like specialist wicket keeping coaching at a reasonable level, and that I enjoy because that's kind of my passion in the game. And I don't pretend to be kind of an expert technically on batting or even bowling above the basics, but keeping I understand kind of inside out. So that's quite fun. Bells are on. What's that? 1/4 bells?
Yeah, bells every 15 minutes here.
Yeah. Wait, the Sunday bells will be coming up tomorrow. You have to bring your earmuffs. No, so I quite like specialist coaching. And it's hard to find keeper coaches. I know that. I think you might have a fielding coach, but wicket keeping coaching is pretty niche.
I think I could do specialist coaching more than trying to tell kids to stop picking their noses or running around making daisy chains, which they could do very well here, actually. And that's maybe too much of a distraction.
That is true. Jahid, great spell this. Oh, he hurries him up. Excellent bowling.
Well bowled. Just did well to duck out the way of that, did Imran.
I mean, Jahid's asking some different questions that you normally see at the Portuguese domestic level here. Because you do have a few players, it's just even like that, he's trying to get on the front foot and he wants to hammer him down the ground. But this is a different kind of delivery. It's up around the shoulders and Jahid's really worked up ahead of steam here. Goes to Zalmi, a team from Malta we've seen him play for before. They made the ECL back in 2024. A pretty good campaign as well. Been unlucky on finals day. Eliminated in the eliminator. Anyway, this is up in the air. Imran will get 6. Maximo, I think, was already over the boundary when he took off there. But, yeah, the counter strike comes from Imran. Not an easy one. Again, you see, he wants to get in that front foot. I suppose he knew he'd had the bouncer for the over. It was called one above the shoulder. Still not an easy shot against a guy that he hasn't really been able to do much with.
We had a helmet hit on the field last week. That one just rolled into that helmet, which was about 10 metres the wrong side of the boundary. But yeah, slightly over pitch there from Jahid Islam. And that was the ball that Imran was waiting for.
Hello to Scotty, watching from the comfort of Victoria, ECN Supporters Club Australia. We were actually, all of us commentators last night, we were enjoying some of your content as well. Scotty, whenever you post something, we're always interested to see it. He's pretty excited about the return to ECS cricket as well.
I'm waiting for an invite to the Christmas party.
Well, you were in Victoria.
Was.
Weren't you?
Yeah, would have missed the Christmas party. I didn't get there till just after.
Scotty, keep it going. We love what you're doing. The main thing is I hope that you're enjoying it.
Yeah.
Anyway, Jahid's only gone for 8 off 11 balls bowled. His last ball of his spell. And it's pitched up and it's going to be hit. And it's going to be hit pretty well. Maximal for Imran, who gets a couple of counter strikes to finish that over. In the end, it goes for 13, but still not short of what they need to pull this chase off. But I think they're pretty happy to see the back of Jahidul Islam. At the end of 4 overs, it's 54 for 1.
A bit of a figures ruiner there for Islam, going for 2 sixes off his last 3 deliveries. But look at that, the run rate, you can see, well, they're on course for the bonus point, but well below the run rate needed, which is climbing. It's currently 17.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I definitely wouldn't count them out of that chase yet, especially with Islam done. You know what's interesting is, I don't think it's a word in Portuguese. And Portuguese and Spanish do have some similarities. But malo in Spain, in Spanish, it means bad.
Yeah, like mal in French.
Yeah, mal. Yeah, it's pretty common. But it's not really used in Portuguese. Sometimes kind of older Portuguese, you might see it. It's, yeah, it's interesting. It's a region here. And Marlow, obviously, a very, very good cricket team. We've seen go to the ECL twice.
Be in the next game. We'll see.
All right, well, this is going to pretty much be straight up in the air. Fielder, it completely misjudges it. Yeah, it's a Class A plugger, and it's a lucky moment for Parveen Singh. A missed opportunity for him on 7.
It's Rahul Vishwakarma out there. Did the business with the bat. Didn't quite match
Just
that.
didn't find the drop zone, did he?
Yeah.
He ended up getting caught under the ball.
Yeah, he's got his heels on the rope here, but he came charging in.
Yeah.
Didn't pick the line.
It is, I will say, and I've been out there, we've kind of played around a little bit on this field. It's different to any other field I've ever fielded on. You can't trust your perception because it's not flat. There's curves to it, and one thing I learned is, you don't want to be rushing in at all. I don't know if they're checking this boundary. They don't need to because it never got close to the rope. I'll have a look at it here.
Well, it does kind of fade away to the boundary, doesn't it? So he's actually
Maybe
lucky
the
that
umpire
plugs.
couldn't see the rope, so it wasn't. He assumed it was closer. Anyway, extra bounce this time for Amninder, who's come on to bowl his 5th over.
Yeah, you can see when that ball drops, it almost drops beneath the fielder because it does tail away to the boundary, the hill. So it's a tough one to judge, especially in this kind of white blue sky. So we've given him a few excuses there. You can feel free to take any one of those.
Well, this is pitched up a bit more, and a thick head is going to fly away for 4 runs. So Imran kind of seems like the great hope. And Punjab, one time in 3 from here, they pulled off this chase. So for a team that certainly played below their level at the start of this game, it shows you they're still a threat to pull off the win.
I think it needs the captain, Rao Imran, to stay out there. He's 1 hit away from his half century, 44 off 19 so far.
Within reach of a half century, Imran. But he won't get there. It's a change of pace. Happy goes snappy. And Rao Imran swings all across it. Done by the change-up. And Punjab CC, Amadora lose their captain, 59 for 2. A critical blow in this chase.
We said that he's the key wicket, and Happy is delighted to get that one. Change of pace, didn't quite get up maybe. Well, probably because it was a slower ball, just rolled his fingers across it. Says to his teammates, what are you worried about?
Pretty well disguised. I mean, the arm speed was similar, wasn't it, from Amninder? But just, it wasn't really an obvious rolling of the fingers, just a slight change in release, and it gives it the old teapot. But Imran gives them a fighting chance. He's out for 44 off 20. 5 Maximos in there and 3-4, so 42 of the 44 in boundaries. And it's a 59 for 2. Let's check it out again.
Just drifts in, doesn't it? It's a nice delivery.
Oh, I heard the 10-second count. He's still putting his helmet on.
Oh, hello.
3, 2, 1. It's for me 5 penalty runs. There you go. So that's going to raise the total. Oh, I heard it there on the stump mic. Remember, you get 60 seconds to be ready. He was still putting his gloves on. So
that's 15 penalty runs, which is not what you need match 1 of the division. Not doing themselves any favours here are Punjab CC. It's Simranjeet Singh who's out there. And well, he's starting on -5.
Yeah, remember, it's a strict... I do think the irony of the penalty run sometimes is to input them in the system takes even more time.
Well, now Simranjeet Singh can actually get himself ready.
Yeah, we got it we had it timed out, obviously, earlier in the week.
Yep.
Now, obviously, you can only be timed out if you're not ready in 90. So obviously, he was ready in, I'm going to guess, about 70. Oh, now, it could be... This could be a rare worse than a duck, -5. Still in the red, Simran, but he gets off the mark with that. And, yeah, 5 penalty runs awarded to the fielding team for the batter being too slow to face up. So that target basically grows. So now they make, instead of 156, they've made 161, and 162 is the target. This one's hit pretty well, and that's going to be 4. So, yeah, Parveen hardly had any of the strike since he's been out there, but he's able to get that one into the gap and 4 runs.
Simranjeet Singh, he was there, wasn't he? But he was standing basically.
He was there, but he wasn't ready to face. Yeah,
didn't have his gloves on.
That's where it comes down to. 5 overs down, then 64 for 2. As the task gets a bit tough for Punjab, they need about 20 and over from here on in. Coming up, though, we have cricket from Portugal still with this series, the ECS on next weekend, and then T20 Internationals. And then we'll be in Madrid for a 6-day series. Bologna will actually start on Sunday the 13th of April, and we'll have both men's and women's ECS cricket. So only the second ECS W we've had. I know we're really excited about that. Before we go to France, Malta, and then Czechia's popped onto the screen. That's, again, T20I women's matches from the Vinod Cricket Ground, the first cricket from there this year. But actually, we've secured, because I've got to go to Madrid, and Steph, because we don't provide a tournament referee for T20Is, he's actually going to jump in and do the commentary with you for the T20Is.
Yeah,
Steph's actually done a fair bit of commentary, apart from covering me for 2 games in Romania last year when I got caught sleeping on an airport floor in Sweden due to flight cancellations. He's done a night series before, did a full night series in Barcelona with his cousin Joe, who used to commentate for us a bit, Joe Wegasani. Very successful with his tour business in the Netherlands. But yeah, and they actually were commentating in a car, and it was the cousin commentary car. True story.
CCC?
Yeah, this was in Barcelona, but not at the baseball ground, at the ground a bit out of the city. Yeah, the CCC, it just turned out to be the only place that was kind of warm enough to commentate from. They wired everything up. Yeah, pretty cool. So yeah, you'll enjoy that with Steph.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
Steph, obviously, we've seen playing for Estonia recently, and also one of our key umpires and officials. That's a blast, isn't it? As Parveen goes big, maximal 6 runs. You can just see Punjab sees they've got the power, but have they run out of time here? As that rate required has ballooned out over 20 runs and over.
That was a big hit. I think that went. Well, you can see in the background there the team's warming up. And that looks like Marlow warming up, and they've got an early Grizzly coming their way.
Good question from Tim Armour about the time penalty, but I'll tell you what happened there in a minute. It's Ahmedullah, who's kind of converted into a slow bowler, but right now he's having a tough time of it. That one was a full toss. Parveen turns it away. It's going to be 4 more. Ahmedullah's a guy we actually first saw playing European Cricket Series cricket in Croatia. He still has spent a bit of time there, but now he's settled in Portugal. And he's gone from bowling kind of mediums to a lot of finger spin. I know occasionally we'll roll the wrist on some as well. So, yeah, Tim, the rules for batters getting to the crease, they're pretty simple. But I'll just kind of lay them out for you after this ball. Yeah, that's another one of these leg spinners. And this time it's up, it's in the air. Fielder comes around, and he's not going to be able to make the play. 51.5 metre job there. Maximal 6 runs. Yeah, so the new batter has 60 seconds to be ready to face. So not just to be there, but to be ready to face. That was a case of him being there, but
Yep.
not being ready to face. Now, if they take more than 60 seconds, it's an automatic 5-run penalty against them. If they take more than 90 seconds, then obviously the 5-run penalty still stands, because that kicks in at 60 seconds. But then they can be given timed out on appeal, only on appeal.
That's what we saw last week, wasn't
We
it?
saw it last week with Abdul Motin.
I mean, that wasn't even close. I
Yeah.
think he was
Oh,
still on the side of the
he-
boundary when 90 seconds were up.
He almost timed out the guy after him. But yeah, the key points are, as we get to the end of the 6th over here, it's 82 for 2. The key points are the 60-second penalty isn't on appeal, it's just automatic. But the 90 seconds does require an appeal from the fielding side. And the other thing is, and this goes to the clock as well, the clock is a 36-minute clock that, for example, there are certain automatic additions to it. So every wicket, there is a 60-second addition. But also it's at the referee's discretion. So, for example, in that Moten situation, the referee can stop the clock because that's outside the fielding team's control.
Yep.
Or sometimes there's time added for things like, searching for a ball from a long time. But it's stopped in the run. That's the whole point. I think that's why it works so well, because you can see the clock, you can trust the clock. Wow. Has that one hit the stumps? This happened yesterday. Maybe not. But there was one yesterday that hit stumps pretty hard towards the bottom. It did knock the bails off. There we go. Just went past it. Didn't miss by much. He hit it onto his back of his leg.
Spin
Yeah,
ticket.
so that's why I think the clock works so well. In other cricket, you see the clock run out, but then there's all these allowances. They go looking as this is up in the air. Well, good luck catching this. It's miles in the air. In fact, you won't have to because it's gone all the way. Maximo for Parveen Singh. Last gasp here for Punjab CC Amadora. Yeah, I know. I've heard of ICC cricket where, a team will be 8 minutes behind or 15 minutes behind and about 6 people go into a meeting saying, okay, where are we going to find these 15 minutes so we don't have to penalise these, It kind of defeats the purpose of having the rules in the first place. So there's a difference between our cricket and a T20 International, for example, when it's a standalone T20 International or any T20, is that we need to stay on time. It's not just a minor inconvenience if you run 10 minutes over. For us, we've got other games that need to start. Anyway, it's going to be another 4 runs here. Happy, totally not happy at that. Squirted away through the kind of gully region for 4 runs.
Not quite, I think, where Parveen wanted to hit it, but got enough on it, and he's had to wait a while to even get on strike in this innings. And he's moving along nicely now, 39 off 12 deliveries, but that run rate, well, it's bang on 20 at the moment.
But that's the thing with penalties. They're no good unless they're enforced.
Yeah. There's got to be consequences to your actions.
Don't necessarily want to play the stern parent role, but yeah, it sounds basic, but it's true. Dot ball. And Gorka, I mean, they'll be kicking themselves if they lose from here. I mean, they've pretty much made the running all game, haven't they? From even before the first ball. But they're still 70%. Only 70%. Meaning Punjab have a realistic path back into the win.
Punjab will be annoyed with themselves as well. They should be chasing 70.
Yeah, if they lose by...
If they lose by 10 runs.
They lose by 10 or less, and it's literally their own fault. Having said that, I think Happy has bowled a pretty good spell. I know he's been hit for a couple of boundaries this over, but he's also bowled 3 dot balls in the over. That rate's ballooned out now to past 22 and over required. There's a little glance there, and he gets enough Badnet for this to run away, so that will be the end of the over. It's 96 for 2 after 7.
A risky shot there. He stepped right across his stumps, and that's why Happy
Lucky
threw
hit it.
his hands in the air.
Yeah, so 3 boundaries, 3 dots in the over, 96 for 2. Let's have a look at what's coming up as Marlowe will take on Oeris, traditional rivals actually, as this should be a pretty interesting game. Marlowe we saw in the ECL just a couple of weeks ago. They've got Mian listed to open the batting. He'll lead the side. You've got Roshan Singh behind the stumps. He's a pretty good keeper. Watch out for Najam Shazad there in the middle order, but they've got a lot of players to watch actually. Amandeep Singh also had a very good ECL with the bat and the ball. For Oeris, well, they are led by Conrad Greenshields, but they've got a pretty interesting team as well. Junaid Khan's played a lot of cricket for Portugal. He's got such a good record of getting wickets in the first over. Taj Muhammad is a real speedster, and I think you'll really enjoy seeing him
He follows his ECN cricket pretty often, and I know he's pretty excited to have us here. And news from the toss is that Conrad Greenshield won the toss and said Awaris will bat first. I know Peter was asking here, any actual Portuguese players, kind of ethnically Portuguese players? We had a couple actually. When Diego Mendonça played for Awaris last year. I mean, I suppose this is a reality we find in most countries we go to, that it's not really an established sport. And that's part of why ECN exists, is to give it a bit more of a profile. A lot of players will even play socially, but maybe not be at the level to be able to play in the European Cricket Series. So it's all part of it. And then the other thing is, I suppose, a lot of European cricketers we see are actually born in the country. They might not look like they're from the country because they might have South Asian heritage. But I think this is 2025. We've got to realise it's a population which is more mobile than ever. So I think we appreciate the efforts of every single person that we see in European cricket. Bearing in mind there's travel, there's
amateurs,
costs.
they've got jobs, they've got
players.
families.
Yeah. Anyway, right now, Parveen has gone a little bit cold. Sushil Kumar's come in, and you can see he's battling the clock as well. I think they'll be okay because, again, you just need to have that clock still running when you get to the end of the ninth over. It's got basically an over and a half. 6 minutes required, 6 minutes to do it. So generally 4 minutes per over is pretty comfortable. That's actually what the clock starts at. Parveen gets a piece of this, and it's good enough. It's going to fly over the boundary. Maximo! Oh, now we're at the real last chance, I think. And what they would do to have those 10 runs back, Punjab CC Amadora. And Parveen swings this one over the boundary.
Yeah, it's a nice hit, but the trouble for him and for Punjab CC Amadora is it's taken him 3 attempts to get it over the rope. 2 balls left of the 8th.
It's going to be a wide, just misses the mark. So, have to bowl that one again. Yeah, 57 off 14. It's a lot different to 47 off 14. Now he's going to go to town. Jahid's coming around to his left, and it's going to be 4. Bounces just inside. But again, Jahid hasn't played much on this field, and it goes up there. Just imagine I dropped a grain of rice out of an aeroplane at about 30,000 feet and asked you to catch it. That's basically what you're trying to pick up. And again, second time we've seen this, Vishwakarma, he ran under one in that area as well. And the result's going to be 4 runs.
You can see what Sushil Kumar thinks about that one.
He hits his hard into the gap, and it's a great effort from Jahid, but it's going to be bouncing off his arm over the rope. Brave stuff from the big pacer, but maximal 6 runs to Parveen Singh. That was a bullet. End of the over as well, 115 for 2.
That would have been an early contender for play of the day if that one had stuck. He would have been the right side of the rope. I don't think he would have touched that, but I mean, it was. He just tipped it around the post for 6 runs, and suddenly a flourish at the end of that over, but that run rate still up at over 23.
Yeah, it's one of these rare ones where the actual golden ball line's above where they finished because of these penalties. But again, I often say this, but there's some things in cricket that are out of your control and some things that are in your control.
Yep.
And a couple of these things that are in the control of Punjab CC Amadora, they haven't done well. And the penalties included in that basket. All right, 9th over, and they're going to go back to Shahidul Rahman, the lefty. You saw him bowling up front. Well, it wasn't probably an over there to remember too fondly, though he did take a wicket, took 1 for 14. And you can see Parveen's pretty keen to get back on strike. He was off with the pitch then. So yeah, 47 off 12 becomes 46 off 11. Simran also, he's a brilliant hitter, but he just hasn't been able to get going in this inning so far. 4 off 5, has to step aside. We'll go back to the left-handed Parveen Singh.
Oh, Simran hit 240 runs in the night series, including a 60 not out against this opposition, but he's not had much of the strike.
Slow ball, skies it. Again, and a bit of an awkward one. Ahmedullah's under it, and he takes it. What a sensational catch. In fact, I think in the end, he gets called off. As I think Sushil might have grabbed it in the end. But hey, whoever caught it, it was well done. As Parveen is going to have to move away. Goes for a brave 59. Actually brought up his 50. But let's see this one again. Bit of discussion about who it belonged to, but in the end, I suppose two of them could have caught it. It was Sushil that grabs it, but Parveen, he'll make it a nice looking 50. Nice start to his series, and he scores all round the wicket, but he has to walk away 116 for 3.
Good counter punch there from Parveen, but one big hit too many as Lovepreet Singh comes into the crease.
Bowled. Uh-oh, we're going to have a run out here. I'm sure about it. I wasn't
about.
so sure for a second. And in the end, Simran is going to have to go. Lovepreet comes in. He squeezes one into the ground, goes to the keeper. Lovepreet then basically builds a nest at the striker's end and says, you ain't welcome. And Simran, this kind of sums up his innings. Tries to turn on his heels. And a little shot put throw from Rahman hits the stump. So Punjab CC Amadora, classic case of the Mondays happening on a Saturday for them at 116 for 4.
Lovepreet doesn't even take a look round until right at the end, almost as if to say, well, if I don't look round, maybe it's not happening. But I'm sure he heard.
Hear no evil, see no evil. But Simran, and only onwards and upwards from here for him. We have passed that mark for a... Oh, it actually could be a no ball, you know. As it's hit away, it will be 6 runs. I just got a feeling the way he hit that, whenever you see a pull shot behind square, it's a sign that the ball might be high.
Yep. Let's have a look. He's just in front of the crease, isn't he? But
yeah, I think it's a no ball. You know, you look at where it is there.
Yeah.
I think they're going to call that. You know, yeah, it's dropping slightly, but I think it's dropping to the waist.
You have called it.
So yeah, that's a bit of a window of opportunity. So yeah, it comes with a warning. And a free hit to Lovepreet. Maybe he felt he could see the future, and that's why he stayed while Simran went. And now he knocks this, but it really should only be a single. Well fielded down there by Amninder.
He manages to get out of the no ball pretty much unscathed. And now we're looking at, yeah, last chance saloon, 28.5. They need to give themselves a chance in that final over, don't they? If they get 12 here, suddenly it's doable, but tough ask for the new batter. Back Gagan deep, hasn't faced a ball yet.
Yeah, well, now he gets his chance.
Well bowled.
Almost takes out his batting partner. Not just a single. So what a case of what might have been for Punjab CC Amadora. Might even still be a ball to go in this over, because we had that no ball. I feel like it might have been a miscount. But anyway, we'll see. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, they've gotten pretty close despite shooting himself in the foot so many times. They don't have any toes left. Punjab CC Amadora. It's a sign they're a good side. Again, yeah, we got one more ball. We do for Shahid Rahman. Now here's the actual last ball of the ninth. And up in the block hole, just not for a single down the ground. So we'll have to see the perfect 6 sixes. If Punjab are going to get home from here, it's 126 for 4 after 9.
And you're saying what could have been if it was 26. Suddenly it's a whole different ball game, isn't it? But as it is, they just about sneak in on the timer as well. 50 seconds left.
Yeah, flying a bit close to the sun there as well, weren't they? Yeah, you'd probably expect a little bit better from teams that have played a lot of cricket, this style of cricket as well. And because of the weather in Portugal, I mean, we're able to play here almost all year round. So that's why we did see the night series at the start of February. We plan to come back later in the year this time as well. All right, who gets this last over? Looks like they're going to Sushil Kumar. Went for 19 in his first. Lovepreet, well, 6 sixes, and he's chaired off the ground. Let's roll.
Wide will help.
Yeah, that keeps the game alive.
Oh, he's still got to get 6 sixes.
5 sixes and a 4 for a golden ball.
Yeah. We wouldn't mind that, would we? First game up.
Be a weird one. I still think, forget within 10.
Yeah.
That one, I think, beats the bat. Not really moving the feet there. Lovepreet. As you see, Sushil's still hustling, but they've beaten the clock. So he doesn't have to worry too much about that. Oh, kind of noise on there. Got to say, it didn't seem very batty. Dug in. But you can see not really getting on the back foot. He's kind of playing from the crease, trying to muscle it down the ground. Didn't seem that obvious. It's a nicer shot this time. Manipulates it over the backward point region. Maximal! 6 runs, although you can file it under too little too late for Punjab CC Amadora. Both these teams obviously have plenty of cricket ahead of them. For Gorka, though, you mentioned they only played this one game today, wanted to make the most of it. They've certainly done that. And Gorka will play tomorrow in the opener against Gamblers, and then they'll take on Marlow in match 8. For Punjab CC Amadora, well, they've got a pretty tricky clash against the Lisbon Capitals coming up in match 3, and that will be the Capitals' first game. 6 teams, of course. They play each other twice, so 10 matches each. And then we have finals on Friday once again. Bit of a leading edge this time, but it's going to find space. I know that I'm going to leave you with the G team. Well, what's going on here? Well, that's 2. It was almost like they were daring him to run him out. But I was going to say, Phil's back tomorrow. The G-Force is back. And then that would have been amazing. Let's bounce off the bowler for a run out. But I know that you and I will get to do this finals day together on Friday.
Yeah, we will. I missed out yesterday, but
Plenty's going to happen before then.
yeah, 30 games.
Up in the air. Is this going to carry? Almost. That's good effort. This game just petering out. And so Punjab CC, they're going to go down by 24 runs. It's a bit of a lackluster performance from a team we've seen play some pretty good cricket. They'll get another chance to register a win later in the day against the Capitals. But for Gorka, their opening day is a success. They'll take 3 points out of this. The final score, Gorka 11, 161. Punjab CC Amadora 137. Kind of funny first game, wasn't it? I didn't really feel that the standard went up a whole lot from what we'd seen last night. I suppose there was the intensity in the finals day. But I still think that both these teams, they have room for improvement, and we will see that improvement during the week. Gorka happy to get the win. Marlow Werris coming up, and that next game should be back on time, back in about 15 minutes for that, with Werris winning the toss and electing to bat. Let's go and have a look at the highlights, and it was a big mountain to climb, wasn't it? Well, originally they were chasing 157. That would actually go up as the stumps went down. Arshad swung all around that, and hey, Gorka, I suppose in the end of the day, they do the business, they walk away with a win.
Yeah, they'll be more than happy with that. High fives all round, 3 points to them, and they can go home, watch the rest of the day's action, and come back for their doubleheader tomorrow. It was Parveen Singh and Rao Imran. While those two were at the crease, putting on a pretty good partnership, it was over 50 in the end. We thought there might be a chance, some big hits, especially from Parveen Singh. 6 sixes on his way to 59, but when that partnership broke, it felt like it was just a hurdle too far for Punjab CC Amadora, and those penalty runs added before the game and during the game certainly didn't help.
Honestly, it's one of those things. Kind of it showed you why I probably would struggle being a coach, because I probably would have shouted myself hoarse, and we know I want to turn up the next day. I would have been stripping the paint off the wall, I think, if I saw that much talent in the team and they delivered a performance like that. Just despite the best efforts, I suppose, in the second innings. We saw Parveen with 59. We saw Simran. Well, he actually basically ends up getting run out for -1 because he made 4, but he gave up 5 by not being ready to face in the 60 seconds. You've got to keep the game moving. As Parveen ended up making it to the half century, finishing up with 59 runs off 21, but felt like maybe not quite a lone hand, because he had Rao Imran scoring 44 off 20 as well, but no one else really able to challenge. And yeah, I do think the par score will be a bit higher in this series as well. Yeah, I tend to think it's around the 125 mark, maybe more than the 109, 110 we saw as the par in the Challenger. And it just got a little bit too much, didn't it? Eventually, the pressure told. We saw par being caught by Sushikuma, although Amadullah might have equally been able to catch it. Then we saw this run out, which was actually looking like it could go wrong and have ECN Classic written all over it. But yeah, pretty easy one for Rahman to run out Simran. And really, the game was gone then. And it hit all sixes off the last over. And yeah, look, I suppose maybe you do see this in Portugal because the players, they've played quite a lot. Obviously, they had the night series recently, but first game, just a bit of rust. On the teams, I think. Although Gawker 11, they played some good cricket in there. They looked a bit more prepared, I suppose, what I would say, even from the first ball, that they were able to build a big score and then ultimately they would defend it. Well, chasing 162 in the end, they end up with 137 with Parveen Singh 59 of 21. Did play some nice shots, the big left-hander. Rao Imran, the captain, well, we know he's got power. Had an interesting battle against Jahid Islam, but kind of was able to counterpunch toward the end of his spell and ended up with 44 off 20. Lovepreet with 15 not out at the end. Bowling-wise, well, I've got to say Jahid Islam, for me, he's the best of the bowlers, despite not taking a wicket. He really made sure that Punjab CC Amadora were playing from behind. He finished none for 14. 2 wickets for Shahid Rahman. The other one went to Aminda Happy, but it's Gawker who are happy after knocking over Punjab CC Amadora first game. We will take a break. We're back in around about 10 minutes' time with the traditional rivals, Marlow and Awaris. A bit like oil and water. They don't mix, and they'll be on the park for match 2. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff, and see you in a few minutes when we return to the Santarém Cricket Ground for more European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox. Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the second match of the day, second of 5 today, of course. Opening day of this Premier Division ECS, Portugal. And some traditional rivals coming up. This is always a good game. It's Marlow versus Oeiras in match 2. Let's see what happens at the coin toss with Stefan Gooch and the two skippers.
Oeiras to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It is heads.
We'll have a bat.
Good luck.
Thank
All
you.
the best. Have a good game.
Okay.
Oeiras have won the toss. They're having a bat.
So Oeiras win the toss and they have elected to bat first. And Oeiras, they've kind of always been the bridesmaid, never quite the bride in ECN cricket. They have made the final a couple of times. In fact, once was against Marlow a couple of years ago when they went down by just 12 runs. But Marlow, of course, if you've been watching ECN recently, you would have seen them just a couple of weeks ago in the European Cricket League where they played some really good cricket. They ended up third in their group, but were very competitive against a group that included the likes of Roma CC of Italy and Beveren of Belgium. And they really held their own. So Marlow, I know they were reasonably satisfied with their performance, but of course domestic cricket, slightly different kettle of fish. I think they know that their opponents know their games pretty well. And Marlow, they are defending champions of this series here at Santarém. They won last year's in a golden ball. Quite a game that was. A bit brighter right now than it was at the end of that final. For Oeiras, well, is this the year they can go all the way? I know that they're constantly working on their club. They are the home club as well for this series. So they'll want to get off on the right foot. You see Conrad Greenshield scored 150 in one of the games last year, and he will be a key player, no doubt, with the bat for the Swans. So let's get ready for the first ball then. Tina Goff, I know you're looking forward to this one as we get ready for the start of match 2. Oeiras, the home side, although they are technically the away side in this game, this is their ground, it's their patch. They want to get off to a good start. They're winning the toss and batting in match 2.
I absolutely am looking forward to this match. Thank you very much, Vinny, and welcome back to the European Cricket Network here in sunny Santarém. What a view that is. And what a game we have in store for you. Game 2 of the day. Game 2 of this Premier Division. 30 matches coming up before finals day. And well, we said you want to get off to a good start on day 1. Doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be there in the finals day, but getting points early on the board is what Marlow and Oeiras want to do here as we take a look at both sides. Me and Shahid captaining for Marlow. And well, we've got some big hitters throughout there and a few big names to look out for. Hardeep Kuttan, he can do some damage with the bat. Keeper Rushan Singh as well. I'm sure we'll see him with gloves in hand, but also with the bat. As for Oeiras, well, Conrad Greenshields, he's won the toss and he has decided to bat first. And look at that. Immediately, we know it's a big rivalry between these two teams. They've slugged it out in the past, and Marlow, slight advantage here, despite ORS being on their home soil. Both of these teams will be desperate to get their campaigns off to a winning start. Both of these sides actually have double headers today. So we'll see Marlow again in Game 4 against Gamblers SC. And ORS, they'll be bringing up the rear final game. We'll see them against the Lisbon Capitals. So it's a big day for both sides. 8 points up for grabs, and what a start that would be. But we do know that starting strong or starting weak doesn't necessarily mean anything when it comes to finals day. Just ask the Lisbon Supergiants yesterday. They lifted the trophy after a pretty sluggish start to their campaign. Speaking of sluggish starts, well, that's what we can also accuse Punjab CC Amadora of having this morning. And there's nothing sluggish about that start, as it's Brendan Badenhorst with the bat, and he hits that one straight towards the commentary igloo. A bit of a crash on the side of our tent as the Grizzly comes knocking. It's Asad Mahmood with the ball. The sign of intent there from Brendan as he's joined at the crease by Mohamed Ashraful Rupu. I'm sure he'd be loving to see that from the non-striker's end. Asad Mahmood, the man with the 7 on his back. Starting up with spin here. Marlow, and that one he digs into the pitch a bit more. Big swing and a miss from Brendan. Expecting that one to kick up a bit more, but Asad Mahmood, not the tallest of bowlers. It's not going to pop up quite as much as, well, we saw some whistling past the helmets this morning. Someone who's quite a hulking figure is Brendan Badenhorst, and he gave the Grizzly the treatment on the first ball, and that one's hit hard into the covers. Good stop, half stop there by the fielder. Manages to almost sit on the Grizzly. Najam Shahzad mops up behind him. You can see how quick that outfield is as well. The sun is beating down here in Santarem. And that Grizzly has been beaten to the boundary. That goes for a huge Maximo. It's only just landed here. And, well, the umpire was signalling that while it was still taking flight. That one just slightly too short from Asad Mahmood, was asking to be hit. And the opener for the Swans duly obliges. Bigger hits this morning already. Doesn't quite get a hold of that one. The fielder out there, and he should have fielded there, Amandeep Singh, but he kind of skids past him. It's one of those ones where it's skipping along that outfield. It's downhill there to the boundary, and, well, it's downhill for Amandeep Singh as well as he lets that one through his grasp. Great start, actually, for the Swans as they find themselves 14 for no loss after one. We find themselves in the middle of the tour of Portugal. I know Vinny Sandu's only joining us for a few days, but what a few days you have in store.
I've really enjoyed my couple of days here, just doing a little bit of a mini stint to cover you guys. You've been doing a great job, though, you and Phil, the G team. And I'll be back on Thursday. Phil will be doing his last day on Thursday, and then we'll go through finals day on Friday in the Premier. Then we'll be doing the T10 internationals, the ECIs together. First time we've ever seen the Portuguese women's side, and actually first time we've seen the Norwegian women's side on ECN.
Yep.
I actually think it's the first time we've had the men's side outside the Cardamom Oval as well, outside an ECC. So I'm really excited. Norway, a really exciting team. And then I'll have to be off to Madrid, but I know Stefan's going to step into my chair for the T20s from the 7th to 9th of April. There'll be a women's T20 in the morning, men's in the afternoon. So yeah, it's the first women's cricket that Portugal have played at international level. You'll see it right here. Anyway, it's going to be a wide first up, as this is just not quite where Hassan Khan wanted it. But yeah, you can see this game once again starts pretty much at a 50-50. There's really not much in it at all. Marlow, I think this morning when I checked, they were 55% favourites, but right in the Goldilocks zone where we like it.
Yeah, no, 51-49, almost bang on as Hassan Khan attempt number 2 at his first delivery, and, well, it hasn't ended too much better for him as that one's just knocked around the corner by Ashraful for his first 4 of the innings.
Yeah, and he's a great pickup for Oeris as well, Muhammad Ashraful Rupu, who I remember had a really good series 2 years ago for Friendship. So there was a year where Friendship actually made it all the way to the final. And Ashraful Rupu was pretty key to that. But yeah, here he is playing for Oeris. You always get a few player movements around, I suppose, in such a small community. It's kind of natural. You get to know each other, and sometimes certain teams need certain things. But yeah, they've given him the responsibility of batting at the top of the order. And I had a question here about is Conrad Greenshields playing? And the answer is yes, he's leading Oeris in this game.
Yeah, first action was to win the toss. We'll sure see him. So, I mean, he's carded at 3. It'd be interesting to see where he comes in, but they've got a few batting options.
I think he bats 3. And I know he doesn't really like opening, but I actually think it's a pretty good position for him. He was playing for Portugal recently as well in that series against Spain, which I suppose are kind of some friendly games, really. It wasn't. They weren't full T20 internationals, but that's what started our season off in Porto.
Bit of line there from Hassan Khan, but Ashraful just throws his hands at it to the vacant third boundary, and well, still in the power play, so only 2 fielders outside. Not quite sure that's where he meant it to go, but I'm sure he's happy with the outcome.
I think there's a bit of intelligence behind this shot. He does hang the bat out there and doesn't try to hit hard. It's more of a guide than a full-blooded slash, wasn't it? But anyway, smart batting. He'll take it. Yeah, Conrad last year, I remember he was kind of one of those in the conversation for kind of best players to have not hit 100 on the network, and then he put a big 100 on last year, 150 actually. And I'll tell you who that was against, because I know you're going to like it.
Well, Ashraful certainly likes that one, as do his teammates, as he just sits back on that one, waits for the delivery from Hassan Khan. Now, that one certainly was intelligent, because he knew he didn't have to swing hard at that one, just hit it over square leg boundary, 6 runs.
Yeah, he seems to have a lot of time at the moment, doesn't he? He's started very well. I've given Conrad 150, but actually, now I've checked it, it was 148 not out. Okay. It was almost as good as. That was against Ronan. But we had some great team names last year. One of them was Precious. CC. Now, we were talking about favourite team names earlier. Ronan were in last year, Precious were in. It's good to see it every year. Almost every country we go to, there's more and more teams. It's great for cricket.
Well, that's the ECN effect, isn't it?
Yeah.
I was chatting to Andy before, the umpire, saying, well, a few years ago, there's just 2 teams.
Yeah.
It started off just Lisbon and Porto, and look where we are now. We've got 2 divisions, 6 teams in each.
There's Conrad there. He goes by the nickname as a commentator, because he has commentated with me from time to time when I've been here.
That one's high up in the air. It should be taken by Mian Shahid. It looked like it was threatening our igloo, but in fact it was more high than long. That is the end of Mohamed Ashraful Rupu. He goes for 14 off 5 deliveries. First wicket for Oeris, 30 for 1.
Looked good while he was there, Rupu. But he must be more than a feeling, because he's got his own shirt, as he just doesn't quite get to that. Mian Shahid takes a fairly easy catch at mid-off. It's one of those ones that probably in the power play it's caught in, and later it might not be when the field goes back. But Rupu doesn't waste any time. 2 4s and a 6 in his 14. It's 30 for 1, and you will see Conrad Greenshields coming to the crease at number 3. So Conrad, because he's kind of softly spoken and he's got a ginger tinge to his hair, he was given the nickname Whispering Red.
Whispering Red.
So if you ever see that, that's where that comes from. I think from memory, the most 50s without 100 now belongs to Vinod Ravindran, the Hungarian skipper. He's got 20 50s without 100.
Wow, okay. Well, he'll want to change that. And Conrad Greenshields, where he swings through the first one, doesn't get any contact. He joins BB out there.
Yeah. Brendan Badenhorst is an attacking type player at the top. Yeah. I will say, though, for Vinod, for example, he scored a lot of 50s in chases where he hasn't actually had the chance to score 100. It does open the batting. But anyway, that'll be the end of the over. Pretty good one from Hassan in the end, because he does get Rupu to get hurt in the first half of it, though. So, yeah, so first half of the over was none for 16, and the second half of the over took 1 for none. So that's ECN cricket for you. It changes very quickly. 30 for 1 after 2. Obviously, we saw Gorka at the top of the ladder there, because they picked up a win their first game against Punjab CC Amadora. Marlow, several times champion here. They've won 5 times on this ground in European Cricket Series cricket, dating all the way back to 2020. I mentioned last year, they were pushed all the way. Actually, a golden ball decided the final.
Yeah, what a final that was. That's what you want, going all the way to the final ball after such a long tournament. This one goes all the way to the boundary as Brendan Badenhorst picking up where he left off in that first over. Asad Mahmood coming back on.
It's a really interesting field. I actually think it might be a 7-2 field with Badenhorst is a bit more of a, he's a more kind of play with a straight back kind of player, kind of offside player. So they've got a really short mid-off and they've got a long off as well, which not often you see both. And they're trying to tempt him to play across the line.
They attempted it there and swung across it. Half-hearted LBW appeal.
So not quite a 7-2, it's 6-3 field. Now I'm just counting everyone. You see here, so you see there's a mid-off that's pretty straight in the circle, but there's also someone just out of shot to the left of the screen. But Badenhorst is good enough to take on the field and win. He just smokes that one down the ground. Maximal 6 runs.
Doesn't matter how many people you have on the field, if you just circumnavigate it, go all the way over the top. He does go leg side, but it's still pretty straight, isn't it? And he just hits that one over long on. Still in the power play here. 42 for 1, 3 balls left of it. And this is some start from Brendan Badenhorst. Sounds a bit German, doesn't he? Well, there's another one. And I've completely lost sight of that one. It's coming towards us, but it went straight over the sight screen. Another 6, back-to-back 6s for Brendan. He goes to 38 off just 11 deliveries, and this partnership already past 50. Well, no, this run setting is past 50. Conrad Greenshields, he's contributed nothing so far, but I'm sure he's more than happy with Brendan at the other end.
He did win the toss, I guess, as you said. But Brendan, he had his 30th birthday earlier this month, so happy birthday to him.
Treating himself to an early present here on this Saturday morning, as that one along the turf this time, and you can see as well how much benefit you get in these runs hitting it along the ground. You don't have to go aerial, 4 runs.
I remember when I first saw Brendan, it was about 3 years ago, and he always seemed to kind of look promising but hadn't really scored too many big scores, but he scored his first 50 last year. Actually scored 3 50s in ECN cricket in 2024, including a best of 92 not out versus Fighters. He averaged 43 and a strike rate of about 240 last year. But you can see he's got the technique. It's just probably decision making as well. You know, what to go after, what to be a bit more careful with. Because if he bats the distance, you can see he's got the tools to really be a dangerous player. It's the end of the power play. Awaris off to a good start, 53 for 1.
That over from Asad Mahmood goes magical. 23 runs coming off it. You can see a nice little acceleration from Awaris. 1-2 impacted by that wicket of Mohammed Ashraful. Well, Conrad Greenshields came in. He only faced the 1 delivery. And Brendan is going to carry on batting as well because he did take that single off the final ball.
And I think, you know, Conrad's happy with this as well.
Yep.
The less pressure on him, the better. I remember these two, they played in the final in 2023. I think it was 107 to 95 in the end. Marlowe batted first. It was kind of maybe an underwhelming score. Maybe at that time it was almost a par. But Awaris got close, couldn't quite overhaul Marlowe. And then we saw Awaris making the final of the night series back in 2024 as well, but they went down to Punjab CC Amadora. Again, just didn't click with the bat in the final for them. So they're probably one of the better teams going around, Awaris, that haven't been able to grab an ECN trophy. They have actually been to the ECL as well, Awaris. They competed in 2023. Actually competed very well there at the Cardamore Oval. So you've got 2 teams that have been to the ECL. And the other team that have been to the ECL from Portugal are Gamblers, who were there last year. Gamblers SC, don't be fooled by the name though. Gamblers Sporting Club. They get their name from the fact that they used to like to play poker together, and a cricket club was born out of that. Right now we see 2 to Badenhorst on the fumble.
Sasama Javid, who's come in to bowl. We'll still see Gamblers SC for the first and only time today in Game 4 against Marlowe. They'll come back with a doubleheader tomorrow, but it'll be good to see them. It's good to see Brendan Badenhorst putting in a good innings so far. As that one is hit firmly through the covers, it'll be good effort if it is stopped. It is stopped out there from Najam Shahzad. Tall guy manages to just lever himself down, pick that up one-handed.
This is one thing with the Awaris though. I mean, they do try and do the little things right, such as running that first one hard. And a lot of teams might have just kind of walked a single here, but by running that first one hard, they saw there was a chance for a second. Well, Roshan is positive this is out. He's he's super excited. Let's see if there's any merit to it. He has fooled me before. I think he is out. I actually think he is out. You know, I think you can see, for me, the back edge of that white line. And I mean, the umpire should have had a good view of this because it's not like the foot's moving.
He's just over. His foot is kind of curved, isn't it? But the
thing is,
shoe down is in front of the line.
As a keeper, if you can see line, you know there's nothing behind it. And Roshan, well, he sold me fake goods before, but this isn't one of those times. He will execute the stumping. And again, Badenhorst kind of throws away what was a really good start there. Just needed to make sure he didn't drag that foot. He still thinks he's in there, but spoiler alert, he's not. And it's going to be Usama Javed with the first wicket. It is 57 for 2, an important breakthrough for Marlow.
Yeah, he kind of took a little shuffle down the pitch, did Brendan, and then went down for the sweep, and that's why keeper Rushan Singh, he was so convinced he had his man. You see here, he kind of took a half step forward, and well, he didn't move his foot at all, and he almost gave the umpire a complete freeze frame of the stumping.
That's the view, more like the keeper's view, and I always knew it's even better view than what the square leg umpire gets, because if you can see the line, you know there's nothing behind the line, and that's Roshan doing a good job to execute that dismissal. Here's Faf Stoneman coming in at number 4. And he actually spent a fair bit of time playing club cricket in the Netherlands last year, which I think he's planning to go back this year. He's playing for Oeris, a club that he's moved to originally from the Coimbra Knights, but obviously to develop his cricket along with his brother Miguel, who we saw umpiring in the previous series.
Real family affair. Faf was here last week, helping out as well, boundary riding, providing us with drinks. Just a real family affair here, and he gets a chance to actually get out there and hits the second delivery he's faced into the covers for the 1.
Yeah, and you know he's also he's a busy kind of player. I remember these two had a really good partnership for Oeris at the ECL back in 2023, and they've also played a fair bit for the national team together. Faf's turned into a pretty useful death bowler as well.
That one's cut a bit finer. It's a lovely shot from Conrad Greenshields. Off the mark. He's only faced 1 delivery, been out there for a while. He watched from the other end as Brendan Badenhorst did the damage in the previous over, but second ball up, hits that one nicely through backward point for 4 runs.
Yeah, Kroom's saying that Conrad's got nothing on him because Kroom's played 833 matches with 0 hundreds.
Good effort.
So Conrad's got a way to go yet. And Gollum's put an interesting question in, saying, what's your highest total? Most people know their highest score. I remember from when I was young, I can even track my highest score as it was like a bit of a target. And it went, I think 33 was my first effort when I was about 10, which feels like about 100 back then. And then I remember got 34, retired. I made sure they didn't retire me at 30 because I said, look, I've got to get 34. But then Ricky Ponting tells a story about you had to get retired at 50 back then. So he would make sure that he'd get to 49 and then hit a 6.
Yeah.
Like he didn't want to waste it by going from 44 to 50. That's how obsessive he was about it. All right, here's Amandeep, who had a really good ECL. He's also, watch out for his bouncer for an off spinner. He bowls a really quick bouncer. Can be tough for the keeper. But what, I mean, you must know your high score.
Yeah,
What's your high score?
147, not out.
It's pretty good.
But it's on
break.
I think I've told this story, it's on a tiny pitch in Hamburg, more or less the size of in a ring.
Still counts.
Yeah, it still counts. I've scored a couple of hundreds on proper size pitches, 120 odd last week.
Of course, you had
Last
100 in
season.
your first ECN match against Czechia in the
did,
ECC.
in December.
ECCW.
Yeah.
Good innings, that.
So it'll be good to see Czechia back for the women as this one goes high up in the air. Should land safe. It's Mohamed Adnan coming in, steaming in.
Good battle here. We've got 3 players involved, the 2 batters and Amandeep that are all in the Portuguese national setup. So you're going to have a few more of these kind of high quality bat versus ball contests. Stoneman gets the strike.
Slow ball there from Amandeep. It's called wide.
Just tries to sneak it onto the tram line, but umpire says he doesn't quite. Well, it's pretty close, you know. You have to decide when it passes the line. Umpire felt it went around it.
Big swing that time. Doesn't make any contact as far.
That's a quick one. Yeah, I remember eventually, my first 50, I carried on. I think I was about 13 then. I carried on like, you know, ripping the helmet off, etc., kissing the badge of my suburb.
That one's gone high up in the air. Meanwhile, should be taken and is on the boundary there. And, well, Faf Stoneman went for the big effort, didn't quite get hold of all of it, and it's taken on the boundary by Shamsher Singh for the third wicket down for ECS. They are 65 for 3, 1 ball left of the 5th.
Yeah, Amandeep's clever. You see, he really changes his pace. That was one that he went to go fetch. Faf Stoneman probably wasn't worth the risk. Maybe could have hit it on the offside. That's where the line was. So he made it tough for himself. So he'll go for just 2 in this one. Nicely caught by Shamsher. And Marlowe trying to fight back here. Got to wear us 65 for 3. Still 1 ball to go in this over. Yeah, just for the record, my highest is 124.
Not
but
bad.
as you know, I wasn't really a batter in grade cricket. But I did score that at number 9.
Okay.
So I've scooped a few records for highest scores low down. I think I scored 80 not out at number 10 once.
Sean Werracoon is the new batter. He just prods that one into the offside as they go through for 1, so he'll keep the strike. 66 for 3 at the end of the 5th as you join us in the commentary igloo as well. Match 2, day 1. Welcome everyone in the chat.
Yeah,
we're in sync here as
this
well.
whole spectrum of colours covered
Yeah.
today. I like your candy shirt. Looks good. I hold some weird records. One of them is that I've batted every position from 1 to 11
I like
in
that
grade
one.
cricket, which not many people have done that. But yeah, a few weird ones. So I remember when I made that 80 at number 10, it resulted in a lot of sledging for the guy I was batting with, going, how are you batting above this
Yeah.
guy? But that was just because a bit reckless. But hey, welcome. And I'm always really excited to see these teams in Portugal. So we had to wait a little bit to see these Premier 6 teams, but now we're seeing them, and I think we're going to have some really, really good games. Let's get ready for over number 6. And, well, Jarvid comes back, and he always has a little sniffer to run out. We've got Lakshan Wirakun out there now with Conrad. And Lucky, he's worked a bit with the Blue Crew. He's also a very good amateur photographer. So sometimes he's covered Diana when she's having a bit of a break from her responsibilities.
Yeah, we'll see Diana back next week, I think. She's in demand. Obviously, we've got Spain coming up as well for the first time ever. Madrid. That'll be a fun one, won't it?
I like some of these higher scores coming in. I like Terry saying his highest score is 16 not out, year 11s versus teachers.
Was he a year 11 or a teacher?
That's a good question, yeah. Terry, tell us.
Conrad on strike here. And he's hit quite square on. Big appeal from Osama, but probably a bit of height, probably a bit of width.
Long way away, but I actually heard 2 noises there. I thought maybe he's bottom edged that onto the pad. But yeah, Jarvid again continues. We're going to see a bit more spin, I think, proportionally compared to what we saw in the Challenger division this week.
Yeah, there's suddenly something in there in the pitch for the spinners, and we see on exactly that ball. That one just gripped and left Conrad Greenshields. He's counting his lucky stars, so that one didn't go straight on.
Needed to play straight. He knows it. He's just lucky he gets away with it here. Whispering Red. Check it out.
Yeah, spun too much. If that went straight, that was the end of Conrad. Well bowled from Osama Javid. He's bowling well so far in this over. And that's going to be 3 dot balls in a row.
Change of pace again. It's a bit quicker. That was one. Probably had Conrad thinking, go down the ground, but that was one that actually was there to whip, but it just misjudged the speed of the ball.
Have you had any memorable ducks? Because obviously you often remember ducks as well, golden ducks.
I do. There's a couple of funny ones with me. Plenty of duck stories.
Final ball of the 6th. And, well, that one gets the treatment after just 1 run off the first 5 deliveries. That one goes probably the longest 6 we've seen so far this week. That was a huge Maximo.
Better when shadow batting becomes real batting. This is a shot that he practiced after trying the slog sweep 2 balls ago. And that's gone out of the ground, not just out of the rope area, but out of the grassed area. What a blast from Greenshields. Has told me he's been hitting the gym into the 6th over. It's 73 for 3 after 6. So my first thing is when my first season of hardball cricket, I think I was 10, but I was playing a year up, which was like a big deal at those stages because it was the youngest hardball cricket. And they said, okay, you're ready. And I did make 11 in my first game, which again felt like about 60 at that stage. I had a bat I had for Christmas. It was way too heavy for me. It was a Dyna drive, but the scoops did nothing to reduce the weight. Quick one from Amandeep first up, and that's been hit very well. That's going to be 6. Maximal for Lakshan Wirakun. Can Lucky get lucky here in match 2. But then I made 5 consecutive ducks, but they're all second ballers. I was so determined not to ever make a first ball duck So the first ball, I had my concentration level was like a 12 out of 10, and I was
Yeah.
super. Whatever you do, don't miss it, and I didn't. Second ball, wouldn't care. Try a big shot, get caught. So I made 5 consecutive ducks before I made that 33, which was a life-changing innings.
Yeah.
That was my highest score
That
for a
was-
while.
When your life peaked.
This is all as a 10-year-old, of course. But my first 6, actually, I think I was carried on a bit. That's going to be an outside edge, and that's going to run away down the hill for 4 more. So Lucky does get a bit lucky. Crash into one of our cameras down there. But 4 more to Oeras. But here's the kicker. When I did make a golden duck, I made 2 in a row for my first 11 at my school, and apparently I was the first person in living memory to do that. So it kind of got announced at the school assembly and everything. So, yeah, they're probably my duck stories.
Everyone's got a duck story, don't they?
Do you have a duck story you think of?
Well, no, I don't think so.
You're too good to have duck stories.
I've definitely got ducks. I mean, I got a golden duck last year for Germany, caught behind, which I'll go to my grave saying I was about 10 metres away from that.
Yeah,
But, you
Fair
know,
enough.
gets given.
fair
and
enough. I'm trying to think. I was only out once without facing a ball run out. I still maintain. I think
That's a
I
sickener.
made it, and the umpire wasn't really watching. But I remember the sledge I got as I walked off.
That one's been hit firmly, and there is a fielder out there, but he just watches as that grizzly sails straight over his head. That's Lucky in on the act there. 18 off his 7 deliveries so
He's got
far.
power. You know, we've seen him a fair bit in the night series recently, and even actually last year in the day series, it was pretty good for Whereas. Yeah, I remember that when I made it was in a 50 over game, and it came out probably something in the 30 something overs, or the meaningless overs as they're known these days in cricket. Cricket's moved on. Can he stop this one? He can. So
That's a helpful Tortuga there. 'Cause he
yeah,
just leapt up into
friendly
his hand.
Tortuga.
Yeah.
Yeah, but as I was walking off, they're like, "Hey, that's a lot of walking."
Get your steps
That's
in.
all I remember. I came out there, non-striker, got run out, allegedly.
Final ball of the 7th. Amandeep Singh's the bowler, and there's a fielder out there. It's a good piece of fielding, actually. It was hit firmly by Conrad. Just get the 1 off it, so that's the end of the over, 91 for 3. We've been given some more information from Terry.
Yeah.
End of school year game, open the bowling as well. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 16. Still don't say if you're the teacher or the
and
pupil.
what happened in the second over or the first? He went for 16, looks
It's an
like.
ECN over as we take a look at the ECN calendar for 2025. And wow, even just the next 3 weeks look exciting, don't they? Madrid for the first time ever.
Thomas, if you're watching from Madrid, keep sending the food tips. You're going to have a bit of FOMO. I've got FOMO that you're going to Bologna and I'm not,
I was
but you're
gonna
not
say.
going to Madrid.
Yeah,
Maybe
we've had
next time.
pizza chat a couple of days ago, and I'm happy. First time in Bologna, looking forward to that. And then France, Malta, Jersey, and that just takes us to the start of May.
You're on a fair bit, Tina.
Yeah.
You're a bit like those desserts we had last night that we always want a little bit more once you experience it. And you're going to get plenty more airtime this year. Quickly settled into be kind of part of the furniture, like a cool modern bit of furniture.
Thank you very much. It's this cool modern shirt that I'm wearing.
You're going kind of, you'd work at the Willy Wonka chocolate factory
Yeah.
and that looks like the standard, or like Disneyland.
Well, I
A
said
bit of
I'd bathe in egg custard, but the Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, I wouldn't say no either. Well, it's Najam
I feel like
Shazad.
if we've got like Variety magazine or something, they want to do a photo shoot with you with the egg custard,
Yeah.
put ECN on the map.
One take Tina live from Portugal and in a bath of egg custard as well.
This is Najam Shazad, who
Yep.
is a guy, you know, you've seen him captaining his country a fair bit. And he's a powerful hitter. He's also a very clever bowler. Took one of the catches of the first ECC back in 2021, a running effort just lodged into his left hand.
He started off solidly here, just the 2 singles, but his third ball's going to go all the way, and, well, Vinny clutched at his laptop, but as it is, it just kind of tailed off to the left of Ariglu.
Yeah.
I'm already beginning to see how this is tough for the fielders because the depth perception is quite difficult, isn't
You
it?
can't trust your eyes, and if you
Yeah.
can't trust your eyes, what can you trust? Sir Isaac Newton would have had a field day trying to work out the best strategy for fielding on this ground. But yeah, it's actually the flat ones are more dangerous at us
Yeah.
because they might take a Tortuga and get into the equipment. Anyway, this is in the air, and that's going to be 6 more. So Green Shields winning this battle at the moment. Maximal brings up the 100 for Oweris.
Back-to-back sixes kind of put a shine on Conrad's figures so far because he's, before that, was going back 1 a ball, but he's now moved on 24 off 12.
I think I found my favourite duck story. Tim Harmer says he got given out LBW for 0 once without an appeal from the bowler. The umpire put his finger up and just said it was plum. I wanted to lamp him. I was about 17.
Yeah, well, I think I'd want to lamp him even if I was 31. As that one zips through from Najam Shahzad. Greenshields trying to kind of lever that to leg side, not really there to hit.
He assumed that was going to be shorter, and so he kind of shaped to deflect.
Terry Richmond is really teasing us here. He gives more info. First over was a double wicket maiden, which would be more impressive if you were a pupil bowling against a teacher, but if you were a 50-year-old bowling against a 12-year-old, I'm not that impressed, Terry. So you need to give us the info.
Classify him as a hostile witness.
So that's a hostile delivery, and it is picked up there by the man lurking at third.
Good field placing. We didn't see enough of this last week. Those little edges, it's infuriating when they go to the boundary. I think they know Shahzad's got a bit of pace about him. So, yeah, it's off the bat. I assume this was 4, but fielder does well
End
to
of
keep
the
it to a
8th,
single.
106 for 3. And these two are pretty much set. You can see, though, that, well, after 3 overs, it was a great power play, wasn't it? A bit of a dip since then after those 2 wickets. But these two are both set for a big finish. 2 overs left. It all happens in the 9th.
Yeah, it's a very close game. I tend to think that 125 to 130 is par. These Grizzly balls really do fly. 133 expected at the moment, and we got the perfect 50-50 percentage at the moment. Anybody's game. Here comes Hassan Khan to bowl out in over number 9.
Super Goldilocks zone. Welcome to the game. And that's a well-bowled Yorker, actually. Conrad Greenshields, all he can do with that one is dig it out. 1 for 16, Hassan Khan, off his first over, including that wicket of Mohammad Ashraf Rupu.
Still got 3 genuine bats to come. Junaid Khan listed next, and he's more kind of just a bowler in the national team. Although you've seen him win a game from number 11 in a T20I at Taj Muhammad. Again, he's another tear away.
That one's tearing away to the boundary. 1-2 steps down the pitch, Conrad Greenshields, and that one goes for a big Maximo. He moves to 31 off 16 deliveries.
Yeah, plays that nicely. It's kind of like a flat bat, isn't it? It wasn't easy to muscle it down the ground, but he managed. He gets good contact. Hassan has been banging it in so far. That one runs away over the fielder. Comeback ball for Hassan.
And that one's a high up in the air. There's a fielder out there, but he can only watch. It's Hassan Khan out there, and he was eyeing it up for a second, and then he just throws up his hand as if to say, yep, I'll go and collect that. But it'll be about 10 metres behind the boundary. 6 runs to Conrad Greenshields.
He's just been better when he's held his shape in this innings. That's one that he does kind of manipulate the ball inside out, turns the bat in his hands, gets just enough to get it over the outfielder. So 6 more to Oweris. But it's a great rivalry between these two clubs. It's a friendly rivalry as well. I mean, you've actually chat to them and say, we actually enjoy playing each other.
Yeah, well,
there's no hate or anything. It's just it's a good cricket rivalry.
There's a lot of players that know each other from the national team and from just playing a lot of cricket together. And, well, Conrad Greenshields has the number of Hassan Khan at the moment because that's 3 sixes in a row. 666. Conrad Greenshields moves to 43 off just 18 deliveries. Oweris go to 124.
Good decision making. I often think, when the leg side's there, you won't have to try. It'll just be instinctive. And that was an instinctive flick. It was kind of on middle and leg stump. And that's 3 sixes in a row now.
Well, Hassan Khan, he has to launch a bit of a comeback now. 2 balls left of the 9th. That is a good comeback ball. He just throws it outside the off stump.
Has he hit this into his own gloves?
He might jar his bat, maybe. He looks like he's whipped his right hand glove off. Let's have a look at that. Maybe the jarring of the bat?
It came up into his wrist. He's actually hit the ball into the ground, and I think it's actually on the way up. It's hit him in the wrist.
Let's have a look at this.
I don't think the tattoo gives him that much protection.
Yeah, the ball kind of pops up. We might be able to see it from this angle as it hits the ball on this. Yeah, it hits his
maybe
elbow.
his funny bone.
Yeah.
He's not laughing. It shouldn't be that serious, but you just never know. You never know. It might have got him in a really weird bit. Could even had an extreme case. It might chip a little bit of the elbow off or something. It's
weird that he's holding his wrist. It definitely hit him high up on the arm, but sometimes, you know, when you hit that one funny spot and your whole arm goes into a bit of a spasm. So we can have a look again on the replay. If we can get it really slow, it goes down,
dunk,
hits his waist, and then hits his...
Maybe it even hits his left wrist before it hits the right elbow.
It's like the middle of his right wrist, so maybe it's not quite as high up as we think. It's hard to tell with his arm in movement. Great camera work there.
It's going to continue, I think.
It looks...
I remember once in the nets I was hitting the funny bone, a brand new ball seeping back and just couldn't do anything about it. And it's weird. All my nerves were jangling. I couldn't even hold the bat for a few minutes. It was really, really strange.
Well, you can see that the friendly rivalry there. He's been helped by one of his Mallow rivals putting his gloves back on.
Self-inflicted from Conrad.
That's what we like to see. A bit of friendly.
And Conrad actually played for Marlow in the 22 ECL as a kind of a wild card, basically, although I think he did technically qualify by playing for him in some sort of fixture during the season. All right, last ball of the ninth. It has all happened in the ninth.
Slower ball, and, well, maybe... it looks like he's in a lot of discomfort there from Conrad Greenshields. It's a nice decision, actually, from Hassan Khan to slow it down, just get that ball hitting those stumps. And, well, let's hope Conrad Greenshields can come back and, well, hopefully bowl and be on the pitch.
Yeah, I mean, he has been bowling a bit more recently after having a lot of shoulder problems.
You can see immediately, well, maybe it's in a bit of anger, but he does wring his right hand as if he is in some discomfort. His bottom hand comes off, and he's got a bit of a lame arm going on there.
He didn't have confidence.
No.
He couldn't grip it and rip it. But what he does do, he has 43 to his name, but a bit of an injury concern there for Conrad. Hopefully he can shake it off. But he leaves his team in reasonably good shape into the ninth over, 124 for 4.
It's an innocuous one, but you can see on his wagon wheel what a talented player he is, hitting it all straight. That one he tried to hit straight, but when you haven't got the confidence to go through with the shot, and you can see there him flexing his hand, kind of using his bat as a brace, and he does have to go. That's the end of the ninth as well, 1 over left. Probably
wrist issues aside, the one tip I'd give Conrad there is don't back away. You know, no need to. And then normally they're giving you room. So I don't think a little shuffle of legs working for him. But hold your position at the crease. But yeah, it's pretty innocuous, but you just never know. Lucky gets the strike, 10th overtime. Shazad comes back, and the first one just knocked away. And yeah, Junaid, I actually really like his batting. I remember that it was against Gibraltar. He came out. I think they needed, I can't remember what it was exactly, but they needed about like 27 in 30 balls, 9 down. He just went whack, 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 and finished it in an over. Something like that. So here he is at the club level batting number 6.
And Lucky is back on strike. Oh no, it's Junaid Khan who's hit that one, but he's just put Lucky back on strike with that one single.
He's another guy that we saw him playing for the Coimbra Knights. But again, just a bit of movement, obviously, geographically, it's slightly a different location.
Terry finally tells us he was a student.
Thanks, Terry.
So that's more impressive.
1981.
Yeah.
That's the year I was born.
Good vintage. And, well, that's a good ball, and Lucky, he has to go. That one stayed maybe a bit low from Najam Shazad. Maybe he took a bit of pace off that one. And, well, he's given himself a friendly advantage there by getting that 5th wicket for Areras. And 126 is the score, and this is a great final over so far. 1-1 wicket.
This is one pitch you can kind of bang the ball on a length a bit more than some other pitches because there's a little bit of variation in bounce. So Lucky, again, doesn't really get across and cover the line of the ball. But still, nice little cameo for him. He will go for 21 in Awaris, a 126 for 5. Here's Taj Muhammad coming out to bat. Again, Taj, he's a genuine fast bowler. There's a bit of competition about who might be the fastest bowler in the competition. I know we saw Jahid al-Islam, who's now relocated to Portugal. We saw him in Malta before. He certainly bowled pretty well earlier. But Taj, he's not the tallest, but he kind of in the Dale Steyn mode. Gets it through quickly now. He's got the bat in his hand. 3 to come.
Yeah, the umpire gives it a second look, kind of ducks down to look at that one. It is given wide on field, so still 3 to come for Taj. Yeah, that one just stayed the wrong side of the wide line all the way. 127 for 5 is the score.
It's a really good game. We had so many close games in Challenger. Maybe the first one wasn't that close. Close-ish.
The first one was an absolute washout. The first one we got on the pitch. I mean, there was a lot of tight games.
Yeah.
And, I mean, we obviously, it's difficult to know what past score is when we've only had 1.5 games so far, but you're saying, Vinny, maybe 120, 130?
Yeah, 125, 130 for me is par. I guess time will tell. Taj Muhammad.
Swing and a miss on the first one. 2 balls left to make an impact before I'm sure he'll want to make an impact with the
Something
ball.
on it. He doesn't go for 6. You never know what'll happen.
And he guides that one to third and
There you
actually
go.
might get all the way. It does, thanks to a misfield there on the boundary. Probably should have been stopped, but that bouncy down the hill angle is always tough down
Smart
there.
cricket. I mean, rather than just going for the glory shot, he gets something on it, lets the ball do the work. And yeah, Taj will help himself to 4. Get to where it's up over 130. Last ball to come. Whereas they're a team that can run a lot of the teams that I would play for and against, the way they have a big emphasis on their fielding, do the little things right. Yeah, they've got a slightly different, I suppose, philosophy than some of the other teams we see in European cricket. So let's see if this holds up. Like I said, these two, they always provide us with a good game. Last ball time.
And it's hit firmly. It's going to come straight towards the commentary box. It will drop just short and roll right into the side of the Igloo. And well, we were both up out of our seats there. We thought that might be one for rule number 1, but as it is, big 6 from Junaid Khan to finish that over, finish the innings. Awareas finish 137 for 5. A nice little flurry there. Final 2 balls going for 10 runs.
Yeah, and I think it's a handful above par, but I think also this Marlow batting lineup are above par. So that's why I think if you look at the win predictor, it'll probably tell you 50-50, and I think that's about right. And what about Taj Muhammad coming in and sending Tina a signal here in the commentary box, hitting the last ball to her side of the commentary Igloo, just saying 137.5. Let's go back and have a look at the start. And Buttonhorse, his 41 was pretty important, wasn't it, in setting this innings up?
Yeah, absolutely. He got off to a good start actually with Mohammad Ashraful Rupu. They put on a tidy little 30 before Rupu actually fell still in the second over. Caught by Mian Shahid. He had to go for 14 off just the 5 deliveries. In came Conrad Greenshields, and well, he had quite a slow start, actually going at just about a one a ball, 10 for 10, and then he cranked into gear. Brendan Badenhorst, he didn't find much time to get into gear, and then, well, he kind of just misfired there, took a little skip down the pitch, and Rushan Singh was absolutely convinced of the stumping, and he was proved right. That was
like
a nice little stumping.
When a keeper's that excited, there's normally something to it, but I've been hurt before. But what I will say is that, whereas even if you'd offer them 137 against Marlow, they'd probably take it. It's a good test for their bowling, their fielding unit, see if they can do these things right. And so Faf never really clicked, did he? Kind of went to try and fetch one from outside the off stump. Greenshield had a couple of lucky moments in there early, but then that was the biggest 6 I think we've seen in this whole series so far. Went out of everything, put the cars in danger. And Lucky was there, got a bit lucky there, but also played some nice shots in his 21. But Greenshield 43 would end up having a bit of an injury scare late when he hit the ball into himself. But, Marlow, again, you offer them 138, they'll feel that more often than not they're chasing that down, especially because most of them are coming off the ECS where they have been playing a bit more of this high-level cricket.
Yeah, they'll hope that they'll get themselves into gear quickly. And Conrad Greenshield's raining down 6 sixes on his way to 43. Now, as you said, he kind of suffered a bit of friendly fire, and the very next ball, he was clean bowled. Looked like he'd lost confidence in his wrist, but not before some huge hits, including ones all sides of the boundary. Class player is Conrad Greenshields, and let's hope the injury he suffered here, we see that, just kind of jumped up against his wrist. It's
so
a weird one.
We couldn't even quite pinpoint it. Maybe it hit the wrist, went to the other elbow, but yeah, for Conrad, he'll be hoping that it doesn't really bother him too much. You can see even there, it was an unnatural swing. He's looking down at that right hand. Probably still, I think it could be to do with the fact that, if he was hitting the elbow, you do lose that, you lose kind of control of your nerves and the actual ability to grip. Anyway, Lucky went late in the piece as well. Shazad was able to rearrange his stumps, and then Taj Muhammad, well, after a couple of big windy woofs, he just deflected that 4, but then put his big boy pants on and slammed one Igloowards, as Oeris will finish on the score of 137 for 5. Looking at this scorecard, it was a kind of team effort, I suppose. We saw 5 of the 7 batters get to double figures. 43 Greenshields topped the scoring, 41 for Badenhorst in there, and a pretty handy 21 from Lakshan Wirakun.
Yeah, it was all about partnerships actually. They had not too many quick wickets tumbling, only the 5 extras, 4 wides. I mean, we had quite a few extras last week, and we had 10 extras this morning in the form of penalty runs, but Marlow a bit more of a professional outfit, and both of these teams actually will want to keep those extras down and score the runs off the bat. As for the bowlers, Sama Javid, probably the pick of the bowlers. He picked up that 1 wicket of Brendan Badenhorst and only went for 16 runs. 2 wickets for Hassan Khan, a bit more expensive though, his economy of 17. And only the 5 bowlers used as well for Marlow, but they do have a few more in their ranks, but maybe against a strong side like Awaris, they wanted to go all guns blazing from the front. Well, they'll have to go all guns blazing now with the bat to chase down 138 runs needed to chase down this total. So 60 balls to play with, and well, it'll be an interesting chase between these old rivals. They've played each other a lot, they know each other inside out, and it'll be down to Marlow now to chase down those runs. Just a few moments time. So come back, put the kettle on, and we'll see you back here for this ECS Portugal Match 2 of the Premier Division in just a few minutes.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello and a warm welcome back to Portugal, where we're at the halfway stage of match 2 here in the ECS Portugal Premier Division 2025, which sees the matchup of familiar faces, Marlow and Aweris. Aweris put 137 runs on the board in that first innings, so if Marlow want to go home with all 4 points, they'll have to achieve that target in 7 overs or less. For Aweris, if they want to pick up the first 4 of their campaign, they'll need to restrict a very strong batting order for Marlow to 95 or less, so it's all in the balance here at the halfway stage. We've said part for the Premier Division, we've obviously only seen 1 game so far. It's probably around 120, 130, but Marlow, we know what kind of strength they have in their batting lineup, so they'll fancy themselves to chase down this total. And well, the win predictor fancies them as well, 59% at the moment. It's Mohammed Adnan and Mian Shahid out there to start the run chase for Marlow. For the Swans, for Aweris, it looks like it's Vicky Chauhan with ball in hand. Already marking up his run-up, making sure everything is in good working order. It was a interesting first innings for Aweris. It was a big start with Brendan Badenhorst. He put on 41 off just 15 deliveries before he kind of stumped himself, putting his foot, well, he went down for the sweep. His foot was not the right side of the line, and Rushan Singh, he spotted it quicker than any of us, stumped him. Conrad Greenshields, he top scored 43, but found himself on the wrong end of an injury. But let's have a look at the first ball. Should have been the first ball. It will be the first ball again, take 2 in a moment. Conrad Greenshields, he scored 43 runs off 20 deliveries before he was bowled by Hassan Khan, but more significantly for the Aweris captain, he took what looked to be an innocuous blow to his wrist. It was deflected about 3 times before it hit him on the wrist, but he was in quite some discomfort straight away, and he was bowled next delivery in what was clearly an attempt to try and hit himself out of trouble. And that one is on the legs of Mohammed Adnan. He just works it away for a single. So that'll be something to keep an eye out on. Just trying to check to see if Conrad is out there and if he's maybe hidden himself away. Looks like he's standing in the covers, but he's holding his wrist. I don't know if that's just in a clapping for his bowler or he's still being troubled by that injury. He's flexing his right hand, so it looks like maybe a nerve issue. As I said, it looked like it just was a glancing blow, but he immediately threw his bat out of his hand and was flexing that arm. A bit of an appeal there, nothing doing, especially with that left arm over action. Mian Shahid is on strike here. He's joined Mohammed Adnan at the crease. So that run rate just underneath that 14 runs per over mark. And they won't want to see that go much higher. We saw in the earlier game that there was a big run chase on for Punjab CC Amador, and they fell about 20-30 runs short. Didn't help themselves in that game with a 10-run, well, 2 5-run penalties, one for delaying the start of the game, and then one for a batter not being ready on time as another leg bye is called, another single. Well, this is quite probing bowling from Vicky Chauhan, left arm bowler, but he's clearly not wanting to give any width to these 2 batters. And there we do see Conrad Greenshields. It's his right arm that was causing him a bit of grief. He looks, yeah, he's kind of shaking it, making sure everything's in working order. He's obviously the captain for his Swan side. He's featured already with the bat. He might feature with the ball, but it's more important that he can bat, so maybe he'll just hide himself in the covers for now. Still halfway through the first. And we'll still be halfway. Oh no, that one is called. That left arm over action, isn't it? Often makes the ball look wider than it is, and when it does go past that wide line well within it, it's just when the keeper goes flying off the camera to the right, you think maybe that would be a wide, but well bowled from Vicky Chauhan. His balls so far have been right on the legs of the batters, but that one gives a little suspicious look back to the umpire, making sure that they're all on the same wavelength. That one zips through again. Mian Shahid faced up 3 dots so far. You know he is an explosive batter. High score 60 last year against Friendship CC, who of course we saw in the Challenger division just in the last few days. Probably not the campaign that they would have been after, Friendship CC finishing bottom of the table, but I'm sure they'll come back with a vengeance next year. Final ball of the first, 4 off the over so far. It'll probably stay at 4 as Vicky Chow, and he kind of continues that body line series, making sure that the batters are cramped up. It is the end of the first, 4 runs coming off it. As I welcome to the commentary box, Vinny, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. Hey, Vicky Chow, we haven't seen before in ECN. He's one of the few players, maybe the only player in this Awareness lineup we haven't seen before, but they found one there.
Yeah.
A genuine left arm quickie, and in the end he only concedes 4 off that first over. 20 matches since the Golden Ball. We had one in the Challenger division. Only fair, I think, that we have one in this Premier division. Of course, Marlow, they played a Golden Ball in the final last year. They won it, and it's hard to believe that's pretty much 12 months ago now. 20 matches since the Werewolves Golden Ball the other night.
I think time moves different on the European Cricket Network.
It does, doesn't it? It really feels that way.
Taj Mohammed.
You know, we were talking about duck chat before.
Yeah.
It actually made me think of something as well. Although, again, just before we go off that Golden Ball, it was LSG versus Werewolves. LSG had an interesting week then at winning the Challenger division, as here's Taj Mohammed with a little bit of right arm express. But yeah, duck chat. Mian Shahid has been known to go for a duck or two. In fact, he's got, I think it's 12 ducks on the network.
Not quite as many as Kroom in the chat.
Yeah, I don't know where that sits, but I remember he went through a run a little while ago where he just got quite a few in a row. Checking his career stats. He has, 15 career ducks.
That's quite an effort.
Normally opens the batting at this level, as Adnan will use the pace of Taj Mohammed here, glances away and flies for a boundary.
Yeah, just a slight misdirection there from Taj Mohammed. Well, he had a bit of a flourish at the end of the first innings, didn't he? 4-6 to finish the innings for his side, but he'll want to do the business here with the ball. More of a bowler than a batter. He probably reckons he's an all-rounder.
Yeah, we'll see. I suppose the difference also with this level versus the ECL is Mian Shahid was probably batting 8 in the ECL.
Yep.
You know, they tried Amandeep up there. That's a fraction too short this time from Taj Mohammed, and it's an uppercut. It's a really good one from Adnan. Maximal 6 carreras. Yeah, so slight difference in the level, I suppose. Also, they had Jeremy Martins, who's actually in this squad for Marlow, but I think he might make an appearance before the internationals. I don't think he's necessarily here just yet. But that was a nice shot by Adnan, who he's a big unit and he likes to smash the ball around. Let's see what Taj comes back with here.
You know, Jeremy Martins, he's played a lot of cricket already, obviously featured in the Western Shield as well, so he's a man in demand. I'm sure he'll be here for the internationals, and maybe he'll turn out for Marlow in the days before. Of course, that's the day before the internationals start, so it might be a nice little warm-up for him. That one's dug in shorter by Taj Mohammed. It's up in the air. It's a chance, and it is taken down on the third boundary. Not quite found the middle, Mohammed Adnan. Well, he avoids his, what would that have been, 13th duck of his career?
No, I mean, it's Shahid who actually still on the duck. So
he's still on the duck.
He will go for 11. But whereas they're a pretty committed team in the field. I mean, you saw them doing some of their warm-ups earlier. Touch of the calisthenics about it, but you could see Mohammed, he dug that one in. That was more or less off the end of the bat of Mohammed Adnan. Flies down to the boundary. So Marlow lose their first wicket. It'll be 14 for 1. And yeah, I'm going to say that was a good catch as well. And it's Diogo Mendonça that's taken the catch. And I know the question earlier about the native Portuguese players. There's Diogo down there. Finds himself in the right place at the right time and does the right thing. Holds on to the first catch of the series for the Swans.
Nice catch. It's not easy when it's flying off the edge. Grizzly doing all sorts of things in the air, but it was nicely taken down there. First wicket to fall. Good comeback as well from Taj Mohammed. His previous 2 deliveries went for 2 boundaries.
He does have 5 wickets in ECN cricket, Diogo Mendonca as well. Still young. He's only 23 years old as Usama Javid comes to the crease at number 3. I'd be tempted to go back to Chowan. He only conceded 2 to his analysis and 2 leg byes in the first over. I just think, you know, maybe a bit of an unknown quantity still to a Marlow side that know Awaris really well.
Final ball of the second, a big old grunt from Taj Mohammed, and a slight misfield there.
Probably would have been a run anyway, so
Yeah.
it doesn't cost him anything. It'll be the end of the second over, 15 for 1. As Marlow, he started needing 13.8 and over already. That rate required has jumped over 15. And Taj Mohammed comes back pretty well after going for a couple of boundaries in that second over. It's very early in the standings, of course. These two playing their first game. We'll see the Caps playing their first game in match number 3 coming up straight after that. That one's against Punjab CC Amadora. And then we'll see Gamblers taking on Marlow in match 4. So by the end of match 4, we'll have seen all 6 teams.
Yeah, looking forward to that. And Awaris will come back in a double header as well. They've got the final game of the day against Lisbon Capitals. So,
ooh, looks like we've got Charlie Hunt in the chat lurking as well. Hi, Charlie. How's things? How's the new job going? I mean, you've been in the county cricket system as well.
yeah.
Sure. And Charlie's in the county cricket system now.
I saw I think he, on Instagram, he was having a net. So that's maybe one of the benefits of being an employee of the county cricket system. Well, that one was levered all the way to the boundary for 6. Osama Javid, he's moved on to 7 off 3 deliveries.
So just a couple of things here. I mean, obviously they went to Vicky first up, and now they've taken him out. They've gone to Naim Rahman, but I'm still pretty surprised that they don't go to Junaid Khan, who has a ridiculous record in first overs. But maybe they're going to use him in a slightly different role, maybe as a bit of a closer, because he also often would bowl the first and the 10th. So maybe they feel, okay, even though he's got a good record in the first, why don't we use another option up front and he can bowl 2 at the end.
That one's hit through mid-wicket and
Oh,
almost
Tortuga time.
sideways Tortuga. Wrong foots the fielder, but it's a good recovery actually as he has to recover from the Tortuga, chase it.
The camera angle doesn't do it justice, but he's going one way, the ball bounces the other. And in the end, they will get 2 runs. Yeah, it's actually quite smart if you're hanging around the system. Like I know this guy I used to play against a lot, Luke Pommersback, he was actually in the crowd at the Wacker. And there was a late injury, and they asked him, did he want to play for Australia in a T20 international? It was the only time he played for Australia. Oh.
That was a vicious delivery, I think. Oh, he looks like he's all right. Does Javid wore that one somewhere, I think on the shoulder.
It
Yeah, he
got
gives it a
up,
little rub
didn't
now.
it? Yeah, it really, watch this one take off.
That's just on a length.
Oof.
Almost arm before wicket there. Yeah, don't show any pain until you're at the other end, as, well, Naim Rahman tries to field it, takes a tumble.
They've brought a bit of firepower to the party, haven't they, the Swans?
Yeah, give it a good old rub. I think he looks like he'll be all right. He can join Conrad Greenshields in the sore arm.
Is rubbing
brigade.
cheating? Are you a don't rub it kind of a girl, or what's the story?
I think
Does it show weakness?
it shows weakness, I think, but, you know, as long
Mental
as
weakness?
as long as you don't cry.
Physical weakness?
All of the above.
I don't want to rub it. I don't want to rub it. Never give the opposition a hint. You might be hurt.
I do want to know the kind of physiology of that, whether it actually does help, as that one is helped along to the boundary by Mian Shahid. So he does move on to 4 off the duck.
I think it does come to just kind of moving the blood flow in the area. And maybe, yeah, I feel the rubbing must do something. But anyway, any physiologists out there, please feel free to chime in. Shahid will get off the duck here at the 6th attempt, getting an edged boundary, but still Naim leaving a pretty good over. See, the rate required's gone above 15. There's 12 off this. Still a ball to go though.
So well dug in. Yorker does his own fielding as well.
Uh-oh.
And they're going to go through here, and a direct hit would be out, and it is out. And well, that was a bit of a strange one. It looked like they just accept the dot ball, and it was a slight misfield from Naeem Rahman, but only just went to the side of him. He picked the ball up, turned, and Mian Shahid wasn't even in frame. He could carry on running all the way to the dugout.
He spent most of his time thinking when he might have been running here. It's fumbled by the bowler, but it only ever went about 3 metres away. And Mian, I don't care if he was Usain Bolt, I don't think he's going to be able to beat the throw there. So he'll be disappointed. He has to walk off for 4. Naeem Rahman is the man that will execute the run out off his own bowling. And Marlowe has fallen behind here, 28 for 2. See here, this is what, with misfields, you can't necessarily judge too well.
He calls the throw.
He calls it. And the thing is, his partner, Usama, he basically says, all right, if you call it, it's your funeral. And he ran straight away. That might have been time for Usama to use his veto power to say, actually, go back there, because I can see that the ball hasn't gotten away from the bowler. Anyway, that's kind of pressure as well. He was 4 off 6 before that ball. 28 for 2 after 3. We'll have a look at the power plays as Awaris won it comfortably, 53 to 28. Although Awaris did have this kind of dead patch in the middle of the innings. Here is Junaid Khan getting over number 4.
We were wondering when we would see him, and well, he sees his first ball go all the way to the boundary. It kind of died a death on keeper Girish Singh. We can see this one again. It was a nice ball, but just didn't pick up, and by the time it got to Singh, it was a bit of a shin breaker.
This is actually one field I would consider keeping in a helmet back. Yeah. Because it might just give you a bit more confidence getting behind one like that, because it does shoot through. The second bounce, honestly, you got no idea what it's going to do. And Girish is pretty solid behind the stumps, but yeah, he couldn't do anything about that. 4 byes to the total.
That one's been hit straight. There's a chance it should be taken, and is. It's Taj Mohammed, who just been doing a bit of bowling, and he's done a bit of fielding here. It's a nice, comfortable catch, head high, and that's maybe one part of the pitch that doesn't suffer from the hills of the rest of the field, and he saw that one, lined it up, and that's another wicket down for Marlowe. 32 for 3, and it was Amandeep Singh who came in, and Amandeep Singh has to depart.
Yeah, I've got to say, beautiful soft hands there from Taj Mohammed. Accepted that opportunity, and Junaid, well, they use him in a slightly different way, but he's a guy, he has over 100 wickets on ECN, does Junaid Khan, and he can add another one with the dangerous Amandeep Singh going for a 2-ball duck here, 32 for 3, and yeah, 3 wickets in the shed already. It's going to be Najam Shahzad coming out at number 5. I was just saying with Charlie at Leicestershire, pretty smart. Go have a net.
Yeah.
And suddenly in the, you know, that Seinfeld episode where George Costanza starts basically being the batting coach for the Yankees?
Oh, yeah.
Starts giving him tips. I imagine Charlie in that kind of a role at Leicestershire saying, maybe keep that elbow up.
No.
In COVID times, you just had to be hanging around, you'd get a game. Are you infected? No. Here's a cap.
That was a sideways dive there to try and stop that. It was an attempted catch, but he didn't get anywhere near it. It did go all the way for 4. It's Najam Shahzad into bat and straight into the runs. There was a flailing fielder out there, kind of in the fly slip region, which we actually see quite a lot on the network. Have quite a lot of joy. We see that in Khartoum, don't we? That it just flies through to that fly slip area. On that occasion, flew straight past him. 4 runs. First runs actually against Junaid Khan's name. Those first 4. First delivery went for byes.
I think I'd have the 3rd back. I think that'd be one of my first I'd use, although Shahzad's dangerous all around the wicket.
Big appeal there, and the finger of doom goes up, and they knew they had their man straight away. Najam Shahzad, 4 and out for him. Well, he's still standing there. The finger has gone up.
It's a bit naughty. Najam's been given out. He didn't like the decision, but he's going to have to go. We'll check it out in the replay. I mean, they were positive, weren't they, the Swans? It's hard to see if there was a noise, what else it might have been. Maybe a very, very thin edge. Again, we won't be able to tell one way or another. It's certainly very close to the bat. And Junaid, he went the full Stuart Broad. Didn't bother really turning around. And the keeper was sure as well. But Najam, he took a long time to get going. And it leaves Marlowe in even a worse state as they lose another key player, 36 for 4 in the 4th.
Well, he did question when Junaid Khan would come into the attack, and it's the 4th over where he's done all the damage so far. 2 wickets coming off it, and as you said, they were convinced there was not much else it could have been. The
Yeah.
bat was away from everything else. They didn't even bother appealing. They just said, yes, that is out. Obviously,
You never know if that's posturing or if he genuinely doesn't think he's hit that. Yeah, but there are some of those noises that come from nowhere, but I think as an umpire called it to see it. He heard the noise, bat was near the ball, and that was it. As Kutan comes out, Hardeep Kutan at number 6. And I think that's going to be 4. I think he's actually given it up here. It's good sportsmanship. Good effort here, kind of hurls himself at it. You can see fumbled it the first time. And lucky. Well, he tried to pull it back in, but I think he's touching the rope when he touches the ball.
that's a exhibit A as well for how quick this outfield is. It was more or less mishit there from Hardeep Kutan, the new batter, and well, it was a misfield, but still flew at Lucky. Wasn't able to reel it back in on the second attempt. And there's another big celebration appeal here, and this time the batter doesn't stick around at all. The finger goes up, Hardeep Kutan. He goes just the 1-4 to his name, and what an over this is from Junaid Khan. We built him up, and boy has he delivered. 3 wickets coming off it, 3 for 8. That is the end of the 4th as well. Marlowe in big trouble here, 40 for 5.
And that was an easy decision. That was a huge noise. In fact, didn't even have to make a decision because it was the batter walking. As Kutan goes 4 and out, Girish Singh, a regulation catch behind the stumps, and Marlowe, they're in trouble even maybe to get a point out of this, 40 for 5. But what an over from Junaid Khan. He takes a wicket off the 2nd, 4th and 6th ball. He takes 3 for 8. So there were 3 wickets and 3 boundaries. One of them was a 4 byes in that over. Crazy stuff. And Marlowe 40 for 5.
It's a shame that first one didn't go for a 4 off the bat, otherwise it would have been the perfectly symmetric over. It was 4 byes in the end. I'm sure he won't mind how the wickets came though, and look at those.
We have had an over that's gone wicket 6, wicket 6, wicket 6. We had that at the ECC a little while ago. But, I mean, it's around about 100, right, to even keep their point here. Maybe have to work that one out. It'll be on the screen. Yeah, they need to get to 96. There you go. It's on your screen now.
You know, it's 98 more to win this game. That's a long way off at the moment.
Sama Java's still there.
It's Vicky Chauhan back into the attack, and again, there's a misfield there on the boundary. Is that lucky again? And either way, it's unlucky for Awaras. So that one gets hit firmly from Osama Javid and just goes straight through. It is lucky out there. And head on hands moment for Vicky Chauhan. Not a bad delivery, but got hit to the boundary.
So yeah, they've shown that they're not afraid to kind of pull bowls after one over and just kind of keep the batters off rhythm a little bit. I thought he bowled a good first over. The other thing I think Awaras do pretty well, if there's mistakes in the field, they don't turn on each other. You know, Lucky's had a couple of fumbles, but they're patting him on the back, yelling encouragement his way.
This one gets hit leg side, and well, 1, 2, 3 juggle, but Faf does get it in. And a few moments here of some fielding disease being passed on, but that one doesn't go to the rope.
Gets in your head a little bit as well. I think on this field, the ball's actually gaining speed on you because it's basically running down a hill. You're not normally used to it slowing down a little bit. But Faf Stoneman's a very good fielder and made sure he stopped the boundary. So we've got Shamshir Singh coming out now. Again, we saw him at the ECL. He was kind of in and out of the side.
High score's 27, not out. You'll need a few more than that if they want to get anywhere near this total. Still 51 needed for the bonus point.
But I like the attack here. Whereas we've seen 4 genuine fast bowlers so far, haven't we? With Chow and Taj Muhammad, Naim Rahman and Junaid Khan. I'm just wondering who they might use as their other bowler. I mean, they've got Faf Stoneman in there. If they get well ahead, I think you might see the ball thrown to Mendonca as well. I know that they like to try and get him involved. They don't. He's already contributed with a catch, of course.
Well, when you've got a long tournament like this, you need all your bowlers as well. And if you can give them any kind of experience and confidence out there. And, well, that's a bit of confidence for Shamshir Singh. His second ball goes to the rope, just shy, about 10 centimetres shy of the big 6, but it's 4 to his name and takes Marlowe to 49.
We saw this live. It shows you how quickly the ball hits the surface and shoots on. So maybe 4. And Marlowe, they're not going to give it up. They've got Rishan Singh coming in next, and I've seen him win games batting down the order. But yeah, 4 runs signalled there.
I think there's a Grizzly hunt going on here because it did skip away,
I don't know if that ball's even stopped yet.
rolling away towards Lisbon somewhere, but it's a nice hit from Jamshir Singh.
That's one thing that we certainly understand being here at ground level is on TV. This would look like an easy kind of stop if you're on the boundary. But I'm so glad I'm not behind that. If I was fielding 5 meters behind where that ball bowled, where that ball bounced.
Well, we've had a few attempts of catches in the last week where they go up for the catch, and when they end up landing backwards, they fall about 5 meters further down the hill.
Like a trust exercise gone wrong. Anyway, Marlow fading 6% here. Still probably feel that, you know, with a miracle they could go 17 and over from here. They've got batters still at the crease that can hit boundaries. You have to win a lot of overs in a row.
And that's another firm hit, but Taj Mohammed, great bit of fielding out there, and they just jog through 401, 1 ball left of the 5th.
I think the key is with these, and this is a good stop from Taj, is be ready for anything. So he's basically in a position where he could go up, down, left or right off that bounce. A bit like the old slips cradle, I think of that, where you're prepared for any sort of bounce, and you don't really commit to one direction.
I think trying to stay, I mean, usually you say go low, but you don't want to go too low
Don't
on
too
this
low.
pitch.
You need to be ready to still go lower. Last ball, the over.
That one's hit high up in the air. There's a chance for the fielder coming in, and it is taken. Lucky, after a few misfields, he makes up for it as he takes the easy catch in the infield. Does his shoelaces while he's down there. He's a big lad, so he only wants to go down once, and that is Osama Javid who's gone down there. 50 for 6. He goes for 14 off 8, and, well, Marlow in big trouble here. Maybe at this point, you've got to consolidate. Just go for that bonus point. Make sure you leave this game with at least something, because those 88 runs needed for the win feel a long way off.
I do remember sometimes, particularly obviously, I played indoor cricket at a high level, and I'd go to either a national championship or a World Cup, and then you'd come back and you'd play at your domestic level again. And sometimes it's just a bit of a tough one.
Yep.
You know, even to find that area where, you know, where you're in the zone, and Marlow just seem a bit out of it here. Of course, we're in Portugal. We've got Madrid coming from Monday the 7th of April. It's going to be a big April, actually. We'll go through Madrid, then Italy with the Bologna series, France and Malta. And then just after that Czechia T20 International weekend, we'll be in Jersey, I think from the 5th of May. I'll be on that one. Looking forward to going there for the first time. Junaid coming off a 3-wicket over. Comes back.
Yeah, he's on 5 for watch, but he can just watch that one go into the bushes, and Shamshir Singh for his second boundary of his innings. That one goes all the way, 56 for 6, but still that total 82 runs needed, so that run rate needs to be up at 17. And well, they only have less than 5 overs to get it, as you're on the hunt for the
Good
Grizzly.
shot. That's a really good shot from Shamshir. I like that Charlie's come back saying he's already given a few tips to the lads. Don't you worry. Good to see you, Charlie. And yeah, hopefully we can have Charlie making a couple of cameos in the ECS England this year. I know, because he's based there. I know that's the plan. Big summer ahead. He's doing media and marketing there at Leicestershire.
That's a dream job, isn't it? Just doing a bit of social media, a bit of marketing for a county cricket club.
TikToks.
Yeah, he's on all the
He'd be a good
trends.
meme of, like, you know, what people think I do, what I actually do, what my boss thinks I do. I used to love. Are they still a thing? Maybe they're very 2015. Anyway,
we're at the cutting edge of social media trends here on ECN. And that one's been hit even further from Shamshir Singh. Well, they're still in it. They're still alive and kicking here, Marlow. We did say they've got a deep batting order, and they've had to dig into all of their resources so far.
Oh, I tell you what, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because they just need probably 1 or 1.5 batters to go berserk, and they could still pull this off. We haven't seen the 5th bowler used yet. I have a feeling it'll be Stoneman, but Greenshields is back bowling again. I know he had some really bad chronic shoulder issues. I think doctor said he should never bowl again, but I saw him, he was bowling recently.
If cricketers listen to the doctor, well, we need to phone the doctor for Shamshir Singh, because his innings is dead. He goes for 17 off 6, and that was a well-directed Yorker there from Junaid Khan, who picks up his 4th, so we're on 5 for watch for Khan. He's still got 3 deliveries left of his second over, and this was a nice ball. Just did Shamsha Singh for length, really. It was just a nice Yorker, wasn't it?
Yeah, doctor, give me the news. It's over the castle and far away. It's 4 wickets now for Junaid, who's knocking on the door of a 5 for. And Shamsha, we played some good shots, but Junaid got his revenge, and Marlowe teetering 62 for 7. They're still kind of 35 or so off even getting a point in this game. You can see Junaid, he's a bit of an ambiguous swing bowler as well, in that he can swing the ball both ways, and rather than someone that hoops it a lot, he can just do enough. So this is Hassan Khan coming in. Really, if you're aware of us now, you're thinking bang, 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 take the 4 points and run against the ECC, the ECL club, Marlowe from last month, earlier this month even.
Well, there's one of his 3 attempts used up, so he's still got 2 chances to get his name in that ECN Hall of Fame. Hassan Khan, the new, well, it's 2 new batters actually at the crease, because there was that wicket at the end of the final over, and Rushan Singh, the wicket keeper, with that nice little stumping in the first innings, he faces up his first delivery with a bit of a mountain to climb here. I think they've just got to look at that bonus point now, which is 33 runs away, rather than, well, the win is 75 runs away. Just the 26 balls remaining, 2 overs left, 2 balls left of the 6th. There's an appeal more in hope than expectation as they run through for a leg bite.
Well, it's not quite 5 for 1 if he was to do it, but it still could be a 5-wicket haul here for Junaid. And actually, we looked that up. Amanjeet yesterday, he took 5 for 1. It's the only time we've seen someone take 5 for 1 on the network. We've had a couple of times 5 for 2. And so he actually had the 13th best figures ever in ECN T10 cricket, because we had 12 six-fers. Anyway, last shot at the Lou Bega, Mumbo number 5. It's Khan to Khan. Can Junaid do it?
Goes for the big booming Yorker. You see exactly what he was trying to do, an effort ball. And, well, a bit of a tumble there from Naeem Rahman. And, well, he got one of those Yorkers to sneak through. It was actually well dug out by Hassan Khan. That's the end of the 6th, 74, 64 for 7.
It wasn't an easy shot by any means. And yeah, Charlie telling me actually the weather's pretty good in England for once. And so it's nice to see some good weather hitting this part of the world, after obviously we had some issues during the ECL recently. So with 6 overs down, Marlowe still need 73. It's hard to see them getting to 73, so maybe it is a time to refocus just on getting to that point total.
Well, none of the top 7 really stuck around. You've got batters 8 and 9 out there. It's only Shamsha Singh, he scored 17, but even that only came in those 6 deliveries. Start of the 7th, Junaid Khan. No, it's Lucky who's into the action here, and, well, the first ball he delivers is hit straight back over his head. It's Hassan Khan who dealt the blow here.
Yeah, that's a good shot. That's a good solid strike straight down the ground. And so now you go to Lucky is the 5th. And look, Lucky can turn his arm over. Maybe, I suppose they feel like maybe it's time for a pace-off option.
Well, if Conrad does bowl, probably trying to protect that injured wrist of his as well and make sure he's okay for the rest of the tournament.
They might also be feeling, okay, this is an opportunity where we might even be able to bowl. Oh, this is a bit of an indisciplined piece of play. They'll give away an overthrow. But it might be a chance you could actually bowl 4 different bowlers here if you want it, just to give as many people a chance early in the series as possible. Lucky, 40 matches, but he's only bowled in 11 of them. He has 8 wickets on the network. Best of 2 for 11 last year in the ECS.
Oh, he's got the shades on. He's got nice colour coordinate shades as well. Is Lucky, the red to match.
I feel with Lucky if he's bowling, at least he's not in the outfield.
Yeah.
But no, in all seriousness, we love Lucky. He's a real character of Portuguese cricket.
He's got the chance with the ball now, with more or less the pressure off. That run rate up past 17. So that one's hoiked away again. But there's plenty of boundary riders out there. 3 on the leg side. And, well, yeah, what's that? There's another 20 needed.
Yeah, 20 on there's on your screen. So 20 on 20. I mean, they should do this. I think the biggest issue is if they lose 3 wickets. They get bowled out here.
It's not the best way to start your tournament if you get skittled. Don't even pick up a point, but we've seen a lot can happen. And, well, a big 6 like that is certainly going to help the cause for Marlowe. Hassan Khan, he moves his way to 17. And, well, on that bonus point equation now, just 15 runs needed, less than a run a ball.
So hanging around in the game, you know.
Yeah.
That's still, it's about 3 a ball required. I think exactly 3 a ball required. 57 off 19. Lucky taking the pace off, but I think if you offered these guys, who would you rather face? Something about the pace of Wirrakun probably suits them.
Just throw that in a bit quicker, does Lucky, and it's comfortably the right side of the wide line, so that does end the over as well. 81 for 7 are Marlow, so 57 needed in those final 3 overs if they want to get the win. More likely at this stage, I think, probably 15 runs needed for that bonus point as we take a look. The game coming up, we've only just started really this whole Premier Division. Punjab CC Amadora, who of course we saw this morning later than we should have done. They came up to the pitch a bit late, but they gave away too many runs, including those 10 penalty points, so they'll want to come back stronger in that game, and they'll come up against the Lisbon Capitals. The first time we'll see them.
And Rohit Sharma comes in for Ananali for Punjab there. The Capitals, they're a fun team to watch. Watch out for Dinesh Siddiqui. Listed at 3. Adnan Gondal's a good pickup for the Caps as well, former Marlow player. And I think it makes them stronger. So that game's coming up and should start in around about half an hour.
Naeem Rahman's coming back on for his second over. The 8th starts with a good bumper, zips through. I mean, Rohit Sharma is a good name to bring in.
Oh, yeah. If you can bring in a Rohit Sharma,
you would,
why
wouldn't
you? Yeah, of course you would.
Well, it was a bit of a unexpectedly sloppy performance this morning from Punjab CC, wasn't it? But they've got the double header, so they've got second.
It's kind of like getting to work after you've overslept your alarm. It took them a while.
And that one's gone a bit funky. I think he has got something on it, and it's going to go all the way to the boundary. It's Rushan Singh, who, well, he doesn't do his opposite number behind the stumps any favours here. Goes down low. Yeah, gets a bit of bat on it. Nothing that keeper there, Girish Singh, could have done about it. And, well, that's the shortest boundary on the pitch. So
Roshan playing for Gorka and winning a game in the last over, coming out and just, he's a bit of a revelation back then. He's been around for a couple of years now in the domestic scene. And he'll feel that maybe there's still a chance they can pull this off.
This time he goes more conventional, straight down the ground, doesn't get hold of it at all.
So let's see who we've still got to bowl. We see they're going back to Rahman here. So you've still got Taj Muhammad for an over. I think that'd be the plan. And then I suppose you could go back to Wirrakun, but I've got a feeling if it gets to kind of 10th over or something like that, then they'll probably go to Faf Stoneman. I think that's the role that he's been filling for the national team and also for Werris.
So that one's another back-simo that goes all the way. And again, well, it's Hassan Khan on this occasion. He saw Rushan Singh do it earlier in the over. This time a big old swing at it. Does it go all the way? Nope,
not
just
quite.
Not
but geez, it really flew, didn't it, off the bat? Just pitches inside, but 4 runs to the total.
That run rate just above 20, 48 needed, and well, 6 runs for that bonus point.
Looks like they'll get that point, which it wasn't certain a while ago for Marlow. I like what I've seen from Naeem Rahman as well.
2 balls left of the 8th. That's a well-directed, shorter delivery. Hassan Khan does well to get all of his vital organs out of the way of that one.
Naeem's a guy, we haven't seen him for a couple of years, but previously he was playing for Friendship CC as well. And this one, wow, right in the ribs. That's got to hurt.
So ex-Friendship CC team would be pretty good.
Yeah.
They would back themselves.
When friends become foes, although they won't run into each other, because that Friendship did play in the Challenger Division. Last ball for Naeem.
Well ball, there's a chance in the covers, and it is taken in the covers there.
I'm worried where he's taken this, though. Yeah. Is it in the fingers or is it in the worst? That's lucky. He's going to have leather poisoning. He's had so much of the ball. But anyway.
Well, he's giving that finger a lick. I think maybe just chip the nail on the way through. There's not too much concern that the finger's pointing the wrong direction. Take a look at this on the replay. It was struck firmly into the covers, but right into the midriff of Lucky. And yeah, just flexes his finger, makes sure it's all still in one piece. I think he's okay though, just giving it a bit of a suspicious look. But that is the end of Rushan Singh. He departs for a runner ball 6, and well, it's really trouble here for Marlow. 2 wickets left.
There's still 5 runs off securing the point, and that's 8 wickets down. Yep. So I still think for Owaris, you can go bang bang and potentially still pick up all 4 points. I love that Monty's saying there should be a special award for anyone who can run a 3. Well, one of the most famous 3s ever was on this ground, and it was that viral moment, Brothers 11 Portugal versus Indian Royals, where Mama Chaikat got hit with the ball in the unmentionables, coming back for the 3rd. A genuine 3, no overthrows. It was just a misfield. It's
been mentioned a lot since.
It's been seen tens of millions of times, probably hundreds of millions of times now.
We shouldn't rest until the whole world sees that one. As you called Faf Stoneman, he will come in not for the 10th, but for the 9th. Maybe they're just thinking, well...
Oh, well, it's a bit of a dodgy one.
Yeah, they get through in the end. And, well, it wasn't a 3, but it was not a bad run, 2 in the end, because it didn't quite come off the middle. So the fielder there slipped, took a tumble.
Assuming, okay, that Marlow get the point. I think maybe we'll see Diego get the last over if there's still kind of a lot to get. I'd like to see that, actually. But I suppose it kind of hinges on this. I suppose they've still got Taj Muhammad to bowl, but Whereas do get 10 games.
That one, oh, it's splattered the stump stand. We're going to have to take a look to see if this is a legitimate delivery. Either way.
I mean, it looks like it drops, but does it hit anything? Does it hit the bat?
Oh,
it's a real dropper, but he's out of his crease. So if we'd have to freeze this when it goes past the white line.
Yeah, we'll take a look at this on replay, and yeah, it's actually comfortably in, isn't it?
It's such a good slow ball, actually. And, well, that does make it pretty interesting because that's 9 wickets down. There's still, what is it, 2 runs away? Or is it
3 runs away?
3 runs away.
96.
3 runs away from getting the point. So, yeah, bit of the old test match feel here because they need 3 runs to avoid getting swept, Marlow.
And I hope Asad Mahmood, who's the batter coming in, knows exactly what the equation is, because I mean, you can write this game off in terms of getting the win, but that point we saw in the Challenger division how important that point can be. So
Asad, I'm going to look up his numbers, but he's a number 11's number 11 as well. You rarely see him batting. He really has to bat.
High score of 14, not out.
That's okay.
Just needs 3, so get it anyway. It doesn't matter. Let them bowl wides. Get it off your pad. Anything, just to get those 3 for that bonus point, which could be all important come the end of this group stage. Here we go.
A wicket for the 4 points.
Oh, it is given a wide. It's a tight call there. And that's one of the 3 needed. And that's exactly really what Marlow were hoping for. Just a bit of a gift there from Faf.
Yeah, he's played. It's actually his 100th game, Asad Mahmood. So congratulations to him. But he scored 47 runs in the 99 before this. He has more wickets than runs comfortably. He has 80 wickets, just 47 runs.
Well, he's not usually required because, as that shot shows, maybe he's just a genuine bowler.
This is one time
you're
just blocking because you're hoping that, okay, in 9 balls, you probably get a couple of wides in there. Okay, if you get to the end of the over, then you've got Fahid, who, by the way, hasn't faced a ball either. He's still there at the other end. So, bit of a thriller here. Marley's still needing 2. Whereas need a wicket.
Well bowled by Faf Stoneman. Dug out as well by Asad Mahmood. And they do run through for a comfortable 1. So, on this new equation, 1 needed for the point and 1 wicket needed for Oeras to get those 4 points in the bag. Charlie Hunt with a nice little fun fact. Faf Stoneman recently featured in Can You Cricket's recent YouTube video. Any content,
good
cricket
tip.
content.
He's got his finger on the pulse.
I'm playing in the Cricket Content Creators Cup, hopefully.
I've heard of this.
Hopefully, there is a draft coming up.
Isn't creating ECN content?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. Well, there was
Isn't it 5,000 hours of content a year?
We do create a lot of content, and well, I think there's over 400 people signed up to be in the draft, and you've got some big people in there as well.
Are you an influencer then? Was that what you'd say?
I influence people on occasion. Yeah.
All right, basically you've got a BP thriller here. Stoneman gets 1 more crack at Fahid. If he can get him out, it's 4 points to Oeras.
It's a big swing, and it's a fumble. It's going to go
4
to the
byes will do it.
boundary.
Oh, boy. So the old 99 for 9. Emergency line. Okay, it's got to be Diego then, surely. They need over 36.
Yeah, well, this game is pretty much over as a spectacle. The point is in the bag for Marlow. Oeras will, barring some kind of craziness, which we have seen on occasion.
The hypersonic finish is what they need. But
yeah.
Hey, Oeras, I mean, all things considered, it's been a good performance. Junaid held back to bowl in the middle overs. He took 4 for 22. But I like the 4-prong pace attack, in 5 if you include Stoneman. really delivering.
It does look like they're pooping our party because they're going back to the familiar figure of Taj
They
Mohammed.
probably feel Taj, he deserves a second over, and he does. There's no doubt about that.
1 for 11 off his first, and well, I'm sure no one's going to rip the ball out of his hand either. You never know. Run rate, everything like this could come into play. We were looking at run rate quite a lot in the previous few days. As Taj comes in, first ball of the final over. Oh, and a clothesline.
And
There we
have
go.
our first umpire clothesline of the day.
We love those.
That was a pretty good one. Is that Andrew Winter out there? It's late. And good reactions from Taj to swerve it. Probably would have gone over with Andrew's height. It probably would have gone over Taj's head. But anyway, take 2. Marlow down to their last man.
99 for 9 after the 9th. That one's squeezed away into the covers.
Oh,
And just about get through for the single.
having to work hard for the 100. Hey, do you know anything about this Can You Cricket then? I wouldn't mind doing a bit of research about that. As you know, I do like watching things in my free time, but I don't have a lot of free time.
Yeah, Can You Cricket? He's a content creator. He's got a lot of subscribers as well. Just the 210,000 on YouTube.
That's
and
pretty good.
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of cricket content creators out there, as that's the end of the game. Mohammed Fahid, well, he goes for a 3-ball duck. Taj Mohammed, he's glad that he got brought back in because he picks up his second wicket. He finishes with figures of 2 for 12. And well, a bit of a strange one, Marlow. They were celebrating in the previous over the fact that they at least picked up that bonus point. They won't be too happy with the fact, though, that they have been given quite a comprehensive beating in their first outing by their old rivals, Oeiras.
Yeah, and okay, they do get their point, but they go down by 37 runs. Pretty comfortable victory for Oeiras. And look, I just think Oeiras have seemed the most disciplined team today, and we saw it even from the way they were warming up. This is what's coming up, and we will be starting this game in 20 minutes with Rohit Sharma coming in for Punjab CC Amadora against the Capitals, with Punjab sending in the Caps in match 3. Both teams searching for their first win of the series. For the Capitals, it's the first game of the series and first game since they won the Knight Trophy back in February. But yeah, never really got cracking, did it? I mean, Hassan Khan top scoring for Marlow all the way from number 9. Whereas they did what they set out to do. They created chances and they took them.
Yeah, and they took them well. It was a good all-round performance with the ball and in the field. I mean, they did give away 8 byes. It was tough for the keeper, Girish Singh. A few just grubbed past his shins, but the wickets kept on falling. Mohamed Adnan, he fell to that nice catch in third by Diego Mendonça, and the wickets kept tumbling. There was that run out, Mian Shahid on the wrong end of that, and well, there was not really any partnerships. There was a nice take there in the deep. That sees the end of Amandeep Singh, caught by Taj Mohammed, who picked up a handful of wickets himself. 2 of them. Junaid Khan, he picked up a 4-fer. There was that one big snick. He was absolutely convinced, as was Girish Singh, that there was a nick on that one. Najam Shahzad not too convinced. He had to drag himself off the pitch. That was one of 2 that went through to the keeper. Almost an action replay on that one. That was Hardeep Khatan who fell, and well, there's some resistance from Shamshir Singh. He scored 17 before he was clean bowled by Junaid Khan, and well, towards the end it was more about can Marlow get that bonus point. They did pick it up, but they'll be a bit scarred by that 37 defeat to Oeiras.
Yeah, and Lucky was a bit of a ball magnet, wasn't he? But yeah, look, it's a weird scorecard because, I mean, 8 of the 11 players hit boundaries. So, you know, they had players making kind of mini starts, but they just found a way to keep getting out. And I think a lot of credit needs to go to Oeiras and their bowlers. They bowled well as a unit. I think they gelled pretty well, slightly new looking attack with Chowan, of course, playing his first matches on ECN. He bowled really well, 1 for 12. Taj Mohammed, again, good to see him. They're continuing his good work, and he's bounced around the club scene a little bit here. But Naim Rahman, former Friendship player, coming in, and then you balance that with their existing options like Junaid Khan, like Stoneman. We didn't see Greenfields as a factor with the ball, and I think the less he bowls, the better. I think as far as his body goes, he's got a really important job captaining the side and also with the bat. That was a great slow ball from Stoneman, and really, and Girish, I know he had his work cut out behind the stumps, but yeah, the fact that this got through actually got them to the 70% mark, or past the 70% mark, which meant that Marlow would pick up a point, but the game wouldn't last a lot longer. Taj was brought back, even though the crowd was chanting for Diego. I suppose Diego did take a catch and still made a contribution in the game, and Taj put it to bed. Marlow making the 100, but no more. Awaris running out winners by 37 runs.
Comprehensive win for them, and they'll come back in the final game of the day as well against the Lisbon Capitals. Marlow, they'll just have that one game to sit off, and they'll come back against Gamblers SC. The first and only time we'll see Gamblers today as we take a look at the scorecard. It's pretty tough viewing if you're a Marlow fan. There's just no one really grabbed the innings by the scruff of the neck. Hassan Khan, when your 9 is top scoring and you're not Vinny, then it's going to be difficult to win this game. And the bowlers, well, we thought they might share it around even a bit more. 6 bowlers they used in the end. Vicky Chauhan, he's new to the network, but he introduced himself with a bang, 1 wicket for just 12 runs.
Yeah,
Junaid Khan, 4-fer.
Yeah, Junaid stands out there, but I think it was good team bowling performance by everybody for the Swans. And so, yeah, they certainly have gotten going on the right foot. For Marlow, I mean, they will get another opportunity to register a win here on opening day. They'll play Gamblers in match 4, a rematch of last year's final that went to a golden ball for the Swans. They'll play the Capitals in match 5. So we'll see more of those 2 teams today. You'll see more of us, Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo and Tina Goff, after we take a short break, but we're back in about 10 minutes as we move into match 3 with Punjab CC Amadora sending in the Lisbon Capitals when we return to more Premier Division action here in the European Cricket Series Portugal.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox. Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us. We're 2 matches into opening day of this Premier Division. Coming up, we get to see another team on the park. It's Lisbon Capitals playing their first match on the network since they actually won the night series back in February. So it's Punjab CC Amadora, their opponents. They didn't have the greatest start in the opening game either. So Punjab CC Amadora taking on the Caps here. Stefan Gooch with the coin. Let's see who wins the coin toss for match 3.
Lisbon Capitals to call. Tails is called. It's heads. You ball first. Good luck. Have a good game. Punjab Amadora have won the toss. They're having a bowl.
So Rao Imran of Punjab CC has won the toss and he's elected to bowl, so they will be on the chase. And they just weren't quite able to put a chase together in the first game. But I've got to say, for Punjab CC, a team that have won the night series before at least, so they do have an ECN trophy. They were just a bit indisciplined, I think, compared to what we would expect for them when they're at their best. But they do have another opportunity here. I think they're better for the run. But, you know, they suffered 10 penalty runs. In the end, the margin was 24 runs, so maybe it doesn't make the difference. But I just think they were just a little bit off, weren't they? For the Lisbon Capitals, well, they won the night series recently. So you got the last 2 night series winners playing each other here. So both teams with an ECN trophy. And the Caps always provide us an entertaining brand of cricket, don't they? I think that Dinesh Siddiqui is going to be a bit of a key for them. You saw him there at the toss. And the Caps will want to get off to a good start. They'll feel they can beat anyone in this competition. Let's get ready for the start of match 3 then. Tina Goff is standing by with Punjab winning the toss and sending in the Lisbon Capitals. As we get ready for the start of match 3, it's over to you in the commentary igloo.
Thank you very much, Vinny, and a warm welcome back, everyone, to the sunny Santarem cricket ground. What a view that is, and what a game we have in store here. Match 3 of ECS Portugal Premier 2025. As Vinny said, we already saw Punjab CC Amadora this morning. They have one change, Rohit Sharma coming in for them. As for the Lisbon Capitals, it'll be the first time we see them in this tournament. Sunil Kumar Patel will be hoping to get his team off to the best of starts. And, well, both these teams know how to win, don't they? They've both got trophies of the ECN variety in their cabinet already. And because both these teams are winner, the score predictor can't really predict a winner. 44 to 56% on the win predictor. And well, for Punjab CC, it'll be a bit of a rebuild after that chastening loss this morning. They lost to Gorka 11 by 24 runs. It certainly wasn't a performance that will live long in the memory for them, not helped by the fact they suffered 2 lots of 5 penalty runs. So it was a really uphill battle for them. As for the Lisbon Capitals, the first time we see them, they are in the first of a double header today, which sees them take on Ueras later in the day, actually the final game of today. And Ueras, well, they got their tournament up and running in the game we just saw, match 2. They beat their old familiar rivals Marlow by 37 runs to get their tournament started with 3 points. Marlow, well, it was touch and go whether they would pick up the bonus point. They did in the end squeak over the line before they were bowled out for around 100. As we get the action going here. Singh with the ball. Danish Siddiqui with bat in hand, and he immediately uses all of it to send that ball to the boundary. 4 runs, and Danish, well, he's a tricky customer, isn't he? That takes his ECN run total to 956. He'll certainly want to get to that 1,000 mark sooner rather than later. 48 will get him to it in this game. That would be a great start for the Capitals. He hits high score 61 last year in 2024. That straightens up a bit. Big appeal, nothing to it. They run through for a quick single. Omar Mustafa, who runs through from the non-striker's end. Always going down leg and going even further down leg. But enough to run through for the leg bite. Omar Mustafa, he's got some international experience as well. Played for France. He's got high score 87 last year. On the way to scoring 428 runs in that season on ECN. So both of these batters with a whole wealth of experience. Parveen Singh with ball in hand. In game 1, he did more of the damage with the bat, scoring 59 in 21 deliveries. Well, he's been damaged here as that goes all the way. That's a long old grizzly hunt there. That leaves the boundary of SCG here as well, as well, that one might be a grizzly for the cows in the neighbouring field, as that's a big blow off the bat of Omar Mustafa. First delivery face, doesn't take too long to get himself going in this ECS Portugal Premier Division. There's a bit of the Netherlands about the Lisbon Capitals kit, isn't there? It's the blue and the orange. Netherlands side obviously experiencing a lot of success, growth in the last few years in world cricket. Lisbon Capitals will hope to emulate that here in this Premier Division. Big swing there as that zips through to the keeper. Gagandeep with gloves behind the stumps. Thank you for bearing with us. There's a short delay to the start of this game, just operational reasons. We need to make sure everything is in place for the start of this one, and what we've got there, and well, Omar Mustafa, he was certainly not bothered by the slight delay as that one is sent to the rope again. Another big 6, and Parveen Singh is over. The first one has already gone for 17 runs. Of course, there was that one leg bye in there as well. Not the start he would have hoped for, or his Punjab CC Amadora side. And the last thing that they want to do is finish day 1 with 2 losses from 2. Well, look at that. Win predictor exactly 50-50 in that super Goldilocks zone. Testament to the fact that both these teams are very strong, because they've got talent up and down the order. That's maybe one of the differences between the Premier and Challenger division as well. The teams can bat all the way down. We saw that Marlow had to use every single one of their batters in match 2, falling short of their Ueras total. In fact, it was Hassan Khan in batting number 9 who top scored in that game with 23. That's high up in the air. There's shouts of catch it, but there's no one out there on the boundary. It is going to drop just the wrong side of the boundary, especially if you're a Punjab CC fan. As that's another 6 to the name of Omar Mustafa, and this over has ended on 23 runs. It's gone magical. Parveen Singh got hit around there, and well, we'll be sticking around a bit longer here in Portugal. Yesterday wasn't that a brilliant finals day of the Challenger Series, which saw the Lisbon Supergiants climb their way up to the top and lift that trophy. This Premier Division will culminate in finals day on Friday the 4th of April, so next Friday, and then no rest at all as we go straight into some international action. ECIs between Portugal and Norway for both men and women, and then T20Is in the last 3 days. Looking forward to absolute cricket festival here in Portugal, and especially excited to see Portugal women feature for the first time ever on the international stage. It's Anil Kumar who's featuring here with the ball, and well, the result is pretty similar. That one just goes through for a 4, and well, he chips it over the infield and yeah, lands within and skips along the boundary all the way, trying to make a break for it there, the Grizzly. Lightning quick outfield, and Danish Siddiqui there with lightning quick hands. He saw the carnage mostly at the other end from Omar Mustafa, finishing with 3 sixes out of 4 to end that first over. Anil Kumar's first delivery of the second over ends in a similar fashion, that one just going for 4 runs. Anil Kumar, 30-year-old, coming over. That one just goes through to point. It was fielded out there in the deep. Obviously in the power play, only 2 fielders allowed outside the ring. Punjab CC have gone for 1 at long on. Apologies, we just missed one of the balls there. It went for a 1. It was a wide and a 1. So we now find ourselves halfway through the second. Lisbon Capitals 29 for no loss, and yeah, the 2 fielders out. Oh, there's looks like, unless my eyes deceive me, well, maybe the man at third is on the boundary. He's almost up and over the hill for me from here. And goes up and over straight through to the keeper, and the second fielder out is languishing kind of long on, a very wide long on, almost in that cow corner region. Two balls left of the second. It's a big appeal there, but I think there's going to be a public appeal for the health of Omar Mustafa as he goes down. Bit of a delayed reaction there, and well, this is the famous ground of that viral video, which if you haven't seen it, make sure you get onto the ECN YouTube channel to have a look at that one, as that's a tough break there for Omar Mustafa. Yeah, well, unsurprisingly, he's gone down and stayed down. If he's had lunch, he's going to feel that around about his throat with that blow. Looks like he's okay. Making sure to recover his senses. A lot of the Punjab CC Amadora players gathering around him in sympathy, empathy, either way. Looks like he's okay to carry on. Take a look. Yeah, he stands, looks even like he wants to maybe get the run to get himself off strike. In the end, uses that bat as a walking stick, gingerly gets to his feet. He lives to fight another ball. It's the final ball of the second. 3 dot balls in a row. Make that 4. That one zipped off the surface. Somehow the keeper had to end up taking that over his head. Good hands from Gagandeep and a great finish to the over from Anil Kumar. Finishing there with 4 dot balls. Omar Mustafa, he's thankful he's still alive as he wore that one. He's still out there. As we take a look at the standings, obviously very early on in the piece, but Punjab CC Amadora, 1 win, 1 loss. They certainly won't want to make that 2 from 2. Whereas meanwhile, they're sitting pretty at the top of the standings, and they'll have the final game of the day against the Lisbon Capitals to try and make it 2 wins from 2 for them. So it looks like Lovepreet Singh, the man with 333 on the back of his shirt, will come in to bowl the third. That one's hit over the covers. That's going to go all the way to the boundary. Danish Siddiqui, he moves into double figures. A bit too much width on offer there from Lovepreet Singh. And that takes the Lisbon Capitals to 33 for no loss. Talking about on offer, I want to know what was on offer in the lunchroom.
You're going to like it. I'm
Okay.
back from lunch. I know you're going to go pretty shortly, but yeah, Zoe and the crew in there, they're always outdoing themselves. Do you want me to tell you? It's
Tease it.
like a pulled pork burger with genuine homemade coleslaw.
Oh, I've had some of
and,
that
and
coleslaw.
some potato wedges. There's, this in the air. That is, it's going to get him. Oh, it's a nasty one. It's bounced off his hands into his face there. Mubin Tariq, he's just checking to see if he might have busted his lip here. But yeah, you hate to see it. Just maybe grabbed a bit of his thumb. He's going to come out of that position, but yeah, I mean, it really was regulation catch. But again, the depth perception and your judgment on this ground, it is difficult, Tina.
Yeah, well, he got both his hands to that one, and then a bit of his face as well. It was grassed.
And the next one should be taken, and it will be taken. And guess who? Mubin Tariq trying to move out of harm's way, but he finds himself in the road again. And so, well, spit and blood, as they used to say in my days, but it will be the end for Siddiqui. And the Caps lose their first wicket. You see here, doesn't keep it down. This one was a bit more of a comfortable pace.
Maybe make sure to get his face out of the way of that one. Hopefully he's not got a beauty contest coming up tonight, because he might have a bit of a split lip, but he took the catch, and that's the main thing for his side. And Danish Siddiqui, he does have to take the long walk off. He finishes 15 off 7, didn't quite get really going, just the 3-4s.
Hey, I know you're going to have to go to lunch in a minute, but I saw a panda sighting.
Yeah.
Lily Panda in the chat. Again, she's one of our most loyal viewers for many, many years down in New Zealand, and so it must be very late where she is. But hello, Lily. She's just a former, maybe, I was saying former, but when she has played, she's a bowler. So her nickname is the Panda, because apparently pandas are clumsy, and she's a bit clumsy. So hello, Lily. And we've already had a few concerning injury worries in this. And one in the unmet vegetables, one in the money maker for Mubin Tariq. But anyway, this is Shafiq coming in at number 3. I thought we'd see a bit more spin this series. I think it has worked out that way so far. Although, whereas they impressed in match 2 with a 5-prong pace attack.
Yeah, they did. We thought maybe they would switch it up when the game was more or less sealed, but stuck to their 5.
And that one is lifted up. It's hanging, but I think it's going to carry the rope, or does it? It might have just gotten there. It's going to be a maximal for Shafiq. But yeah, this is probably 50.2 meters. Let's have a look where it comes down. Just, yeah, maybe a bit more than that. But yeah, the Capitals, coming off their night series win. First game we've seen from them since that famous night in February, which feels like forever ago, but it was probably only about 6 weeks or so, maybe 6 or 7 weeks ago that they won that night series. That's the end of the over. It is 41 for 1 after 3.
Not a bad start for the Lisbon Capitals, and well, at least Punjab CC have made them their way onto the pitch without without penalty points. But
It's a positive, since they were already here after the first game. And Kumar getting the ball to zip through a bit in his first over. One really took off. Deep to a bit above his head. Just to some of the keepers. They're always asking me for tips. But I think on this field, it's really awkward to know where you want to stand because you've got that variable bounce. So some are shooting through. And on I suppose, a more traditional outfield, you don't mind maybe getting the occasional one on the second bounce, but the second bounces here are death. You just have no idea what they're going to do. So then you'd feel, okay, maybe I need to stand up a little bit closer, 1 or 2 meters closer, and then you might have a ball just kind of take off over your head. Hello to Jacob Stewart, by the way, today to you. Watching from Estonia. And Chris, oh, he's put a bit of food chat in.
So much food chat, it's gone over 2 comments. I like that.
This is a thick edge. It's going to fly away and pretty well fielded down there. Mustafa will take the single. He said he had a medium meat sizzler for 2 people. I assume that you ate that on your own. Fish pakora, boneless chicken tikka, chicken wings, shish kebab. Sounds delicious, but I'm not hungry because I just polished off the pulled pork burger thanks to the ground crew here. And have I told you about my deal here in Portugal? Is that I know we get the meals free of charge, thanks to our wonderful hosts, but I have an agreement that I'll exchange the lunch for a hug.
Yeah, I mean,
With
it's a priceless
and so
deal.
yeah, it includes everyone in the kitchen,
All the trimmings.
big kaskai included,
Big bear hug.
big bear hug. Spread the love.
Do
Spread
they
the good
cash it in?
vibes.
Do they cash it in every day, or do they
They're
go?
not allowed
for
to bank them up. They got to
Okay.
use them or lose them. That's a pretty good shot, but he's found the fielder. Oh well, nothing going right for Shafiq here because he turns it. Yeah, it's a shot that would win a lot of beauty contests, but not a beautiful result as Anil Kumar had some reward for his toil, and the Capitals lose the second wicket. It's 42 for 2.
I thought that was destined for the boundary. A nice little pivot here. Picked
Pretty
it up
old-
nicely.
it's bottom of the bat, that's why. It had a bit of Brian Lara swashbuckle about it, didn't it? But Shafiq, well, the only thing that matters is the result, and he becomes the second wicket to fall. It's 42 for 2.
Yeah, Simran there on the boundary didn't have to move a muscle.
Good question here, or an observation from Monty Luce saying, do women cricketers, well, he says women cricketers don't seem to get hit in that zone of the body as often as men. Discuss. Now,
Probably better cricketers, just use your bat.
that's true.
I think we've had this discussion before, and well,
We had a similar
anatomically,
discussion.
for the women, things are on the inside.
Yeah, so the
We're
discussion
built
we had
better.
was whether you wear a box or not, and you said you don't.
No.
Whoa!
Whoa, double Tortuga there.
This is what I'm talking about. I mean, stand as close to your light. It's not carrying, and the second bounce almost takes his head off. Bang! I actually went pretty close to the helmet, which is probably no good on the ground. That'll be 4 buys.
We saw 5 penalty runs last
Yeah.
week, and that one rolled and then suddenly decided just as it was getting to Gagandeep's head, it will rear up. And
I'm not sure how old Gangadeep is, but I know his whole life flashed before his eyes as that second bounce took off just in front of him. The real discussion is, do women seem to get hit there more often than men? Or my contention is that it's probably about the same, but we just notice a lot more when the men get hit because it does lead to a break in play.
maybe I guess taller bowlers as well means that it doesn't rear up as much.
That one does rear up actually,
Yeah.
but it's away from the field, and that's going to be 4. So Zafar gets off the mark, brings up the 50 as well for the Lisbon Capitals. They're 50 for 2 after 4 overs.
Yeah, I suppose it's going to hurt. I mean, getting hit anywhere can hurt, and as Conrad Greenshields can testify to, because he just got a little glancing blow earlier, and he seemed to be out for the
He
count.
said actually that it was his wrist clicked in the shot, and that's when so it wasn't so much the ball hitting him, it was actually in the shot. He just clicked something in his wrist, and so yeah, we were kind of misdirected there. Finishing the box discussion, because we have talked about it before. Do you know of any of your teammates that wear the abdominal protector or not?
No, I mean, I think if anything, anatomically again, the women probably need to have a chest guard, because that can actually do more long-lasting damage. We've had international level, we have chats about that.
But then,
because
it comes down to our bowlers getting it up that high. Anyway, this is another ball that's going to be hit in the air, and Mustafa is going to get the boundary. Check this one out in the replay. And go back to Lovepreet Singh, much lifted up, and yeah, that one just carries the line. I think it's going to be, for me, it looked to me like 6, but A pretty close call. In fact, I think it's been called. Actually, I haven't seen what they've actually given it yet. We're about to find out. The next one is up. It's over the top. Another teaser for the boundary. This time it's certainly going to be 6 runs maximal. So yeah, first one was given 6. Back-to-back 6s then for Mustafa.
Yeah, I think that first one pinged right onto the rope, didn't it? Because it jumped up. There was no doubt about that one. That was a good 2 meters beyond it, despite the chasing Parveen Singh there. I mean, I was a hockey goalkeeper, and there you wear abdominal protection. I mean, you wear a lot of protection.
Just wear whatever
You're just like
you
a
can.
Michelin woman.
I remember. So, you know, at high level, we're talking field hockey, right?
Yeah.
Field hockey goalkeepers, a lot of them won't wear protection on their shoulders. As that is lifted up in the air. It's going to be 3 on the spin for Mustafa. Maximo! That cap's really breaking out in this 5th over. Yeah, so because at a high level, even though, okay, it's going to hurt if they get hit, it could do some damage, but they just feel they've got more mobility.
Yeah.
So our goalkeeper in my hockey team, because I used to play, went that, and I remember hitting him in training, and it reminded me of, you know, at the end of a movie where there's like the robot, you're battling a robot, and you finally get him in a spot where
The weak spot.
he went to his knees and went down pretty badly. Got hit on the point of the shoulder. Hockey balls are very, very hard.
I suppose in hockey as well, you're literally supposed to get out in the way of it with your body.
That's
Cricket,
the
you
idea.
generally have other equipment.
Yeah, the idea is not to get hit. Wow, he takes this on. He's having a bit of a heater right now. The fielder has to watch it go over his head. Maximo! Oh, well. Lovepreet Singh. Left arm spin on theory, or on paper in theory, should be a good matchup. But I remember Mustafa is just completely lighting this over up with 4 6s out of 5 balls.
Yeah, could be on for a supersonic one here. Just the one dot in amongst that carnage. And we've had a few grizzly hunts already in this game. And Punjab CC Amadora, there's no luck on their side at the moment, having lost this morning as well.
But I remember Mustafa, he's a really interesting case. He's a guy who we've seen playing internationally for the French team. So that's probably the last time I saw him. But he's also played in the ECN for, in the ECL, I should say, for Byron, the Greek team. And he's also played in ECS France for Mitri in our first ever European Cricket Series there last year. Good to see him here in Portugal. And right now he's dealing 44 to him, 25 coming off a magical 5th over. And the score is 75 for 2. Hey, gives us an opportunity to welcome you into the commentary box. When he's out of here, Mr. Maximo. I've got Tina Goff with me. We are bright, we're breezy, and we're taking it easy through a very sunny opening day of this Premier Division.
Yeah, it's been a great day so far. We've still got, what is that, 27 and a half matches to come? And
Yeah.
look, already looking forward ahead to that final.
It's going to be really unpredictable. If we learn anything from the Challenger Division, obviously a lot of close matches, but some teams started well and faded, some went the other way, some kind of went up and down. We're just having a hard time predicting how this is going to shape up. Marlow having a bit of a disappointing performance, the defending champions of this day series in the earlier match. So Adnan Ali comes on to bowl here in the 6th. Tina's going to go and grab the lunch before it disappears. You can try and exchange it for a hug. That's how they make it with extra love that way. Anyway, this is going to test the field up. Bit of an awkward one, but well handled by Parveen down there. The keeper to just a single. Adnan to Mustafa. Decides to let this one go past. He will get the wide call. Mustafa's still a pretty young player as well. He's just 25 years old. Sometimes we see him with the ball. Talk a little bit during the ECS last year. Decides to get a bit careful on his full toss because it was pretty straight. So he'll take the one. I think I mentioned it, yeah. Called a bit of a commentators meeting last night. We went out for dinner, myself as well as Tina and Phil. Phil's off today, but he will be back tomorrow. The G team will be back in session. A place called the the Black Frog. Wow, he's going to take this on. It's going a long way. Maximo. That was a biggie from Aslan Zafar. This wasn't a half volley by any means, but he gets on the front foot and he punches straight through the line of the ball. What an excellent bit of batting. Capitals, they're a confident looking team and they've got every right to be. They won that series in Coimbra on what was a tricky pitch. Oh, they like this. Can't say I was convinced straight away. Umpire isn't convinced and it won't be given out. Yeah, I don't know. It just didn't seem like a bat sort of a noise. Again, let's see what the replay tells us. He went pretty close to the pad as well. I think the batter's motioning hit his pad. Yeah, flicks the back pad. Excellent decision. Very, very good decision. And that batter pretty quick to motion. They hit him in the pad. He's got to walk a fine line there, but just have a look. See that back pad slightly bent? Misses the bat, flicks the pad. Might look like it's close to a WW, but the ball didn't really change trajectory at all. Oh, well, bit of an awkward one here. And that was very close to rolling into the rope. I guess the fielder would have admitted if it did. Just check this one out. Just slips at the critical moment here, but then look at the ball. The ball creeps away. It must have just... I mean, look, to me it looks like it hit the rope, but it's running sideways, so I don't know if we can really trust what we see. I suppose you go with what the fielder says, and I think actually he said it was 4. So I guess the fielder fesses up. Maybe the umpire had a good look at that as well. So it's 89 for 2 after 6. Seven extras in the first 6 overs. Huda listed next, and then Damal Kumar, Mittal Patel. Start a new over. First one's not going too far. I'll have to settle for the single. Capitals marginally ahead now. Yeah, they won that night series over for Punjab CC in the final. It's a pretty dominant effort in the final, keeping Punjab CC Amadora to 86 and then chasing it down in 6.4 overs. That was back on the 18th of February. It was the night before the Western Shield started on our tour of Khartoum. Zafar. He tries to take this on and does. That's a really good shot. Again, it's not that full, but he's just very good at getting on the front foot, picking the length, hitting it on the up. Very compact kind of swing, but a straight back swing from Aslan Zafar. It goes maximal 6 more. Now takes this on leg side. It's more of a clip here from Zafar, who looks in really good form. It's on the 10th. Maximal 6 mas. Capitals now building a bit of a lead in this cricket match. That was kind of a middle stump, so not the easiest shot, but he's got a very good, simple technique, does Aslan Zafar. That one doesn't get up as much. He actually tries to play more of a cross bat shot to this. So, again, if he played it straight bat, he would have had a better chance of hitting this. Gurjit Singh, good comeback ball for him. I love the 2-tier system here. It's made some great contests. Now he does play a bit more of a short arm jab pull, and that one is flying away. It's in the restricted zone. Maximal. And you see they're just redeveloping that bit of the turf. Normally it's one of the well-trodden areas of this ground, so I like that from the crew here. Just trying to get it looking as good as possible heading into the summer season. Geez, that's a really good bit of hitting from Zafar. He's 33 off 10. He wants it again, doesn't really time it this time though. It is fielded out there, but he retains the strike. Probably not a bad thing as 20 runs come off that over. Just watching the fielding here, but he taps it back and don't think he ever actually touches the rope with his foot. So that is clean. Magical 7th, and Lisbon Capitals 109 for 2. Quick look at the calendar ahead, of course. Omar Mustafa, every chance you might see him in the European Cricket Series France as well, which starts on the 19th of April. Yeah, very excited to go to a few new places as well. And some places we haven't been in a while, like Finland, for example, on the 23rd of June. We were in Finland in 2020. It was one of the first places we actually broadcast cricket after the lockdown period, the no cricket zone through kind of second half of March, then April, then May in 2020. And Finland has got a lot of great personalities over there. And see Portugal's on there to come back here last week of October and the start of November. Again, subject to change, but always love spending time here in Santarém. This isn't a great start of a new over. Aden Ali's been brought back, but a full toss on leg stump, just clipped away. It's a little bit of a touch, and that runs away for 4. Yeah, Lily, it just shows you. I know you haven't probably seen too much. She's saying it may be a difficult pitch to bowl on. Anything shorter than length is sitting up. But I actually think if you watch the whole of the week here and maybe some other cricket here in Santarém, it's actually got a bit of variable bounce in it. But I think you're right in that you have to start with it not too short, so the batter can't adjust. I think you can bowl at good length here and have that variability. Either it shoots through or it rears up a bit. Yeah, Monty Luce calling that Area 51. I like that too. I've heard that. So yeah, I think it's cool to have a bowler-friendly pitch, but you still have to get it right. So far, I like the way he's organised with the bat. He's open, but not too open as far as getting his front leg out the way. He's a guy we saw also last year playing for Mitri in the European Cricket Series France. Impressed me then as well. Scored 2 50s in the series. And that's probably something we have seen a bit more of as far as player mobility and building relationships as well between different cricketing communities in Europe. I think it's real positive. Sometimes there are restrictions about who you can use and how many players from another country might be able to use. But hey, Europe is quite interesting in that you have all these countries, but there's freedom of movement among those Schengen countries. 2's the call straight away. Don't think it's there. As Mubin jumps all over that, keeps it to a single. Monty Luce has mentioned no Iceland on the calendar. It was a funny one there. So for us to run a European Cricket Series, generally speaking, you need to be an ICC affiliated country, and Iceland is not, unfortunately, at the moment. I know they probably need a few more teams before they would qualify as an ICC affiliated country. Having said that, that's the 2025 situation. End of the 8th over here, as Adnan will finish with none for 20. Not a bad effort from him. It's 115 for 2 after 8. Having said that, back in, I call it the Wild West, back in 2020, that wasn't necessarily important. And so we actually did schedule a European Cricket Series in Iceland, and I was super excited to see it. At that stage, they only had 3 teams in Iceland, and I think now they have a 4th. But the issue was, it was meant to be a Saturday-Sunday series, and on the Friday night before it started, I'd even done a preview video and everything for this ECS Iceland in 2020. But the night before, the government changed the restrictions regarding the coronavirus protocols, and unfortunately, the series couldn't go ahead. So the ECN crew, they even went to Iceland. They said they had a great weekend, actually. But unfortunately, we have never had an actual match on ECN from Iceland. But it's somewhere, it's on my bucket list to go. I know they do some pretty cool things there. Bit wide first up as Parveen comes back. Yeah, one of the things they do is they have what's called the Volcanic Ashes, which I think is a cool name for a competition. I also know they play like some midsummer cricket, and the cricket's at midnight, but they've still got light. So just think about that. And I know they're pretty active on social media. They've done some pretty funny things. Full toss, and it's adios pelota. It's a Maximo for Mustafa, and he brings up his 50, brings it up off 23 balls. Well, he certainly has made an immediate impact here for the Lisbon Capitals. Parveen not getting this right. Had a knee-high full toss, and like a New York Yankees special here. Lifted up and out of the ground from Omar Mustafa. Oh, he's going to get thick heads. That'll fly away because they pulled the third up into the circle. That's going to be 4. I still think with Parveen, he's daring you to bowl at the stumps. I'd probably do it. The value of the wicket is there, even at this late-ish stage. But he's showing you kind of all 3 stumps behind his legs, but Parveen still tries to race him to the tram line. I'm just going to take the opportunity to see what Chris Smith's posted. I'm sure it's about that. An amazing dinner that he said he had last night. But yeah, what a partnership this is. And the Capitals put together 84 at the moment. Just 28 balls. Now change of pace, goes straight through the hands of the fielder, and that could still run away. And yeah, it does. It's going to be 4 more. 4 carreras más. And I suppose if you're harsh, you call it a chance, but it did come very, very quickly. Yeah, Chris, that looks magnificent. I'm going to zoom in on the square plate. Punjab CC Amadora staring down another big chase here. Still wants to go outside off stump. Tactically, just hasn't got it right here, Parveen. That's going to be Maximo, says Mas. I don't know, I can see this from maybe the main camera, but it's an early step, and he's daring the bowler to bowl straight, but he shows you all stumps. He's bowls it straight into hitting zone. And Parveen, he's better than that, really, but he hasn't learned his lesson. Mustafa, 68. Oh, now he's going to get him. But you wouldn't believe how. He does go wider, and this time Mustafa chases. So Parveen, well, perhaps vindicated with his strategy to refuse to bowl at the stumps. In the end, a thick inside edge will result in the dismissal of Omar Mustafa, but not before he amasses 68 runs off just 27 balls with 9 Maximos and 2 4s in there. With 7 balls remaining, the Caps lose their 3rd wicket. It's 136 for 3. It's so funny that despite basically refusing to bowl at the stumps, he ends up getting a bold dismissal there via the inside edge. But Mustafa will get a good ovation, so he should, as he sprays shots all over the Santarém cricket ground. 136 for 3. Samath Patel will come out to replace him. And he just lost his shape there, didn't he? Could have left it, would have been a big wide. Samath, he's going to start pretty well. I think he's going to start with 6 runs. And what a good shot. Again, just giving too much width there. And yeah, it just carries by a matter of inches. But Maximo to finish the 9th over in the Capitals. The wickets haven't really slowed them down in this innings. It's going to be 142 for 3 after 9. Perfect start for Samath. Bit of pain in these bowling figures. Anil Kumar sticks out like a sore thumb, doesn't he? 1 for 11, less than a run a ball. And Samath's another guy, he's been a solid contributor. He averages 18 with the bat. He's got a highest of 46 not out versus Punjab CC Amadora. Has never scored a 50 on the network. Maybe this will be his year. I don't think he'll have time to do it right now. Zafar, I hope to put the finishing touches on here. It's going to be Mubin Tariq to bowl the last over. So we're going to see some off spin in the 10th, and Mubin bowling for the first time. Oh, and this one kind of ties him up. It's a funny one. I think it hits the pad and then it kind of goes nowhere. Maybe it flicked the pad. Almost bounced onto the stumps, but I think the bat's just down there. You see it's down before the bails come off. And because it's a stumping, it would have to stay down. It can't bounce up, but I think it does. Just checking the... It's a funny one. I originally thought it got some of the batter on the way through. But, yeah, I'm not so sure that it did. When you side on, you can't really tell. Anyway, Mubin, yeah, it did get some of the batter on the way through, so it's going to be a dot ball. Oh, that one jumps up, actually. Didn't catch the keeper in the lid, I think. Mubin, he's a talented bowler. But yeah, just check out the bounce there. Got big on Guggendeep, like he was wearing the lid. That's the change up, but it's going to backfire. It's actually going to be the dreaded Minimo. This is the one that comes over the wrist. It was slightly quicker as well, and Guggendeep, after getting his cage rattled, won't be able to get across in time. You see it just takes off the bounce, doesn't quite get the body covering the line of the ball. Punjab CC Amadora. They've just had a disappointing time of it here. Remember they had a net run rate issue last year that kept them out of the double chance in what was a really exciting and closely contested final stage of the European Cricket Series. Hello to Tommy Thomas, good to see you in the comment section. Let us know where you're watching from. That's that over the top delivery as well. They're thinking of a run, they won't get it. We're talking 150 here for Punjab CC Amadora. Maybe not quite as many as they were chasing last time, but not far less. This is a full toss, but hit straight at the fielder. This one will be taken. Lovepreet out there will grab it, so Samarth will go. And the full toss doing the trip for Mubin, who's been a bit of a lightning rod for incidents in this first half. Remember, he took one in the chops earlier, then took a catch. Now, the ball that doesn't spin because it doesn't bounce takes the wicket. And I mean, we've had the minimum on this over. We've only had one run apart from that. So I suppose it's shaping up to be a pretty good last over. That's after the 9th went for 27. Samarth walks off for 6. It's 148 for 5. Rahul Huda will just have one chance to try and advance the score here. Last ball of the 10th coming up. And it's going to go the journey. Nice shot by Huda. Maximal. Still a decent-ish last over from Tariq, but he makes a couple of bonehead errors, I suppose, as far as he's concerned with the Minimo. The last one, full toss, getting hit out of the ground. I suppose he took a wicket off a full toss as well. But in the end, the Capitals are going to finish 154 for 4 off the 10 overs. So, yeah, for Punjab CC Amadora, it will be pretty similar to what they had to chase earlier. Earlier, they started out chasing 157, and they ended up having to chase 152 because of the penalty runs. So, yeah, and they have been going at 15s today. Punjab CC Amadora, they'll need their bats to shine brightly if they're going to get it back to 1-1. Otherwise, they're staring down an 0-2 start to the series. But got to say, Omar Mustafa injected into this lineup does have a bit of an international feel about it, the Lisbon Capitals, because Siddiqui, who opened along with Mustafa. Originally, we saw him playing in Malta. Mustafa and Shafiq batting 2 and 3. Both players we've seen playing in France before. But yeah, despite Siddiqui going for 15, Tariq was able to catch him. But this was the concern for Mustafa. Unhappy times early on as he took one in the place which no man wants to feel an impact on the cricket field. And then Mubin, well, he wore it upstairs, didn't he? As that one came off his hands into his face, but then Siddiqui wouldn't last a lot longer. Very next ball, Tariq trying to hide from the ball, found himself in the way again. This time he did hold on to the catch, but that just brought Ahmed Shafiq to the crease. And he would end up going 6 and out, but it's Aslan Zafar, the other Frenchman who really impressed me with 40 not out off 18 as well. And when you have CC Amadora, I mean, they had some individual overs they won. I thought that Anil Kumar did pretty well. He had 2 overs, 1 for 11. You saw that catch by Simranjit Singh out there to get Shafiq, but that just unloaded the Mitri men. You saw playing for that side in the ECS France last year. They would put on 94 in 31 balls for this 3rd wicket and really set up this score. So some impressive hitting in there. We saw 16 sixes in this innings. And I've got to say, Zafar, he's got a really kind of compact technique, keeps it very simple, and made good decisions for the most part while he was out there. That one went into area 51, as described beautifully in the chat. And then we had kind of classic truth or dare with Mustafa batting well outside off. He didn't really want to go at the stumps. In the end, the ball found the stumps in quite an unlikely fashion off the inside edge. But still, Mustafa, 68 off 27. Very good innings from him. They weren't done yet. Samath Patel came out. He whacked a 6 first ball. They went to Tariq late in the piece. What an okay over, although, like I said, a couple of balls I bet he'd love back. The one that went for the 5 wides. I suppose this last ball that doesn't hit the pitch. In fact, it never bounces on the field at all from the moment it leaves Mubin's hand. As that 6 brought up the 150 for the Capitals, and they finished 154 for 4. Looking at the scorecard, Mustafa and Zafar, 2 players we saw playing in the ECS France last year. They ended up putting on that very good partnership of 94. 68 for Mustafa led the scoring, 40 not out for Aslan Zafar. Siddiqui, 15 early, was the only other player to reach double figures, and a classic case of the haves and have-nots in the bowling analysis with Anil Kumar, standout performer for Punjab CC Amadora, 1 for 11. Wickets also to Lovepreet Singh, Tariq late in the piece, and Parveen did take a wicket but also went for plenty, went for 49. As Punjab CC Amadora continue with their struggles on opening day. But they can still walk away with a win here. 155 certainly is possible for a team that boasts a lot of big hitting. Vinny Santa here, Mr. Maximo. I'll be back in a moment. And Tina Goff not far away from returning from a delicious lunch here at the Santharome Cricket Ground. Take a quick break and back for the second half of this match when we return for more European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello and welcome back to the Santarém Cricket Ground. It's Europe's very own SCG, and that's a great view of this cricket ground from the sky. It's a dream for cricket lovers, and I think pretty much every cricket lover in Portugal would know about this ground and excited with the way it's developed. I know that since we were here last, we now have a covered spectator area on the patio. It's a beautiful place to sit in and enjoy the game. 154 for the Lisbon Capitals in their first hit out of the tournament, taking on Punjab CC Amadora in match 3. And you can see there that it means that if they can restrict their opposition, Punjab CC Amadora, to 107 or less, they could take all 4 points. We haven't seen a 4-pointer yet today. We had a bit of a thriller surrounding the bonus point in the last game, Marlow versus ORS. Beautiful conditions at the moment, 23 degrees and sunshine. It looks like maybe we're finally getting the first kind of semblance of spring this week, after a few rough weeks of weather on the Iberian Peninsula. Hello to all of our fantastic viewers as well, who are watching from not only Europe, but all around the world. Capitals, they've experimented with a few different colour combinations with their uniforms, but I've got to say I quite like this kind of, it's a very Dutch colour scheme, the blue and the orange. Still, I'm partial to their old fuchsia uniforms. Kind of Sydney Sixers kind of colour. But anyway, Punjab CC Amadora staring down the barrel of 0-2 if they can't pull this one off. 155 required for victory. Rav Imran, he's going to be such an important component of this chase. Although, I think they're going to stick with Saz, Arshad and Parveen at the top. And Saz, we know, can hit the ball a long way. This first one flies into the sky and over the ropes. Maximo! Perfect start. And interesting that they're going to open with spin. Rahul Huda getting this first over. We saw Atsaz lose his stumps earlier. He's a kind of all systems attack kind of player. Gets that first one to fly out of the ground and misses the next one by a lot. Not very close to being stumped. I think he had his foot about a foot behind the line, but you can see here, Huda, good comeback from him. A little bit of turn for the leg spinner there as well. Well, he did have 1 foot in the air, I'll give you that, but the other one was ground well behind the line. 2 o'clock bells ringing out. Don't forget to put your clocks forward if you are in Europe, because the daylight saving starts tomorrow. This is the change up. We'll get 1. Yeah, just watch this one from Huda. So, bit of turn there. He's bowling a bit of everything. On a leg spinner, bowled an off spinner. Parveen, lefty, got some work to do. Made a good contribution in Punjab's first game. One of the few things that worked for them really in that opener this morning. Interesting he decides to bowl the leggy to Parveen first up. I think this is a very different delivery that he bowls, because it's a leg spinner and it's coming over the top of the wrist. So he's got a few tricks, does Huda. And now this is hit down the ground. It's just going to cover the rope. It's going to be Maximo. 6 more. Toing and froing start. Takes them up to 14. Okay, what do they need? 15 and over, basically. 15 and a half and over from the get-go. You wouldn't put this past Punjab CC Amadora. It's the last 2 winners of the night series going head-to-head in this game. Tosses this one up. Well, he almost chops it on. I like the way when he gives it a little bit of air. Basically, hit that onto his foot and almost went back onto the stumps. End of the first over. It's 14 without loss. Hello to Trip, who's watching all the way from the USA. Hello to Lily, watching all the way from New Zealand. And we're on the way to our next Golden Ball. Each game is one game closer. That's scientific. Veni Sander here moves to Maximo. Tina Goff with me. Maybe the Maximina combination can provide a GB soon, Tina.
Yeah, well, the G-Force delivered. Now Maximina. We haven't had one yet, have we? Me and Rico have had one.
Yeah, you and Rico did.
Yeah. And
Well, we had one
G-Force.
while you were at the ECCW, but
Yeah.
you weren't doing that particular game. I think it was Italy versus Scotland 11. But there's a freakish frequency of something with female commentator in a new combination
Yep.
first day. I know it happened to Georgie last year. You had one, I think, my first day with Rico. Shafiq comes on to bowl over number 2. But that's the greatest thing about Golden Balls. You just never know when they're going to come. Roughly 1 in 90 matches is
Right.
Golden Ball. And that sounds like a lot, but when we're doing easily 30-plus matches a week, you would expect one every 3 weeks or so.
That means we're probably due on possibly Madrid. I mean, having a Golden Ball in Madrid in the first tour, that'd be quite good, wouldn't
But
it?
the shortest distance between 2 Golden Balls was just 1 match in between without a Golden Ball. We had 2 in 3 in Gibraltar.
We're going to have back-to-back Golden Balls at some point.
That's on my list.
Yeah.
The odds of that are about 1 in 7,500, and we've about done that many games now. All right, goes to the sky, but this is a miss here. Does it go to the line? It's been caught. It's an excellent piece of outfielding by Huda, who trips the light fantastic, and he stays the right side of the border for the Capitals fans. Aitzaz Arshad, well, he's a big hitter, but he comes up just short there. Shafiq, the twin spin attack working for the Capitals early. They've got Punjab CC 15 for 1.
That went miles in the air, so he did well to stay the right side of the rope and take that one. It's the first wicket, and Punjab Amadora, dare I say it, already threatening to go 0-2 in their double-header today.
Yeah, so he had good awareness of where he was, and we know that judgment is a bit tough on this ground for many reasons. It's partly just picking the ball up out of the sky. It's very hazy, no clouds today, and also the ground has got that kind of upside down bowl shape. So in the end, does well, doesn't he, Huda? And this will bring the powerful Rao Imran to the crease at number 3. So I was talking about the least games between Golden Balls. I'll tell you the most in a minute. There's Imran. We'll start with a bit of a miss hit. That won't get him a run. So we've only ever hit 400 once, and it was in mid-2022. 405 matches without a Golden Ball.
Wow.
We have had maybe 4 or 5 times in the 300s,
It's just
but not for a while.
too many for anyone's liking.
So we haven't hit 300. Actually, no, it was last year. We had 313 matches between a Golden Ball in Austria. Was the 1st of September, and then we had a bit of a drought all the way through the ECC, and then even afterwards for a little bit, and we had the 9th of November our next Golden Ball. So that's basically, it was just over 2 months, but it was 313 matches. But the longest ever was 405 in mid-2022. Bowled him, gone straight through him. Again, the lack of pace working. Shafiq spins that one through the gate. Parveen is going to have to tell his story walking, and Punjab CC lose another big bat at the top of the order. Parveen out for just 2 at 16 for 2.
Big swing there, and Ahmad Shafiq. Wow, that one actually turned quite a bit on the replay. We said we'd see a bit of spin this week, and that one pitched probably outside off stump, ended up taking leg stump. Have a look at that on replay. Whoa.
Never moves his back foot. He kind of camps it there.
Yeah.
Never kind of gets his eyes behind the line of the ball. And yeah, Parveen, he's going to have to watch the rest of this game from the sideline. 16 for 2. Good bowling by Ahmad Shafiq, who's been a key player so far. We saw him batting number 3, though he did hit 1-6, didn't bat for too long. But yeah, the
Early
right to
contender.
left spin there was pretty important.
Early contender for ball of the day, I'd say.
You would appreciate that as a
Yeah. You can
left-
spin it. That's
left
more
arm
likely.
tweaker. Yeah, spinning it's a revolutionary and radical strategy for spinners these days. I was just going to say, you know who it was that broke that streak in 2022?
Tell me.
So we had a Golden Ball. We had one here in the game. The infamous Shy-Cut incident was a Golden Ball. That was on 31st of March in 2022. And then the next one was actually almost 4 months later, 405 matches later, 24th of July. And it was broken in the night series. It was the Lisbon Capitals that beat Gawker 11 in the night series at the Miranda de Corvée Stadium. And 405 matches. It was Charlie Hunt who was on the commentary, and he almost lost his voice, I think. It's going that crazy.
Well, we've been saying how Portugal's a bit of a golden ball hotspot. Maybe we can magic up that graphic at some point.
Yeah,
because
actually, it's a good point.
it's up the top there with Malta, and I think was Barcelona maybe on there as well. And I mean, Khartoum is always going to be at the top by virtue of just having sheer number of games. And
Wow, what a catch. Unbelievable. That's Mitchell Patel. He catches it on his bootlaces. I don't think Imran can believe it. I don't know if I can believe it, but it's a third wicket loss. Mitchell couldn't have judged it any better. Takes it without breaking stride. It's 16 for 3.
Here we are jabbering about golden balls, and meanwhile out there, that's an absolutely brilliant grab. He kind of drifted in the air because he cut across the ball. We looked like we were in danger, and we got rescued on the boundary. What a take that was.
Wow, yeah, what a catch. I mean, I suppose you don't have to worry about the bounce of the ball if it doesn't bounce. And Punjab CC Amadora just having a bit of an off day, aren't they? But have a look at this. Yeah, he just takes it. It's a leg spinner there. And Mitchell does really, really well to pick that up clean as a whistle.
Bit of trouble here. Punjab CC Amadora 16 for 3.
Lovepreet batting 5, left-hander. Now he's going to take it on straight away. Gets away from the fielder. Attempted foot fielding attempt is a fail, and 4 to Punjab CC. So look, they'll still feel, you know, they've got 2 genuine batters there. It's under 3 a ball required. They have to do very, very well, but they'll still have that belief they can pull off a big chase.
Well, they have to believe that they could at least get points on the board after this back-to-back games, or at least they had a break, but double header today. Not got off to the best of starts.
He just punches this over the top of mid-off, and that's going to run away for 4 more. So, yeah, maybe attacks the best form of defence here for Punjab CC Amadora. So let me talk you through these golden balls. So we've had 6 now in Portugal, which I think from memory, 2 of them are in the night series. You can see in 2022, the golden balls 30 and 31, and they're only 4 days apart. But Gawker 11 have played 3 golden balls. Come back to that in a second. First, this is going to be hammered. Going, and gone. And, well, rule 1, protect the equipment. And what I mean by that is protects my equipment. That one hits the 2 circles monitor, but it's okay. It's not okay for the bowler. It gets whacked down to the ground. Maximal 6 runs.
Yeah, that. Well,
that's not a drill of rule 1. Yeah, you had the over hunch, and you will notice that I do protect my equipment first, and then protect. It's like the oxygen mask in the plane.
You got to protect yourself before you help others, and well, that went straight through the 2 of us as well. So if we were in a slip cord, that would have gone straight between first and second.
Let me just check and see. It's bounced off the pitch. Yeah. The umpire considered that not part of the actual pitch. So this is actually a free hit. Can he stop it? He can. Does really well to stay in the field of play there. To Samarth Patel. Everyone been kept on their toes here. As far as venues, we saw Marsa creeping up on Montjuic, on Khartoum Oval.
Yeah, because we had that one, me and Rico in February. Or was that February? Whenever it was.
Nice shot there from Timajit Singh. He never really got going earlier, but that time he does. Punch 4 away through the offside. It will be the end of the 3rd over, and the score is 36 for 3. So yeah, the 2020 Golden Ball was one of the first that we had, Golden Ball 8. And that was a really good one when Nippo jumped up and down 7 times when he was able to bowl the batter on the Golden Ball. Brothers 11 Portugal, who we saw in the Challenger Division against Indian Royals, that was in the infamous game. And by the way, the game after that was only 1 run between them, and a 1 short stopped it being back-to-back Golden Balls. True story. The next 2 were in the night series. And then last year, we had that Golden Ball in the final, which was pretty amazing, that went for 6. And then, of course, we already had a Golden Ball last week You can see 24th of March, which was only, feels a long time ago, but it was only 5 days ago. Lisbon Supergiants.
Does that remain our only Golden Ball final?
It is.
Yep.
It is still our only Golden Ball in a final. And yeah, and a rare wide on a Golden Ball, which threw everyone. So what does this mean? What does this mean?
We were rifling through the laws.
It's pretty simple, but I'll explain it in a second. This probably runs away, but only for a single. Yeah, so you need 2 off 1 delivery. Now, if that delivery is not legitimate, then obviously you get the run for the wide or the no ball, but you still need 1. Of course, if you did score off that wide or no ball, and it's already over, you have your 2.
Have we ever had a double wide Golden Ball?
We had Golden Ball 37 in Austria. Austria versus Italy. We had a no ball, then a wide.
Oh dear.
And actually, I think that's now happened twice. But it was that Golden Ball 37 was the first time I think we'd ever had an extra on a Golden Ball. And it just showed you, if you had a gun to your head, you probably wouldn't bowl wide. I suppose until you do. It's a few people appreciating our efforts to protect some equipment.
Ourselves first, then equipment.
That's the strongest monitor as well, I know that.
They hit the back of it.
Yeah, in the air, but not going to carry. As Shafiq's bowling a really good spell here. 2 for 4 off 9 balls bowled.
I think we need to come up with some kind of graphic of all the equipment that has been lost.
Well,
to
Rico lost the monitor here, and I actually say to Rico, when he shouldn't just buy 1 replacement, he should buy 2 or 3, because when he loses them in multiples. And typically, by the time the new one comes, he's super ready for it, and then it might not last too long. So it'd be good to have a bit of to build up a bit of a. Oh, geez, look where he's bowled that from, and it's only going to be a single. Geez, I've seen bowling from the stumps. This is a real about 24-yarder. That's the old Mark Watt job.
Yeah.
I always think that's an overrated tactic, though, because you're just giving the guy more time to see it. He might be surprised, but then he's able to blink a couple of times and see the ball coming at him.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much difference it makes if it's 1 meter. I mean, he's back to the normal crease now. As that one goes high and very long. We're definitely not. Oh, hit something.
Yeah,
we're not in
another
trouble.
protect the equipment job. Well, give us the thumbs up. Not sure who's up there. It might be Martha or it might be Dennis up there, but that made a suspicious sound of ball on metal. It's a Maximo, so the old 26 to 22 yard job didn't really fool Simran too much. He pumps it out of the ground. And we're still waiting. I notice we haven't gone back to that camera yet.
Do we have signs
Anybody?
of life? Knocked twice.
Yeah, it's turning. Oh, that's Martha, who looks frightened.
Suddenly had a grizzly all up in our grill.
Oh, arm ball almost gets through. After Simran almost breaks camera 1. And it'll get away for a bye, I think, at the end of the 4th over. Punjab CC Amadora still over 100 to get in 6 overs. It's 47 for 3. You know, that main camera's only ever been hit once. It was in Austria. Claire Kailash did it, playing for Indian CC Vienna. And it started malfunctioning. So even though they set it back up, it's hit the genuine
Down the
straight
barrel.
on, down the barrel camera. And then, but what was weird is it's almost like the camera had its own kind of sentience in that it started zooming in and out by itself.
Oh dear.
No one was touching any buttons, and in the end, I hate to say it, but I had to go to camera heaven. And we talked about laptop heaven yesterday.
Well, we had the extension cord
here's,
go.
here's a replay.
Here we
Watch
go.
out. Oh, that
yeah.
must have been super close, even closer than.
Oh,
And
hit her
it's hit her
arm.
in the shoulder. Oh, I thought she was signalling shoulder bias, which is
See?
in the Latvian version of the game.
We were talking about the difference between women and men. Marta, she just says, get on with it.
Do you think that she should be wearing the chest guard, something that you were
Yeah.
a proponent of
Or
earlier?
the hockey goalkeeper arm, the
Yeah,
shoulder guards.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But, you know, they're focused on the game.
absolutely.
Physical safety comes second to our crew at 2 circles.
Maybe she was just signalling 1 for the over.
Wow, in the air, but 6. That's going to go over the top. It was 1 for the over, but Gondar comes on. Yeah, play we know pretty well here on the network, but his first ball edged away over the deep third for 6. Maximal brings up the 50 for Punjab CC Amadora.
This is not a bad counter punch from these two, Simran and Lovepreet out there since that wicket. They've got, what is that, 38 runs, including a few big hits. Still a long way to go though. That run rate up towards 17.5. Obviously that bonus point is in play again. We could have another bonus point thriller, 108 needed for that.
I still feel they can chase these down with the batting they've got. Simran certainly is a guy we've seen playing plenty of important innings on the network. He flays that one through the offside for 4 more.
Back-to-back boundaries. Adnan Gondal come on and been dispatched. 10 runs off the first 2. Simran, I mean, he threatened in the first game, and he seems to like playing against his opposition as well.
Yeah, there's a Spanish expression I really like. Rico taught me and now understand it. Come back to that in a second. Gondal. It's a good ball. It's in a good zone and Simran misses it. It's no hay dos sin tres. Literally, you don't have 2 without 3, meaning that things happen in 3s basically. And so far, we've been hit in our 10. We've had Marta hit literally up in the tower. Where's the 3rd one going to be?
Wow. Well,
maybe up on the patio.
I was going to say the production crew is also a very long way away.
There's also, I don't know if Marta can see where the scorers are, just to our left. Now that's on a similar length, but it's a brilliant shot up and over the top from Simranjit Singh. Maximal! If they keep doing that, they'll keep these chances alive of chasing this 150s down. But the scorers now have a fancy new box, but there is glass on the front of it. Is it? And it's about, I'd say, well, that's the thing. Yeah. No one knows. I asked Paolo, of course, from the ground here, and part of our blue crew, I said, has it been hit with a ball yet? Do you know? There it is. Can it take a ball? And he just said, I have no idea, but I hope so. Have you got another shot of that? This is going to be a wide, so not too much going on the middle, but it's actually a rental as well, so you wouldn't want it to get hit, but it's probably, maybe we can show that and we can maybe pan to the ground so you can see where it is. There's our crew over there in their climate-controlled box.
By the time the sun sets, those blinds are literally like on the floor. They're just peeping out the bottom because the sun really sets right into their
So if you're
vision.
listening over there, guys, you're next because there's 3 things to hit. 2 have been hit and you're next, but this one, whoa, right on cue. That one's over there. No, it's not going to quite go, but it's in the right zone. Watch out, guys. I told you, no hay dos sin tres. It will be 6 more. Simran giving his team a fighting chance. That one was large. I get 75 meters to the scorers. That's certainly doable.
On the offside for a right-hander as well.
And although we're a bit worried, you know, we're close to firing line, but I'd be more worried if there was glass in front of us.
Yeah, we just have
rather air.
Or priceless technology, but
I've got to tell you a funny story now. I thought of it. It's Gondal's got magical, and he could go for even more here. That one's in the slot, and Maximal 6 more. That's 29 off the over. And this game roars back to life. Simran playing a steady hand, an aggressive hand. That one's all the way up the hill. So he's 39 at 76 for 3 after 5. You double that, you get 152. So they're not far behind where they need to be. Quick look at the upcoming events, which of course include Madrid next, then Bologna, France, Malta, Czechia. Then after that, I'm going to say Jersey's next. And I know we've got plenty more coming after that, including Sweden, Estonia, Romania. And yeah, very, very exciting time to tune in if you're new to the network. Okay, so you know how, I know you've been to the Dream Box at the Cardham Oval where we commentate. I know you did Western Shield with myself and Rico. And also you've been there for the ECCW. But you notice we don't have anything on the front. It's just air.
letterbox.
And which can be bad if the rain's coming in sideways. But it's just what we're working with. There was an experiment because we said, you know, what happens if a ball comes, you know, and mainly for weather as well. As Preet will get out the way here. Siddiqui comes on to bowl. Again, he's a bit of a converted spinner. He starts by getting worked for a single, just fielded down here by Mitchell. Took that really good catch earlier on. So our Director of Operations, James Cantor, he went into experimental mode. So he said, okay, I found this kind of, what do you call it, like perspex.
Okay,
That kind of plasticky stuff.
Shattering is the problem with that.
Well, we'll get to
part
that.
of the story, yeah. As soon as I hear perspex, I'm like, no, don't do it.
It was thickish. I mean, maybe 4 or 5 millimeters thick, maybe even more. And actually, they tried it on the scorer's box. This is in between games. They said, okay, mainly because a lot of times our equipment was getting wet. if it rained, which hopefully it doesn't, but it rains at the wrong angle. Yeah, we've had some times where it's gotten pretty ugly pretty quickly. And this time he takes it on leg side, but that's going to get through the fielder. Caps just having a bit of an off period here, aren't they? And CC with more than a fighting chance now. There's 4 more to the total. Probably should have been fielded, but we know it is pretty awkward out here. Didn't cover the Tortuga, got shot through on him. So anyway, James then went probably maybe 15, 20 metres away, and I was actually in the scorer's box for this trial. And James said, okay, I'm going to throw a ball at it. Let's make sure it can take a ball.
That would be kind of rule number 1 of that. Protect the equipment and don't shatter the glass in front of someone's face.
And I would say James's arm, and it's no disrespect, he's had some health issues, but I would call his arm weak. In any form of cricket.
No disrespect, but I'm going to thoroughly disrespect.
No, it's just a fact. He would admit that. He knows it. So he threw the ball from about 15 metres, and it's as if a bomb had hit the box, and you called it. It shattered, and it shattered everywhere. And I can't believe no one was hurt in this quote-unquote safety glass.
How many people were in the box while this
myself,
happened?
maybe 1 or 2 others.
You're still picking up perspex out.
I'd already ducked by the time it hit, so I think I might have been under the table. But there were shards of this everywhere, and that was the first and only trial of putting any kind of material on the green box. Well, that's very close to bowling. Lovepreet Singh, but he will survive. And look, although there was a boundary in the over, next to the ball sneaking past the outfielder, still a pretty good over for the Capitals, just trying to get a bit of normality back into this chase, because it only goes for 8, and Punjab CC Amadora at 84 for 3 after 6.
Yeah, nice little over there from Danish. I mean, the previous one went for 29. He pulled that one back. Just the 8 runs coming off it.
I'm going to put this to the chat. Tell me a trial that's gone wrong. You've tried something, and even extra points if it's something that's meant to make things safer, but it's actually made it wildly more dangerous. Hello to Fahim Farabi, who just has a simple comment. I like ECN.
You and me both,
Fahim.
Fahim.
Fantastic. One of my favourite comments today.
Yeah.
Thanks, Fahim. Where are you watching from? And I like Trip saying, I like ECN too.
We all like ECN.
I'm trying to think now of other times in my life you've tried to be careful, but actually made things a lot more dangerous.
It's the thought that counts, isn't it? But, I mean...
Well, depends on the outcome.
Most of the commentators and scorers have some level of cricket experience. Speaking of which, that one is coming our way, but it's going to drop short and into the hands of Mittal for his 2nd catch of the day. Almost died on him. He had to lean himself up the hill to take it, but take it he does, 84 for 4.
Yeah, he would have been surprised if he dropped this after he took that brilliant one earlier, but he had plenty of time to think about it. Actually let it get a little bit low on him, didn't he, Mittal? But it's a big moment in the game because Simranjit Singh, 41 of 14, is going at the rate required. And now someone else will have to come in and try and take his place. So the Capitals, they sniff victory here, don't they? And Simran goes for an entertaining 41. Again, spin to win for the Caps, who are pretty spin heavy. Sunil Kumar Patel will take a wicket with his first ball. It's 84 for 4. So yeah, it's true what you say. I mean, most of our blue crew all really have some sort of playing cricket experience at various levels. And I suppose here we aren't really in a position to take too many catches in the igloo. But most people enjoy the opportunity. Once we get over Rule 1, which is protect the equipment, then Rule 2, sure, take a catch. But I don't know if you saw the incident involving Corey in the box in the ECL, where he claimed a catch that he dropped.
I saw Catchgate.
Catchgate,
yeah.
Or Liargate.
This is exactly why we have the cameras trained on us at all times, because we cannot be trusted. Specifically, Corey.
Well, I mean, the thing with Corey is he gaslit himself and me, who I watched him drop it. It hit the wall. It landed on our chair. And he's pretty quick, but he scooped it up off the chair. But if the chair was the ground,
you can scoop the ball off the ground and claim a catch would be...
It's what he did.
Yeah.
And straight away I was like, well, you've dropped it. He actually lied 2 different ways. Because he basically claimed to the audience he caught it. Then, thank goodness, 2 Circles had the footage of him just completely dropping it. I won't say it was an easy one as well, because he's not even at ground level. Everything's working pretty well now for the Capitals in this chase. Or in this defence, I should say. Yeah, but then, yeah, he had a bit of a reality check. What does George Costanza say? We were talking about Seinfeld earlier. It's not a lie if you believe it.
Oh, hello.
Going to throw this one. I think it's just to our left.
Yep.
I hope so. There's another one that's coming at us. They do say things happen in threes. That was disturbingly close. Maximal 6 runs. I think what makes fielding in the igloo or some of our structures tougher is normally when you're fielding, you don't have a ceiling or any kind of obstruction. So there is a bad feeling when we lose the ball when it's up in the sky, and you just worry it's going to dip below the ceiling and take you out.
Well, Phil and I, that one's probably going to skip to the boundary as well. It is for back-to-back boundaries. Phil and I were saying last week how we weren't under too much fire, and we said let's just wait for the Premier Division.
Premier Division, I think you'll see a few more sixes. I think we've already seen that today, haven't we?
And well, we've had a bit of a table rejig as well, so the exit path is a bit tighter. So if one of us goes, we have to go a la Corey
I'd say
quickly.
If you don't want to adhere to rule 1, you go earthquake, get under the table.
Yeah.
That's the protocol. Patel, last ball, he's over, and it'll be a dot. So yeah, okay, gets whacked for a 6 and a 4, but no more in the over. It started with a wicket. There were 3 dots, and then that wicket as well. So only 10 off the over. 1 wicket in it, and after 7 overs, Punjab CC Amadora are 94 for 4. Still need 14 off the last 3 overs to secure their point. I would say that it's getting a bit tough to pull off the win. Still 2 matches to go after this. Marlow had a bit of an off game, didn't they, against Ueras in their first attempt. They'll be back on the park against Gamblers. It's a rematch of last year's final that resulted in a golden ball. And Gamblers, Jaipai Cash leads them. Deep Kokar behind the stumps, and yeah, plenty of talent on both sides there. And watch out for the Silver Fox, Ranjit Narayan, to open the batting for Gamblers as well. As this is going to be hit down the ground, but Mitchell is fielded very well in this innings. He's able to keep it to a single. Yeah, and Johnny saying just keep Corey away from Vinny's computer. He just loves taking away spanners. Well, have you ever heard, it's actually from Rome, the Peacock Friday chat massacre, when Corey lured me out of the tent, said, why don't you just go and enjoy being out of the tent, keep your headphones on. Meanwhile, he blocked absolutely everybody in the chat because I think I have the only permission to even block our moderators.
There we go.
It was very quiet.
Sneaky
And it
Corey.
was kind of, the reason we call it the Peacock Friday chat massacre, apart from obvious reasons, there are a few people kind of wandered into the room and said, why is it so quiet in here? People that just tuned in at that moment. All right, that's in the air, and I think that's going to go as well. Maximal 6 runs. Punjab CC Amadora keep the pilot light on here. That'll bring up the 100 in the 8th over.
Reminds me of that gif from Pulp Fiction with John Travolta walking in the room and just no one's there. Just looking around saying what's going on. All the spanners have just been cast away.
Yeah, we all remember that. I think he's always been threatening as well that 2.0's on the way. Chat Purge 2.0. That's in the air. Fielder takes it. They have caught pretty well. Samath Patel out at deep extra cover. Will pouch Adnan Ali for 16. As the day not getting too much better for Punjab CC. Despite a bit of fight in this second innings, looks like they're going down. It's 101 for 5 as Danesh Siddiqui chips in with his first wicket of the series.
It's really good catching in the deep so far. That's the 4th catch of the innings. 5th wicket down in total, 101 for 5. And yeah, it's getting an uphill task here. Run rate gone over 20. Adnan Ali, he has to depart. Nice little cameo from him. 16 off 7, but not enough. Not nearly enough to get his team over the side. Keeper Gagandeep comes in.
Just want to say hello to Sifat Saka, who had a question. How come the ECN doesn't have the impact player? And I think a couple people in the chat saying, well, we did, you know, with wildcard players in the ECL, but I think I know what Sifat's talking about. Oh, that's going to be lifted up, and has he got that? What a good catch. How about that from Huda? He dives to his right, and Mitchell, he took a good one earlier, but Huda, this one's almost even better because he has to dive to his right, and the Caps are on fire. This is the team that won a trophy last month. That's a brilliant bit of judgment And so Guggendeep comes, Guggendeep goes for a golden duck. Siddiqui's on a hat-trick, 101 for 6.
That was a stunner because of that downhill slope as well. He almost took the ball behind him. It was definitely kind of about 10 centimetres off the ground. We need to see that one again. Guggendeep, he comes and he goes for a golden derrick. But, I mean, they proved us right, didn't they? We said the catching has been on fire. And look at this one. This is the pick of the bunch. It's behind him. He dives backwards and rightfully gets a big bear hug from Omar Mustafa. I'm making sure here that all his fielders are right on the rope because the chances are coming.
You got no excuse here. You should be right back on the rope. Hat-trick ball almost gets through. Does Siddiqui. Yeah, Caps turning up to play here.
Still looking like increasingly difficult
could
equation.
Be another one, you know. There's the bowler's catch, and he's dropped it. I mean, if there was such a thing as an umpire's catch, it was probably that. But they swapped positions. Danish, I won't say it was an easy one because he did have to change his position and backpedal. He was the only one that's going to be able to reach it, but it blew back over his head. So it'll be the end of the over, and Punjab CC Amador 102 for 6.
Blames the sun on that one. I mean, it is 2:30 local time, so the sun is high up in the sky. Tries to go for the run out, misses that as well. First bit of sloppy fielding we've seen, but, well, look at that. Win predictor up at 92%.
So just going back to the impact player, but I know in certain competitions, in the IPL experimented with it, that you can actually have a 12th player that you can insert to either bat or bowl, depending on the game situation. But I don't think in European cricket we really need it. And I think, obviously, we sometimes have issues with even getting the 11.
I was going to say, we're happy if we have 10 to 11 players on the pitch. A 12 is a luxury
European cricket for you. Anyway, start of a new over, and that will be a blast. It will go for 4. So it gets them pretty close now to at least the 70% mark to secure their point. Punjab CC Amadora. But looks like they're going winless on opening day. Yeah, these, cricket's a bit different to a game like football, with substitutions, things like that. I know they have experimented with it sometimes, having 12 players, which is probably a simple way to do it if you want to have more specialisation. Wow, it's almost like a one-hander there from Tariq, and this time it's going to go all the way. Maximal, quite an extraordinary shot. We saw him take a blow before, but he's handing one out there.
Yeah, his hand comes completely off the bat there. Who needs a bottom hand?
The only way it would work for me is if you went to the extreme. So I think 11 on 11 I think works, and there's a balance required when you're selecting your team. So you have to decide, how many bowlers do we want, how many batters we want, what's team balance is really important. So I'm certainly in favour of just keeping it that way, not having any of these extra players coming in. But if you were, I'd be saying you go for NFL style 53-man roster, 53-player roster.
You put on like the spin team.
Yeah, the spin team. So okay, we want the end of the power play, bring our outfielders on, and they're all warmed up, they're ready to go. Right, so you've got, and I'd love it because I wasn't really known for my batting. I'm just keeping that sit.
Yeah.
I don't bring all that stuff to the game. Let the batters bat, right? And so, or you'd even have your specialist. I don't know. We're going to put the deep cover back. Well, here's your specialist deep cover. He's going to run on.
I mean, they say cricket's already a game where you sit around a lot. Imagine that all day.
Think of the downtime. Yeah, 53 in the team. Crowded. Well, guess who? It's Mitchell to make it 3, and he will. So that's going to be Lovepreet that goes now as the Capitals firming up to take a win in their first match of this European Cricket Series. Lovepreet did what he could, but in the end he falls for 24. Sunil Kumar Patel with his second wicket. It is 113 for 7.
Third catch as well for Mitchell Patel.
So like slips, you have like specialist slips, and then instead of taking your third slip out and putting him to cover, you're like, all right, off you go.
Yeah, thanks for your service.
Someone has a robe for him, waiting, or like in the NFL, they have the big jackets.
They go
you
on
need
like
that in England.
They go on an exercise bike on the side just to keep
That's
warm.
right. No, but they wouldn't. It would be like an exercise bike for their hands.
It will stop playing piano.
Let your fingers do the walking. Yeah, your mittens. You'd have your proper mittens ready to go.
They'd have someone just like blowing hair dryers on their hands.
Oh, what a good spell that was from Sunil Kumar Patel, 2 for 21. But they've caught well, and it's made a huge difference. As Punjab CC will have one over to face out here, 113 for 7, but not really in touch in this game. 42 required off the last over.
A lot of people in the chat loving that catch from Rahul Huda on the boundary catch. Oh my God, what a catch of the tournament so far. I think I'd go along with that. I mean, even going back to last week as well. But of the tour,
Yeah,
put it that way.
I will say that's true.
We had that one really good catch at point that was smoked. I think it was Shah that took that catch at point.
I quite like there was a knock-up catch as well.
The layup, yeah.
Yeah, the old layup catch.
But that was a great kind of it was a downhill backwards catch, that was.
What are the 7 Ps? Every time I played more cricket and then new coaches will come in and there'd be an extra P, they'd be like, perfect preparation prevents poor performance. But it just kept, but that's what I feel with Punjab today. I mean, they just looked a bit disorganised from the very start and they've run into teams that are kind of a bit more ready to play. Okay, maybe it's easier for the Caps because they've had to play the later game, but Punjab CC are going to be attacking from behind now because they're 0-2. Mustafa, who batted really well, he's going to get a bowl here in the 10th. Probably not a bad opportunity to get him out there. Could easily be one of their top 5 bowlers, but hasn't really been required. As you can see, gets it through nicely, but pace off the bat as that actually will be nicked for 6. Maximal. Can't believe that's carried all the way.
Big swing there from Mubin Tariq, and yeah, just flew off the edge. And well, there's someone not paying too much attention there who's going to have a grizzly up in his grill.
That's the old Gamblers strip. I know they were using their ECL strip last year. Looks like they might have gone back to their traditional yellow, if that's what they do decide to play in. Yeah, perfect performance. And it was like, hey guys, welcome to your mental skills session. Here's the 5 Ps. And then next year they'd be like, here's the 7 Ps of pro performance.
I think my coach and good friend also told me there's 3 A's of fielding. One of them's, I think, anticipate, awareness, anticipate. I mean...
Oh, so you got the 3 A's of...
Yeah, I think it was 3 A's of fielding. Shows how much I was
awareness,
listening. Yeah, it was awareness.
Afterthoughts, after arguments.
Yeah.
That'd be the different A's in European cricket.
The alternative A's, yeah.
Anyway, this one's petering out. Haven't had the real kind of last over thriller yet today, have we? But I'm sure they're not too far away in this Premier Division.
It wasn't 3 A's. Anticipate, move, and execute, which apparently how you field.
AME, classic acronym. Mnemonic device. There's 6 to Tariq, who's getting a few consolation blows in here. That one didn't get up as much from Mustafa, and Mubin does well to turn it away for a Maximo. Yeah, 3rd game that's going to be decided reasonably comfortably. Margin in the first match was 24 runs, margin in the second match 37. This one will be 20-something, I think.
Somewhere in between, maybe.
Yeah.
Looking forward to seeing Gamblers first up in the next game. They were one and only game today as well.
Yeah, rematch last year's final. They've been waiting 12 months. This isn't hit too well. Mitchell, he's going to drop it. Easiest one he's had so far. Now we might have overthrows. And Mitchell could have had 4 catches in the innings. They get 2. That's all they're going to get. I suppose if you are going to drop one, that's the one that matters the least. But it was also a Class A goober. It just shows that Mitchell is human.
Should have been 4 for Mitchell. Ends up putting his hands away like he's been stung by the ball.
Maybe he was upset that his catch, brilliant as it was almost outdone by the Huda catch.
Yeah, he's like, I'm just going to drop a regulation catch.
Classic fielding diva behaviour. Anyway, 2 to come. Uh-oh, Mitchell! It will be 4. He's not going to drop 2 in a row. And Tariq will have to go. And who knows? Mitchell's on a 5-fer. He's got 1 ball to go. Mustafa gets the wicket he deserved. And Punjab CC Amadora have 1 ball to face out. It's 127 for 8.
Most catches in an innings with
6
outfielder?
has been done once.
From an outfielder?
From an outfielder. It's funny that no keeper's ever done 6.
Oh, really?
We've had quite a few 5 dismissals, even a 5 catches for a keeper. But Sebastian Brutt did it for the Netherlands in the ECC last year. We've had maybe 2 or 3 examples of 5 catches from an outfielder. Maybe Mitchell could do it here. We had 4 stumpings happen once. That was actually for Gamblers, called it goal. Yeah, and he missed a 5th stumping on the last ball. True story.
Last ball coming up. Could be a 5-fer.
All right. Well, it won't be a catch. It will be a stop down there. And the Caps, I think, okay, with a couple of exceptions, they fielded to a very high standard there. Maybe one of the key differences between the teams, but it will be 26 runs the margin. Final score in match 3. Lisbon Capitals 154. Punjab CC Amadora 128. A battle between the two last winners of the night series, and it is the Caps that come out on top. Also means Punjab CC Amadora, after 2 matches of their campaign, they are winless, and they'll have a lot to think about, I think, heading into tomorrow's matches.
Yeah, the good news for them is they come back early tomorrow. Got their first game tomorrow against Gorka. Oh, sorry, no, they've only actually got, yeah, they have got 2 games tomorrow, but this is the second game tomorrow, and we see what's coming up next as well, which is Marlow against Gamblers. We first we see of them, that's coming up in just over 15 minutes time. One change for Marlow, Asim Samwar coming in.
Yeah, and so Marlow didn't have a great start, a bit like Punjab CC in their first game. So they'll be hoping to turn it around. But like I said, it's a rematch of the Golden Ball final. And those of you watching that will know that there was certainly a little bit of byplay between those two teams in the fading light on that fateful evening here at the Santarém Cricket Ground. But here, Parveen got done by a nice bit of spin bowling. I actually like the Lisbon Capitals attack, slightly different. It's a lot more spin heavy than some of the other teams, but they force you to make the play. And they were just able to create and take some of these key opportunities, including that one. That was a brilliant catch by Mitchell Patel on the run to his right.
Yeah, on the move there, and it didn't end up being probably even one of the best 2 catches that he and his teammates took. And yeah, a lot of spin options. They used 6 different bowlers. Omar Mustafa, who can be a key bowler for them, he only came in for 1 at the end, but they were getting quite a lot of turn off that pitch as well. And most of the time when it went big, it ended up either, well, in Martin's shoulder on that occasion, or safely in the hands of the fielders. And it was just a bit too big of a score to chase for Punjab CC Amadora, and they do end up, well, first game they lost by 24 runs, this game they lose by 26, so they're going to have to regroup and come back stronger tomorrow.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, they bowled 8 overs of spin. 8 overs of spin in there, and if you got spinners bowling well, I just think that pound for pound, batters make more mistakes against spin than pace, because maybe they got a bit too much time to think. Having said that, there were some highlights in there for Punjab CC Amadora. Simranjit kind of kept them in the contest for a while with 41 off 15. We saw Lovepreet with 24, and we saw Tariq with a few consolation blows at the end on the way to 26. But yeah, the Capitals, they look like a team that are full of confidence at the moment. That was a brilliant catch, wasn't it, by Huda down to his right. Almost like a C and a razor to his outfielding partner, Mitchell Patel. But Patel would also get in the action. He'd actually have 5 opportunities in the end. He'd take 4 of them. We saw Pabin Tariq trying his best to bring some respectability to the scoreboard. They do salvage their point. I suppose that's something as well. Mitchell, dropped what basically looked like someone throwing their car keys to their grandma. But he would get an opportunity the very next ball to take catch number 4. And the Capitals feeling good heading into their other game. They'll play Oeris in match 5. And right now they can sit down and relax because they've run out winners in match 3 by 26 runs, picking up 3 points.
Yeah, and that's the third pretty much comprehensive win in a row after we had a lot of tight games in the Challenger Series, but still 27 games to go. I'm sure we're going to have a few thrillers, maybe even the next game, Marlow against Gamblers. But as for Punjab Amadora, well, there's actually a few good enough scores. Simranjit Singh, 41 off 15. Lovepreet Singh, while those two were out there in the middle, we thought they might have a chance. They were right on the run rate, 4 and over a 2, but with a big score on the board, it was always going to be difficult to keep up that momentum, especially with a good spin bowling attack as well. Sunil Kumar Patel, he took 2 wickets for 21, and Ahmad Shafiq, probably the pick there. He gave away just 12 runs for 2 wickets. Danish Siddiqui as well, picked up 2 for 16. So, end of match 3, Lisbon Capitals, they take the win. 26 runs is the margin of victory. Punjab CC Amadora, well, they pick up 2 bonus points from their available 8 points today, but they'll certainly want to come back stronger tomorrow.
Yeah, look, and at least they do take those 2 points out. And you can take some solace from the fact that Super Giants only took 2 points out of their first 3 games. So there is a path back, but I think at this level of competition, if we've learned anything, these other teams are going to pounce on mistakes. If you're a bit off, the other teams are going to make you pay. So we're about 10 minutes away from coming back to you for Marlow versus Gamblers, rematch of the 2024 ECS final here in Santarém. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff. We'll take a break. See you at the other side of this little intermission for more cricket from Portugal. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox. Hello, welcome back. Great to have you with us. Still 2 matches to go on a very bright opening day here at the Santarém Cricket Ground in Portugal. Opening day of the Premier Division of the ECS. Now we are going into match number 4, and this will be a really good one because it's a rematch of last year's final at this very ground. Marlow versus Gamblers SC. First time we've seen Gamblers SC in a while, and let's see if they hold a grudge because it was a golden ball that separated these teams in the final last year, the first and actually right now the only final that's ever been decided that way. Let's see what happened at the coin toss when Stefan Gooch had the 2 captains and the coin.
Gamblers to call. Heads is to call. It is heads. What would you like to do?
We're gonna bat first.
Batting? Good luck. All the best. Good luck, guys. Cheers. Gamblers have won the toss. They're having a bat.
So Gamblers win the toss and they want to have a hit. So a team, I think, that are very confident, I think, in the format, any format. Obviously, they've built a club that is known for their fierce competitive spirit. And Marlow, obviously, they had a bit of an off game, didn't they, against Oeiras earlier on in the day. They did take a point away from that. Gamblers, they're a team that have been to the ECL, much like Marlow, who have been twice. So 2 teams that know what success feels like. That game last year, though, it was quite amazing. We saw a 6 to tie the game from Amir Zaib, the Rock, and then he was able to hit the golden ball for 6 as well. So Marlow, they've won every single ECS held on this ground. They don't want to give it up yet. Gamblers, though, we do know they have a Night Series trophy. So once again, a game that's a bit too close to call. Let's see if Marlow can pull something out of their opening day, and let's see what sort of Gamblers SC turns up here as we get ready for the start of match 4. Teeing off standing by with Gamblers. They're going to bat first. They're going to roll the dice. Let's see what they come up with here as we get ready for the start of another game.
Thank you very much, Vinny, and welcome back to sunny Santarém. We're well into day 1 of this Premier Division 2025 ECS Portugal. And what a lineup we have here. Gamblers, it'll be the first and only time we see them today. Marlow, we saw earlier today, they fell in that second game to Oeiras by 37 runs. 1 change for them. Asim Sawa coming in. Asad Mahmood, he's going to be 12th. It'll be interesting to see Gamblers for the first time. Already got a history of solid performances in these ECSs here in Portugal, but they'll want to get off to a good start. Jay Parkash leading his side out. And he was the one that won the toss as well, as you saw. They will have a bat, and, well, not a ball has been bowled yet, but the win predictor firmly in the camp of Marlow, who, of course, have lost their only game so far, but they are historically a very strong side. Probably didn't quite show all that they can do in that game this morning, where they, in fact, they were bowled out. It became a bit of a thriller, but not for who would get the win, but just if Marlow would pick up that bonus point. They did manage to pick up the bonus point against ORS, but on the wrong end of a 37-run defeat. But they have ball in hand first, as it's the Gamblers who go out there. They've got some firepower in their ranks. Jay Parkash, the captain, he'll be out there ready, raring to go. But it's actually Mayank Darji who is facing up. And Jay Parkash, he's holding himself back actually. Amandeep Kokka, he is out there at the non-striker's end. So Sama Javid, ball in hand. First ball, game 4 coming up. It's the left arm spin of Javid, and he kind of gets away with that one actually. It was a bit of a loose delivery thrown into the pitch and turned around the corner from Darji, but it was picked up by the one man out there. There's not too many fielders out there in that backward point region, backward square. Well, he picked him out perfectly. That one's through the covers, lifted over. Will run away. It's a big chase on, but the Grizzly wins. It's lightning fast, that outfield. Not a spot of moisture around anymore. A bit wet this morning just from the overnight dew, but now that's burned off, and that downhill run as well means anything that beats the outfield is destined for the boundary, and that's the first runs for Gamblers SC in this campaign. Run through for a single, that will bring Amandeep Kokka on strike. His best was actually against the winners of the Challenger Series yesterday, Lisbon Supergiants. Scored 83 against them last year, over 800 runs on the network. Picked up a few wickets as a bowler as well, but mostly out there at the top of the order for the Gamblers. Left-hand, right-hand combination, so a few tweaks and changes in the field. We see in this power play, first 3 overs, just the 2 fielders allowed outside the ring. And it looks like Marlow have gone for 2 leg side. One at long on, one lurking around at that cow corner region. They run through for a quick single here. Should have actually ended up being a bit quicker than Amandeep Kokka probably would have thought or hoped, as maybe he was still recovering from his Portugal lunch and jogging through. Realised the ball was actually coming in a bit quicker than he thought. Had to put on the afterburners, made it safely though. Bringing the silver fox, Mayank Darji, back on strike. That one's a better shot than before, lifted over the covers, but all the way from Maximo, the first one of the innings. That was a lovely stroke. Don't often say a proper cricket shot, but that one just a bit of a half volley outside off stump, enough width there, and he says hello to the 12th man there of Marlow. That's Asad Mahmood, who misses out. He played in the game this morning, but he watches this one from the sidelines. 1 ball left of the first. And it looks like after those 2 hits, someone has gone out on the offside. And that one's been hit away. Again, too much width. Probably would have actually been a wide had he left it, but Mayank thought he was going to hit this one to the rope instead. Just check to see whether that goes all the way. No, it was probably about 49.5 metres as that rolls away to the boundary. That's the end of the first over. 16 runs coming off it, so a good start from the Gamblers in their first and only game today. And just as we talk through what's happening in this tour of Portugal, I know Vinny's only here for a brief cameo this time around, but you've enjoyed it so far, enjoyed the sun?
I always love coming to Portugal. It's kind of a home away from home, actually. They take such good care of us here. But I'll be back, actually, on Thursday, and I'll be running through the last last 2 days of this Premier Series. I'll be doing the ECIs next weekend. And I know you'll be sticking around for the T20s. I'll already be in Madrid by then with Rico, but I know that we've secured the services of Stefan Gooch to sit in the box for the T20Is, which are both men's and women's, and I think you'll enjoy that. That's another G team.
Gooch Goff combo.
Do you think that we've got, two famous English cricket names actually, Gooch and Goff. But yeah, does that mean that we have a rival G team?
Wow.
Because we've got the Phil G, Tina Goff.
I think there's enough G's to share the love. But I mean, me and Phil will have been on for, what would that be, about
Phil's
10 days by then?
Yeah, you think you will have crashed and burned by then, you think?
Steph will just have to be like hoisting
You'll
me through
enjoy
the innings.
Steph's a very, very good cricket brain, actually. And he can probably tell you about how he's part of the 150 club and he's got 6 for 2 on the network.
I assume it'll take him about 2 balls to get those stats in. And, well, it'll take 2. What I was going to say, is that one just...
I think maybe it's gone over the stump. I think that's the call. Watch it here.
Yeah, well, it
Maybe,
almost cut Amandeep in half there. He went for the hook. And
you got to ask
chased
yourself,
him.
if leg stump was 3 metres tall, would it have hit someone leg stump? And umpire thought, it would have.
It's Mohammed Fahid who's come into the attack, and he's got a bit of pace about him. He kind of has a puff of smoke as he comes to the crease. That one just allows them to jog through for a single. So yeah, I'm enjoying the G team. It'll be G team squared at that stage.
Yeah, it'll be G team 2.0.
Yep.
I think, and I'll be tuning in when I can. Obviously, we're pretty excited to have ECS cricket in Madrid, but I will say it's only 4 matches a day. I say only because it's a 5-team tournament. That's the thing with Madrid, because they haven't really had the infrastructure for very long. They've had a couple of clubs, but they had nowhere to play for a long time. So imagine living in Madrid but having to travel kind of hours out of the city to play. But yeah, I'm pretty excited for that series.
Well, that's just been lifted away through backward point. Mayank Darji, he moves away to 19 off just 6 deliveries. Not quite found his line. Does that just, again, drops just short of the boundary rope. I can't believe we haven't been to Madrid before. It feels like
part of it is to do with the ground.
Yeah.
They've only just secured a ground and they'd share it with the baseball over there. So I'm actually going to do a bit of calculations to see how much I might be able to watch, because obviously we have our 4 ECS matches a day, but it's only 4, and then I wonder if there's a bit of crossover that I'll be able to watch some live T20 action from here as well, because I will be pretty interested. Darji, the Silver Fox.
that one again lifted over that cover region. That one a bit squarer, goes over point. Same outcome though, another 4 to his name. He moves on to 29. Almost a catch there for the umpire. Good duck and well over the hands of the fielder there at point. It's interesting they've gone to Mohammed Fahid. He hasn't had too much experience on the network, just 1 wicket picked up in 2024. But trying out something new here. Obviously they've got a fair few options, have Marlow.
I've just worked out, because we start pretty early in Madrid. We start at 8:45 European time.
Yeah.
That's even with the clocks going forward. It's 7:45 solar time based on what we have now. But you only start here. The women's game will start at 10:30, and it's 9:30 Portuguese time, but 10:30 Central European time. And the men's game will start at 2:30, which means the men's game should go till around about 6 o'clock Central European time. And I know that we should be done by about 4:30.
Okay, so you've
So
got
I
a bit
should
of
be able to
overlap.
catch most of the last innings of the men's, and if I'm lucky, I can catch some of the women's in the breaks.
It's just wall-to-wall cricket action.
But I'm really interested. And obviously, I will have already called those teams in the T10s on the weekend as well, so I'll be interested to see how they go. First ever T20 internationals for the Portuguese women's team. End of the second over here, Gamblers. After electing to bat, winning the toss, they're 25 without loss after 2. Also, they're fielding 2 Silver Foxes, which is an interesting decision with Darji in there, but also watch out for Ranjit Narayan, who's listed to come in at number 3.
What do you call it? Is it a pack of foxes when there's more than one?
Is it a pack?
It's a wolf
good
pack.
Question. It is a wolf pack, you're right.
Yeah. I know it's a parliament of owls, but that's... Doesn't help.
English is stupid. you know, when you think about it.
Wolf pack.
So the most common collective noun for foxes is an earth of foxes.
Earth of foxes. So the gamblers are displaying their earth of foxes as Amandeep Singh comes in to bowl his first
Or
over.
you can say a skulk of foxes. This is, I mean, learning Spanish as I have been doing for just over a year now in a slightly more serious way. I think of areas in a language where it's unnecessarily complicated, and I think collective nouns in English definitely falls into that. When you say, you could literally replace everything by saying like a group of, like say a flock of sheep. You'd say a group of sheep.
But why would you say that if you can say a murder of crows? Or a...
And it's one of those things that a lot of English speakers, well, we didn't know the one for foxes. And who thought of these things? Who said, hey, every animal, give it a different unrelated collective noun.
Misfield there, and it will just be punished. But
I feel like we're on a tangent now.
I feel like it must be terrible for non-native speakers who then learn English and they're like, yeah, I've got it. I've got. Look at those lovely group of foxes over there, and they go, no, it's not a group of foxes.
It's an earth of foxes. But you mean Earth like the planet, or
nope.
like the soil?
Also not. No, I mean like an earth of foxes.
Yeah. Okay. And that's why I don't want to learn English anymore. Thanks. Give me my money back.
A bloat of hippopotamuses. I mean, this is just being made up now. Well, that one gets hit to the boundary, and well, this time it's off the bat of Amandeep, who's watched most of the carnage from the other end as one of the earth of foxes. He's on 24 off 10.
Okay, I've got some of the craziest collective nouns, the most unusual. Some you've called a murder of crows. I think that's pretty well known.
Yeah.
A parliament of owls. Got to admit, I didn't know that, but thanks for enlightening me.
That feels right as well, because, you know, owls, they're wise creatures.
Makes sense.
They're members of parliament.
Do you know what a group of ravens is called? You like this?
Tell me.
Well, we've got a shoelace situation, so I can. It's called an unkindness of ravens.
I've heard that before. They're not very nice to animals, are they? Murders, unkindness. Is there any... Oh, I suppose parliament. Everyone just likes owls. That one's hooked away. Another boundary to the collection. Did that one go all the way? Well, it's certainly a boundary. It's been signalled for on field.
I'm going to just roll through some of these. A clouder of cats. It's specifically talking about domestic cats. A clouder.
Is it a herd of cats?
This is specifically for domestic cats. It says it's one of the most unusual ones. Yeah.
I suppose you don't often have a pack of domestic cats, do you?
A shrewdness of apes. It's ridiculous. The next one's got a good ring to it. A prickle of porcupines.
Is there a collection?
A flamboyance of flamingos.
I feel like this is just made up at this point.
A charm of finches. A smack of jellyfish.
Oh, well, that one goes smack, and it does go all the way over long on. That one, after a couple of fours and a dot, Amandeep, he finishes the third over with a big 6. That takes the Gamblers to 41 for no loss after the power play.
Yeah, it's probably...
Smack of jellyfish.
A smack of jellyfish. I know that you're not a huge fan of jellyfish.
I'm not a fan of jellyfish. Smack is not the word
I've got about 10 more. I'm just going to smash through.
Go.
A confusion of wildebeest, or wildebeest. They say it a funny way in South Africa. An ostentation of peacocks. A business of ferrets. Okay.
Ostentation of peacocks is what we are on Peacock Friday.
Yeah,
then.
We're an ostentation of peacocks on Fridays. True. A cackle of hyenas. That one kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
A crash of rhinos. I think I've heard that one. A leap of leopards. A murmuration of starlings. A bloat of hippos. I think you mentioned that.
Yeah.
A scourge of mosquitoes.
Yeah, well, that's correct.
A kindle of kittens. And a battery of barracudas.
Yeah, that fits. A kindle of kittens would be a lovely way to spend a Saturday afternoon. I mean, spending a Saturday afternoon here at the Santarém Cricket Ground.
I have actually learnt certain things in Spanish where they say, you know what, don't bother learning it because you're not going to get value out of this. You can only fit so much in your brain. All right, looks like we've got Mohammad Fahid bowling over number 4. Field goes back.
That one, same result. I mean, that cover region is getting absolutely peppered at the moment. This time the Silver Fox is back in business. Big 6. First ball of the 4th over. Mayank Darji moves to 36. Petra in the chat, a scurry of squirrels. Squirrels is actually one of the words that Germans cannot say in English, and English people can't say the German word for squirrel.
Okay, what's the German word?
Eichhörnchen.
Oh, hold on. I need to hear that again.
Half appeal there. It's going well done. Leg side.
Oh, he's
Ooh.
giving him. Oh, well,
maybe
the
my
appeal
angle
does
here.
the trick.
I think maybe, I didn't see it live, but maybe because he steps across.
Well,
Let's
it
have a
does
look.
step across. Oh, you know
Yeah,
what? It's
yeah.
actually pretty close.
I'm kind of off kilter here, so by my look, it looked like it was
looks
going
like,
down
yeah,
leg.
I actually think it's a pretty good shout. The only thing's a height for me. Let's have a look. Caught on the crease. Is it going over? Probably not.
No.
I think it's probably hitting the top of the stumps. It's a brave call, but I think it's the right call. Because I don't see it going over. I don't see it missing leg stump. So, yeah, fair enough. And so, Dargy, the Silver Fox, will have to walk off, but not before a pretty stylish 30. He's the first to go. It's 47 for 1.
Yeah, nice call there. As we see that on the replay, just from my angle, it looked like it was going down leg side, but he steps right
One of
across
those ones
the
that
stumps.
looks high,
Yep.
but it would have been high if he was out of his crease and he was hit like that. But he was right back on his crease, so the ball didn't have too much further to travel. I just didn't see that whole ball going over the top of the stumps. I like some of these ones that are being made up, like a max of 6s.
Yeah, maybe we can ask the chat for
Yeah,
some made-up collective
just
nouns
make
in
'em up.
cricket.
Why not?
A catastrophe of wides.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're brilliant. Okay. What was the word for squirrels again?
Eichhörnchen.
Eichhörnchen.
Yeah, not bad. It's the back of the throat.
Eichhörnchen.
Eichhörnchen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
And the
is true.
Germans can't say squirrel either.
I know you might not have heard too much of Tina if you've just tuned in, but she's got an interesting history as far as the fact that I mean, to me, you just sound classic English as we see a misfield off a ball. It's almost stopped and it's almost going to result in a run out, but it doesn't. So I'll just go down as one leg by. But you sound as German in German as you sound as English in English. Is that a fair statement?
I think that would be fair.
Yeah?
I think if they start asking me to, recite Shakespeare in German, I might start struggling. But I can pass as German.
But you're
yeah.
not one of these fakies that you kind of
Not
just live
fakey.
there and you're the real deal.
I didn't get a British passport until I was 18. I had to
Really?
do an English language test.
Oh, tell
Which-
me about that.
I'll tell you in a sec. That one's hit away. Gonna be definitely a boundary. Looks like it's gone all the way for 6. Amandeep who picks up where the Silver Fox left off. So it was the day after, I think, my 18th birthday party. So there might have been
Sounds like a good idea.
some drinks consumed. And then, well, within, that is
Well,
right on the
it's
rope.
hit the rope,
Hit the
actually,
6.
yeah.
Within obviously 30 seconds, this guy realised, okay, probably can speak English, been educated in England, but they still have to go through the test. And then he asked me to
Were
spell.
you kind of a bit of a smart aleck? Were you like, excuse me, sir, can you please, may you please point me in the correct direction of the testing area?
It's not you and me, it's you and I are going to do this test.
True.
The fifth ball of the 4th goes through. And then he asked me to spell my name. I had to say, can you say your name, full name? Can you spell that? And Christina is my full name. And then I don't think in my whole life up until then had been asked to spell my name out.
Right.
And after suffering from getting to bed at some time the previous night,
Throw a
I
Q
was
in
like,
there.
okay, well, let's think about this. I don't want to get this one wrong because I could pass the English test, but could I pass the idiot test? I think,
You're
well,
like,
I've got the passport.
Christina.
I'll pass the test. Well, this one won't pass the boundary. Maybe just get collected there in the outfield. Still, that is the final ball of the 4th. Gamblers move on to 55 for 1. Yeah, so until then I only had a German passport, which, I mean, was fine until Brexit. Now I'm lucky I've got both.
I hope one of the Brexit gets overturned.
Yeah, on
I mean,
appeal.
as someone that has a British passport, it would make my life a lot easier. But we have a look at the run rate graph. They're kind of stabilised around the 13, 14 and over here. I like some of these, the collective nouns coming in. I like a flutter of 4s.
A deluge,
a
of
deluge of
derricks.
derricks.
Yeah.
What was the one for grizzlies? We could say a...
Gaggle? But we already have a gaggle of geese, don't you?
I kind of want to start with G, but a granite of grizzlies.
A gargantuan of grizzlies?
A granite, because I'm trying to capture how hard a grizzly ball is. So maybe... yeah, so I'll tell you something which I've never thought of until recently. Because so now I've been learning Spanish. I do understand that there's this common European framework for languages.
Yep.
So A1, A2. So A1 is
Yep.
something very kind of basic, and
You can order a
C2
beer.
is the most.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think they even talk about A0, which is like you're an absolute beginner. But so A1, A2, B1, B2,
Yep.
C1, C2. C2 is like advanced, so they stop after
Slash native, yeah.
that. Yeah, /native. So, and I'm around about the B1 level of Spanish now. Probably still kind of border A2, B1. But I've started asking for English tests at the same level, so I get a sense of how good my Spanish is. And then I'm like, oh, I'm pretty good in English. And I start going,
English is great.
and so I'm like, give me a C2 test. And I'm like, wow.
Yeah, but then you start having to pick out the adverbs.
But
and
then, but it does make you think, because this is the whole thing when you have a native language, and you basically get two native languages, right? But you don't consciously think, you just say.
Yeah.
And it's just even an internal thing in your head, which it sounds right or it doesn't. And when you have to ask yourself questions, it actually gets more confusing.
Well, you can get easily embarrassed as well if you have non-native speakers explaining English grammar to you. Like, oh yeah, that's the past participle.
Yeah, the
blah, blah, blah.
intransitive form. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I remember my Japanese teacher used to do it all the time. He's like, you know how in English you have the intransitive form of the verb? And I was like,
do we?
Sir, I have no idea what you're talking about. But yeah, it is interesting. It's good for the brain, actually, picking up a language as an adult. So I've been told, at least.
Well, I think we should start doing that, learning a few cricket words as that one gets flicked to the boundary and it is taken out there in the deep. It's a nice catch. It died on him a little. He stayed strong, stayed tall, shows us who he is. And
well, I know who he is, because you don't need to look at the back, because that's the beard of Shamsha Singh. There's no doubt about it. And looking pretty cool, and doing a good job there, diving forward, holds it just above the turf. So unfortunately for Ankit Kumar, who can change a game on his day, but in this one he'll go for a 2-ball derrick, and Gamblers now are 56 for 2.
The chat has now turned into a test Tina's German vocabulary.
Yeah, okay.
From Tim.
German.
Schneiderbrett, chopping board.
What is it? Chopping board.
Yep, chopping board.
Germans, if I've learned anything about German, which I've got to admit I'm not an expert, because we haven't been there as much as some other countries lately, but you love jamming words together to make big, long words.
Compound nouns.
It's almost like you don't want to wear out your space bar. And even street names. Schlarschenklochen, Liebenstraat. And you'll just throw it out there.
It does make sense though, Vinny. So, aeroplane. In German, Flugzeug. Flug, flight, Zeug, thing. Fly thing. Just a thing that flies. It makes sense.
Yeah, okay.
It's Usman at the crease. Hits that one straight through the covers. I mean, the covers has been quite a hot spot for both the left and right-handers. Khalid picks up his first 4. It's Hassan Khan who actually picked up that wicket as we get to just 1 ball left of the 5th. So it does make sense.
Yeah. I mean, things develop for a reason. But I suppose there are some things in all languages where they ask, why is it this way? And the answer is, it just is.
It just is.
And it's probably better off just having that as an explanation, because not everything probably makes a lot of sense the way things have evolved. Anyway, last ball of the 5th. Hello. On top at the moment, according to the computer. This will be 1 down the ground as Usman will retain the strike. And at the end of 5, Gamblers SC on their entry to this European Cricket Series are 61 for 2. Hey, let's welcome you into the commentary box. It's the weekend and we're excited to have you joining us here in our igloo, although it's pretty warm. Probably don't need the igloo at the moment for warmth. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. I've got Tina Goff with me. We're talking a little bit about language learning and words in English and collective nouns we were talking about. It's one of the great things about life in the ECN universe is you never quite know what we'll talk about. And so if you've got something you'd like us to talk about, why don't you put it in the chat, the ECN European Cricket Network.
Yeah, we love having a chat with you, and we love going to all different places in Europe, picking up a few words here and there. Well, I think we need to start introducing that. Little cricket words in every
Do you
language.
have a favourite German word? Like most.
Well, it's mostly in English. So we cow corner, we translated to Kuhecke, so cow corner.
So literally
Kuhecke,
translated,
So we like those kind of ones. We had a whole field placements.
Yeah.
So that graph you have of
sure.
we translated every single
How about
one.
like slips?
We went Unterhose, which is underwear.
Really? Oh, well, you got a perverse sense of humour in that part of the world, I'll give you that. Bit of an appeal here from Rushan. On the excitability index, he's rated a solid 9.5 behind the stumps. No edge here, but it doesn't stop him going up anyway.
Yeah, he loved that one. No one else did. All right, good start to the 6th over here. Osama Javid, who's actually coming back for his second. And, well, that's one that the keeper can go up for because, well, Khalid Usman, he's walked past one. It's the end of him. He contributes just 1-4 and a single. Nice pair of hands behind the stumps, but he had all the time in the world there to whip those bails off.
Regulation stumping as Khalid will have to step aside. Roshan loves the stumping. But yeah, the left arm spin doing the job. Osama Javid with his first wicket. But you can see the urgency. Gamblers, they know they've got, well, they had 8 wickets in hand, now 7. Still half the innings to go. So yeah, trying to get on with it. Misses it by a fair distance. And it's 61 for 3.
Good pair of hands, though, from Rushan Singh. I mean, you tell me, Vinny, some of those ones where you have all the time in the world, do they feel worse, or do you just think... Oh.
I think not worse, because it's all about, can you identify that you've got a lot of time?
Yeah.
There's 2 types of stumping, I'll often say. It applies to run-outs as well. But the type where you have to rush and the type where you don't. Now, once you know that you don't, then you're literally just making sure you catch the ball cleanly. You're not even thinking about how am I getting to the bails or anything like that. You just, I'd say, treat it like a catch. So once you do that, but it's about having that internal clock to know you've got time. And the good thing about one like that as well, you get to see it a long distance after it passes the bat. So you get to see it pass the bat, and there's still a long way until it reaches you. So it's different to batter maybe just prodding forward and having the ball beat the bat, and you're going to have to react a lot quicker.
The second fox in the earth is at the crease. That was Ranjit Narayan, who just knocked that one around the corner for 1.
So we didn't have a double silver fox attack as far as the batting innings is concerned. Coco's batted through so far.
Barbary in the chat. A bolle of Rico's. There is, of course,
like
only one
There is
Rico.
only one.
But if there were
clone
more,
Rico, we would. Trust me. But, yeah, Rico. A lot of questions. Where's Rico at the moment? He's just having this series off. He'll be back at the start of Madrid.
That one through the covers again. The long chase is on for Amandeep Singh, but the Grizzlies going to win that one. It's Amandeep Kokka who moves to 29. Ranjit Narayan, he's joined him at the other end. I mean, there must be players, I don't know how many that have played all 6 seasons. So the 6th first, there must be, I mean, who's going to be the first to make 10 seasons?
Well, yeah, true. But I'll tell you that we only had 3 days of cricket in 2019. And so theoretically, you've got 7 calendar years we've played in now.
True.
So, for example, Portugal weren't part of the first ECL. There's only 8 countries that were. So, okay, let me try and find someone that's played in all 8. That's going to be a really tough one.
Yeah, well...
because it's still early in the season. And I'm just thinking, the Spanish team we saw... oh, that's a real teaser.
Well, you've got a long flight to Australia coming up. Maybe you can do some
2020
research.
as well. We didn't get everywhere. Okay, end of the over at 67 for 3 after 6. I could definitely find plenty that have played from 2020 to 2025.
Yeah, well, Ranjit's one of those. So he's played since 2020. His high score, 48, back in 2022.
But now, yeah, you've got me there. I've got to think about our 8 clubs that we had in the first ever ECL. So we had VOC Rotterdam, but I doubt any of those players would have played in every single year, because also we haven't always had a European cricket series in the Netherlands. And then that makes me think, of the Italian club. Again, I don't know. We haven't been to Italy yet this year, right?
Shamsha Singh's come on to bowl after he took that catch earlier in the piece.
Then we got the SG Findorf, who actually we've only seen sporadically since then in European Cricket Series cricket. And then you've got Cluj. Probably that's a good chance. Oh, okay, I've got one. Okay, you ready?
I'm ready.
Taranjit Singh of Cluj, who we just saw playing for the Mediterranean Vikings in the ECL. And Taran, there you go, I found one.
Nice.
So he's played 4 games in 2019, 4 in 2020, 18 in 2021, 9 in 2022, 29 in 23, 25 in 24, and 4 games this year.
There you
I
go.
think he'd be the only one.
That one flashes over point. Another 4 to the total of Amandeep Kokka. That takes the Gamblers into the 70s, 73 for 3 halfway through the 7th.
And I think there would be more, for example, his Cluj teammates, but see, they didn't qualify for the ECL this year. We saw ACCB qualifying for them. So most of his Cluj teammates, when we get to Romania later in the year, we'll be there a couple of times actually this year, they will join the what is it, the 7-season club.
The 7-season club?
7-season club.
How many people are
19
in
to
the...
25.
Well, who's the top capped player at ECN?
Mohammed Ihsan, actually,
games.
but he didn't play until 2020 because he wasn't part of the first
Okay.
ECL.
Yep.
And he's played over 200 matches, I can tell you exactly.
So that's another one. I mean, I suppose there's so many players on the network.
He's also the leading run scorer, Mohammed Ihsan.
That one goes through everything. Well, Coca, he's on 35, but those will go firmly into the extras column as that goes through everything.
Just didn't quite move to his left quick
In
enough.
fact, has that been signalled? No, it has been signalled 4 buys.
Yeah,
The
4
previous
buys.
ball went for 4.
So Ihsan's played 217 matches, but you know he missed the recent ECL. I think he probably would have been back for Championship Week if Pakake made it. But to give you an idea of Ihsan, he played 76 matches in 2024 alone.
Wow.
Of ECN T10 cricket, and last year he scored 2,855 runs.
That's more than a lot of people score in a lifetime.
2,655, sorry. Trouble with the font.
Oh, don't go there.
And he's got 3 wickets. He's a keeper, of course.
It's like Alistair Cook style statistics for that one test wicket he got as well.
Mark Taylor was the same back in the day. A ball, I think, that almost bounced twice. Atif Mohammed is the leading wicket taker. He just recently took his 200th wicket on the network.
That one could be a wicket in itself. There's a fielder out there and it is taken. That's a nice grab in the deep by Osama Javid. That's the 4th wicket to fall. And it's the set batter, Amandeep. He has to depart 35 off 22, leaving the Gamblers 77 for 4. And that is the end of the 7th over.
Yeah, I mean, if this was a pretty lousy Matthew McConaughey, Sarah Jessica Parker movie, it probably would be failure to launch with Gamblers SC 77 for 4 after 7 on 110 pace. Just seems a bit light on, but I suppose Marlow, they had their own issues with the bat earlier. Yeah, I mentioned that we'll be in Romania a couple of times this year. So we'll be there in May, at the last week of May, but also we plan to go there in late August. So again, an opportunity for some of those players to shine. Still is one slot. I know that there's a chance that that 18th of August slot might be somewhere in Germany. They're still working on it. Again, a lot of things have to match up for a European Cricket Series to take place. Ground availability, player availability, and a whole bunch of other things. So stay tuned. That calendar, it's quite crazy now. We think about. We used to have 1 line, now we've got 2 lines where it's just packed. And I suppose a bit of a change this year with most of the series from pretty much from Madrid. A couple of exceptions, for example, when we go to England and we've got men's and women's cricket, but pretty much you're looking at 1 week series this year.
Yep.
And sometimes it'll creep into 8 or 9 days, including the internationals. But I think the idea is we do, I suppose, want to try and give more places an opportunity. And one way to do that is to shorten the series. It's a bit tough. It's impractical to make them too short as well. So I know in 2020, sometimes we go places for 2 days or just 4 or 5 days. So we're just trying to find that balance. Here's Amandeep, who's going to get called for a wide here.
Ravi Rulan's the new batter. I mean, he featured in the night series. Is that one? Oh, it's a tough one. Looks like it caught a bit of the line, but
maybe more than a bit. But next one, Rulan goes to the skies and he's going to get the ball over the rope. Maximal, 6 runs as he fetches that one from outside off to send it over the boundary.
nice pick up there from Ravi. He scored a high score of 15 not out in that night series. It's the first and only time we've seen him on the network. He's got a rebuilding job to do here with Ranji. He's only faced a run of ball 3 so far. And, well, expected score, they want to at least get over that 100 mark. But that, well, based on what we've seen this morning, still going to be well short of a defendable total. You never know. He just worked away into the leg side. They'll run through for 1. There's halfway through the 8th. Yeah, I love going into these stats about players, most ducks, most games.
Yeah.
I was going to say
we've built such a crazy warehouse of data now. We've had like over 1 million and 0.4 runs or something like that.
That one's in the air. It's going to drop safe. I know there was discussions very early on that Centurions should get something, but then when we realised there's just so many Centurions now and 5-wicket hauls, hat tricks.
Yeah.
But maybe someone who hits, I don't know, 10,000 runs first or
Yeah, maybe.
200 wickets.
Well, you get a lot of
There's only one first, isn't there?
airtime, so that helps.
For the profile.
I mean, for example, when we talk with our staff and, you know, things about, you know, when you get a little bit of a bump in your pay and stuff, we're talking in the thousands. It's just crazy. I mean, I played cricket for a good, 22, 23 years straight. And I've now comfortably commentated more games than I'll ever play in my lifetime.
Yeah.
Comfortably.
And that number's only going up, isn't it? Well, I know you want to play a bit more cricket. As that one goes up in the air, that should be comfortably taken, and is, and that's the end of Ranjit Narayan. He sticks around for just the 5 deliveries. It's the 5th wicket to fall for the Gamblers. It's the end of the 8th as well, 88 for 5. I know you want to play more cricket, Vinny, but it's a bit of a teaser, isn't it, when we spend so much time around cricket.
It is, actually. And I stopped actually thinking about it. You know, normally when I started, I always, you know, pick up a bat and I have it, but it's just not really any time to do it. But anyway, I love that I'm able to work in the game I love anyway, and hopefully you enjoy ECN as much as I do. It's 88 for 5 after 8, so 11 runs coming off that. As Gamblers looking a little bit light on for runs, but there's still plenty of time to go.
Yeah, it was just that first over that promised so much. That one went for over 15, but then, wow, a wicket in every over from the 4th to the 8th. 2 left, and Jay Parkash, he's come out to join Ravi. Ravi will be on strike at the start of this 9th over. They need it all to happen here. Shamshar Singh is the bowler, and we get a bit funky. Doesn't quite get the result he's after, but it goes to the boundary, 4 runs, and first bit of invention actually we've seen from the Gamblers.
Yeah, and he must have just got a scratch on this, and it's a bit of a nightmare for the keeper. There you got to try and, I almost smashed into the camera, but you got to try and, if you can, cover where the ball's going with one hand, and then maybe use your body to try and block the angle. But it's a tough bit of keeping. It's very off-putting.
Let's take a look at this. Was it intentional? Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
you obviously wanted to get a bit more of
plays
it.
for it. Gets a fair bit about on it anyway. It's kind of off the edge, but yeah, good enough.
Comeback ball for Shamshar. And
Oh,
well,
wow.
action replay. That one he did get all of. That's going to go all the way for a backsimo, but an intentional backsimo. John Gray says in the chat, a bluster of backsimo as well. We've had one here, but he saw that one coming. And Shamshar Singh deposited over the rope for 6.
Wow, that's a really good catch. My word. I mean, really good shot, I should say.
He caught all of it, didn't he? The first one, it was a bit of an edge. That one, no doubt about it. Just leaving it over, and a bit of a conference of fielders, and that's the collective noun for 2 of them, between Shamshar Singh and his captain there.
Yeah, reverse backsimo time for Ravi Rulan.
Can he go again, 3rd time? What do you reckon? Here we go. Oh, he decides to go conventional and just hits it into the hands of... Oh, no.
Wow, 4 runs. But what? I mean, the last time it popped up was probably the easiest time, but he was just so kind of panicked. This was absolutely smashed out of the middle of the bat. Up it goes one hand, and then somehow puts it down and it ends up on the turf and over the rope. Wow.
I think he does the right thing here, actually, in knocking it up. Takes a bit of the pace off the ball, but he just doesn't quite grab it the 2nd time. And then not only that, drops back down through his legs over the rope. 4 runs signaled.
Yeah, I don't know if he even meant to knock it up, but it just kind of is instinctive. That's how it worked out. It's going to be a no ball. Hey, it wouldn't have been out anyway. It's a no ball for front foot. Must have been. So Shamshar basically gets hit for a non-standard 5, and there's a free hit to come. Rulan, well, you know he likes to get a bit funkalicious. Let's see if he tries it again here on the freebie.
He goes down the ground well towards cow corner. There's 2 fielders out there. One of them will pick it up, and well, this is threatening to be a bit of a comeback here. It's already 16 runs coming off this 9th over, only halfway through, so 9 balls left for the Gamblers. They've passed the 100 mark, 104 for 5.
So I am now confirmed, I'm pretty sure, I looked at the squad from 2019, that Taranjit Singh is the only player that's played in all 8 calendar years of ECN cricket, all 7 I should say. This is a bit of an awkward one, but he gets a friendly hop down there. That's Amandeep Singh. That'll be one more as Jai Parkash gets off the mark. But I'm sure we'll have more as the season goes. And I just had a laugh because in the VOC Rotterdam squad, Corey Rutgers doesn't even have a profile picture. Yeah, it was the only tournament we ever played on ECN. Oh, well, it is funk time. And it's Rulan who's going to go with the traditional deflection this time, if you can call it that, Maximo. As Gamblers trying to scrape together as many as possible. 111 for 5 after that shot. Still a ball to go in the 9th.
Shamsha Singh has hands on hips. He doesn't quite know what he should be doing here. He gets some more friendly advice from one of his teammates. Well, everything is just being deposited over the back boundary at the moment. The one ball he did throw out in the offside was dropped over the rope for that 5. It was on a no ball, so how's your luck, Shamsha Singh? He's got one ball left of the 9th. It's already gone magical.
Again, keep an eye on the game for a second. It was actually a back foot no ball. Remember, the back foot can't touch the return crease. And again, I'm pro binning that rule. I think it's not very good.
What is the logic of it?
It's not logical. It's also pretty close, you know.
As that one's hit down the ground, provided that's not a no ball, it will just be a 1.
The thing is, he's a long way behind the crease, but does it land? I think it's probably just in the air. Yeah. But yeah, that will be the end of the over. It will be 112 for 5. So back before your time and my time, there was actually no front foot rule for bowlers. It was a back foot rule. So your back foot had to land behind what's called the bowling crease, which is the crease in line with the stumps. And that's what was called the bowling crease. And actually sometimes, bowlers with a big delivery stride, big tall bowlers like yourself, could actually bowl with the front foot in front of the front line if they had a big stride.
Big lunge,
yeah. Big lunge. And you could even drag that back foot. So it's kind of how it used to be. Now they eventually said, we don't think that's fair, and we're going to make a front foot rule, which is that your front foot has to have some part of it behind the front line when it lands. And that's still the law we have today. But, and there's always a but.
Always a but. Hassan Khan coming in for the 10th.
So, but the old law also said that your back foot not only had to be behind the bowling, or behind the stumps basically, but it also had to be fully inside the vertical line, the return crease as we call it. Why is it called the return crease? I actually don't know. But so they changed the frontness of the law without changing the sideness. So now it's probably the only sport I can think of where the umpire is meant to watch 2 feet, so 2 points of contact, not just one, and looking for different things.
Well, someone's going to have to look for that somewhere near the clubhouse, because that Grizzly's gone a long way off the bat of Jai Parkash, who took one ball to just get his eye in. Second one hit over cow corner for 6.
Yeah, experienced campaigner Jai Parkash, and always put that one into area 51, the restricted zone. So that's why, to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Like in baseball, for example, there's a back foot rule. There's a piece of rubber you need to be touching, and then you can stretch as long as you like. Other sports like, I don't know,
darts.
Yeah, darts, javelin, hammer throw, these
Front
kind
lines,
of things. Yeah, you got
tennis. You got the lines in tennis.
Yeah. So it's a bit crazy to me that you have 1 foot for sideness and 1 foot for frontness. And I would just streamline it by saying, okay, we'll talk about the front foot. Let's make sure some parts behind the front line and some parts inside the sideline, and that's it. Because you're not really getting a big advantage.
That's what I was about to say. You get an advantage by going further forward because you change the depth, but what advantage? I suppose the angle,
if anything, it
makes it harder.
A disadvantage.
Yeah, that one's big swing and a miss.
It's fine as a variation, but yeah. And so what's crazy even about the current state of affairs is that you can actually have your front foot outside the line, and that's fine, as long as it's behind the front line. So you actually see some spinners often, left-arm orthodox like yourself, going around the wicket. You can, as long as your back foot lands inside, and it just doesn't make a lot of sense. I think it also comes down to, you want the umpire's job to be as simple as possible. And
you're already asking them to be cross-eyed as it is, and
exactly.
Doesn't make it any easier. 3 balls left. That one's been chipped in the air. Should be taken by Amandeep Singh, and it is for a comfortable catch. That's the end of Jai Parkash. He sticks around for just 4 balls, departs for 7. 6th wicket down for the Gamblers, 119 for 6.
There's a bit of a miss-hit here from Parkash, but he'll have to step aside in the last over. Gamblers you know, it's called 125 to 130 par earlier on in the day. Maybe the computer thinks it's a few more than that because it has them a fair way behind. 119 for 6 now with 2 balls remaining. Yeah, so this is what I found interesting. When DRS came in, they'd always say, okay, please check the front foot. That would always be what they'd say.
Yep.
Why weren't they saying, please check the back foot first? Why did they only care about the front foot?
Very good question. Nishant Verma, he's coming in. He's got 2 balls left.
Esoteric innings this has been as far as our conversation threads.
Fueled by the Santarem lunch.
I think so.
Big brain moves at the
Wasn't it
moment. It was a good lunch, wasn't it?
Verma will get a hit, maybe only the one. 2 balls to go.
Well, there is a big hit into the covers. There's 2 fielders running around to stop it. They do actually want to go for 2.
No, they don't. They change their mind
Yep.
because Rulan realises his only chance to face, so he's going to take it.
No wonder. He is on 31 off just 10 deliveries, and wonder if he's going to go for his favourite Baximo last ball.
He's actually been good. He's picked his moments well, hasn't he,
Yep.
about when to play it. I think he'll probably just stand and try and deliver here. He also kind of depends on the field.
Here we go. Last ball of the innings coming up.
120 plus this for gamblers. Oh, make that 121 plus the next one. Good leave and pretty good take as well from Rushan down the leg side. Actually took an amazing leg side stumping off a wide in the ECL. Rushan's got good anticipation.
You can see him already going across there, stopping it. Made sure, more than anything, just to stop those 5 wides. We have take 2 here for Hassan Khan on his final delivery. 121 up for the gamblers. Rulan does go straight, but he hasn't got the distance on it. Should be taken in the covers.
Oh dear.
It is taken. Well, he took the catch and took a bit of his own nose off there.
I
by
actually
the
think he
looks
might
of
have
it.
picked his nose in the follow through, and I don't know, I'm kind of glad we don't have the hot spot here. But somehow he has held on to it, and that will make it 121 for 7. Rulan goes for a pretty important 31. I still think it's a little bit light on, but I certainly think, you know, Marlow, obviously they were a little bit short of par with the bat, getting bowled out for 100 earlier in the day. But yeah, Mian Shahid, he was able to grab it in the end. And well, I'm glad I'm not the one cleaning that ball at the end of the 10 overs anyway. 121 for 7. Marlow, 122 runs from victory here in a rematch of last year's ECS Portugal decider.
Yeah, it was a bit of a strange innings. There was wickets falling throughout. I mean, the first partnership went 47 thanks to the Silver Fox of Mayank Darji. He contributed 30. Amandeep Cocker, he stuck around as well. He went to 35. There was a few big hits, both of them 4 4s and 2 6s, including a few funky Baximos. They came a bit later in the innings though. It was one of the earth of foxes who fell in the form of Mayank Darji. He went LBW for 30. Ankit Kumar, he came in, but he came and he went. Meanwhile, Amandeep Kokar carried on the mantle for the gamblers, hitting big 6s down the ground. Say probably though a bit light on what they would want, especially wanting to go in to bat. First game, only game of the day. As we see that LBW, well, we thought it was maybe going a bit down, but on second look, looked like a solid call there.
Yeah, when
from
you
the umpire.
actually look live, you know, I didn't see it going over the top, and he was a long way back, and I don't think it was missing leg either. So, yeah, take out those 2 elements, and I guess it is the right decision. I suppose they had one magical over in the ninth. They were able to get 24, but yeah, apart from that, they weren't able to really string too much together. So it was just a bit of a holding job. One thing they did do very well is they took wickets regularly, didn't they? Okay, they didn't take one in the power play, Marlow, but they took one in the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and then a couple in the 10th. So the fact they were able to take 7 wickets in the last 7 overs just meant that we never really saw the big partnership developing for gamblers, and I think that's why they are just a little bit short of par. Having said that, one reason they do get to 120 is because of the work of Rulan late in the piece with 31 off 11. Really, there's a bit of lights camera action about some of these shots as well. He used the deflection selectively, but very well. We saw Shamsha run into a bit of an issue with his bat foot a couple of times. This one had actually given a no ball, so it wouldn't have been out, but it was fumbled across the line. And he wasn't done yet. It was Ravi with a bit of razzmatazz as it all did happen in the ninth, the biggest one of the innings with 24 coming off it. Hassan Khan bowled a pretty good 10th though, where he only allowed 9 runs. And Marlow, well, they will feel that this is certainly a game that they shouldn't be dropping with 122 required for victory. But, I mean, I look at their side. I mean, no Amir Zaib in there. He was the hero in the Golden Ball final last year. The Rock. There's still plenty of good players in there. And I would be surprised, I think, if Marlow didn't chase this down. But maybe I shouldn't be so surprised because Gamblers are a side that have a lot of belief. They've got some good bowlers. Watch out for guys like Nitin Kambo. He can come steaming in. And yeah, both teams will feel this is winnable as we look at the scorecard. The openers did the job in the power play. Darji, Silver Fox, #1 with 30 runs. Kokar with 35 turned out to be the top score of the innings, but he did use 22 balls in that knock. But I think the real star for me was Ravi Rulin. Came out and hit 31 off just 11 balls. Bowling-wise, we saw 5 different wicket takers in this one, but Hassan Khan, I think, bowled a really good 10th over there, keeping it to single digits, and he finished with figures of 3 for 15, best of. We will take a break, back in just a few minutes' time with Marlow chasing their first win of the series after dropping their opening game, 122 runs for victory. Or can Gamblers get the ultimate revenge served cold 12 months later? It's Finny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, with Tina Goff, and we'll see you in just a few minutes for the exciting continuation of opening day here in the Premier Division of this European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello, welcome back to this Anthem Cricket Ground. It's Europe's very own SCG, and we're shaping up for a run chase here in match number 4. It's opening day of the Premier Division of this European Cricket Series. Portugal, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with you. Tina Goff back with me very, very shortly. I'll be calling today's matches, and I will be back a little bit later in the week. The G team will be back in session from tomorrow, but the story so far in match 4, Gamblers SC playing their first match of the series. They made 121 for 7 off their 10 overs. It means that if they can restrict Marlow to 84 or less, they could take all 4 points. Marlow, about 17 and a bit and over. If they were to go at that pace, they could chase this in 7 overs and they would take all 4 points. Otherwise, it will be a 3-1 split to the winner and the loser, respectively. Let's get ready, and it looks like Ranjit will be opening the bowling. So interesting that we have seen a fair bit of spin in the power play. Not something we saw very often in the Challenger division. I suppose Jaswant Singh's one guy we saw typically bowling quite early, but it was the exception rather than the rule. Hello to everyone back in the chat as well. Good to have you with us. 77% seems about right, actually. As Narayan tries to get his concentration. Mian Shahid faces up. First one threatens to turn, doesn't really do anything. So, power play all important. Interesting, they have decided to stick with Shahid at the top of the order. Also, it's Adnan facing, not Shahid. Uh-oh, and Adnan, well, maybe they could get a run. Classic case of nobody watching. Well, they were watching the ball when they shouldn't have been, and then they weren't watching when they should have been, because the fielder then overran it. It's a cacophony of errors. Let's have a look at it. Yeah. Let's just say they weren't really on the same page. Narayan hasn't conceded a run just yet. Kind of a floating slip in place. And he'll come into play there. So it's a good start from Gamblers. They'll believe they can do this. I mentioned they've got a pretty good bowling attack. A team that have won a night series before. Babu's got a good question about why is the team called Gamblers. The reason is that they used to enjoy playing cards. That was the origin of their cricket club. As this will be hit, it's 1 bounce, it's 4 runs. Adnan gets off the mark. It's a fraction short or a fraction wide at that time. And I think when I've had it explained to me before, they said, you know, life's a gamble, cricket's a gamble. You know, you've got to take some risks. And I suppose it is a bit of a nod to the short form of the game that has permeated the cricket landscape over the past years. So that's what the story is behind the name. 12 and over, the asking rate. So yeah, it's basically what you're trying to get. Obviously, you'd probably like a few more in a power play over if you can build a bit of a lead as the chasing team. This is punched and well knocked down in the infield. That's Nitin Kamboj. Expect him to be a bit of a factor with the ball as well. His left armers. Yeah, it's not so easy ground fielding on here. But it's the same for all sides. You do have to be courageous. That one hurries through. So it's a really good first over from Ranjit. He only concedes 5, and at the end of the over, it is 5 without loss. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Tina Goff joins me once again, and I suppose when you've got a slightly underwhelming total on the board, you want a good start, and Gamblers do get a good start. 22 matches since the G-Force Golden Ball, which, tell me if I'm right, I believe it was match number 15? Was that right, or match number 20? Maybe it was match number 20.
I think 15 might be.
Was it 15?
Might be
Was it your first day here? I think
it might have been the end of my first day. Oh, end of the second day? No, the second day I did by myself, so it wasn't the second day.
Because we started this on a Saturday. I've kind of been thrown a bit. No, it was.
Maybe you're right. I never bet against you,
I
Vinny.
think it's match number 15.
It was certainly the final game of the day because
Yep.
the next day we were about 10 centimetres short of having
Oh, yeah.
next goal
So,
on
yeah,
board.
you're exactly right. Exactly right.
Well, the Gamblers, the odds are against them here. But a decent enough start. Just 5 runs coming off that Ranjit Narayan over. It's Nitin Kamboj, the left armour into the attack. And that just, well, the batter is remonstrating. It's Mohamed Adnan trying to make the point to the umpire, but well, when the ball passes the line, it's well inside that line. It just
Easily.
jags sideways, doesn't it?
Easily. You got to imagine if you could bang a stump in the intersection of the tram line and the popping crease, any ball that hits that stump, it's not a wide.
Yep.
That's a good way to kind of visualise it.
This one does go straight in. It's hit straight down the ground, and there is a dive there from the man at mid-on, but he's not going to stop that runaway Grizzly. Fueled by his sense of injustice there, Mohamed Adnan. He hits one straight down the ground for 4.
Yeah, it's a classical shot really all the way along the deck, but ain't good enough.
Gamblers, I quite like that as a name. It seems, I like when the names have a story. I mean, we've got great
true.
names. We've got Farmers, obviously,
Yeah.
newly crowned champions.
Quite often cricket names or team names are just like a place.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is fine. But it is true. It's an interesting little story.
This one's chipped in the air over the covers. 1 bounce, 4 goes to the boundary, and that's, oh, Mian Shahid. He's only faced the 1 dot so far. All the runs have come off the bat of Mohamed Adnan.
I know John's asking, wasn't there a Gamblers team in Gibraltar? I think you might be thinking of, you like this team name as well, Sloggers. Sloggers in
They know what they
Gibraltar.
are, and
They've
they're proud
got
of
some
it.
good names. They've got Sloggers in Gibraltar. They've also got, what's the other one? Pirates.
Pirates.
Pirates,
Yeah.
good one.
They have
Actually got
wooden leg before wicket.
They've got
Pirates
Bavaria as well as a team name
in
there.
Gibraltar.
Yeah. I can't remember what the exact story is. Maybe it's named after a vessel.
Yeah, could be.
But obviously Bavaria is an area in the south of Germany.
Beautiful area
It's
of Germany.
Beautiful part.
Kamboj here's coming around the wicket, the left armour. Change of angle. And this one, the shouts of catch it, it's gone down to the man at third, and it is taken. Deceived me, that one. I was looking somewhere down the leg side, but the man on the boundary there, that was Devender Mila. He saw the flight of the ball all the way, and that is the first wicket down as well. Mohamed Adnan, who scored all the runs off the bat so far, he has to depart for 13, and Marlowe 13 for 1.
Yeah, you better catch your catches if you're going to defend this kind of score against the defending champions. Gamblers have had to wait a long time to have another crack at Marlowe. So yeah, they've come out with a sense of belief. They've certainly restricted pretty well early, and Adnan never really able to get going there. Out for 13, and that's all the runs on the board so far. It's 13 for 1.
Out comes Osama Javid in at the third. I mean, he's just short of his first ever ECN 100. He got 96 not out last year, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, true. Not too far off the 3 figures.
There's still 1 ball left of this second over. It's, well, even with those 2 4s in it, not a bad little over from Kamboj. 2 dots to go with that, plus that big wicket.
Yeah, Kamboj, he's like a bustler, isn't he? He comes in and kind of gets through the crease with a bit of energy.
Oh, it's hit hard through the covers. Lovely shot there from Javid. Just waited on that one, and well, there's no one out there on the boundary, especially in this power play. That brings us to the end of the second over. Lovely shot.
Cracking shot. Remember the old days of there was this kind of myth in cricket where you had to get your eye in, and I get where that comes from, but it's a very cricket thing. Like in baseball, they don't think that. They just back themselves. Now, that's a beautiful square drive from Java to get him going. So end of the over, and Marlowe 17 for 1 after 2 as we have a look at the table, and you can see both these teams without a win. Punjab CCM Mandora had a bad day as well at the office, 0-2. So you've got 2 teams here hoping to get the wins column. Last game of the day is a very good one, and we'll see the teams probably in 10-15 minutes or so, but you've got ORS taking on the Lisbon Capitals, 2 teams that have had a very good win today. So one of those teams will be 2-0 by the end of the day.
One of them will, and Gamblers only have the one game today, but they won't want to go home with a defeat in their pocket. They've got 2 games tomorrow. They start up against Gorka 11 in that early game, which is not as early as it was today because we have the daylight saving.
This is a funny one. For everyone else in the world, they won't notice the time change, but tomorrow the clocks go forward in Portugal. So we have been starting at 9 o'clock local. It starts at 10 o'clock local tomorrow, but that's 10 o'clock with us having put our clocks forward an hour. So it's actually the same time everywhere else but Europe.
We can do everything here at ECN. We can bend the laws of physics, of time.
You know, there's a bit of a campaign to make daylight saving time all year round. And I've got to say, I quite like it.
Well, there's always arguments for and against, and one of the arguments is always think of the farmers.
Yeah, the cows get confused.
Yeah, it's not farmers, CC.
The curtains get faded. I got to say, I was pretty annoyed in Perth, where I grew up. There was a referendum that slightly went the other way, and I think it was 52% wanted to remain with no daylight saving. It just spent 3 hours between us and the eastern states. Melbourne and Sydney, that's a good shot. Catches up with this one as Jarvan puts it away. Maximo Rulan coming on. I saw him a fair bit during the night series actually for Punjab CC Amadora, but he's here back for Gamblers. He's just erred in his line there. Yeah, so one of the things that annoyed me, I suppose, is then you had the 5 to 6 a.m. bright sunlight, which for some people that like to get up early, maybe go for a jog, that's great. But you know, cricket training would normally start at 5, go to about 7, and then trying to face some of these top bowlers on these dodgy wickets at 6:30 in the fading light, I just felt it wasn't enough daylight. I was jealous of some of the places where they had daytime for longer. Well, that one's going to get belted down the ground, and I don't see anyone stopping this, so that's going to be 4. Jarvan started very, very strongly. Another 4 to the total.
I will say that's probably only the second worst ever referendum that's been lost by 52% to 48%, but that was a slower ball from Ravi Rulan, but a bit telegraphed there, and it was dispatched straight past the bowler for 4 runs.
Yeah, it's a good one. And yeah, Chip was I think asking about the gambler's name. Oh, this is a bit of a top edge. That's going to fly as well, and not sure if it went all the way. It didn't quite, but it will be 4 more. Jarvan gets a bit lucky. He gets hurried up here, doesn't he? And then he's a little bit worried about where it was going to land, but you see in the end, yeah, it bounces just inside the rope, so that's going to be 4 as well. So a bit of a counter-attack coming in the form of Usama Jamid.
Well, Ravi Rulan, he put in a few backsamos of himself, which were maybe a bit more intentional than that one, but he kicks the turf in frustration there. So that one goes flying to the rope. That's 3 boundaries in a row, actually, so good counter punch from Marlowe. That one, he pivots on that, but he picks out the fielder at square leg, and that is the end of the power play. 32 for 1 coming off it.
Good fielding there.
Yep.
Really good fielding. If it's 2 metres either side, I think that's going for 4. So, yeah, Gamblers not hurting their chances in that power play, but they need to keep picking up wickets. And, you know, you look at the batting to come, even the next couple, you've got Amandeep Singh listed at 4, you've got Najam Shazan listed at 5. So Marlowe would feel that they're well ahead in the game. Gamblers, as you can see already, they've got a wily and well-varied bowling attack.
It looks like they're turning to Ranjit Narayan here. One of the silver foxes in their, what was it, earth? What was the other word for it?
Earth of foxes.
Earth in their collection of earths. And he's certainly going to switch it up, slow the ball down. And that one's gone up in the air. It's gone behind the keeper and doesn't have the legs to go all the way for a 6, but he'll roll down that hill for a 4. And that's Mian Shahid, who's only actually faced 3 balls before that, but that takes him up to 5.
A battle of a couple of the veterans here, and Mian, well, just kind of puts that one into the reverse V, and it runs away for 4 runs.
Ranjit's a tricky customer though. He picks up wickets as well, and he could pick up a wicket here. It's gone high up in the air. It's Nitin Kamboj underneath it. Can he even get there? No, he can't. He kind of looked like he was running through treacle there, running up the hill.
Basically on the long march to nowhere, wasn't he, Nitin? And I don't know if he was fatigued from that 2 overs ago, but he basically was on the treadmill here. In the end, he gets close-ish. Look at him. I don't think you'll see him featuring in the 100-metre sprint at the Olympics. Just if he judged that better, he's reaching at it.
I will say it's difficult on this outfield because
He's running uphill, I guess.
you're running uphill, your head's up in the air, and
True.
your feet are doing things that you're not quite sure of. In the end, it drops safely short, but there's a chance. This one's just knocked into the leg side, and they'll run through for a single.
A little bit like trying to do nut push city limits on a packed dance floor in the early hours of the morning.
There's a reference for all our young fans out there.
Yeah, they'll love it as well. It's, I'm loving the interaction we're getting with our fans. ECN European Cricket Network.
We love all the comments, love seeing people tuning in from all corners of the world. Hope it's as sunny as it is here in Portugal. It's been a glorious Saturday, hasn't it? Not a cloud in the
what a
sky.
difference a week makes.
Yeah. Well, there's still puddles out there.
Well, this time, I mean, it seems so long ago. It was a week ago, and yeah, we were having proper splashdowns on the side of the field, and Phil was holding the tent together himself.
That one's up in the air. It's a chance there for the fielder out in the deep, and he gets his hands to it. Does Ankit Kumar, but it bursts through his hands. There's a cry of frustration. I mean, it was a tough effort. He was right on that rope. It would have had to have been an aerial effort.
Yeah.
Let's see what Ranjit thinks
It's
of
a
that.
solid teapot from Ranjit as well, but I mean, he's the one that got hit this way in the first place. And no doubt for me, he was heading over the rope anyway, but he couldn't quite get a full hand on it. So 6 runs, and Javed gets a bit lucky. He's off to a flyer, 25 off 7, last ball of the 4th.
This one's up in the air. It could be an action replay, but it actually falls safe.
Oh.
And Ankit.
Oh!
No!
Wow.
Well,
Saw that coming in slow motion. It was a slow motion, wasn't it? But, well, if Ranjit was a bit head up before, he will be absolutely atomic right now, as that'll be the end of the over. Watch out for the baby Tortuga. It's 49 for 1 after 4.
Oh, if Ranjit looked like a bit of a disappointed father of the son who hasn't done his homework, he's thoroughly grounded his
Putting him
Ankit
up for
Kumar.
adoption, I think, potentially. End of the over, 49 for 4, and they're pretty much right on that golden ball line at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah,
Have a look.
in for a thrilling last 6, and well, fielding like that certainly won't help the cause. Ranjit, I mean, the first one was a tough opportunity. He could have maybe gone for the pat back into the boundary, but that second one should definitely have been picked up.
He was on thin ice already after the first one with Ranjit, rightly or wrongly. It's, in the end, Narayan does a good job. None for 22. His figures probably should have been less, as we'll have a change. And this will be Khalid Usman to bowl over number 5.
Again, he's got the 3 numbers on the back of the shirt, the 110, which is actually one of the emergency numbers in Germany as well. We had the 999 in the Challenger
112,
division.
obviously.
Yeah.
The 112 I found out is Europe-wide, which still includes the UK.
Okay,
Did
they
you know
haven't
that?
Brexited the
was-
emergency number.
It was part of our first day of training that we did. The 112 it's sometimes one of the emergency numbers, sometimes it's the only one. In Europe, that is.
That one's thrown very wide. So wide, in fact, it goes more or
Oh,
less to
dear,
slip, and
dear.
then slip repeats the trick and throws that one somewhere to mid-wicket, and, well, a bit of a calamity ball on that
Well,
occasion.
the 2 wides cancel out because the first of the ball was pretty wide and he just bounces on the pitch.
Ooh.
Did it even bounce on the pitch?
You might see this one again. It depends if that counts as the pitch.
That's
It's
the
kind
thing.
of like a
They
red-green
called one
channel.
earlier, but it does hit artificial, but it's definitely down the ridge. I think they have called it no ball.
Yeah, I think that's a fair call.
That goes down to the bye, a bit harsh on the keeper, Kokart, who's got the gloves for gamblers. Free hit coming up. Javed, the man you want on strike.
He gets hold of it. Does he get all of it? Yes, he does. Devendra Mela is out there. He can only watch as that sails over his head. Javed moves on to 35, and they're well in this one, Marlowe.
Classic case of them actually building some good pressure, gamblers, but then just letting the air out of the balloon, as Osama Javed had the immunity cloak on there, just lifted it up, knew he couldn't be caught, got it over the ropes for 6.
Slower ball there from Khalid Usman, and it can only be squeezed away for a single, and safely fielded this time. Right, Nishant Verma out there on the boundary. That brings Mian Shahid back on strike, who's only really plodding along at the moment. 7 runs off his 8 balls. And that run rate, well, that should be pretty comfortable if you're Marlowe at this point. That run rate is just above 11. 64 needed. Like 3 balls left halfway through the 5th. And it's tossed up again here. And we're going to have to see. It's called a wide.
Yeah, he just
Again, it was a bit
lost
of a deliberation.
Lost a couple by a lot, though, hasn't he? It's the drift.
Yeah, that one's
one, yeah,
wide.
Bounces on, but I mean, it's a positive in a way. He's getting that drift, but he just has to make the adjustment here, Usman.
That one's straighter, and even when you get it straight, then the keeper, he was probably surprised by the fact that it was coming right at him. And all the keeper, Amandeep Karkar, can do is pad it away for an extra run. Probably shouldn't have been. It's the bye to the score. That brings up the 60 for Marlow, 60 for 1. 2 balls left of the 5th. This one's up in the air. There's a chance there for Ankit Kumar underneath it, and this time he makes absolutely no mistake. After a bit of comedy fielding a few overs ago, safe hands on this occasion, and that's a big wicket as well, because that marks the end of Osama Javid. He has to depart for a well-constructed 36 off just 11 deliveries. That's the 2nd wicket to fall for Marlow. They find themselves with 1 ball left of the 5th, 60 for 2.
Yeah, and so Marlow seemed to be building, didn't they? And Javid played a pretty good knock there. It's got him well ahead in the game, but he will have to take a seat. 36 for him, including 3 sixes and 4 fours. Ankit Kumar with the catch, and Usman with the wicket, 60 for 2.
Comfortably taken, well within the boundary. Didn't have to worry about the rope getting in his way on that occasion. Amandeep Singh, the new batter to the crease. Someone who features for the Portugal national team as well. And he's already got a few runs in this year so far. 79 not out in the night series. Over 1,500 runs on ECN, so not a bad player to come in 4th for Marlow. We've said before, they can bat pretty deep. They didn't prove it really this morning, but now is as good a time as any.
And he had a pretty good time at the ECL. Amandeep coming in here at 4.
Well, that's a lovely ball to have if you're a batter first up. Just a bit of a Gundy ball down leg side, and it's given the treatment to end the 5th. Marlow move on to 66 for 2.
Yeah, so they are ahead of the rate now. That last 3 overs have been pretty productive. 15 off the 3rd, 17 off the 4th, 11 off the 5th. And yeah, you double 66, you get 132, and that's more than they need, with the target being 122. Quick look at the upcoming events. If you're not aware, you can always go to our website as well, europeancricket.com. I know in Bologna we're pretty excited to have ECSW cricket for just the 2nd time. We had a Croatian ECSW that featured a Croatian club and a Serbian club last year. That did include a golden ball, just saying, and no pressure. And Bologna is a place we haven't actually been to, I think, since 2023. But we always have had a good time there. It's a very interesting place, and yeah, try the bolognese there. That's the origin of the name. There's some really nice places to eat. I know you'll be there with Rico. After the Madrid series, I'll just have a bit of a mini break. I'll be away from the tour for 3 weeks, but I'll be back for the Czechia T20s around the start of May, and then also I'll be going to Jersey for the first time. First time for me, actually.
That'll feature some women's cricket as well in Jersey,
well,
on Jersey, the island of Jersey. There's that one.
Maybe you had a few fun tussles with the Jersey girls back in the ECCW Challenger.
Yeah, they just pipped us to the post in that final.
I did think about bringing you just to intimidate them a little bit. Their first ECSW.
Roll out the big gun.
It's a wild throw.
Well, I'll give you a word of warning, Vinny. And we had the World Cup qualifiers, Division 2 Europe in Jersey last year.
Yeah.
The windiest
Can be windy.
week
of
my life.
Yeah.
It was in the middle of summer, so the temperatures weren't bad, but we were all wearing hats because the wind was just going straight through your bones. It's a half-hearted appeal there. Give it a no ball.
Second bouncer. Second bouncer was called earlier in the over, one for the over. So try and see where this goes past the batter. Yeah, I think it's a good call. I think it's above his shoulder. I know if he's standing at the crease. I don't know if he nicked it or not, but I do agree that it's too high. And so I have a free hit coming up for Amandeep Singh.
It's a bit of a figures ruiner so far. He's only gone for a dot in the first 3 balls, but the free hit coming up. Slower ball and...
Well bowled.
Yeah, well, it's a good comeback. It's always brave to bowl a slower ball on the free hit. But
Yeah, like what's the worst can happen though? I mean, you might get smashed. You might get smashed anyway. Really located that one pretty well. Yeah, so I actually think I saw some of that. I also saw some of the men's sub-regionals from Guernsey as well. So that also looked pretty blowy.
well, the main pitch there is a beautiful pitch. As that one's hooked away, stopped in the outfield. And you have a lovely view from up top as well. So it's one of those ones where, as opposed to the reverse bowl we have here, it's a proper bowl as we have a look at this, just
That
checking
could be another
height.
no ball, you know, it's still climbing. Where would it have been
'Cause he's
when
rocking
it
back
reached
as well,
him?
isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's a bit lucky to get away with that, if he has gotten away with it.
Well, he's going to get
Well, the
clotheslined.
umpires just put a static clothesline. That's a sign that they might still be looking at it. But for me, it's still rising, and I think he's pretty much standing there. I think that's a third bouncer in the over. You might say, okay, benefit of the doubt goes to bowler on these. They've said it's fine. I don't know. But yeah, gamblers catch a break there. And then nice static clothesline attempt, but will be the last ball of the over, and it almost gets away from Ankit, who's probably having flashbacks. It's the end of the 6th over. Marlow 71 for 2.
Yeah, the Jersey Cricket Ground, whereas we have a reverse bowl here, that's a proper bowl.
Yeah.
And you sit from on high as well,
Yeah.
so it'd be interesting to see where we commentate from. 'Cause
In the
it's a nice-
Granville ground is
Yes.
where we'll be. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I do want to get a tour of Farmers Field. They have promised me that if I get a chance, I can check out the Farmers home ground as well.
Newly built trophy cabinet as well, I hope.
Yeah, they'll have to extend it. I remember we went to Dreux last year, and Dreux won the ECL in 23, so they were the reigning champions when we went back there, or the previous year champions when we went there. And I asked, where's the trophy? And they said, well, the mayor took it. And it turns out it's in the mayor's office.
Did he open the batting?
He just liked it and just said, yeah, all right.
Can take
Thank
it.
you. I think they were showing it to the mayor, and the mayor said, oh, it's very kind of you. And said, yeah, I'll display it in my office proudly. And Drew had a lot of trophies, but the ECL wasn't one of them on display.
Well, I suppose that's one of the benefits of being mayor. You can do what you want.
Take what you want.
It's Jay Parkash with ball in hand.
When you're mayor, they let you do it. Anyway, this is going to be up, and it's going to be caught, and he stays inside the field of play. So Ankit Kumar, well, he's had the good, the bad, and the ugly out there. Marlow just fading a little bit. They're just behind the rate. Now they lose the big hitting Amandeep Singh, caught right on the boundary, but well caught by Ankush, and is 71 for 3. Parkash, the captain, comes on and strikes first ball.
Second catch for Kumar, and he made sure he knew exactly where his feet were going. And, well, Jay comes into the attack, straight into the wickets. This is 55th wicket on the network, and, well, it could prove to be an important one. Bit of a stop on this innings now. The previous over just went for 5. 4 singles and a no ball. Starting this one with a wicket. Marlow, they still need 51 runs. 23 balls remaining.
Yeah, it's a good catch. I mean, if that bursts through for 6, the game has a very different complexion, because then you're talking kind of about 12 and over required with Amandeep still there. Having said that, not too many better number 5s you'll see at the club level, with Najam Shahzad coming in. And he's coming in under pressure, I suppose. 13 and over required. I hate to say it. Well, I don't hate to say it. Could we be looking at back-to-back golden balls between these two teams?
Big swing first up, and, well, the win predictor tends to agree. Has Marlow just ahead, but that dot ball certainly won't help Madison. We keep on saying how they have batting in depth, but if they keep on losing wickets...
I mean, look, the batting hasn't fired, with the exception of Javed, who scored 36 off 11. You had Adnan at the top, 13 off 10. You got Mian, who's still there, 9 off 13. No ball called. But then we had 8 off 5 for Amandeep Singh. We had Najam, who is just starting out his innings. Let's just check the feet here.
Overstep, maybe. Yeah, you
Yeah.
can see the daylight there between the heel and the line.
Gamblers haven't really helped themselves, have they? Also, he's following through right in front of the umpire, but I think that Shahzad, he turns down the single there because he feels he's the man that should be facing this free hit.
It's those no balls that are actually, we say they're costly. They haven't been too costly so far. This
Right.
one's down the ground. That might go for 4. It'll be a good stop if he does, and that's a brilliant stop there.
Right.
Get your feet in the line. Ankit Kumar is the one that does
Yeah.
the fielding, but it was Devinder Mehla who put in that great
And,
slide.
yeah, I don't think he ever touches the rope here, Mailer. Just watch it. I actually thought this was 4 for all money because it was just accelerating, almost takes the bowler's head off. Watch this. He hurls himself. Ball's gone there, and I don't think he's actually touching it for any of this. Plus I think he pretty much stays inside the field of play anyway. Check this one more time, but does it ever
Doesn't touch him again, does it?
I don't think it touches him again.
And he doesn't touch the rope again, I think.
Actually, I think, yeah, there was a little bit of a knock on the
Yeah.
rope, but I think the ball was gone. And at any rate, benefit of the doubt goes to the fielder. So it's a very, very good stop.
And
They
he-
do get 2, though.
He stopped the double punishment of the no ball, only went for the 2. And that one, though, will have no stopping. That one goes through the covers for 4. That means Marlow, 44 runs needed, 20 deliveries left. It's getting tight. But before that, I mean, we had a couple of no balls. That first no ball that landed off the pitch, that then went for that bye, and the next ball went for 6. But the next, and we've had a no ball every over since the 5th. Next no ball just went for a 1 on the free hit, and that one was obviously well cut off. But you can't start giving Marlow runs, especially when they need them. Run rate just over 13. 2 balls left of the 7th. That one hit to long on, but Ankit Kumar, who you can't keep out of the action at the moment, he fields.
Done well to keep this game alive. I mean, 121 is not the worst score. I mean, I did say at the start of the day I had kind of 125, 130 as par. Only, I suppose, 1 hit less than that. But Mian Shahid, he's used up a fair few balls. Okay, that's not a lot of the strike, but 9 off 13. He's hit 1-4. And we're into the 7th over.
We've still got a few batters left in the hut. Feels like it's now or never. He's got 1 ball left, so more or less a freebie. And he hits it up in the air, and it should be taken. Devinder Mehla underneath it. He almost runs straight underneath it, almost deceived by the hilt, but he throws up his 2 hands, takes the catch, and, well, Mian Shahid, it was now or never. It's going to be never, as he has to depart for 9 off 14 deliveries.
Yeah, it's got a bit square on there, kind of fighting himself, Mian Shahid, and Mehla does well. Judges it, takes it over the head, and so Prakash with the double strike. Top and tails of the 7th over. He takes 2 for 8 in that one, and Marlow 79 for 4 after 7. This game is certainly right in the balance. And if you are enjoying this, stay tuned for the last 3 overs. But you can see how that front foot ended up well outside leg stump. Hey, don't forget, we've got more cricket coming up with match 5 just around the corner. We are around about half an hour away with Oeris taking on the Lisbon Capitals, 2 teams that did start with a win. Ross Reed comes in for Oeris, so looking forward to seeing him. Akshay Patel comes in for the Caps. With the Caps winning the toss, electing to bowl, so Oeris will be asked about first. And yeah, Badenhorst certainly started well. They've picked up some good players. Rupu playing for the Swans. You've got Naeem Rahman. They've got Vicky Chowan, who just knocked on their door, and they still think he's got another gear he can go to pace-wise. So stay tuned for that. Capitals didn't do a lot wrong in their game either. Anyway, this is going to be 6 runs. Shazad with the uppercut to start over number 8 as Cambodge comes back into the attack, but the result, a maximal.
That's exactly the start needed by Marlow at the start of this 8th. And, well, wouldn't bet against the gamblers here, but we know Marlow have batting power. It's Hardeep Kutan who's joined Shazad at the crease. He hasn't faced a ball yet. Shazad, he's slowly moving up the gears. Exactly what they needed at first ball of the 8th. Look at that, back to 51, 49%. It's on that 1 hit alone. That time, half-hearted appeal. I think that one was going down leg. Umpire agrees, and they run through for a single leg bye.
Shazad's the key here. If he fires, they win. If not, if you can get him quickly, I think the gamblers win. So we've got a real thriller on our hands, potentially. Funny thing is, last year in that final, I'll have to go and find the actual score, but it was high. It was, I think, 140s, tied at 140s. 50-50 Super Goldilocks zone now.
Well, Marlow have picked up the bonus point after going past that 85. That one absolutely just died on the surface. That bounced and rolled, which not much Hardeep could have done about that. He missed the ball entirely, but it's actually a good piece of fielding to get the pads in the way of that. That just didn't get up off the ground at all. But Kutan, he's got a few runs. I mean, over 1,000 on the network, high score 78. But Najam Shahzad, he's seeing the ball quite nicely now. See if Kutan can just get him back on strike. 36 still needed halfway through the 8th. That's just been flicked straight into the hands and straight out of the hands again of Harinder Singh out there on the boundary. And not only is it a drop, it's a costly drop.
Oh, yeah.
Over the boundary for 6.
It's not Shahzad, but it's Kutan. It was a good looking shot, but he found the fielder, and what's worse than a drop? A drop that goes for 6. Let's just remember that. It was never really set with the feet. Tips it over the bar. It's fine if you're a Premier League goalkeeper, but not so great if you're fielding on the boundary. Just going back to my notes, Marlow and Gamblers in the final last year, they tied on 146 in that final. What a game.
30 needed. Just hit into the turf, and well, Nitin Kamboj signals that he's going to throw, realises that long on, long off at both back. Probably better advised to just keep hold of the ball. He actually didn't have the ball in his hands at all. Still wanted to let Najam Shahzad know he was keeping an eye on him at the non-striker's end. Precious dot ball for the Gamblers. Final ball of the 8th coming up. Marlow still needing 30 runs.
ECN classic loading.
That one's been chipped straight, and it's going to go all the way for 6. That was a lovely shot from Hardeep Kutan. We said Najam Shahzad might hold the key, but he's now raced to 12 off just 4 deliveries. Slightly over pitch there, hit firmly down the ground, and that is the end of the 8th over. Marlow, 24 needed in the final 2 overs, 98 for 4.
Yeah, that's a really, really good shot, isn't it? It showed the full face, and this game takes another twist. The Worms are dancing out there on the graph. 98 for 4 after 8. They need 24 off the last 12. Yeah, Hardeep, he certainly is a guy that we have seen a fair bit of as well. And he does have 450s on the network. High score of 78 not out back in 2023.
Need quite so many today. Just a little cameo will do. He's doing his job at the moment. 12 off 4, but it's Najam Shahzad back on strike, and looks like it's Jay Parkash with the ball.
Yeah,
His first over, 2 for 8.
Yeah, he bowled really well in first over. Yeah, Hardeep's a guy that we have seen play in Barcelona a little bit as well.
Comes down the pitch and launches that ball into orbit. That's gone all the way. Threatening area 51 there, and it's just been knocked off there.
Ooh, 18 off 11. Losing their grip on their Gamblers at the moment. That's a very good strike. Shahzad maybe emboldened by the presence of Hardeep, who was able to lift a couple out of the ground himself. Again, you go back to that drop for 6. Bet they'd love those runs to play with again.
Come back there though from Jay. Najam danced down the pitch, didn't get anything on it. Just nips off the seam, that one. Actually, it's a great delivery from Parkash. 18 runs still needed. But this is maybe the difference between the Premier and Challenger division as well, that you've got batters who can kind of take games or chases away from the opposition with just a few big hits. Slow ball there from Parkash.
Well bowled. 17 off 9 now. Shaping up for a last over finish. Yeah, I know that Wayne's having a bit of fun with the AI. I've got into it now. It's telling us exactly what's on ECN right now, and it's actually spot on. It's even got the total, 121 for 7 in the first half of the game.
Well, that's up in the air. It's a chance there
Big
for
moment.
Ankit Kumar. Will he hold on to it?
Oh.
No, he won't. That maybe dropped the game there.
Technique wasn't there
Yep.
from Ankit this time. He went the old hungry hippo style. Watch the crocodile come out. Doesn't make a good surface here. See, look at the hands. They're not together. And it just burst out, and they ran too easily. It cost them 2 and cost them Kutan. Hutton's wicket again.
That one's just been flicked off the pads, but there is someone out there. That's some good fielding on the boundary there from Harinder Singh, and made sure that that wasn't insult to injury. Would have been a costly drop if it was followed up with a boundary. So a good piece of fielding. 15 runs needed now. 14. They only went for 1 actually in that one. So 14 runs needed, 7 balls. This is a big ball, isn't it?
Yeah, huge.
Take it to the 10th. This is a dot. Maybe we're back to 50-50, but 6 here and it's almost curtains. Here we go. Oh, it has been lifted away. Is it going to go all the way? It's certainly gone to the boundary and it's been signalled 4 on field.
Yeah, poor option, I think. I suppose easy to say now, but Shazad, he made an early movement, but I think he showed you stumps. It was probably worth going full at the stumps.
Yep.
You know, but he gets a good look at it. He gets bat on it. He gets 4. So it's the end of the over. It's 112 for 9. And, well, I can tell you right now that these two played a golden ball. Look, 14th of April 2024. It was a really, really entertaining final. The only time we've ever had a golden ball in the final. And of course, if we do have a tie here at 121, it will go to a golden ball once again. The batting team gets 1 more ball to score 2 or more. And of course, we had one just last week. Seems a long time ago. It was only 5 days ago that we had that golden ball.
Golden ball 73, and that was almost the turnaround for the Lisbon Super Giants as well. They started off with 3 losses, and that golden ball was their first win on the board. And well, we all know where they ended up late last night on finals day. And this one is going to end up as a 6, and maybe that's curtains for the Gamblers. 4 runs needed now in 5 deliveries. That's exactly the way Marlow would have wanted to start the final over. A big 6 off the bat of Hardeep Kutan.
Yeah, I mean, it's killed the game really, hasn't it? Kutan's played a really important one, but, you know, he's been dropped twice. And one of those drops went over the boundary for 6. And even if you take the runs, it's probably 7 runs they've given away. I bet you'd love to have 11 or 5 rather than 4 or 5 if you're Gamblers. Boundary wins it now.
And well, it looks like he has done exactly that. That's gone all the way. The fielder out there completely stationary. Nothing he could do about it. And well, within 2 balls of that final over, the game has been put to bed. Chips are down and the Gamblers have come up empty-handed. They will take that bonus point, but Marlow will take the 3 points for the win as they beat Gamblers by 6 wickets.
Yeah, you got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them. And it's actually our first successful chase of the day after the first 3 games were all won by teams that batted first. But Marlow, they go to 1-1 after that disappointing loss to Awaris earlier in the day. And Gamblers, I suppose in there it wasn't quite enough runs on the board. We always felt it was a little bit light on, but I did think they compounded their problems. They started well in that innings. They took some key wickets. I think they were building pressure with the ball in the field, but just some key lapses cost them in the end. And they do push the last over, but they'll have to settle for 1 point out of their opening fixture in this European Cricket Series. Coming up next, don't forget Awaris versus Lisbon Capitals. We're 20 minutes away from a start there with Awaris batting first, having been sent in by the Lisbon Caps. Let's go have a look at this highlights package. And yeah, it was a funny old one, wasn't it? Adnan went in there, didn't really fire. Shahid didn't really fire. But, you know, you look at the 36th that the Summer Javan scored, I thought that was really important in the end. And then that key partnership towards the end by Shazad and Hardeep Kutan finished things off.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it was 79 for 4. At that point, we thought maybe still in the balance. That final partnership worth 45, that took them over the line. And it was maybe a case of what could have been for the Gamblers. They had the opportunities, didn't take them all. This is the one where Nitin on the treadmill didn't quite press stop in time. And well, there was a bit of calamitous fielding on the boundary rope as well. And if you take away those catches, those misfields, and that's a prime example from Ankit Kumar, then it could have been a different game. It was just the 4 balls left from Marlow, and they were punished. They were put to the sword, especially through those middle overs. Sama Javid, he finished on 36 of just 11 deliveries. Jam Shazad, he was the difference maker at the end, then supported by Hardeep Kutan. They both finished not out in the 20s. When they held their catches, they were good, the Gamblers, but they just didn't do it frequently enough. And also a few sloppy overs with 3 no balls that were punished then with the 3 hits. And that all meant that Marlow, they ease home to their first win after they fell in that early game by 37 runs. They were bowled out, remember, in that game, so they came back strongly.
Big moment there. It's a good point you make about the no balls. I mean, those extra deliveries they had to bowl at the end, the extra runs they gave away. We saw the Kutan getting dropped over the rope. There was also a chance to get him late in the piece. They were probably just that 1 wicket away from breaking the game wide open. This is a huge one, and that again, you know, you got to talk about why he dropped it. One of those things, I think there was a bit of a technical issue with Kumar's effort there down on the boundary. But come the moment, come the man, and Hardeep, who we have seen playing a fair bit of cricket on ECN, uses every ounce of that experience as he just goes bang, bang, 6 and 6, pick up sticks, and Marlow pick up their first win, the first successful chase of this series. So Gamblers will have to wait for their revenge against last year's champions that golden balled them into second place. Marlow get the win with 4 balls to spare. Kutan with a very, very important 27 not out towards the end off just 8 balls, and Shazad 24 not out, pretty good as well. Osama Javed before that kind of set the table with 36 off 11. Once again, not too many extras, and I did think they built some good pressure early, Gamblers, but just a few lapses late in the piece ends up costing them. 2 for 22, Jai Parkash, including a 2-wicket over, just to put his team back to parity. Wickets also to Nitin Kamboj and Khalid Usman in there. But they're Gamblers. They walk away without a win from opening day. We will see more of them tomorrow, though, as they will take on Gorka in the opener, and then they'll take on the Capitals in match 9. We will take a break, and we'll be back in around about 15 minutes then, as one team will go perfectly to a 2-0 record. Will it be Awareness the Swans, or will it be the Lisbon Capitals? We'll find out when match 5 gets underway. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, with Tina Goff. Hope you have a nice quick break. We'll have a spotted tea and then be back to join you to round out things here on opening day of this European Cricket Series here in Portugal, Premier Division.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox. Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world as we get ready for match number 5 to close off opening day in this Premier Division of the ECS Portugal. And two teams that have a win in the bank are going to go head to head. One of these two teams will go 2-0 and be in pretty good position to attack this week with Oeiras the Swans taking on the Lisbon Capitals in match 5. Stefan Gooch is out in the middle with the two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Lisbon Capitals to call.
Tail.
Tails is the call. It is tails.
We're going to bowl first.
Have a good game.
Thank
All
you.
the best. Lisbon Capitals won the toss. They're having a bowl.
So the Capitals win and they decide, look, we're going to have a bowl first. Bit interesting because we have seen some good defences today, haven't we? But I suppose it doesn't really matter too much and maybe the Capitals can pace their chase accordingly. But what I will say is that both teams were very, very impressive first time around. We saw, obviously, some teams struggling to get into it, but these two teams have started well and they'll certainly want to double down. So probably match of the day as far as the two teams that seem the most in form, but we know this is ECN cricket. Anything can happen. Oeiras have never won an ECN trophy. We saw the Capitals winning the night series recently, but two real contenders, I think, are going to be standing their ground here as we get ready for the start of match 5. Tina Goff is standing by. It's been great being with you in the box today, and the next time we'll be together will be on finals day, believe it or not, and who knows, maybe we're looking at a preview of the final based on early form. But I can tell you that the Caps have won the toss. They want to bowl first, so the Swans will get first use of the facilities. Over to you. Let's get ready for match 5.
Thank you very much, Vinny, and welcome back. Match 5, the final match of the first day here, ECS Portugal Premier Division 2025, here at the sunny SCG Santarém Cricket Ground in Portugal. And what a day we've had so far. 4 matches, 2 of which have been won by the two teams doing battle here in the setting Portugal sun. It's Oeiras. They won game 2 already against Marlow, their old rivals. And it was a big victory by 37 runs to get their tournament off to a flyer. Similar for Lisbon Capitals in game 3. They beat Punjab CC by 26 runs. So both of these teams have got wins in the bank. We take a look at the teams. One change for Oeiras. Ross Reed comes in with Diego Mendonça. He took the catch in that first game. He drops to the bench. As for the Lisbon Capitals, Akshar Patel, he comes into the lineup, and Mayank Raval, he's on 12th duties this afternoon. And as you can see there at the top, both of these teams played one game, 1-1, which means by the end of this day one of ECS Premier Division, one of these teams will be unbeaten. And, well, look at that, 49%, 51%, pretty much the toss of a coin. The coin has been tossed, and it has been won by the Lisbon Capitals. They have decided to go out into the field. We just, this previous game, saw the first successful run chase of the day. The other 3 games all won by the team batting first. Both of these teams won their first game by batting first. It looks like it's Brendan Badenhorst out there with Mohamed Ashraful Rupu, the openers from the first game. And Rahul Huda is with ball in hand, and what a catch he took in that first game for the Capitals as well. Probably the catch of the tournament so far. The tournament is, of course, still only young. We've completed 4 matches. 30 matches in all will be complete before we head over to finals day, which will be also the second outing of Maximina here in the commentary booth. Vinny just joins us for a short few days. The G-Force will be back. Me and Phil G will be back in action tomorrow to lead you through all the way until finals day. Just making sure everything is on order before we get the game up. There's umpire Andy out there in the middle. We do have the first ball. It's a big swing from Badenhorst. Just manages to pick out the fielder there at square leg. They would scamper through for 1. Badenhorst, he was the top scorer of his second top scorer actually, but he did it in quick time. He scored 41 off 15 deliveries, beaten only by his captain, Conrad Greenshields. He scored 43. Someone turns and bounces viciously. It's called a wide on field, but let's take a look at this one on replay. Must have hit something. Yeah, actually, I was going to say good hands by the keeper. I don't know if he got anything on it there. And well, there's a big appeal there. Nothing given. As Ashraful goes down. Looks to sweep the ball from well outside off stump, and it's a good take there from Arslan Zafar. The bowler was not convinced in the slightest. He went up as soon as he saw his keeper go up. That one, well, Rahul Huda is really testing out his keeper, Arslan Zafar. He's obviously standing up, making sure Ashraful Rupu stays well within his crease, but that one's going to have to be re-bowled again. Already the second wide of this first over. That one's knocked away into the leg side. And while both teams will be eager to get their day one off to the perfect start, it doesn't always mean a recipe for success. The Lisbon Supergiants, the winners of the Challenger tournament just yesterday, around this time yesterday, the final was starting. Well, they lost their first 3 games, hardly picking up a point, and they peaked at the right time. They had that golden ball 73. That was maybe the turnaround in their fortunes. And well, if the win predictor is anything to go by, we're bang on course for a golden ball here. 50-50, still a long way to go though. Just a handful of singles and wides in this first over so far. There's still 2 balls to come. Rahul Huda, you couldn't keep him out of the action. The Lisbon Capitals win. Took a really good catch on the boundary. So involved with the ball, and well, his involvement's probably a bit longer than he'd like in this first over here, and it's not going to get any better for him as that one is hit past the diving figure there at square leg. Not much he could do about that one. Just a misguided radar, and as soon as I hit the pitch as well, it just kept on going backwards and backwards, and despite the dive of Danish Siddiqui there at square leg, that races away to the boundary, and it's 10 runs up. Still 1 ball left of this marathon first over. And that's hit firmly, and it's a catching opportunity actually. It's a low full toss. Came hard back at Rahul Huda, and he gets both hands to it. It's Ashraful Rupu, the batter, and he sees it all the way. He just doesn't quite get his hands there in time, and that's hopefully for his side, not a costly drop, but it's the end of the first over. 10 for the loss of no wicket. As we take a look at the Tour of Portugal, this is the final game that Vinny will be on for just about 5 days, and he'll be back. He's a finals man, so he'll be back.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an avid viewer all the time, even though I'm not on the mic. But yeah, I'm looking forward to coming back. I'll do Thursday with Phil to give you your only day off, I think, from here on in. I know you just had a day off yesterday, but then yeah, we'll take finals and then the ECIs together. And yeah, also looking forward to seeing some T20Is back on the network. We have had a couple of series this year, and we did some of the Malta Tri series, which featured Austria and Hungary, as well as Malta. And actually, we started the year with some T20s in Portugal. Though it wasn't here, it was in Porto. So Shafiq is going to come. They're going to go really spin heavy here at Caps. We saw them bowl 8 overs a spin before. And so Bear Button Horse, he normally likes to attack from the get-go. But I actually kind of like this Capitals attack because they've got 4 good spinners in there, and they're just going to ask different kinds of questions to this batting lineup. And we didn't see that much spin in the Challenger. He bowls this one from a long way back, and he's going to hammer it, and that's going to be out of here. Maximo! Shafiq lengthens the pitch, and Button Horse lengthens the shot. Maximo 6 runs.
Well, that one started off right on our angle, didn't it? And just because he cut across it, it landed just to the left of the igloo. I actually felt that Grizzly on landing.
Look where he rolls this from. It's good, kind of almost a metre behind the stumps.
He doesn't help himself, though, because he drags it short.
That's the thing. I'll actually give you one further. We were talking about the feet rules with no balls earlier. If I could write the rule, and I know I'm not in charge of writing all the rules, goes back to the front line this time. Button Horse pushes. They decide to run on contact. Fumble comes, otherwise it might have been a bit interesting. I would actually probably make a rule that there's a box that your front foot has to be in, and part of the box would be the stumps, because I just think, I don't have a huge problem with it. I think it's an overrated tactic, but I mean, technically right now you could even bowl from behind the umpire, as long as there's no limit to how far back you bowl from it. It just kind of doesn't make sense. Now that's in the air, it's dropped. He gets 2 hands to it, and that's Mustafa, who's a pretty good fielder, pretty good cricketer, but just not able to hold on to it, so it's a life for Rupu. We'll pick up 2 there. Yeah, so I'd probably say you'd have a box, which is basically the middle stump, the front line, the back line, the side line. And as long as some of your foot lands in there, you're fine. You can still use the crease a bit. You can, use the metre or so, but yeah, I don't know. I'm just not a huge fan of the bowling from so far back. And it was actually used in a game, I think Bangladesh versus Pakistan is the one I'm thinking of, where they needed like 2 to win. So the bowler just went bang, bowled it up from the back of his run, and they end up calling it a dead ball. It's not a dead ball. Just because the batter wasn't expecting it didn't make it illegal. So they didn't even allow it on that occasion.
Well, they try to get around it a bit, don't they, by saying the umpire has to see what's happening. So if you're bowling from behind the umpire, he can't call any kind of...
They say that, but I don't know if it's written everywhere. That's 4 runs. Nice shot by Rupu to finish the over. Or is there still one to come here? Still one to come. Takes them up into the 20s. Yeah, they say that, but then you could say, well, it's not my fault the umpire wasn't watching. He should be watching. The ball's in play as soon as they start my run-up. The old umpires, they used to kind of turn around, then they'd go into this crouch of the old school. End of the over, though. Shafiq goes for 13 in the second, and Awaris are 23 without loss after 2. Let's check out the updated standings, though, with Marlow getting a win. Gamblers without a win. But they've only played 1 game. Punjab CC Amador, I'll be looking over their shoulder a little bit. Just didn't have a good day, did they? They are 0-2. But, what I like as well is we've had 4 games so far. We've had 4 different winners. But although one of these 2 teams will have a second win and go to the top of the table overnight.
Well, the Lisbon Capitals, they're one of the teams that only has 1 game tomorrow. So they'll want to sit at the top of the table and then just see what happens tomorrow. But it's all changed. I mean, we saw it in the Challenger. We must have had about... Well, Brothers kind of pulled away at the top, didn't they? But apart from that, we had 2 to 6 was kind of changing by the game.
It's going to be even. I think that's the one thing you can predict. All right, time for a new over. Mustafa comes out. He bowled the last one earlier, but they are bowling him early this time. I don't know whether they feel the spin maybe isn't working the way they wanted so far. Maybe they just want to give a seamer an over with a newish ball. But yeah, he comes on to bowl the 3rd, last over the power play.
And he came on right at the end of that previous game. He did start with the bat though, didn't he? 68 runs, just 27 deliveries.
So six days of play in the group stage. There's
Yep.
4 days you'll play 2, and you'll have 2 days where you'll just play a single match. Play every day, which I kind of like. I know there'd be an argument maybe to have teams playing 3 games some days and maybe not playing another day. I don't know, it causes some issues. But the other thing is that this year with the divisions, the tournament's compressed into 6 days or 7 days, including finals. Whereas typically there would have been days all over the 2 weeks that you would have had to be available for. So I suppose pros and cons. I think we agree we like the 2-tier format. Mustafa. Rupu in the air, just out of the grasp of the fielder. Didn't have too much on it from Rupu. They're going to leg it out. Imagine this is something that Oeris do pretty well. But they do the little things well. They run the first one hard. They weren't caught ball watching there, although Huda did hurl it in. Yeah, I think he was always going to be home, though. Even if the keeper takes that, which he doesn't. I think he's going to be safe. Hello to Phil G. Nice to see you. Forgot he's still here. He had his day off today and he's tuning in for the last game of the day. And he said he loved our double G-rated maxi dinner catch-up yesterday after the Challenger final. By the way, I've got Stefan Gooch laying into me because he's caught wind of the commentator dinner and he said, hey, why was I not invited? Because we know that he will be doing the T20s. But he's still got his referee hat on, so...
Well, that tomahawk steak was only for 3 people, wasn't
that
it?
is true.
Sorry, Steph.
Steph's also a pretty big eater. So
The 4 of us, that would have been some feast. I mean, the 3 of us did enough damage, didn't we?
we're doing more like a taster menu if he was there. Oh, genuine bouncer, but it's going to be too high and over the top for a wide as called. Green Shields listed at 3, Faf Stoneman at 4, Wirrakun at 5, and Junaid's listed at 6 for Oeris in this innings. But yeah, once again, we're going to see a close contest. Look at the percentages right now. Not too much in it at all. Capitals, of course, winning the night series last month in that Miranda Corvo Stadium. Genuine edge. That's going to fly away. And the fielder wasn't that far from it. Said this earlier. It really annoys me when that fielder gets beaten to his left because there's hardly any bat on this at all. But the Vortex sucks up another one. Sunil Kumar Patel just has to watch it fly. 4 more to Oeris. Yeah, Phil, let us know what you did on your day off. I know he actually said yesterday he was just going to go mood-based planning, MVP. So he had a few things he might have wanted to do. One of the things you told him to do is go pick up your cleaning. Is that right? Or
It was my tailoring.
Your tailoring.
And he did pull
Did he
through.
do it?
So I owe him an ice cream with sprinkles, apparently.
Right.
But thank
that's
you,
what
Phil.
1G helping out another. That's what G-Force is all about.
Exactly. G-Force.
That's going to be a no ball because that's miles too high. It would have been a wide, even if it was the first in the over. So Mustafa, don't know if this is the right tactic. You've got a guy that's hurling himself at you. All that's going to happen here is, if he does hit it, I don't know how he would have hit it because look how high it is. Probably an edge is flying away for 4 or 6.
He jumped down the pitch. It was still going over his head. By the time it arrived at the crease, it was still rising.
Wow, that's close as well, you know. Does this get up enough? Like, give you... Oh.
Yeah, Rupu certainly is asking the question. Let's have a look.
Oh, I mean, is that above the shoulder? Or is it shoulder if you're standing up? Maybe they say it's shoulder height. It's borderline.
Yeah, his back leg's a bit collapsed,
It's a
isn't it?
bit bent and it's
a tough one.
It's a tough one. The benefit of the doubt goes to the bowler for those. So he's lucky, Mustafa. He digs it in again and almost like I've seen the future. It's an edge that's going to fly away. Maximal 6 runs. That was not quite as high, but high-ish. So, yeah, I think we've talked about, banging on length versus too short. And I think Mustafa does err on the too short side. Having said that, not the worst over, goes for 15. And at the end of the 3 over power play, Oeris are 38 without loss. Have I ever told you about the Shebekel incident?
You have not. I would like to know, please.
Much like there's warnings if you do too many high full tosses, there's a first warning, final warning, off. So for bounces, okay, the first one is fine. Second one is a no ball.
Yep.
if there's a third one in and over, you have a first warning. If there's a fourth one, it actually is you're out of the attack.
Okay, so same as
First
two
and final
no balls.
warning.
Yeah.
And it doesn't happen that often, but Kutub Shebekel for MSC Frankfurt in the ECS in Krefeld a couple of years ago, it happened to him, and I think that it's only happened maybe one other time apart from that, where the Shebekel incident was a warning to all fast bowlers, no matter how fast you think you are, don't get too short, otherwise your spell might be cut short. You would have loved bowling bounces back when you bowled quick. As Bardenhorst is going to punch this one. Again, one thing about Awaris, and I talked about their running already, but they have a bit of a tactic, and I've seen good teams do this even at the ECC level, for example, at the Cardamom Oval, is they will have a bit of an agreement that if there's a fumble, that they will come for two, and they'll just try and cut the hesitation out. Now, that time there was a fumble, but it never really got away from the fielder, but at least they're looking for it. They're looking to squeeze every extra run they can. Well, goes for this, but it's a miss hit, and it's a bit of an awkward one for the fielder, but he will take it. And so Rupu is going to have to go. He'll be out for 23. It is going to be Samarth Patel. So they stick with a bit of the old pace on, and it works. Mohammad Ashfal Rupu is gone, and the Capitals have their first wicket. It's 39 for 1.
Nice catch there from Omar Mustafa. It looked like he threw his hand up as if to say, I can't see a thing. He managed to see enough to see that Grizzly land safely into his hands. You can see those long shadows being cast, and there's a long, sad face being cast by Ashraful as he has to go for 23 off 14. His first wicket to fall just at the end of the power play as well. As 2 balls into the 4th. Take a look at this on the replay. Nice catch.
Nicely taken, but technique. The pinkies knew each other then. That's the key to catching with that technique. We saw one get away from Ankush earlier. Now here is Conrad Greenshields batting 3. Played some very nice shots earlier. Let's hope he's recovered from that nerve-jangling wrist injury. Of course, wrist's pretty important to Conrad.
Well,
part of his craft. Anyway, this is in the air. One bouncer. Going to have to hustle, and he does. Gets off the mark. Yeah, I like this from Phil, saying, as the Godfather says, one day I will come to you to ask a favour. After he picked up your newly tailored suits. Do you know that I only just watched The Godfather about 2 months ago? So
Okay.
everyone's got a list of movies that they feel they should have seen, but they didn't. And and it's kind of, it's a badge of honour, like, you know what, I haven't seen it. I know everyone else in the world has. Well, it's an absolute blast this time. It's going, and it's gone. Bardenhorst lights it up. Maximo! 6 runs for the Swans.
so what's on your list still of not seen?
So, I'll tell you what I have seen recently. I've been trying to catch up. Dirty Dancing.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. But one that I should have seen that I haven't is Footloose.
This is quite a specific dancing genre going on here.
But I mean, for a while it was Grease as well. Well, that's a bit of foot fielding accidental. I think about a second. Wow, that might have been out if it had hit as well. But you can see they're looking, like I said, to squeeze every run. It's the accidental foot fielding. Mitchell took 4 catches earlier. But have a look at this. They run 1. Conrad basically sells him down the river. There are others. I'm just trying to think of them right now.
Because you mentioned it this morning on the journey up here, Jurassic Park. That's one for me. I haven't seen that one.
Great movie. Great movie. You haven't seen Jurassic Park?
See, I would have said the same about Godfather to you, but you righted that wrong.
Godfather 3 though, I went through all of them. Wasn't that good. For many reasons. Last ball the 4th. And that's a very good shot from Conrad Greenshields. Maximo over the tents and far away. Come and get another day as Samarth goes for 15 in his over despite taking a wicket. And after 4 overs, the 50's up for Awaris. They are 53 for 1.
Big hit there to end the 4th. And, well, looking on for a decent enough total here as we take a look at the worm. It's going in the right direction, isn't it? It's not quite soaring up at run rate, but these two can do some damage. They did in the previous game, and hopefully Conrad has recovered from that wrist injury. Did look a painful one, didn't it?
Yeah, it did, didn't it? But it was actually, it wasn't in the impact of ball, it was in the swing. And he just kind of wrenched something. Well, I asked Conrad about his bowling. He said, yeah, look, I did bowl a bit recently, but ideally I'm playing as a bat here. Only if we get really short of options would he bowl. And that's one thing about this attack, this Werris attack. It's a pretty pace-heavy attack, but I think it's a very good attack. 5 genuine seam options in there. Mixture of left and right armers. Pretty spin-heavy attack, though, for Brisbane Capitals here, as it will be Badenhorst who lays into Shafiq to start the 5th over. Maximo 6 carreras más.
Shafiq going round the wicket to Badenhorst, but he was just waiting for that one and kind of spun right into his batting arc and said hello to the team dugouts there.
Phil G's mentioned Godfather too, but I've got to tell you, I did see that, Phil, and I agree with you. He knocked down the ground this time from Badenhorst. These two do like batting together.
I mean, on a similar genre, we're currently going through watching The Sopranos, first time ever. Recommend that.
Do you know what I haven't seen it either is The Matrix?
Not seen that.
Yeah. That's another one I should have seen but I haven't.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily call these they're iconic films. I wouldn't say they're high art. If you're talking Dirty Dancing.
I feel everyone's seen it.
Matrix.
Yeah, well.
Pulp Fiction, seen that one?
No, that's another one that's on the list. Should have seen it. Anyway, 64 for 1. Has Werris just gone up a gear, haven't they? We've had 4 boundaries in the last 6 balls. So your last 6 balls actually going for 24. Partnership 25 off 7. That's one time he does bowl from kind of 1 metre further back, Shafiq, and it does kind of throw the timing off Greenshields. Hello to Wayne, he's gifted a membership. I'm not quite sure why. Didn't see a milestone there.
No, he said every time Whispering Red hits a Maximo.
Did he?
Yeah.
Well.
There's one.
I wasn't aware of that. Well, what's happened here? The bat's in. It's not in his hands, though.
It's called not out on the field, and hope for the ECN memberships everywhere that he is in.
Let's have a look. I mean, I think he's in, and then if the bat comes out of his hands, it's irrelevant. Don't get a great look at the... Yeah, he's in. But as long as he was in with the hand holding the bat, which I think he is there, then it won't be out. So, yeah, even though I think his foot's almost in there anyway. So, they changed this rule a while ago as far as run-outs are concerned. If you are running or diving for your crease, so even at this point, if he's not holding his bat and his foot's not quite down, he's still not out, as long as he has made it at some point before the stumps are broken. Well, this time he has to hustle back, and that is going to be out as Greenshields backs up too far. We almost had a run out the ball before, but Conrad overcommits and can't back up the truck in time. So Shafiq will conjure a wicket somehow. It's a run out that breaks a promising partnership for the Swans at 65 for 2.
A bit of an unnecessary one. It did go straight into the hands of the fielder at point, and Conrad kind of knew his goose was cooked. The Tortuga there actually helped as it just popped up. And, yeah, well short of his ground there.
Yeah, clever stuff as well by Shafiq to throw it on. He didn't have that much time. So, yeah, just searching for a run that wasn't quite there. It did get turned around quickly, but Greenshields run out for 12. And Wayne can put away the credit card for a while, 65 for 2. I don't think Badenhorst ever kind of sells him down the river too much, but it's just a very good, quick throw. And Conrad not able to get back in time. So it's actually quite a big moment. And that's when Conrad got the message. Whispering Red would have to fade into the sunset. That gives us a chance to welcome you into the commentary box as well. Hello to everyone out there, wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo. Got Tina Goff with me. Phil enjoying his day off. Phil, hope you're enjoying it. And I'm looking forward to the G team being back together tomorrow. You missed Phil?
I've missed
Been
him.
a full day and a half.
He's helped me out. I'm going to be in freshly tailored suits the rest of the week. Thank you very much, Phil.
And we've dispensed with the jackets, haven't we? Because it's actually quite a warm day. It makes me feel hopeful that spring is here and summer's coming just around the corner.
Big season of cricket coming up, isn't it?
Talking about the Goldilocks zone with the wind predictor, but there's the Goldilocks weather zone as well.
But it can get very hot here, can't it, in Portugal?
Yeah, well, look, that's the thing. And ECN commentating, you do go from too cold to too hot quite quickly. But April is kind of the month. April's the month. I remember I think it was in Milan in April. I don't know, last year, the year before. Where you're kind of talking 23, 24 degrees. And this is the happy zone. And we're kind of there right now. It's 21 degrees currently as Stoneman comes in. He gets a 4 off the thick outside edge. Doesn't quite look like he's hit his straps yet, Faf Stoneman, but he's quite a talented young player. Mentioned he's been playing club cricket in the Netherlands last year, and he does plan to go back there for the summer. Right now he's got a bit of an equipment malfunction, might have blown the strap.
Well, we have got some good weather hopefully coming up. We've got Spain, we've got Bologna, but then, I mean, you might come back to earth with a bump with Dreux and Jersey. We'll be in May at that point, won't we? It still might be hit and miss.
You've put us on wind alert for
high alert
for Jersey. Yeah, you really do appreciate the good zone of weather. And we're almost at the end of March. April last year, we were in France for it. It was still a little bit cold, especially in the mornings. But yeah, before you know it though, sometimes we're into the June, July, August. Now, what we often do is go quite far north around May, June, July, August. So
you're 2 weeks of England. So
yeah, well, England, they don't really have summer.
I was also true. I was also thinking about the geography of this. We're the furthest west we'll ever be. I mean, until we go global, obviously.
We go Iceland, maybe? Isn't that further west?
Possibly. Get the map out. What's the furthest east we go?
Cyprus. Until we do ECS Australia, which I still think is a great idea. Reverses, and believe it or not, that would have been a big wide, but because he's changed to a left-handed shot, he loses his leg side protections. So then you judge it on the tram line. That'll be a dot ball. Good umpiring. Oh, tries to get a little bit inventive here. Stoneman he looks rusty at the moment. He's been playing a bit of cricket in South Africa. Just needs to settle a little bit. Again, hovering around the 50-50 zone. Hello, Trip. Nice to see you. And really happy to see you in the chat. Well, he's got this one very wrong. Now, has this been bounced off the pitch? The way it bounced, I thought it must have been off the pitch. Is it on the downslope? Drifting.
Yep.
It's hit the border. And they've been calling those a no ball. You got plenty of pitch to aim at, and he's not able to get it fully on. So probably a good thing for Stoneman. He's got the immunity cloak on. Can't be dismissed this ball. So he just gets back to plan A, and he's going to time it up and go maximal 6 carreras. The indiscretion is punished to the tune of 6 runs.
Big hit there from Faf. Still 1 ball left of this 6th. And I was just looking at the geography. I mean, Phil did whip out this snippet of information, which is that Portugal is the westernmost country in Europe. So the tip of, is it Cape Roca, west of Portugal.
Whoa, one-hand sweep time. And that's going to get away from the fielders as well. In fact, it has gone all the way. Maximal back-to-back for Stoneman. Into the 6th over, it's 82 for 2.
But Iceland's westernmost tip is further west than Portugal's westernmost tip. So maybe it's Iceland's, whether it counts as Europe, I suppose.
Yeah.
Part of the European Cricket Network, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it is. Well, actually, technically it's not, because it's not an ICC country at Iceland. But I mentioned this earlier. I think you might have been having lunch. But we actually planned, back when it was Wild West time and there wasn't that restriction on us, we did plan an Iceland ECS. But the issue was that on the eve of the series, it was just going to be Saturday, Sunday series. On the Friday night, the government changed the regulations with COVID and it had to be cancelled. But the staff said it was an awesome weekend because they just got to go around Iceland, which is somewhere I've always wanted to go. I wasn't there back then, but apparently it was an amazing weekend and very expensive in Iceland. It's a very expensive country.
It's on my bucket list for sure.
Wasn't that thing? Oh, this is going to be 4. It just kept accelerating, didn't it? This is hammered down the ground. Badenhorst hasn't faced too much of the bowling. He's faced basically 2 balls out of an over so far. But have a look at that. Couldn't get off his feet there, Mitchell. And he's not a natural diver. It's going to be 4. But I think there was a lawsuit between Iceland, the brand. It's quite well known in the UK.
The supermarket
Iceland,
chain.
Yeah. And the Iceland, the country. And I actually think the country won.
On what grounds?
Look that up. I think that's our name. Oh, this is more work for Mitchell. Watch the Tortuga. He will watch it, and he keeps it just inside. And good running as well from Stoneman, who he just put his head down and ran, and in the end they'll get 2. Mitchell avoids his blushes here. He's tried to get everything behind it, and you can see he pulls it back just inside.
It's an ongoing lawsuit.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, TV continued. Well, that's hit very well as well. Barton look good today. That's Miguel Stoneman, who's not in the side. He's all work and no play at the moment, Miggy, but yeah, he gets done with a crisply struck shot from Barton-Horst. 4 more.
I do like it when lawyers come out with sassy statements. So obviously
Oh, I
Iceland
like
tried to trademark its supermarket name, to which the lawyers, as that one probably rolls away for another 4, and it does. Lawyers come back saying Iceland, the supermarket, cannot reasonably trademark the name of a country that has been around since the 9th century.
Bit of a humble brag there. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, lawyers, they have a strange sense of humour when they attempt to pull it out. Quick hello to Kitty, who's watching as well, saying hello to myself and Tina. Kitty, great to see you. And yes, so it's an ongoing dispute. Going on for years. I feel like right now, Iceland, the supermarket chain, have had to change their name to something else, though. You know what they've changed it to? Because there were some in Spain, actually, and I remember I used to get my favourite lozenges there, part of looking after my throat. Well bowled from Huda. He's clever, isn't he? Uses. Oh, it's still rolling. Are they going to come back for 2? They will. They take on the throw, and they do get back. So Barton-Horst will move to 41, and after 7 overs, Awaris are 98 for 2. What do you got for me? Anything?
The Icelandic government accused Iceland Foods of engaging in abusive behaviour by trademarking the name of the country and of harassing Icelandic companies and even the Icelandic Tourism Board.
Wow.
I mean, I know
Shade thrown.
Iceland cricket is quite big on social media, isn't it? So I'm sure they'll get involved when we go
yeah,
there.
they are pretty good on social media, actually. Quick look at the calendar, and of course, we will be in Madrid. And unfortunately, Iceland not on there, but I hope that more countries in Europe get ICC recognition. There's a process, though. Back to some spin, and the first one from Siddiqui is going to disappear out of the ground. Maximal! Faf Stoneman. That free hit just got him going, didn't it? And now I think he's feeling a bit more confident. He did get out to a ball like this before where he went kind of fishing outside the off stump. That one probably would have been a wide, but he still gets it over long on for 6. Yeah, so there's a process, and I'm not quite sure because obviously I'm not in charge of the administration side of these countries, but there's a certain amount of teams you need to have a regular competition. Well, he's going to slow this one down, Siddiqui, but it's still going to disappear out of the ground. Maximal back to Stoneman, who has heated up at just the right time for Swans fans. What's a collective noun of Swans?
That's a good question. And can you find them in Iceland? I mean, final note on Iceland versus Iceland. So Iceland, the supermarket. I mean, I think this is just lawyers cashing in and having fun.
I love that.
They said they do not believe that any serious confusion or conflict has ever arisen in the public mind. And Mum's saying, I'll pop down to Iceland.
That's hilarious if someone has just jumped on a plane, so you can jump down to Iceland and pick me up some
Frozen
tea bags.
waffles.
Yeah.
Apparently, though, Iceland, the supermarket say it's never happened, and therefore we should be able to keep the name.
How would they know?
Well, exactly. That's why mums go to Reykjavik to get their supermarket.
You want to know some fake
shopping?
news? I actually fully believe this, but I got told that there's a desk at Vienna Airport for people that thought they were in Australia, but they've accidentally bought plane tickets to Austria. But apparently that is just an old wives' tale. Slows it up again. Siddiqui trying to make the batter make all the pace on the ball. Yeah, Phil G says this prompts a random question. 3 bucket list destinations. Very good random question, Phil. Iceland's one of mine.
Yep.
I got to say, I wanted to go there for a while. But I'll have a bit of a think. Last ball, the 8th. Push through and just worked away nicely. Bit of panache there from Stoneman. It's going to bounce just inside. It's going to be 4 runs, but it's the end of the over. Awaris building a healthy total here after 8 overs. They are 116 for 2. How about yourself?
Iceland's definitely on there. I think South America, probably Brazil or Peru, Chile. I mean, I might.
South America haven't done it yet. For me, very, very keen, especially because I'm learning Spanish.
Yeah. I mean, I might be able to tick that one off the list. Watch this space
Oh,
later
yeah,
in the year.
that's true. Going back, just doubling back, the collective noun for swans is a bevy of swans when they're on the ground or in the water. But when they're flying, it's actually a wedge of swans.
I guess that's because they fly in a wedge
The
formation.
V formation.
Yeah. What's the next on your
One
bucket
for
list?
me is I've never been to New York. I've been to the airport, but that doesn't count. I just feel like I know New York. I've seen so much of it, so I'd like to at least visit.
I went for the first time in October, and it feels like being in a movie set.
Is it?
It's great.
Yeah.
I would
okay.
recommend. I mean, also not one great for the bank balance, must
Oh,
say.
yeah.
But you just got to accept your fate at that point. Went
Yeah.
to a couple of Broadway shows.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Went
Cool.
to Harry Potter and went to a Knicks game. Went to the New York Yankees. Fit everything in.
Your holidays are cliche.
Yeah. Pretty much. Went to Central Park.
Yeah.
You know, just. We thought we'd just do everything within 1 week that you could possibly do as a tourist in New York.
And where did you stay when you were there? What
We
area?
stayed in the financial district, so near World Trade Center, did that, and
Waiting for the next meltdown of the markets.
yeah, well, you never know. Could happen any day the way things are going, but I mean, New York is a tourist destination.
Never
It's
thought it'd be Tina Goff occupies Wall Street.
do it.
Yeah, so that's probably they're probably my three. So anywhere in South America, New York, and Iceland. Done Asia a fair bit growing up. Nicked, and does he get beaten to his left? You betcha. Stoneman rides his luck, moves to 37 now. Whereas, what are they on for here? 10 balls left. You'd probably want, say, 25 more from here. 145, maybe 150 if you touch greatness.
I think Canada would be my third bucket.
Oh yeah, been to
Yep.
Canada. You'd like that.
Yeah.
It's weird. Australians and Canadians have quite a lot in common, but we are so far apart. Geographically, it makes no sense. Oh, by the way, wait till I tell you what about cricket in Iceland. At that stage, there were 3 teams, but they have some amazing names in Icelandic. Let's just say it doesn't really roll off the tongue to an English speaker. But I remember that I remember the ground is called Vitithatathun. And it has letters that I've never... Vitithatathun. Right? And it has this letter that I'd never seen. It's mostly kind of regular lettering, as we'd say in English. But it has a thing that looks like a kind of D with a
D.
bend in it.
Yeah, I've seen that on
It's
football shirts.
It's
Yeah.
like a voiced TH almost. Gondal. He does get this one past the bat of Baden-Horst. He's in danger of getting overtaken by his batting partner, Faf Stoneman. I think the Vesterboer Volcanoes are the 4th team. They weren't going to be part of our ECS. The Köpersfragor team were there as well. They had a cool nickname. I think the Reykjavik Vikings were there as well. Fitting name. And the other thing is, I talked about this, I know you were at lunch, but I'll just go over it quickly. They've got some cool tournaments there. So I think, to my knowledge, they've got 4 teams now. And every year they do a draft. So you don't necessarily stay with one club. So they're trying to keep the competition very even, which I like. And it works in some places. Gibraltar do something similar. But, yeah, they have a tournament called the Volcanic Ashes.
Love
So
that.
based on the ashes.
Staring you in the face, but they still did it.
Yeah. In the air. And that one will be taken. So Stoneman goes for 38. Well held by Omar Mustafa. Had a bit of work to do there, but he dived to his left and he breaks this partnership that's put the Swans in pretty good shape. Gondal with the wicket, and he probably deserves it. He's over in the 9th. Only goes for 7. And Awaris now 123 for 3.
Yeah, well bowled. It was kind of an attempted inside-out shot by Faf there. Only manages to pick out the flying figure there of Omar Mustafa. Good grab. But not a bad little knock from Faf Stoneman. He goes for 38 off 14. Nice cameo. 4 sixes in that knock as well.
Yeah, so it doesn't really all happen in the 9th. Just 1 4 in there, 3 singles, and it finishes with a wicket. But it's the thing, Gondal's a good death bowler, but they held him back to the 9th. Whereas if they'd bowled him in the 8th, he would have had the chance to bowl the 10th. They still had Siddiqui to bowl out in the 9th. So maybe a bit of mismanagement of the bowlers there. They have got a bit more pace heavy, haven't they? They go back to Omar Mustafa. And over 10. Strap in, here we go. Baden-Horst into the bat. This one isn't going anywhere, so this game's still right in the balance. They also have, like, I can't remember what it's called exactly, but it's like a midnight game in midsummer because they've still got light up there. So they play at midnight. There's not too many places you can do that in natural light in the world.
Oh, I know some parts of the season there they have Ramadan as well. Ramadan is an absolute nightmare.
How would
in
that
Iceland.
work?
You just
If you
struggle because you have maybe half an hour or so where you can actually eat and drink.
I've never thought of this,
I
but
mean, they struggle already in Scandinavia.
yeah, of course.
Even Hamburg is quite light during the summer months.
You'd
go further north.
You'd go on holiday, wouldn't you? Yeah, Ramadan, of course, according to the belief system, no food or drink during the daylight hours from sunrise to sunset. I've also heard for Islamic people that work in the airline industry, when they're traveling long haul flights, you follow kind of, there's different ways to do it. But often it's, the day's getting longer that way as well. Right now, it's been an interesting day for both these two teams, but this hangs right in the balance. Badenhorst will put that one up and away. And yeah, hasn't had a lot of the strike, but he does bring up his 50, brings it up in 26 balls. We're not quite off the middle, but Brendan, he's stepped up. He's done everything asked of him. And he's still got 3 balls to play with.
It's Lucky who's joined him out of the crease. Gives him a little round of applause.
34 runs on the offside. Shows you it's that kind of player. Likes to play with a straight bat. And you see it here. Kind of goes back to way inside out. Probably not worth throwing at this stage. Risk of overthrows as Lucky Wirkun will get the opportunity to have a hit here. 2 to come, 130 on the board. Again, it's a reasonably good score. Earlier we saw Whereas against Marlow, it's a similar score they got, 137 actually, defending it successfully with their bowling unit, bowling Marlow out. Defending champions all out for 100. Mustafa's going to be a different kind of a threat. He looked very good earlier today, didn't he? 2 to come. They'll run no matter what here. No, they won't. Well done by Mustafa. Bends his back. Maybe it was a bit too short in his early over, but he's made a bit of an adjustment. Looks like he's limping a bit. It's only day one. He's got a big workload. Hey, just quickly, I love this, talking about the Australia desk at the Vienna airport. And apparently there's postcards in Austria that say, no kangaroos here. I've actually seen those when we were in Vienna for some cricket.
Well, there should be no kangaroos here, mate. Just a Kumpel, as they might say in Austria.
He bangs it in, and Lucky this time goes to the sky. Mitchell's under it, but he's going to have to stretch. He won't be able to stretch far enough. A Maximo to finish. Oh, Mitchell needed to wear the high heels there. He was right in his tiptoes and does get a hand on it, but really couldn't have done a lot more. So it's a good flat bat smack as Lucky does get lucky. 6 runs, his contribution. And Awaris, pretty similar to what they did score earlier on against Marlow. Just 1 run less. They're going to finish on 136 for 3 off the 10.
A nice final flourish that from Lucky. Just having 1 dot ball, sees himself in, and that final one, he hits that long and far. And Brendan Badenhorst, he finishes unbeaten, 51 off 27. Good knock from him.
Yeah, look, Badenhorst, in the end, he faces almost half the ball, so it seemed like for a while he was starved of the strike. But early on, we saw pretty spin heavy with Huda. I think his leggies have come out really nicely today. That probably was a genuine chance, though. Rupu has patted one back to him, and he did get 2 hands to it. But Ashful Rupu, thought he contributed quite nicely at the top of the order, 23 or 14. I think they've got a few different options. But maybe they're kind of sticking with him there. You've also got the option to put Greenshields at the top. I think he prefers batting first drop. But then we saw a bit more of a pace-heavy attack, didn't we, with Mustafa bowling a little bit earlier. And, earlier they bowled 8 overs of spin. Well, this time they only bowled 6, so they bowled a bit more pace on. And look, I think all things considered, whereas they're probably happy and they're feeling confident with that 136 score. But for sure, the Capitals, who looked in form with the bat earlier on, have what it takes to chase it down. This was the almost run out where the bat was dropped. And then Greenshields, or maybe saving Wayne's bank balance a little bit, who said he would donate a membership for every 6 that Conrad hit. Well, time to back up the truck, but he couldn't quite stick it in R. And Whispering Red made a quiet exit, stage right. And a nice bit of fielding from Samath Patel to fire it back to Shafiq, who threw the stumps down.
And it was just maybe a bit too short, the bowling. We were saying that they just need to get it up there. plus a few overs of proper short bowling. When you've got someone like Faf out there who's just waiting on his back foot for his shorter ball, he hit 4 big sixes, 3 fours on his way to 38 off just 14 deliveries. That was a nice little partnership he had with Brendan Badenhorst. It was worth almost 50, it was 48 I think in the end, and well, that almost took the game away from Lisbon Capitals, but they staged a nice little fight back. That was a nice catch in the covers from Omar Mustafa, and lucky, well, he had 2 shots, got lucky on one of them.
Yeah, I mean, you're right about Faf Stoneman. That free hit just kind of got him going, and they ended up putting on, it was 58 actually in 4 overs,
wow.
and that was a pretty important time, wasn't it? As this last one, Mitchell was just more concerned about keeping it in play. He wasn't able to, and Oiris finished on 136 for 3. And looking at the overs, it's kind of consistent scoring, no magical overs. The 9th went for only 7. That was a bit of an outlier, but all the other overs went for between 10 and 18. So it was never like kind of like a wild swing of emotions or momentum. But it's just they kind of built it brick by brick. You see all 4 of the top 4 getting in the action. Badenhorst with an unbeaten 50, bounded through the innings. Rupu with 23, Greenshields 12 before he got run out. And Stoneman just turned the corner, like I said, hitting a 6 off a free hit. He ended up with 38, and probably have a role to play with the ball as well. 4 sixes in his innings. Bowling wise, again, when they have these kind of innings, no one really got hurt. Maybe one tactical misstep. They bowled Siddiqui out in the 8th, which meant that Gondal could only bowl the 1 over. Whereas I think he probably deserved another over. It took 1 for 7. The other wicket went to Samarth Patel, and the other wicket was a run out. We'll take a break, and we'll be back to close out things here on day 1 of this Premier Division with Oiris hoping to go 2-0. 136 they have on the board, but the Caps, they've got the same idea. They'll need 137 to make it unscathed through opening day. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff. Keep those random questions coming. We'll be back very, very shortly to close things out here. Live from Portugal, you're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello and a warm welcome back to sunny SCG for the final innings of the day. It's match 5, it's Premier 2025, ECS Portugal, and well, it's delicately balanced at the halfway stage. Oeiras, they batted first at 136 for 3 on the board. So the equation for the Lisbon Capitals, if they chase that total down in 7 overs or less, it'll be 4 to the Caps. Meanwhile, Oeiras, if they restrict the Capitals to 95 runs or less, then it'll be 4 the way of the Swans. And well, both of these teams coming into this final game of the first day with a win already under their belts. One of them will suffer their first defeat of this tournament. One of them will finish the day unbeaten. So all still to play for in this setting Portugal sun. What a sight that is, as the Oeiras players walk out onto the field. It was Brendan Badenhorst who starred with the bat. He scored 51, remained not out, 27 deliveries. Francois Stoneman ably supported him, their partnership worth almost 60. Faf scored 38 of those in just 14 deliveries. Got off to a slow start, but accelerated through. That one free hit he had really set the tempo for his innings. Well, it's the Capitals here who have the right to reply. Danish Siddiqui, Omar Mustafa, they're the two out there in the middle. Vicky Chauhan, new to the team, new to the European Cricket Network. He already impressed opening the bowling in that first game for Oeiras, where they beat Marlow, their old foes, by a pretty comprehensive 37 runs. Vicky, he bowled well in that game. He's been given the new ball here again. But Omar Mustafa, he also scored runs in that first game, 68 of them, just 27 deliveries. It was an impressive win for them against Punjab CC, the Lisbon Capitals. 26 runs was the margin of victory there. So both these teams coming into this final game of the day in good form, full of confidence. Only one of them can go away with the win as we go up for the first ball. And it's squirted off the bat. Definitely not exactly where Danish wanted the ball to go, but I'm sure he doesn't mind that it's gone all the way to the rope as we just check whether it has in fact cleared that boundary line. A big old swing. And it drops into that third region. He was eyeing up, I think, cow corner, trying to set that ball towards the dugouts, but as it was, 6 runs to his name. Danish gets himself off to a flying start. Well, that run rate just above 13 at the moment. And a few more hits like that will certainly help as well. Not only is it fumbled on the boundary from Brendan Badenhorst, but he slips right past it, ends up facing the turf, and the Grizzly making its merry way into the forest. Look, just slips from underneath him. He can only watch as that ball flies past him. A blistering start here for Danish. 2 shots that probably shouldn't have gone to the boundary, at least not in the area that he was expecting, but he won't mind. 10 runs coming off those first 2 deliveries. Wow, it goes from bad to worse for Vicky, as that one is a massively misdirected. It's attempted bouncer, and well, it's almost as high as it is wide, and it just tails away from the keeper there, Girish Singh, who's a very strong keeper. Even he in full stretch there. The Swan going out for a fly, doesn't manage to get on the end of that one. And yep, Vicky, that's exactly what it did. It tailed away from your keeper. 5 wides, and well, 15 runs coming off the first 2 legitimate deliveries. Exactly what the Caps would have wanted, chasing down this total of 137 for their second win of the day. That one again tails away, and it has been called wide on field. That one maybe not quite as wide, but yeah, it's just the length there doesn't give the ball a chance to stay within that wide line. And, well, look at that strong start here. Still only 2 balls gone, 62% already in the favour of the Capitals. It's an important game for them because they only have the one game coming up tomorrow, so they'll want to keep hold of that top spot if they do manage to get the points here for as long as possible. Again, maybe just a bit of inexperience showing here for Vicky. That time a wide down leg side. Still only 2 balls gone of this first over. Well, that's the green shoes of Vicky. He just needs to get his radar going here. That's much better delivery. It's hit high up on the bat. And it's a bit of a miscommunication here, and it's going to be a long old throw to the keeper. Sleepy all round there by the fielders and the batters. It was fielded there mid-on. Hit the knee, deflected to Naeem Rahman. Realised there might be a chance for a run out there. In the end, they do run through for an eventful one. Could have been calamitous. The original piece of fielding there came off the knee of Captain Conrad Greenshields. That does at least get us to halfway through this first over. 18 runs on the board. Good time to welcome everyone in the chat as well. Thank you for staying with us this long day. Always nice to chat with you. Let us know where in the world you are. And of course, it's the final game of the day as well. So any random questions that you might have for me or for Vinny. Vinny, it's his final stint here in Portugal, at least for the next few days. He'll be back on finals day. A lot of games to be played between now and then. Well, 25 to be exact. 30 group stage games before we go into the 4-game day on finals day. Again, misdirected by Vicky, just drifts down the leg side. He has quite a lot of movement here out of his action, just not able to quite fire in the right direction. Well, sometimes an opening over like this, any momentum that you might have just kind of falters. The air gets left out of the balloon, and well, he just needs to get out of this over at this point. Oh, he's not going to get out of it with less than 25 runs on the board, as that's hit high by Omar Mustafa. Only faced the 1 ball so far. He's been started at the non-striker's end. He's got on strike now and picked up exactly where he left off from game number 3. 68 runs on that occasion. He's added the first 6 to his collection here. This over already gone for 25 runs, threatening to go supersonic. 1 ball left of it. And that run rate's already dropped down. Currently 12.2. And well, they've already doubled that in this first over. Final ball coming up. And that's gone high in the air. That's gone supersonic, but maybe won't, because actually it's going to drop. And well, I actually don't blame. I think it's Lucky out there, and he was lucky to get his head out of the way of that, because that went so high up in the air. There was 3 fielders going and 2 fielders underneath it. And look how quickly that went. Lucky, well, he went up with his hands to try and catch it in the end. I think he tried to protect his head, because if that landed anywhere near him, yeah, well, you can see what he thought of that in the end. They run 2, and I think they ran 2 when that ball was in midair. So we get to the end of a long first over. 27 runs coming off it. 23 matches since a golden ball. Could we be in for one here? Well, Vinny, that went really high in the air, didn't it?
I thought it had to be 6, but it was just hit off the middle, straight up almost. This went so close to knocking Lucky into the next life. What is this? Oh. And I think he's pretty happy he doesn't get anything on it in the end. That was a real steepler. Your sunglasses only take you so far. All right, interesting. Conrad Greenshields is going to grab the ball. Now, you know, when we first saw Conrad on ECN in kind of 2020, 2021, he's genuine swing bowler, you know, and that was kind of his. He was an all-rounder when he played in his generation, but he's again one of these ambiguous bowlers. He can really bowl an outie and an innie. Going to bowl over 2 with a fairly new ball. First one though is going to be gone, and well, It's going to be a catch for Lucky Wirrakun in there at mid-wicket. Probably was a bit of a warm-up ball. Siddiqui just turns on it, hits it straight to the fielder, and so Conrad with a bit of the Midas touch there. He'll take a wicket with his first ball of the series, and the Capitals now 27 for 1.
I was lucky that Lucky didn't get wiped out from that previous delivery because he was alive to tell the tale and alive to take that sharp catch. Yeah, just a bit of a miscue there from Danish. He has to go 11 off 4 deliveries. He's got somewhere to be, and, well, he's got to get himself off the pitch. I think he'd be kicking himself on that delivery.
Yeah,
it wasn't the best delivery.
He doesn't really move that back foot at all, you can see. One of the things with a pull shot, technically, you're meant to try and get that back foot back in the cross, maybe get your eyes a bit more behind the line of it, and then maybe just Danish with a few wise words, saying, don't be like me. Live your life, play your innings. Shafiq comes in at number 3, went 6 and out early on today. Keep her up, Girish Singh. Conrad's a medium pace at a pinch now, but he's still quite clever. But he's had recurring shoulder injuries that have basically stopped him bowling in recent years. That one's good. Yeah, pushes outside the off stump and just comes back enough. So yeah, interesting that with 5 genuine pace bowlers in the team, maybe the first over swayed him and it went off the rails for Chow. And welcome to ECN cricket. It's not going to be easy all the way. They feel, okay, maybe we want to go to another bowler and we might as well use Conrad early. But it's pretty close. It straightens down the line. Umpire has a good look. He can't believe it. It's given out. Well, Conrad turned his back. And now Conrad's saying, well, it was out all along. He gives the umpire a spray anyway. It looks pretty plumb. Hits him on the back leg in front of middle and leg. Conrad, he's not finished yet. And then he almost dies of a heart attack. He gives him, he said, what the fudge? And then said, yeah, you're right. That is out. And well, it's the first time I've seen a potential dissent on a decision that goes the bowler's way. As Shafiq walks back, done by that ball swinging back down the line for a 2-ball duck, 27 for 2.
Well, you could see that Conrad definitely thought it was out, and now he's taking a walk back to the umpire. Maybe gives him a little word of apology for that volley that he sent his way. It was a good appeal. It was a triple appeal, I think, at the end. He turns away. Maybe it was just the strength of that final appeal. He turns around. Oh, you have given it.
And I love it that it was the classic mood-changing moment, but Conrad had committed to angry, and he just wasn't prepared to change his demeanour that quickly. So Whispering Red, let's just say that nickname sounds a little bit ironic now after he emptied his lungs.
Well, you definitely saw red, but you saw the finger go up in the end.
I got to say it was a good decision from, I think it's John Foster. Gets it absolutely right. Anyway, Zafar batted well earlier. And Conrad's getting that ball to shape. That was a strange incident. But I'm all for umpires taking their time. Sometimes it shows, some people misinterpret it as that they're not sure, but I think they're sometimes just being thorough.
Yeah, they've got a mental checklist that they have to go through. They have to make sure they're making the right decision.
If not, why not troll the bowler? Worked that time.
Wait for him to turn around and say, oh, okay then.
Rolling cutter. Well, this is in the air now. Who can get it? It's going to find leg. Can he find it? He cannot. Great effort. Got 2 hands for it, and that's Ross Reed who's come into the lineup. But that was a bit of a steepler. In the end, he does get hands to it, but Zafar gets lucky, dropped on 0.
It's a tough one because it's spinning away from him and he didn't know which way to turn. Did a full 360, almost bananaed himself as he tries to lean back uphill to take that one. Gets his hands on it, doesn't quite hold on. Still 1 ball left of the second.
It's been an entertaining over. Conrad should bowl more. Well, maybe not, he says, as this one is lifted up. Zafar got lucky on 0. There's nothing lucky about this. Classic elevated cover drive to finish the over. Still a good one for Awaris. Only goes for 8. There's 2 wickets in it, and it's 35 for 2 after 2.
Conrad can take a walk to cover and try and recover his lungs after that appeal that was successful in the end. I mean, not a bad over for him. 2 wickets and 8 runs coming off it.
I was trying to think about why the umpire might not have given that LBW out, and the only thing I could possibly think of is it was swinging too much and going down the leg side. But I with the angle of approach, that's pretty unlikely. And I think the fact it hits him on the back leg as well, I think it's a very good chance to crash into leg. But it was just kind of funny that Conrad was still angry for having been made to wait by the umpire. Taj Muhammad, fan favourite, coming on in over number 3. Anyway, Mustafa and Zafar, two players we have seen playing together in ECS France. Mustafa, again, he's got that family connection. That's why he's here playing for the Capitals. Faces up to Taj. Oh, this one hurries him up. Girish forgets how to walk from behind the stumps. And in the end, they'll get through for one.
Well, 3 of them ended up on the deck there, including the keeper. Who's taking a look at this
Seen
one
when
again.
a giraffe is born, it looks a bit like this. falls from a bit of a height, and yeah, Ross ends up unloading. Great to see a few new players as well. Every time I come, it shows that the player base is expanding. The amount of teams I know has exploded as well. Small explosion. Yeah, he gets hurried up here. Mistimes the pull shot. The top ball's a good ball at the moment for Oeras. Yeah, Ross Reed, who we've seen in the action last few minutes or so, fielding around the corner, but he is playing his first ECN match, so good luck to him. And he's a slightly older player. He's 41 years old, and he's Irish.
Okay.
By nationality, so yeah, I'm excited to see if he comes into calculations at some point. This time it's not a great ball by Taj Muhammad, lifted up over the top, and it's gone for 6. Maximal, could just tell he lost his run up a little bit. He had the little Johnny Little steps.
Yeah.
And it just wasn't such a rhythmic approach, but a pretty good pull shot executed that time, brings 6 runs to the Caps.
Yeah, just helps around the corner there from Arslan Zafar. Yeah, he just kind of stuttered, and I mean, at that point, just stop. See if he gets his run out right on this occasion. Yeah. Well, slight stutter again.
Oh, that's close. Is it missing leg? Maybe just, says Andrew Winter. So the umpire's being tested. Let's have a look at this. I mean, if it's missing, it's only just missing. It's very close, but I can understand the benefit of the doubt there. Slightly outside the popping crease, and with the angle, maybe it's missing by a coat. Maybe 2 coats.
Multiple coats. That was a quick no as well. Maybe he
Yeah, we
learnt from the wrath of Conrad Greenshields to his fellow umpire.
Wow, this time he takes it on and absolutely nails it. Well, Mustafa's fired up. He punches his bat in celebration and just letting out some of that excess energy. This is a great shot. He just plays it on length, and straight away, Mustafa, he knows the result. 6 runs.
I heard the crack off that bat. Just seeing the replay, I'm not even sure he got hold of all of that, but he got hold of enough of it.
Pace in, pace out. Anyway, Taj, he'll run in and he'll continue asking questions. Here he is again, back to live. And now it's going to be up in the air. Well, this really should be caught. It's lucky again. He can't find it. He's completely misjudged it. It's a big moment in the game. Mustafa's been the most impressive Capital with the bat today. And Lucky can't find the drop zone.
Yeah, it's a bit of good bad cop there. Faf Stoneman comes and gives him a little high five, whereas Conrad Greenshields, he just walks away. His fury continues, whereas Faf just says, hard luck, sun's up there, it's a
Lucky
difficult
is
one.
one of the nicest people you'll ever meet as well. But let's just say Conrad feels that he's got nothing positive to contribute to that conversation. Just walks away into the over. 50's up as well for the Capitals. 50 for 2 after 3. This game's on a knife's edge. Hope you're enjoying it live on the European Cricket Network, wherever you're watching from around the world, no matter what time of day or night it is, as we'll get a change of bowling. Naeem Rahman, former Friendship player, coming on to bowl over number 4. Pretty good over still from Taj. They did get lit up a couple of times. 2 sixes in the over, 3 singles and a dot. One of those singles was a drop catch. First one gets past the bat of Mustafa. Just feel these two hold the key. I know there still is batting to come below this, but these two have been in good form today. Right now, the Capitals are just ahead, but we still are in that 40-60 Goldilocks zone.
Be interesting to see if Conrad brings himself back on at any point. He's bowled the best over so far, but maybe thinks he was just there as a bit of a circuit breaker after that first over.
Waiting for a non-John Foster over every second one. But Rahman gets this past Mustafa. It's just a couple outside the off stump to start this over. Rate required 13 and over. It started in the 13s. That's where it remains at the moment. Beautiful time of day. This is a cricket playing time of day right now. Late afternoon. He goes upstairs slightly. And trying to find out if that's the one for the over. To me, it seemed about shoulder high, maybe not over.
I love this camera angle this time of day as well. It's almost like poetic.
I think that's shoulder high.
Yeah.
I don't think it's above the shoulder. Also, he's not completely standing up. This one is not coming back. Well, go short at your peril to Mustafa, who hammers it up and over the leg side. Vale, vale, vale. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. I know a few of our fans are missing Rico, so that's a bit of a Rico shout for you.
Yeah.
Tina can do it too. You go.
I'll have to think of a similar line in German, but I mean, then it might come out a bit Conrad Greenshield's a bit angry when you're doing it in German.
German does sound angry.
Yeah.
I could do a Corey as well. His favourite is adios pelota ball, which was basically saying ball twice.
Okay.
Pelota means ball.
Right.
We do say adios pelota sometimes. Yeah, Wayne thinks that Conrad's gone full Captain Grumpy.
Yeah.
Mustafa, like I say, holds the key for me. Both these two do. Pitches up, and that is going to go a mile. Well, that might be the biggest 6 today. Where's it gone? That's across the road. Maximo! As Rahman does pitch up, it's not quite the Yorker. It's a step hit ball, and Omar does exactly that. That was a monster strike.
Well, we thought the ball before was a big one. That's gone huge. He just put his back into that one, and that's goodbye Grizzly, as that's saying hello to the cows in the field next door. I think there's a few dogs about. There must be a dog kennel at some point around there.
Is it too late to go into a random?
No, never.
Let's talk about what you told me last night, an activity in town last week.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Well,
That's
it's like
rack
this
my
here.
brains.
This could go as well. It's into the gap. It is 4. Oh, well, Mustafa, luck's on his side at the moment. It'll be the end of the over. Capitals, they've had a couple of really big overs that have helped them along the way. 27 off the first, 15 off the third, 16 off that fourth. Conrad's over and he went for 8. That was the only one that kind of worked. So he's going to bring himself back now as the score is 66 for 2. Yeah, so in town, in Santarém, so it's not a big town, they'd set up a makeshift kind of bull ring, and anyone could jump in.
Yep.
You were there. You've only described it to me. I think it's a crazy story. Describe it to everyone. So you were just out from the hotel.
Your Honour, I was not there.
You were not there?
I was not there. But
let's hear your second-hand account.
It was a fairground. So they had rides, they had food stalls, your classic little town fairground. But of course, we were in the Mediterranean, so they just put a bull ring. And it's just it's more or less a makeshift field with a wooden fence around it and a bull.
Yeah.
And I mean, what could go wrong mixing bulls?
A few people
with
having a few drinks and say, and let me guess what happened next.
Yeah. Well, safe to say the ambulance was probably already on standby.
Well, you told me that anyone could just go in there, and then it was a bit of a bravado test. These guys have had a couple of drinks, and they're trying to get as close to the bull as possible.
Well, I don't want to make this a gender thing, but it was 90%, 95%, 100% guys.
It's not sexist to say that guys are stupid.
You can say that.
I
mean, it's a bravado thing, but we've seen the footage.
After a couple of drinks.
And the footage shows that, I mean, the majority of the guys, that one's going to run all the way actually for a 4, so far goes to 19. The majority of the guys, they were so the bull side of the fence, but they were kind of clinging onto the fence.
Yeah.
If the bull even looked at them strangely, they were back the other side of that fence.
So they're just trying to get the credit for being in the ring, but they were quick to jump back over the fence. But then you said there was a time where the bull got a bit of a win. Yeah,
the bull did get a win, and, well, it was maybe a loss for the guy who, again, probably alcohol involved, got a bit too close, gave the bull a bit of a sideways glance, and the bull returned with a bit of a goring.
Bull 1.
Yeah.
Bull adjacent man 0. All right, well, this is top edge. Can they find us? Lucky, they can't hide Lucky at the moment, but that one's actually going to go up, and it might have actually gone all the way. And Zafar is going to get at least 4, maybe 6. Let's check it out. Against hanging top edge. Where does this bounce? It bounces. Oh, well, not quite over the line, so it will be 4 runs.
I will say there is a reason why there aren't too many amateur matadors on the circuit.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of natural selection. But I'm not really pro bullfighting, but I am pro kind of. If I am, it's natural.
Yeah.
As this one is going to be another one into the gap. So Conrad bringing himself back here in the 5th. Again, waiting for the change of umpire. That was our theory. But there's some good offside play here. As Aslan Zafar, the keeper bat, helps himself to 4 more.
There were dodgems as well, so bumper cars, not at the same time. I mean, bulls versus humans is like natural dodgems, and then there was normal dodgems. So all the fun of the fair, and then
this is a true story.
It's a true story.
Uh-oh, this has gone wrong. That's going to be a no ball. At least it won't go to the boundary. It'll just be a single out to Badenhorst. Now Conrad's going to have to deliver a free hit. Yeah, so it's a true story from here on the ground. And then they've just packed up the carnival and Bull's gotten back in the truck and that's it. I don't think the Bull was charged with any offences, to my knowledge.
No, I mean, the guy was taken off on a stretcher. I mean, the
given the full former US President Al Gore. Oh no, this is trouble. Free hit, we'll stay in play. It's going to be a minimo. And, well, I'll whisper it because in case you can hear me, but Captain Grumpy is only getting grumpier out there. Girish couldn't get across. And I think, once again, fiddlesticks. Just the lip readers out there. Yeah,
whispering red.
Whispering red.
Seeing red at the moment.
Wow, now 84% the Capitals.
Gets rolled the ball, which I'm sure
I still got a feeling if you can get these two with, there's still 50 left to defend, but where's it going to come from? I don't think it'll be coming this ball, because this is a free hit. And is it going to go? It will. Mustafa squares it up. Maximal, 6 mas. And Lisbon on fire right now. And it's Conrad that's getting a goring in this over, which is gone for, count them up, 25 and counting. Could be supersonic stuff after this ball.
Yeah, he should have maybe called it a day after the first. That one only went for 8. 2 wickets involved as well. This one, yeah, one hit away from a supersonic over.
Wow, beats him. Girish up to the stumps. Probably feels at this pace, it's maybe an awkward pace to stand back to. And so makes the block at least into the 5th over. And listen, Capitals have done their heavy lifting, haven't they? They're 91 for 2 after 5. They just need 46 off the last 5 overs of the day. As we will have a look at what's coming up. And yeah, we're going to be at La Ilipa in Madrid next week. And I've already started looking up some places to go. And I know we've got a few viewers from that area. If you want to message me with some tips, I would appreciate them. But yeah, really looking forward to our first ever ECS in Madrid. Do you want to know the teams? I can tell you top of my head. We have Madrid CC and Madrid United, who are like traditional rivals. They've actually played a Golden Ball before because we saw them playing. We had a Khartoum ECS once after the ECL in 2022. So they've actually played a Golden Ball against each other. Madrid United haven't played a lot of cricket on the network, but they've played 3 Golden Balls. They were actually part of Golden Ball 1. They've got a great ratio. Wow, that looks pretty close. That is gone. That's the quick fire this time from umpire John Foster. Not trying to raise the ire of any more bowlers, but it looked pretty straight, didn't it? So there's one of the wickets. Rupu comes on. He's only an occasional bowler, but he gets the miss from Zafar. Let's check it out on the replay. Just played across the straight one. I don't think that's missing anything. John Foster probably making his decision quickly because the bowler's name wasn't Conrad Greenshields, but it is a partnership breaker, but not before they put on a pretty useful 64 runs. Zafar goes for 28. It's 91 for 3.
I'm clearly thinking ORS that taking pace off is the way to go, and well, it's taken 1 ball to come into effect. Ashraful Rupu straight into the act, straight in with the wickets. I think this one was pretty straight, hit the back knee, but his back knee was bent, and big old nod and finger goes up from the umpire.
Oh, well, here's Samarth Patel. You know, he's a good hitter too. Rupu.
I have a
well
random question adjacent. So obviously you've been on a lot of travels throughout Europe. What's the most unexpected random thing you've seen when, you know, exploring the local area?
Yeah, okay, it's a good question. Let me have a think. Well, that's in the air. It's just going to creep over the fielder, and that's going to be 4. So Patel's off the mark. It's a really good question, actually. Some are kind of expected. Like I got taken to a beer festival in Germany fairly early in my commentary career. No one told me how big they were and actually what percentage they were. And just I had to have a little lie down, unscheduled in the periphery. I was rescued. He likes this one. I just got to my spets. I feel this is no ball. Just my senses up. Keep coming. No, he's all right. Quick hands. But I think the foot stays down. Thought it was such a quick sweep that he may be encroached. That's a very good question.
I mean, what's the
like something random that you just? I mean, I don't get much free time. That's probably one of the things. So I'm actually give me a bit of time to think. I'll come back to you.
I mean, we always try and explore a bit of the area where we stay. Santarem, nice little town.
In the air, but this one's going to get away from the fielder as well. So Patel started well, and the roots of another partnership taking hold here. Rupert just a fraction too short. Yes, there's something I've seen when I'm out. And I'm like, wow, that's kind of weird.
There's a nice few statues in the roundabouts here in Santarem. There's a statue of a guy, I think, wrestling a bull near the bull ring. Not sure, maybe that's what
inspiring
inspired.
those that want to step in. Well, that's a pretty good strike as well. That's going to be 6 more. So Patel's come out. He's gone 4-4-6. Although Rupu gets the breakthrough, he ends up going for 14 in the over. As the 100 comes up for the Lisbon Capitals, 105 for 3. They're a team in form right now, the Capitals.
I'll tell you what was a little unexpected when we were in Malta. We had that massive rainstorm. I know they have a fair share of rain, but the roads turned into rivers. You ended up providing a riverboat taxi service.
That's true. That's right up there, actually.
Unpaid, but
You've
to the
done me
locals.
now. Yeah, I gave someone a lift. I took my shoes off and started getting people across the road. So something unexpected. I remember maybe, food-wise, I'll actually give you Bologna when we went to Fico Italy World, EATALY, which is like Disneyland for yeah, this is probably my one. It's back in 2022. And you get there and there's the big tricycles. We thought we were stealing them. Turns out you can just ride them.
Adult tricycles.
Adult tricycles, because it's so big. And we must have gone in, because it was July, I think, we went in a season where a lot of people are away on holiday. Junaid comes on, coming in pretty late in the piece with only about 30 to defend. And yeah, so probably that, I won't go into it in great detail, but it was Disneyland for foodies.
20 acres. Fico Italy World. Yeah.
And you're going to be in Bologna. I highly recommend taking the crew for a night out there.
As long as there's no bulls involved.
Hope not. That one's hit pretty hard. Fielder does well. That's Naim Rahman. Keep it to 1.
I mean, we've had a few unexpected cricket field-related animals.
Wild horses interrupting the game in Bulgaria. A snowstorm interrupting play. A dog interrupting play once. We've had one streaker. We're due another one, actually.
Sounds like you know something.
No comment. No full toss. Tempting Yorker there, Junaid Khan. Doesn't seem like he's bowling at quite his full pace here, Junaid. Not sure if he's carrying a slight injury. Yeah, so, yeah, that's actually a pretty good one. Although I do have plenty of stories. I suppose we were in Romania once in the old town and we ran into a few people that were trying to perhaps rob us. I don't want to tar the whole country with that incident. But you've got to have your wits about you sometimes. Well, Europe, for the most part, is quite safe.
We've got some fun sport-related guests joining us in the hotel at the moment. It's I think it's a Portugal and Spain women's rugby team.
They were playing today in Cartacho, so really not far away from here.
They were supposed to play in Lisbon, but because of the rain they've had, they've moved it out. So it's a European sport.
Would it be would rugby be better in this area if each team was allowed a ball?
Yep.
You had to hold the ball.
In the scrum, that'd be tough.
The scrum, yeah.
The bull-on-bull scrum.
You have the ruck, the maul, and the gore. That's a good Yorker from Junaid. Like I said, he's got over 100 wickets on ECN. He's part of a pretty exclusive club.
Well dug out, actually, as well, from Mustafa.
He's trying to paint a friendly picture for Warriors fans, clinging on to some signs of life. 29 off 20. Mustafa, though, he's been a proper unit today for the Capitals. It's deep in his crease, lifts it up and gets it out of the ground. Maximo! By getting deep in the crease, he gets the length that he can get under. I think if he'd stayed where he was, it's probably a Yorker. But see, takes that last step back. Junaid doesn't make the adjustment, and he's very well balanced, puts it up and out of the ground. 6 runs.
115 runs to his name in the 2 games so far, and that side shot is such an epic shot when the batter gets it. That puff of dust in that setting light. It's like gladiatorial.
It's like golden hour, isn't it? Mustafa 45. Last ball the over. This time, clever change of pace. So they'll shut him down for now. Junaid Khan, pretty good over. Probably imagine he'll get the 9th if we get that far. It's the end of 7 right now. It's 114 for 3. Let's have a quick look, as I will have a few more days off, but I will leave it to the G team with day 2 coming up tomorrow with a pretty interesting battle of the Gs as the G team return. Only fitting we have Gorka versus Gamblers in match 6. But I will remind you all, if you are in Europe, put your clocks forward overnight. We start 9 a.m. GMT, which is the same. 2:30 in India, which is the same. But it's not 9 a.m. Here in Portugal. It will be 10 o'clock. So you're looking forward to that.
Yeah, looking forward to the G-Force back in action. I know, that was well fielded, actually, from the captain there. I know that Phil's been lurking and enjoying his day off, but he'll be itching to get back into the igloo. And we've got 5 more exciting games to bring you in the morning.
Rupi gets the second over. As this is up in the air, but it's good placement. That's going to be another 6 runs. Maximal, this time in Samarth Patel.
Not much power in that one. He just lifted it over the covers all the way to the road. Pure timing on that one, but it's sat up nicely. That ball from Rupu. And getting a word or 2 of advice there from his captain. Not many runs to play with now. It's more or less a runner ball. 17 needed off 16. Big over. Could finish in this one. Still 4 balls left of the 8th.
Wow, that's going to go down the ground, and that's going to be another 6 runs. So running out of time, running out of runs here. It will be 6 more, and the Caps are just outplayed Ueris in some key times, particularly in this second innings.
And again, just a bit too short from Rupu. Just allows Samarth Patel just to rock back, wait for that, and muscle it over long on. 11 needed now.
A slight miss hit this time, but they still will get a run. Whereas, I mean, there's still plenty of positives out of this first day. I mean, I think they will be disappointed that I don't think they're going to win this one. But I think also they just mis-executed a bit, and that first over really hurt them. Bit of a reality check, I suppose, for Vicky. Oh, wow, this is a little bit short. It's going to be 52 Mustafa, and it could be time to start the car, as we would say. He brings up his 50 off just 20 balls. And whereas they're probably cursing the fact that they might have had him walking back to the pavilion instead, I think he's going to be walking back with a win. And there's the 50. He knows it. And his teammates know too. This game is almost done.
Again, just too short here from Rupu. Allows Mustafa to wait on it. He raises his bat. 51 all out, 20 deliveries. Can he finish it off in this ball? Well, the answer is yes. He needed a 4. He got a 6. Arms aloft there from Mustafa. What a day he's had. Back-to-back 50s. Leads his side to back-to-back wins as well.
Yeah, and they do it pretty easily in the end. 12 balls to spare. So it's a pretty comprehensive chase. So congratulations to the Lisbon Capitals. They're the only team to win 2 games here on opening day. Plenty more exciting action coming in this Premier Division. So yeah, we never really had the big thriller of the day, did we? But still, I think they're a team that are capable of maybe going back-to-back trophies. It's still wide open. Whereas they'll finish today 1-1, and again, they'll know they did some things well, some things not so well. So it's only the first chapter of what's going to be a pretty interesting week here.
Yeah, dream start for the Capitals. They've got just that one game tomorrow, but they'll go into it potentially still sitting top of the table. If we take a look at what's coming up tomorrow as well, the Capitals, they won't feature until match 9. Awaris, they've got just the one game as well. Match 7 against Punjab CC Amadora will start with the double Gs. Gorka against Gamblers early tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. local time. So the sun sets here on the first day, and it sets shining on the Capitals as they take 2 wins from 2.
Yeah, plenty of good contests. They're all good contests. This was, I suppose, where things started to go awry for Awaris, who built what I thought was a slightly above average score, but missed opportunities, bit of loose bowling as well. Conrad came on and he was able to pick up a wicket very first ball. Then we had one of the longest LBW decisions ever, which I hope we've got. That looked out to me. Pitches middle, he's coming back stump to stump. And Conrad turns his back at the umpire. Maybe John Foster was waiting for that moment to have a bit of fun. And Conrad said, how was that? Maybe the 9th time's a charm. And it wasn't a long wait before it was given. But yeah, Golden Hour came on, a bit of golden batting as well. Zafar, he was very good today once again. But Mustafi's a beast, isn't he? And his 50 sets up this successful chase.
Yeah, and he finished not out as well. 57, 8 sixes. And it was just about ruining those missed opportunities, and also a bit of sloppy bowling, as you said, Vinny. 15 extras, 14 of which were wides, and that one no ball as well, with the free hit being punished. And it was a punishing innings from Mustafa, ably supported by the keeper Zafar. He scored 28 before he fell. And then Samar Patel, he came in at the end and they finished off the job. So they more or less did what Awaris couldn't do, which is put together a few big partnerships, and that was enough to take the win home comfortably in the end by 7 wickets.
Yeah, but Rupert's a bit of a surprise choice, but I have seen bowl a couple of times. I suppose that's the thing out of a part-timer as well. He's a bit of a partnership breaker, but maybe just couldn't have the consistency that you'd want, especially when the runs were kind of running out for Awaris to defend. So, look, in the end, I think you got to credit the Lisbon Capitals. They're a team, maybe don't have as many of these kind of superstars compared to some of the other sides, but they've still got a very solid team. You put someone like a Mustafa in there, and he's a big difference maker. So, yeah, for Awaris, I mean, they have been a good bowling and fielding team, but I suppose both those areas let him down slightly. There was the 50. I think Mustafa was the only one counting his runs, as the other team, I think, already started putting their stuff away because they knew this game wasn't too much longer for this world. 4 sixes in that 8th over wraps it up. And the Lisbon Capitals go 2-0, winning this game with 12 balls to spare.
And it will be a job well done for them, as they are the only team that leave that sunny SCG tonight with 2 wins in the bag. As we take a look at the scorecard, and Omar Mustafa, he was the destructor-in-chief in both games, actually followed up his 68 this morning with another 57 here, coming off just 21 deliveries. Danish Siddiqui 11 for 4. In the opening partnership, but it was the 2 partnerships with Zafar and Patel that really put Awaris to the sword. As we take a look at the bowling, and look at that, 15 extras, 14 wides, and that 1 over from Vicky Chowan going magical. And that, well, when that's the first over, it really sets the tone for the run chase, and that's why it was such a comfortable victory in the end. Rupu, he picked up 1 wicket, but also expensive, going for 39 runs off his 2 overs, and that's why the end of everything, when the chips are down, the Lisbon Capitals, they see off Awaris. They finish unbeaten on this first day, and they take home the win in match 5.
A really interesting day's cricket. I think, once again, it's way too early to call. I mean, if we learn anything from this format, which we saw in the Challenger division, some teams had a good start, some had a bad start, there were swings or runouts. So you always go out there hoping to win. That's the thing. Lisbon Capitals, they couldn't have done much more today. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Tina Golf. Hopefully you enjoyed the day as much as we have. Mixtape for the Swans. Caps had a good day. Some teams only got the 1 game, obviously. So we saw Golkar 11 with a solid win to start the day. Gamblers just had 1 loss, but obviously we'll see plenty more of them over the coming days. Hey, great job. Great to be back with you. I think it's the first time we worked together since the Western Shield.
Yeah.
And the ECS season just keeps on rolling forwards. But yeah, I'll step aside. I'll be away for another 4 days. I think I'll do day 6, so give you a day off, and then I'll be back with you for the finals day in Premier Division and, of course, the international starting on Saturday. But, yeah, so far, I think we like what we've seen. I think the score's going to go up a bit. I think that's something that's pretty obvious. But also the bowling standards got up. We've seen Jahidul Islam, for example, this morning. He was really getting the ball through. I think Vicky's an exciting talent. But really, unpredictable. That's what you expect on ECN. I think that's what we can expect this week.
Yeah, I think we're due a few kind of close finishes as well. We had 5 pretty one-sided games today, but 25 games left in the group stage. Maybe even a golden ball in amongst them all.
Let's have a quick look once again at what's coming up tomorrow with the G team back, and it's the battle of the Gs first up, Gorka versus Gamblers. Also, Marlow had a mixed day. They will play against Gorka in match 8 and Punjab CC Amadora in match 10. Punjab CC Amadora, they've got a really important day, I think, because there's no easy games here. We know that. Awareness versus Punjab CC Amadora in match 7. Watch that. It's a bit of a barometer about two teams that I suppose they had a bad finish to opening day. Punjab CC had a bad opening day, full stop, I suppose, and they'll be doing battle in the second match of the day. And Capitals, they just play the watch tomorrow against Gamblers, so that's probably a good line in the sand to know exactly how they are travelling. Well, once again, I want to say a big thanks to everyone out there for joining us and for spending a Super Saturday with us. If you haven't already, then make sure that you tune in tomorrow for more action. Don't forget, if you're in Europe, the clocks do go forward tomorrow. For everyone else, though, it should just be the same starting time, so it is adjusted accordingly. Make sure if you're watching on our YouTube channel to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Tell your family and friends about ECN. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket. I bet there's a few highlights of today that will go up. And also, don't forget our website, europeancricket.com. So that is where you can go. If you haven't had enough, I haven't had enough, but I'm going to take a little bit of a breather. This is kind of my 2-week mini break, but I will be back, and I'm looking forward to seeing how things develop this week.
Yeah, me too. And G-Force will be back, but I know you'll be there lurking in the background, and looking forward to you coming back day 6, finals day. There's a lot of cricket to be played before then.
It's going to be good. Well, just like Phil moved his body to the tailors to pick up Tina's clothes today, he'll be back and returning them to you. Hopefully, I'll be tuning in as well, but I'll see you in a few days. From everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, on behalf of us to you, Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maxwell, and Tina Goff, stay happy, stay safe, and I'll see you very shortly. More cricket coming your way tomorrow. The clocks go forward, but we never look back. We've got more cricket coming, 5 matches tomorrow for more European Cricket Series. Enjoy some of these highlights from the opening day from the Santarém Cricket Ground in the Premier Division, and we'll see you soon for more European Cricket. For now, hasta mañana.
body